This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 461. Although the flame cat carries so many objects, it does not affect its flying speed. It flies at a very fast speed in the high radiation area. Since entering the high radiation area, Zhuang Xiao has focused all his attention on the dense forest below. A little green in the flowers is a very conspicuous bag. Similarly, in a sea of red light, the dazzling white light is also particularly conspicuous. Especially the huge bird nests on the tops of the tall trees in the dense forest. If they are decorated with energy stones, there are usually more than one, and they are as bright as the hundreds of watts of incandescent lamps in the dark night, extremely dazzling and making people happy. After she and Hu Xiao had enough to spend in the high radiation area this time, Zhuang Xiao did not continue. After all, the flame cat still has a mission. Huh? Zhuang Xiao handed all the energy stones in her hand to Hu Xiao, and walked a few steps to the front of the flame cat. The red leaf plant was lying on the ground, with a faint silver light all over its body. It was as if someone had used white chalk to draw a very detailed outline along the outline of the red leaf plant. Zhuang Xiao reached out and fiddled with the branches of the red leaf plant. The white outline was messy for a moment as the leaves and branches swayed, but when the branches were straight, the outline was clearly visible again. What's wrong? Hu Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao squatting there, fiddling with the red leaf plant out of boredom, and couldn't help asking. Zhuang Xiao didn't know how to describe what she saw for a moment. After all, if it weren't for the red light under high radiation, if the red leaf plant wasn't in a static state, she might not have been able to see that the plant was actually separated from the radiating red light, as if the plant was covered with a layer of transparent glass protective cover. Zhuang Xiao shook her head and replied, "Nothing. I just want to know why Hua hasn't abandoned the red leaf plant even though he has put it down many times." After saying this, she stood up and continued, "Let's go." She couldn't explain this. At least, she couldn't explain it now. Over the past year, too many strange things have happened around Hu Xiao, especially around Zhuang Xiao. This insignificant doubt didn't leave any trace in his heart at all. Zhuang Xiao was not the only one who was curious. Even Hu Xiao himself was curious about why the flame cat would bring back such a red leaf plant. In less than a quarter of an hour, the flame cat flew out of the high radiation area. Zhuang Xiao tilted his head to look at the red leaf plant in the flame cat's mouth. The leaves were rustling in the wind brought by the flight. I don't know if it was because the leaves and branches were shaking too much, or for some other reason, the white outline was no longer visible. After another quarter of an hour, the flame cat had already reached the sky above the Institute of Safety Zone number 6. Looking at the dense black dots on the open space below, the flame cat said that it didn't want to go down at all. Today, it was wearing the same red and green floral bed sheet as Zhuang Xiao. The difference was that Zhuang Xiao's floral cotton jacket was covered with a plain outer shirt, while it only had a floral bed sheet. "Flame cat, why don't you come down?" "Yes. It's been circling for several times." "Captain, why don't we wave our hands?" "Is it because there are too many people here that the flame cat can't see us?" Fong Mingwei looked up for a long time. His neck was sore, and the flame cat was still reluctant to come down, so he could only make suggestions to Lu Feng. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If they set off immediately, they would reach the first stop before dark. After another half-day's journey the next day, they would reach their own safe zone. At this time, Lu Feng was also paying attention to the situation in the sky, and he was even confused in his heart. What is this operation? Similarly, Zhuang Xiao was also speechless. Hua, a real man, is it so important whether this face is good-looking? Those people below are not blind dates for you. Well, even if they are blind dates, they are the ones who are chasing after you. What should we be afraid of? We have all the hardware conditions. How can we be disliked just because we have a flowery bed sheet on our head? What is the saying? With a piece of cloth on my head, I am the richest in the world. With a piece of cloth on my head, I am the most powerful in the Wasteland. However, Zhuang Xiao did not indulge him, and slapped Hua on the head. If you don't go down, there will be no flowery bed sheet. Flame cat, Du Zhong arrived a little late, dragging his brother Du Huai in his hand and squeezing forward. The convoy of the Qilin team was at the front of the crowd. The flame cat must have landed in the open space in front of them. And his sister, he hasn't seen her for a long time, and he misses her very much. As for his brother, well, he didn't miss the flame cat, nor his sister Zhuang Xiao, but was curious about the dancing grass. Originally, Du Zhong wanted to give Du Huai a piece of the dancing grass he brought back from the 11th safe zone, but unfortunately, people said that it was too troublesome to raise flowers and plants. No. Forget it, Du Zhong was still unwilling to give it to him. Later, Du Huai went to Du Zhong's secret base to look for someone, and saw the dancing grass. So, he wanted it again. However, Du Zhong didn't want to give it to him. So, he cut a little finger-long branch from the dancing grass plant, and gave it to Du Huai, asking him to take good care of it. At the beginning, Zhuang Xiao cut the branch for them. For some reason, the branch on Du Huai's place wilted the next day, and then withered, and finally only a dry branch as long as a matchstick was left. On the second day, Du Zhong reluctantly gave him a small piece. The result was still the same. Later, Du Huai somehow got into a fight with a dancing grass plant. But none of them survived. He even almost cut Du Zhong's 2 dancing grasses into baldness. Because of this incident, Du Huai even thought about going to the 11th safe zone to meet Zhuang Xiao. These 2 days, he heard that the 11th safe zone sent the flame cat over, and Zhuang Xiao was accompanying them. Du Huai told Du Zhong in advance that he must notify him when he came. For this, Du Zhong had to complain in his heart. It was his brother who said he would come early, but in the end, he was delayed because of something, which led to them coming so late. Du Zhong shuttled through the crowd without any image. Du Huai followed his brother's footsteps and apologized to the people who rolled their eyes next to him. Except for the girl, who made Du Huai's face look pretty good. After Du Zhong squeezed to the front, he let Du Huai go. Then he ran to Fang Minghui and said, "Why hasn't my sister come down yet?" Chapter 462. It's coming down. It's coming down. As soon as Du Zhong finished speaking, the crowd started to stir. It was the flame cat that came down from the sky. Fang Minghui and Du Zhong raised their hands in unison and waved at the people and cats in the sky. When the distance got closer, everyone could see the flame cat clearly. Maybe because there were too many red and green colors on the flame cat, not many people paid attention to the enchanting bed sheet on its head. After all, it now has a 3-meter-tall red plant in its mouth, which is also bright red and shining. And the green plants that Zhuang Xiao tied to its back are also full of green, coupled with the flame cat's own fiery red hair. The flame cat is now all red and green. This makes the gorgeous flower bed sheet not so eye-catching. However, after the flame cat came down, it immediately placed the red leaf plant in front of its head, lowered its head, and lay quietly on the ground, as if it wanted to bury itself in the pile of plants. As soon as the flame cat landed, Lu Feng walked over quickly. The members of the Qilin team, who had been with the flame cat in the Imperial Forest for a while also followed, while those who were in contact with it for the first time all stopped where they were. Not to mention those who came to join in the fun. Everyone just watched from a distance. It was a mutant animal. Curiosity was curiosity, but caution was still required. Du Zhong and Du Huai followed Fang Minghui's footsteps. The genetically modified people who were in the car also rushed to the car window one by one to look at the flame cat outside. The first thing Zhuang Xiao did after getting off the flame cat was to look at the red leaf plants on the ground. The white outline still did not appear. Could it be a problem with the background? She glanced at the black gloves on her hands and stretched out her hands. The contrast between black and white should be very strong. The result was still disappointing. Wei Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao running away again, so he had to go up himself, becoming the temporary spokesperson of the flame cat, and negotiate with Lu Feng. What interested Du Zhong was Zhuang Xiao, so he ran to greet his sister as soon as possible. "Sister, how about I go with you to the 11th safe zone this time?" Du Huai caught up. Brother, do you still know where your home is?" Zhuang Xiao was still thinking about the red leaf plant when she heard Du Zhong's voice. She turned around and saw her milk dog brother and wolf dog brother. The couple she was obsessed with stood together again. "Long time no see. It's not too late to study the red leaf plant when we get back." Zhuang Xiao stood up and asked with a smile, "Did your family agree?" While saying this, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but glance at Du Huai, who was standing behind Du Zhong. This expression doesn't look like agreement. Du Zhong hurriedly said, Agree. He said it so smoothly and fluently. Zhuang Xiao, young man, if you don't look back at your brother, she might really believe it. While Du Zhong turned around, he also said to Du Huai, "Brother, don't you want to see the dancing grass? It's better to go today than to wait for a day." Du Huai, 10 minutes later. For more people joined the convoy returning to the number 11 safety zone. 2 of them were Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao, who didn't want to fly high in the sky anymore, and the other 2 were Du Zhong and Du Huai, who decided to go to the safety zone on a whim. Until the car drove out of the safety zone and into the blind spot. Du Huai didn't know why he was persuaded by his younger brother to follow him to the number 11 safety zone. This was the most rebellious thing he had done so far. Before dark, the convoy entered the rest stop. In the main building of the rest stop, the burly man standing at the front desk was still the one in Zhuang Dao's memory. But today, the burly man's expression was very amiable, as kind as a human trafficker. As soon as Zhuang Xiao and his group entered the hall, the burly man ran over quickly, shouting as he ran, "Cousin! You really came? I thought you were kidding me." He hadn't received any news that his cousin was going to the 11th safety zone on a business trip. He just thought that maybe his cousin was playing a prank by borrowing his cousin's watch. After the burly man started running, the floor under his feet shook 3 times, and his loud voice echoed in the empty hall. Zhuang Xiao looked at their group and decided to go to the group in the number 6 safety zone. Who is this cousin calling? Just when Zhuang Xiao was confused, Du Huai stood out from the group with a dark face. Just, I don't know what to say. Du Zhong looked calm. He had long been used to it. His cousin, Hewen, was only 1 year older than him, but he looked rough, and he liked to grow a beard to look older. In addition, he had a sturdy body, which made him think that his cousin was more than 30 years old. Moreover, this sturdy man loved to stick to his brother since he was a child, and often competed with him for favor. On the contrary, it was his brother who was the least used to it. Since he became an adult, he was called cousin every day by a person who was a little older than him, and he would avoid it every time. It was only when Du Huai was about to reach the rest stop that he remembered that he had a dear cousin working at the rest stop. It was his contribution that his cousin could work here. It was really. Staying in the safe zone was too clingy. It was like an extra bear pendant on him. Although he sent the message to his cousin after he arrived nearby, compared to the consequences of the other party not knowing his presence until he was in front of him, at least he could have peace of mind for half a year. Afraid of being scolded by my mother when I go home. He doesn't respect the old and doesn't love the young. The Qilin team and the people behind them were also shocked when they saw the 2 people in front of them holding hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes. Du Huai, He is not, Fang Mingwei whispered to Du Zhong. Are they shouting upside down? A 30-year-old burly man with unshaven beard and a handsome and cold young man. This combination is too subversive. Du Zhong did not return to Fang Mingwei, but smiled and said to Zhuang Xiao, "Sister, that's your cousin." Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao turned her head slowly, and the expression on her face was cracking inch by inch. What? Who is her cousin? When Du Zhong saw Du Huai and Hewen coming over, he hurriedly explained, "This is my cousin Hewen from my uncle's family, and he is not even 20 years old." As if he was afraid that Zhuang Xiao would not believe it, he also emphasized, "He is really not even 20 years old." Zhuang Xiao didn't care how old the other person was. What she cared about was how this became her cousin. Hewen followed Du Zhong obediently and grinned at Zhuang Xiao, his white teeth glittering, and he called out in a low and slightly shy voice, "Cousin, hello." Chapter 463. The moment Hewen called out cousin, Du Huai instantly felt refreshed. The eyes of the crowd finally stopped falling on him. Zhuang Xiao just felt puzzled. Could it be that Hewen just heard the conversation between her and Du Zhong? Otherwise, how could this happen? This cousin, can I get a free meal today? Zhuang Xiao said with a bright smile. Since he is the eldest cousin, she will not be polite. Hewen's face froze for a moment. This cousin is a bit expensive. Hewen bared his teeth and said with a smile, No. We are all relatives. Just put it on my cousin's account. Du Huai, Zhuang Xiao nodded, without commenting. There were many people following them. Standing at the door of the hall, it was very cold. Lu Feng stepped forward and greeted Hewen. Whether this is a relative or not, whether it is free or not, we will talk about it after they settle down. In the afternoon, I waited for more than an hour outside in the cold waiting for the flame cat, and rushed all afternoon. I was already tired and hungry. Hewen didn't care about his cousin's expression, and warmly invited Lu Feng and the others to go to the front desk to check in. Let's go too, Zhuang Xiao said to Hui Xiao. After that, she followed the main group. Du Zhong glanced at his brother's expressionless face and whispered, Brother, you are still awesome. Cousin, this is not a lie again. It's just, the price is a bit expensive this time. However, with such a small accommodation fee, I think his brother won't be so stingy. After Du Zhong finished speaking, he happily ran after Zhuang Xiao. His brother has already approved it, so from now on, Sister Zhuang Xiao is his sister, Du Huai, So what was he trying to do when he had a brain attack? However, in the end, the The account was not put on Du Huai's account. The Qilin team used a public account this time, so it didn't matter who put it on. However, the dinner at the rest stop was prepared in excess of the standard, which was considered as the fare for Du Huai and Du Zhong. After all, they didn't bring anything except themselves when they went out this time. Zhuang Xiao was worried that it was too cold outside at night, and would freeze the roots of the plants on the flame cat. After asking her new cousin He-Wen, she moved all the plants into the hall. The image of the flame cat wearing a flowery headscarf was completely exposed to everyone in the number 11 safety zone and the rest stop. Not to mention, there are still many people who like such a flashy style. In the yard of the rest stop, they blow rainbow farts like they don't need money. Perhaps, it's this herd mentality. With the continuous praise from others, the flowered bed sheet that I originally thought was a bit ugly now seems to be quite fashionable. After the flame cat is unavoidable, there is no need to avoid it anymore. What does it matter if it looks good or not, as long as its friends think it looks good? Especially among this group of people, there are quite a lot of children, and they praise the flame cat sincerely. Is it important to look good or not? Strength is the first priority. People admire the strong. Even if the strong one is the flame cat, they are still envious. After genetic modification, their physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, but no matter how they train, they can't compare with the mutant animals like the flame cat that are naturally strong. When Xiao stood among a group of children, pursed his lips, his eyes sparkling. He and the elder sister are the most familiar among them. Although the elder sister couldn't recognize him among the group of children for the whole night, he was still very happy. He still remembered the elder sister. He still remembered the things in the mulberry forest. Du Huai, Lu Feng and Hui Xiao were standing in the hall, looking around the pile of green plants. Especially the red leaf plant, which was particularly conspicuous among the green plants. In addition to its color being different from other green plants, it was also the largest and most luxuriant one among them. Du Huai and Lu Feng were very curious, but one kept the curiosity in his heart and the other asked out loud. Lu Feng said, "Captain Hua, what is this red leaf plant?" He had never seen this red leaf plant before. Is the leaf edible, or can it be used for dyeing, or is the wood useful? Otherwise, why would Zhuang Xiao bring back a useless mutant plant from far away? Although the mutant plant has always been carried by the flame cat, he doesn't think it is what the flame cat wants to bring back. The fact is the opposite of what he thought. Hui Xiao shook his head and replied, "It can't be detected." Suddenly, Lu Feng remembered the Emperor Forest and turned to Du Huai and said, "How about, Captain Du, you try to detect it? The watch is of high grade. Maybe the people in their safe zone have brought back some treasures near their area. Isn't it the flame cat? And they picked a lot of dragon scale fruit last time. Although the blind area does not belong to any safe zone, it is close to them. I always feel that this may be the territory of the number 6 safe zone in the future." Du Huai wanted to test it. After listening to Lu Feng's words, he saw that Hui Xiao did not object, so he started to test it decisively. Similarly, there is no record. This means that this is another unknown mutant plant that has not been recorded. Du Huai tested more than 10 leaves in succession, all of which were highly mutated with radiation. At this time, Hui Xiao spoke up, "This plant is what Hua Hua wants to take back. I have also sampled it before, and the results of the sample tests are all highly mutated." Lu Feng said, "Oh," after hearing what Hui Xiao said. "Flame Cat wants to take it back. That may be what Flame Cat wants to eat. After all, there are many mutant animals in nature, and they occasionally eat vegetarian food, which can cure diseases." When testing the red leaf plant, Du Huai accidentally caught a glimpse of the mountain ghost flower plant. This, the cousin that Du Zhong recognized, she really wanted to bring everything to her safe zone. However, if this mountain ghost flower leaves the imperial forest, it may not survive. Otherwise, they would not risk going to the imperial forest to pick it every year, but choose to cultivate it in the safe zone. Some mutant plants are easy to keep alive, while some mutant plants are difficult to survive once they leave their original habitat. Even if some are kept alive, after the second mutation, they are not what they originally wanted. Just like oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. After chatting for a while, Hui Xiao, Lu Feng and Du Zhong were no longer as reserved and unfamiliar as they were at the beginning. It became that Hui Xiao picked up the green unknown plants from inside, Lu Feng picked the leaves, and Du Zhong was responsible for testing. It looked quite harmonious. Outside the hall, in the yard, Zhuang Xiao, Du Zhong, He-Wen, and everyone in their safe zone were having fun. Chapter 464. Outside the hall, Zhuang Xiao, Du Zhong, He-Wen, and everyone in their safe zone were having fun in the yard. The children were lucky enough to sit on the back of the flame cat and take a walk in the yard. For the older children, the flame cat took them flying in the low sky. When Hu Xiao, Lu Feng, and Du Zhong came out of the hall, the excitement outside was not over yet. Big sister. When Xiao timidly opened his arms, waiting for Zhuang Xiao to carry him on the flame cat. Zhuang Xiao bent down and looked at the skinny little child in front of her. Suddenly she felt that he looked familiar. She called out uncertainly, "Are you Wen Xiao?" Wen Xiao smiled shyly and nodded. "Big sister, you still remember him. Big sister, you still remember him. That's great." Zhuang Xiao was very happy to see that she didn't recognize the wrong person. Suddenly, she thought of what Yan Ming had said before. The child's sister was gone. This child went to participate in the genetic modification plan in the safe zone. This child. In short, she had heard Yan Ming talk a lot about Wen Xiao and the relationship between Wen Xiao's family and Yan Ming's family. I only wrote down some of it occasionally. However, if it wasn't like this, with a child standing in front of her and calling her big sister, she wouldn't have remembered that there was such a child in the convoy this time, a child she was a little familiar with. Zhuang Xiao looked at the child who opened his arms and waited for her to hold him, smiled and said, "Come on, I take you little ones to fly around a few times." The team of children waiting to get on the back of the flame cat instantly exploded. Hu Xiao, Lu Feng and Du Zhong came out of the hall and stood in front of the main building, and saw Zhuang Xiao stringing the children together one by one with hemp rope. Hu Xiao saw the little girl's operation and looked at Lu Feng and said, "Captain Lu, is this okay?" Lu Feng looked at the child strung on a hemp rope and said disapprovingly, "What can happen? Now they are all little grasshoppers on a rope, right?" After saying that, he laughed foolishly. Alas, he also wanted to participate in the following activities. Du Huai looked at his brother, who was still helping to tie up the child, and was speechless for a while. Why do the people in the number 11 safety zone look so weird? My brother feels even more stupid. Du Zhong didn't realize that he was despised by his brother. "Sister, I go with you. I be in front, you be in the back, let them be in the middle if something happens." Zhuang Xiao didn't wait for Du Zhong to finish, and interrupted, "Don't worry, if something happens to me, I can definitely hold you all. This weight is not a big problem. Besides, the flame cat is very obedient. She doesn't trust herself, but she has to trust their Huahua. Flame cat, Thank you so much, I help you take care of the children here all night." After the children were successfully launched, the night sky of the rest stop was almost penetrated by the screams of the children. The rest stop was bustling all night. Until the next morning, the first thing the group of people did after getting up was to go to the yard to see if the flame cat was still there. They talked about the flame cat while eating, and they still talked about the flame cat when they were on the road. Until they entered the safe zone and got off the car, these people were still thinking about the flame cat. After delivering the escort target to the destination, Zhuang Xiao left with Flame Cat and Hu Xiao. Du Huai also held his brother back and didn't let him run away with others. As for what he wanted to know, it wouldn't be too late to ask after a day off. When Xiao followed the person who came to pick him up, looking back every few steps at the gradually receding figure until it completely disappeared at the end of the road. Zhuang Xiao had either been flying on Flame Cat or sitting in the car these 2 days, and she felt that her bones were stiff. So she and Hu Xiao walked slowly on the ground, while Flame Cat flew in the sky with large and small bags on its back. On the way, Zhuang Xiao also sent a message to Lin Xiangrong, asking him to come to the south gate of the inner city of the safe zone in an hour to claim the package. A big gift package of green plants for Mr. Lin. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao walked very slowly, as if 2 elderly people were walking on the street. The Flame Cat above flew around, and simply went back to the shantytown home and put the red leaf plant back first. Only this red leaf plant is what it wants most. The others are not fragrant. Before Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao reached the south gate of the inner city, Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin had already seen the fire cat in the sky. The 2 people who couldn't wait drove in the direction where the fire cat was circling. After circling the streets of the safe zone, they finally saw Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, who were staggering. Sister. As soon as Lin Xiangrong saw Zhuang Xiao, he leaned out and waved. Zhuang Xiao looked up and saw the car speeding towards him. Hu Xiao looked at Lin Xiangrong and the car with a bad face. What were they in such a hurry for? It had been a long time since he had walked on the street with a little girl. With a car, he could drive wherever he went, and it was fast. With a flame cat, he could drive wherever he went, and it was even faster. Zhuang Xiao was very happy, and it was just right for her to take a ride to the store. The butcher's shop had been open for more than a week, and she hadn't visited it yet? Zhuang Xiao waved at the flame cat in the air, and they should divide the spoils first. No, they should divide the green plants first, half for Grandpa Lin to take good care of, and half for her to let grow wildly. The street they were on now had the wall of the inner city of the safe zone on one side, and what looked like a factory on the other side. In short, there was no one around. After the flame cat came down, it did not attract anyone's attention. Perhaps, it did attract some attention, but it did not affect the few people who were dividing the spoils, so in Zhuang Xiao's opinion, it was equivalent to having no impact. The moment Zhang Lin saw the mountain ghost flower, he knew that Zhuang Xiao was going to the Imperial Forest. Sister, remember to call me next time you go to the Imperial Forest. He also wanted to try and see if he could run into a mutant animal that was destined to meet him. Zhuang Xiao hummed casually next time, who knows when it will be, young man, just wait. However, she remembered Du Zhong, so she said, Du Zhong is here too, and his brother. Zhang Lin said, what did brother do and Du Zhong come here for? Zhuang Xiao shook her head. She didn't know. Maybe it was just to give her the older cousin at the rest stop. Before leaving this morning, Du Zhong whispered to her that since he flew 2 laps with the flame cat last night, his cousin, Hewen, didn't stick to his brother Du Huai as much. That's right, he stopped sticking to Du Huai and started sticking to her. To be more precise, he wanted to stick to their Huahua. He also said that he would take a vacation in a while, and come to the 11th safe zone for a walk. Chapter 465. Zhang Lin didn't really care what Du Zhong was going to do in their safe zone. Anyway, if Du Zhong had something to ask him, he would come to him sooner or later. Lin Xiangrong cared even less, as he was not familiar with Du Zhong. Instead of caring about Du Zhong, it would be better to care about the green plants in his hands. The old man in their family probably paid less attention to him now that he had so many green plants. After Zhuang Xiao expressed her desire to visit the shop, Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong were naturally happy to do so. They will be able to walk the flame cat later. Lord Huahua will fly in the sky following the route of their car. This is not just walking the cat. With the car, it didn't take much time to get to South Commercial Street. When they arrived at South Commercial Street, there were more people on the street than Zhuang Xiao had imagined, and everyone was holding all kinds of items they had bought. Is there any promotion today? Why are there so many people? Zhuang Xiao looked around, and was surprised at the flow of people. She can be considered as someone who has experienced big scenes. For example, the first time, the flame cat came out of Qihua Mountain before the cold winter, and the time when the flame cat first arrived in their safe zone, and fought with the dancing grass. The crowds of people there were more numerous than the current scene. However, she has been to Nanchang Street several times, and has never seen such a dense crowd. Zhang Lin looked outside and replied without thinking, maybe it's for the 3-day festival. Zhuang Xiao said, but his mind was full of question marks. He looked at Hui Xiao, full of confusion. Sanqiao Festival? What is Sanqiao Festival? She had never heard of any festival since she came to the Wasteland. And since she came here, she was either looking for food or on the way to find food every day. To be honest, she didn't pay much attention to the days. If she could rest, she would rest. If she couldn't rest, she would work. She never paid attention to what was a working day or a rest day, or whether it was August or September. She just lived her life according to the climate. She went out to find grass leaves when there were any. She put on more clothes when it was cold and changed clothes when it was hot. She didn't really have much concept of time. Besides, it was autumn, and everyone was busy storing winter food. It seemed that no one had mentioned celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hui Xiao felt a little uncomfortable when he was stared at by Zhuang Xiao's confused eyes. Isn't this known to everyone? Zhuang Xiao, We have been together for so long. You are just quibbling, Hui Xiao, Well, it's all his fault. When Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao exchanged glances, Lin Xiangrong in the front car shouted, Sister, get off the bus. We have to walk the rest of the way. After the 4 people got off the car, they slowly walked towards the inner part of the shopping street. The flame cat flew low in the sky, attracting the attention of the crowd below. Ah, it's the flame cat! It's the flame cat! Why is the flame cat here? What is the flame cat wearing on its head? This is the first time I think that bed sheet is so beautiful. The crowds on the street stopped to look up at the sky, and even the people who were shopping in the shops put down the things they were picking up and walked out quickly after hearing the loud noise outside. Jean Qi took a look at the mess of items on the counter that had not been settled yet, stamped his feet, and hurried out from behind the counter. That was the flame cat? The only thing that was needed for the store, with the signboard of the flame cat to be authentic, was the flame cat himself to come out and claim it. Seeing is believing, he went to buy more meat. The same thing happened in Lan Hong and Lan Jin's stores. People also rushed out. Lan Hong wiped her hands and said, "You keep an eye on it. I go out and see if my cousin is coming." Flame Cat is illiterate, so it is impossible that Lord Flame Cat saw the sign in front of his store and suddenly felt like coming over to check the accounts, to see how the sales of the mutant animals he hunted are going. So 1989 Zhuang Xiao, who had not shown up since the opening, came over. Brother Hua is not prestigious enough, so he definitely can't bring Flame Cat. Hua Xiao, Zhuang Xiao, and the other two shuttled through the crowd, and finally squeezed to the door of Jin Qi's store. Hua Xiao and Jin Qi just happened to meet. Jin Qi only felt that this person looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. People who often do business are usually good at seeing things. Unlike Zhuang Xiao, she couldn't remember the face of someone she had only met once, twice, 3 or 4 times, and had no intersection in life. Hua Xiao's eyes moved away after scanning Jin Qi. He was still protecting Zhuang Xiao in his arms, and Zhuang Xiao's head was not very conspicuous in the wasteland, so Zhuang Xiao, who was below Jin Qi's sight line, was completely ignored. Besides, Jin Qi was busy watching the flame cat. How could he have extra thoughts on an insignificant person? Lan Hong saw the flame cat hovering nearby and guessed that Zhuang Xiao might be nearby. Standing at the door, she kept looking around, looking for Zhuang Xiao's small figure. Inadvertently, she saw Hua Xiao, who had just come from the door of the grocery store next door. "Brother Hua, cousin." Lan Hong waved at the two. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong followed Hua Xiao and also walked past Jin Qi. The two people were dressed brightly, which made Jin Qi's eyes light up. The clothes they wore showed that they were people living in the inner city of the safe zone. While looking at the flame cat, he did not forget to show his peripheral vision to the two people. The two people stood in front of the butcher's shop next door. And the man who looked a little familiar seemed to be talking to the female clerk next door. Is this the boss? Before he could think carefully, he saw a crowd suddenly rushing towards his shop, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the top of their shop. Jin Qi looked up. He couldn't see. The eaves blocked his view. He quickly took 2 steps back to the crowd. Now you can see clearly. He saw that the flame cat that was just flying above the street landed on the roof of their shopping street, right on the top floor of his store. Jin Qi's eyes were shining with gold. This flower bed sheet. His grocery store has it. Watch. Take pictures. Will the flower bed sheets left in the store be sold? There are also many people who use watches to take pictures like Jin Qi, but their purposes are different. Jin Qi has a hunch that the number of people coming to their south shopping street tomorrow will only be more than today. What if I run into the flame cat when I go out? Chapter 466. Based on the unique shape of the flame cat today, his flowered bed sheets must be selling very well. Zhuang Xiao regretted it when he arrived at his own store. He never expected that there would be so many people on this street today. Hua, this is too. After standing still, Zhuang Xiao came out of Hua Xiao's arms and greeted Lan Hong with a smile. Sister Lan. Hua Xiao also smiled at Lan Hong. As more and more people gathered around, Zhuang Xiao pulled Hua Xiao's sleeve and said, "Can the roof above withstand the weight of Hua? It would be bad if the building collapses again. Since this cold winter, the flame cat has been gaining weight. Although the weight has not doubled, it seems to be 1/3. Hua Xiao looked down and saw the little girl blinking her big dark eyes at him. He hurriedly looked away, but felt that this was a bit deliberate, so he quickly collected his thoughts and replied, "It's okay." The store was empty. Lan Jin, risking being scolded by her sister, quietly moved out from behind the counter and stood quietly at the door. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the flame cat. Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin were now more curious about the butcher's shop than the flame cat. They saw clearly the wooden sign at the door, which said flame cat only. Wait a minute, we have to buy some to take back. There was a crowd outside, but the shop was quiet. When the two people arrived, they immediately entered the shop. Lan Jin saw 2 young men suddenly enter, and temporarily gave up the idea of going to see the flame cat, and hurried forward to greet the 2 people. As a result, he was rejected. "Don't worry about us, we just came to see my sister's store." Me too. Go and greet the others." Lan Jin's enthusiastic hands and clever mouth suddenly paused for a moment. "No, there are only you 2 and him in this store. If he doesn't greet you, who else will he greet? Besides, your sister? Who is your sister? I haven't heard that Xiaoxiao's sister has a younger brother at home." Lan Jin glanced at the two people in the store, and then at his sister who was still talking outside the store. He should just stay in the store and watch. Maybe he's a liar? Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, Since the roof won't collapse, let Huahui enjoy this moment of being the center of attention. Zhuang Xiao pulled Lan Hong and hurried into the store. She left after a while. There were too many people, she had trouble breathing. As soon as the two came in, Zhang Lin took 2 quick steps and said, "Sister, the meat in your store is almost gone, and many of these freezers are empty." Lan Jin, She is really my sister, but she is definitely not my biological sister. His brother-in-law even called her sister Zhuang Xiao my cousin. That was all because his brother-in-law was shameless, and insisted on calling her his cousin. Hu Qianli, Brother-in-law, is it polite to say that? Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that she had so many freezers. After a casual glance, she turned to Lan Hong and said, "There are still many at home. Let Wu Xiao send them tomorrow. It's the 3-day festival, and there are so many people. Maybe in a few days, all the excess inventory in her home can be disposed of. This shop, well, can change its business again." Lan Hong smiled and said okay. After Wu Xiao came in, he happened to hear it, and also said okay. Zhang Lin saw that Zhuang Xiao ignored him, and hurried forward and said, "Sister, come and help me choose meat." Zhuang Xiao rolled his eyes at him, and immediately replied, "I don't know how to." Zhang Lin choked immediately. "Sister, aren't you omnipotent? Why can't you help choose meat?" Seeing that they were all acquaintances, Lan Jin looked out the door again. The crowd at the door suddenly dispersed in a fan shape. Then, a fiery red figure fell from the sky. There were exclamations outside the door. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but look outside the door. The big furry tail of the flame cat was swinging and sweeping the transparent glass door of the store. This guy? Is he used to being ugly now? He doesn't mind appearing in front of people wearing a flowered bed sheet. "Wu Xiao, let's go!" Zhuang Xiao looked at the crowd pushing and shoving outside the door, and was really worried that if this continued, there would be a stampede. The flame cat's big tail swept across Jin Qi's cheek from time to time. Achoo! Achoo! Jin Qi sneezed several times in a row, but he stood at the door of his own store without moving. Half of the flame cat's body was at their door. Tomorrow, he will be able to write on the ground, "Flame cat was here." Inside the store. "You two should go back early. The green plants on the car have been frozen outside for almost 2 days. You two should go back early to help Mr. Lin plant them," Zhuang Xiao said to Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong, who were still lingering in the store. She had seen it all. There were fewer types of meat left, and even fewer rare ones. There was probably nothing that could attract the attention of the two teenagers. In fact, the main thing was that she had to leave. Lin Xiangrong replied aggrievedly, "Okay." If he went home late, the old man would definitely let him take the blame for the green plants freezing to death. Zhuang Xiao said a few more words to Lan Hong, and then went out first. After they left, the crowd dispersed. When Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong went out, it wouldn't be so crowded. Zhuang Xiao's way of leaving was also very simple. After going out, she grabbed the flame cat's hair and climbed up in a few steps. In front of her was the flame cat's head raised high, and there were messy green plants tied on its body. Zhuang Xiao's small figure blended into the green leaves very well. After Zhuang Xiao went up, she turned around to look at Wu Xiao. Seeing that he was still standing, she waved at him and said, "Hurry up and leave." Wu Xiao originally didn't plan to walk back by himself. He just said a few words to Lan Hong, and the little girl was already lurking on the back of the flame cat. Standing at Jin Qi's angle, he saw Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao climb onto the flame cat one after the other. That familiar figure, no. Isn't it the man who left the store next door in a hurry that day? So this is the owner of the flame cat? So this store is really the business of the flame cat? Flame cat, That's not right. The meat in this store is all its work. Amidst the exclamations, the flame cat flew into the sky. Less than an hour after Zhuang Xiao returned home, she received a message from Lan Hong. "The meat in the store is gone. Should we ask Wu Xiao to deliver some in advance?" Zhuang Xiao glanced at Wu Xiao, who was digging a pit not far away, thought about it and refused, and asked Lan Hong to leave work early. "Why are you closing so early today? Will there be more tomorrow? When will you open tomorrow?" While answering everyone's questions, Lan Hong sighed in her heart. She had a premonition that she would be unemployed again soon. Chapter 467. That day, it was dusk. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao had been clearing the weeds around the yard, leveling the surrounding land, and digging holes to plant the green plants they brought back. As for the red leaf plant, Huahua refused to let others do it, so he dug a hole and buried the soil himself, and with the help of Zhuang Xiao, he planted it in the place where the flame cat often dozed off. It was less than 10 degrees Celsius now, so it was not suitable for planting. However, the temperature in the wasteland has risen very quickly in the past few days. Zhuang Xiao just wanted the green plants not to be frozen to death. Whether they grow well or not is the business of the green plants. Ever since she saw Grandpa Lin's greenhouse, she had a completely bad attitude towards planting. Those who carefully maintained the plants were in that state, so how bad could the plants that she let go of grow badly? Anyway, the main point is, forget it if it doesn't work. Early the next morning, Wu Xiao drove to the safe zone alone, and when he passed the shantytown, he took Lan Hong and Lan Jin with him. After getting on the bus, Lan Jin started talking and never stopped. Talking about the grand occasions after Wu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao left yesterday. Wu Xiao just smiled slightly after hearing this. I'm used to it. Following the little girl in Huahua, it's always like this. After arriving at South Commercial Street, looking at the slogans posted on every shop, a slight smile can no longer express Wu Xiao's mentality. He must be stunned and amazed. Huahua, his influence in the safe zone, is indeed extraordinary. I don't know if it was discussed in advance, or if everyone is so tacitly in tune. Every store has a similar Flame Cat sticker, and if you visit here, or come to South Commercial Street, you can encounter Flame Cat and so on. Brother Hua, the arrival of Flame Cat instantly fills the festive atmosphere of the commercial street. Lan Jin was also very impressed by this, and he felt that the wooden sign at the door of their store was too simple. It was completely unworthy of the tall and majestic image of Master Flame Cat. When they parked the car at the door of the store, Jin Qi from the store next door ran out excitedly, and the little fat on his face and body was trembling. The point is what's going on with his head? Why does the pattern of this headscarf look so familiar? Miss Lan. Jin Qi's shout interrupted Lan Hong's thoughts. Lan Hong didn't come back to her senses and smiled, and said to Jin Qi, Boss Jin, good morning. After Lan Hong finished speaking, she looked up at the scarf wrapped around Jin Qi's head. Jin Qi smiled and replied, Good morning. Noticing Lan Hong's glance at the top of his head from time to time, Jin Qi couldn't help but reach out and touch it, then pointed to the printed advertisement paper on the door, and said, How is it? The same style as the Flame Cat. Do you want to buy one for me, Miss Lan? Lan Hong, Lan Hong looked at the photo of the Flame Cat lying on the roof yesterday on the other party's door. No wonder she felt that the pattern of this headscarf was so familiar. It turned out to be the same pattern as the one on Huahua's head. Lan Hong smiled and refused. No, I have a lot of them at home. Jin Qi smiled, but didn't force it. He looked up at Lan Jin and Hu Xiao who were working behind Lan Hong and said, That is the owner of this store? Lan Hong looked back and saw that Lan Jin and Hu Xiao had already started to work. As a result, she was still chatting with Jin Qi here, and hurriedly said to Jin Qi, Boss Jin, please be busy first. I still have a lot of goods to sort out today. Let's talk later. Jin Qi just thought she didn't want to talk, so he smiled and waved his hand and said, Okay. Let's talk when I'm free. He was also very busy today. Jin Qi glanced at Hu Xiao again, remembered his appearance, and turned back. After Hu Xiao unloaded the goods, he went back directly. There were more pedestrians on the way back than when they went to the safe zone. Before leaving the safe zone, Hu Xiao thought about it, and went back to Old Man Yu's grocery store. When Zhuang Xiao got up, the Flame Cat was gone. Yesterday, she and Hu Xiao cleaned up a piece of dry grass, but it was far from enough. The area was still too small. After breakfast, Zhuang Xiao took her small spatula to clear the weeds and open up the wasteland. To the right of their front door was a piece of wasteland. And to the left and between the shantytown, there were several families not far away. Because of the tall dead grass covering the area, and the other side's downhill road did not pass by their house, and the distance was not close, so there was no intersection at all. The left side was obviously not suitable for enclosure. Even if you want to enclose it, you can't enclose too much. The right side is different. The vast grassland expands outward at will. Anyway, whoever has the ability to enclose the land in the non-safe area will own it. Previously, many families in the western shantytown died because of the mutant mole. There were many fearless people in the shantytowns in the east, west, and north who had no roof over their heads and ran to occupy houses, and even fought for it. Such things happened one after another. The people in the security zone guards were used to it, and turned a blind eye to it. There were many such things. However, Zhuang Xiao rarely heard about it. Although she still lived in the shanty town, strictly speaking, with her current conditions, she could not be considered a shanty town citizen. Different living circles naturally lead to different things. When Zhuang Xiao was working hard, Hui Xiao and Flame Cat came back from outside one after another. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao looked at another red plant brought back by Flame Cat, and looked at each other. Hui, what are you doing? Flame Cat was still grunting, and digging the soil with its claws at the door. The dead grass and small stones in this area at the door had long been cleaned up by Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao. Flame Cat dug the soil effortlessly. Hui, how much do you like this plant? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly remembering the white outline around the plant, she scratched her head. This question is really a question. Zhuang Xiao turned to Hui Xiao and asked, "Can you see what's so strange about this red leaf plant? Or is this the vegetarian food of the Flame Cat? Wait for it to bloom and bear fruit, and eat it as a fruit after the meal." Hui Xiao had no idea for a while, and could only shake his head. His blind spot in knowledge. However, there is one thing that must be done immediately, to clean up these green plants. The blind spot is now like his own backyard garden. He forgot that the soil or leaves of the green plants he brought back may have insect eggs or something like that. Chapter 468. If this is hatched in the safe zone, and it is a mutant animal or mutant insect that is extremely difficult to clean up, who knows what the consequences will be? Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. It is also because life is too comfortable. He forgot such an important thing. This is also the reason why he went to Old Man Yu's grocery store after leaving the store in the morning. As for the ones that Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong brought back, he didn't need to worry about them at all. They were professionals. This green plant must be 100 times better than him. Zhuang Xiao looked at what was hard work digging the pit and thought, okay, let's try it. Let's see what else is special about it. As for what this red leaf plant is called, she hasn't figured it out yet. Let's talk about it in half a year. Hui Xiao told him about going to Old Man Yu's grocery store to buy disinfectant, and then Zhuang Xiao temporarily stopped the work of clearing the land, and together with Hui Xiao, began to deal with the soil underground and the plants on the ground. Inner city of the safe zone. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong were drafted again, along with Du Zhong, who had gone to look for Zhang Lin this morning, and Du Huai. Now the four of them were squatting in Grandpa Lin's planting area, doing the same work as Zhuang Xiao. Digging the soil. You four should work hard, and I take you to visit my plantation after you're done. Lin Ji, with his hands behind his back, strolled back and forth around the four people, smiling at the two extra laborers. Now it's good, with two more people working, these green plants can be planted soon. He knew most of the green plants that Zhuang Xiao sent yesterday. Although there were none in his planting area, he could still find them in the database of the Wasteland. These green plants had been processed by Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong yesterday, and they only needed to be planted today. And the mountain ghost flower. He actually had the treasure of the number 6 safety zone. Lin Ji glanced at Du Huai and felt happy. Du Huai came here mainly to see the dancing grass. After he settled this matter, he had to rush back to the number 6 safety zone. When the weather warms up, both humans and mutant animals will start to move. Those tasks that are difficult to carry out in the cold winter must be started as soon as the weather warms up. He doesn't have much time to stay in the safe zone number 11. Hearing that Mr. Lin is going to take them to visit the planting area, he was the first to come out and refuse Mr. Lin's kindness without waiting for Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin to refuse. With the first one to come forward, the second, third, and fourth ones will not be afraid. And just like copying Zhuang Zhao's answer last time, the next three this time also copied Du Huai's answer with slight changes. I want to go see the dancing grass. I want to accompany you to see the dancing grass. In response, Lin Ji snorted and left. Forget it. I am not willing to take you guys with me. As soon as Lin Ji left, the atmosphere became relaxed. Du Huai remembered the things he wanted to solve on this trip, and hurriedly got up, patted the dirt on his body, and chased Lin Ji. What did your brother do? Lin Xiangrong asked Du Zhong. Du Zhong looked at his brother's figure leaving and replied, maybe he went to ask about the dancing grass? Didn't your old man also plant a lot of dancing grass? My brother's plants all died for some reason. He was a little. Du Zhong thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe Du Huai's character. Lin Xiangrong didn't care much about this, so he continued, dancing grass is so easy to grow. Can brother Du still grow it? My old man brought back half a truckload of vines, randomly inserted the vines into the soil, and every vine survived. This simple and crude method is what Zhuang Xiao said. He didn't expect that his grandfather would actually do it. However, fortunately, the result was good. Otherwise the grandfather would have regretted it. Du Zhong said, I don't know how my brother raised it, but mine is fine anyway. The three of them were chatting happily. Du Hui came back. Du Zhong stood up and asked, How is it? How is it? What did the grandfather say? Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin also looked at Du Hui eagerly, waiting for the answer. Du Hui picked up his digging tool again and said lightly, It can't reproduce a second time. What do you mean? Du Zhong said. Du Hui was very patient with his younger brother and said, It's just that the branch is cut from the dancing grass in the shantytown. After it grows up, if it is planted again in the same way, it will not survive. It's that simple. But it's so weird. Du Hui has never heard of a green plant with this characteristic. And Mr. Lin doesn't seem to care about it. Lin Ji, Of course he doesn't care. The mother plant of the dancing grass is in their safe zone. As many branches as you want, there are as many as you want. Moreover, the dancing grass still has seeds, but the seeds have not sprouted yet. The three young men said oh and stopped there. If they can't reproduce it again, then they can't reproduce it again, anyway, they have it. After the second red leaf plant was planted, the flame cat flew away in a hurry again. Zhuang Xiao looked at the fiery red figure in the distance and said to Hui Xiao, Hua, are you going to dig red leaf plants again? Hui Xiao glanced at the two bright red plants near the door and said, Yeah. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were both very curious about why the flame cat was so fond of the red leaf plant. The disinfection of the green plants planted yesterday kept them busy until noon. When Zhuang Xiao was lying on the stool in the living room, like a puddle of mud, Lan Hong came with news. All the meat in the store was sold out. She also asked her if she had any stock. Was she going to be unemployed soon? When Zhuang Xiao saw Lan Hong's last two sentences, he couldn't help laughing. He jumped up from his chair and ran to find Hui Xiao to share this interesting news. He hadn't even entered the kitchen yet. Hui Xiao inside heard the little girls lively shouting. It's just a short distance. It's worth it for you to run to say. Hui Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao rushing into the kitchen like a gust of wind, and couldn't help but scold him softly. Aren't you afraid of falling? Zhuang Xiao didn't care at all, squatted down with a smile, and showed his watch to Hui Xiao. Your Hua is a little expert in bringing goods. Hui Xiao first glanced at Zhuang Xiao's fair wrist, then calmed down, and looked at the contents of the watch dial. Hua, should we collect endorsement fees or something? Zhuang Xiao said excitedly. Hui Xiao finished reading the contents in just a few glances, and quietly listened to Zhuang Xiao talking about Hua and how powerful he was. Chapter 469. After lunch, Hui Xiao drove to the safe zone again to deliver goods. Zhuang Xiao stood in the backyard and felt that the empty yard was really unpleasant to look at. But what should she find to fill it? After entering the cold winter, the tall water hemlock in the backyard died. The dry tree trunks and branches all added bricks and tiles to her meals, burning up the last bit of life of the Poison King last year. The real wood ash taken out from the stove was contributed to the dancing grass. Water hemlock played a great role in protecting her little homeland last year. On the bare ground, you can still see the broken ends of the branches, but there is no sign of germination. The same is true for the mutant orange-flavored monkey orchid and the 3 poisonous grasses given by the 3 teenagers. In the yard, except for the dancing grass, which is full of vitality, other green plants seem to be waiting for the call of spring. After Hui Xiao left, Zhuang Xiao explored every corner of the yard. The yard that I thought was quite big at first, now I think it is too small. With only a few mutant plants planted, the yard seems full. The house and yard were built small at first because the conditions did not allow it. To put it bluntly, it was all because of poverty. Later, the conditions allowed it, but the weather did not allow it. Now that the conditions and climate are suitable, can the yard and house be renovated? The risks in the shantytown are greater than those in the safe zone. However, she now has enough risk resistance. The houses in the safe zone are all fixed in size, and very small, which greatly affects her performance. Her femme fatale, her Hua, are all too big. Well, there is also the mutant pangolin at the small hot spring. I just don't know if it ran away. After all, Hua hasn't been to the small hot spring to check on the mutant pangolin for her for a long time. Mutant pangolin, I'm being honest, every morning, the food automatically flows out of the cave. You can squat at the entrance of the cave and open your mouth to eat. During the day, you can get some sun. It's such a pleasant day. So why did it run? In the safe zone. Just after noon, the shopping street was crowded with people, even more than when he came yesterday. Hui Xiao could only park the car outside the shopping street, waiting for Lan Hong and Lan Jin to come and transport the goods in the car. Hui Xiao was in the car and didn't get off. Occasionally, you can hear passers-by talking about flame cats. Flame cats and meat, flame cats and flowered sheets, flame cats came here, encounters, etc. There are all kinds of things. Hu Xiao listened very seriously, and planned to tell the little girl about it after returning. This was more exciting and interesting than the message Lan Hong sent her. Suddenly, there was a banging sound outside the car window, and Lan Hong's voice. Brother Hu, we are here. The car window opened. I saw Lan Jin was still pushing a flatbed cart. Without waiting for Hu Xiao to ask, Lan Hong saw that he looked at the flatbed cart and smiled and said, "This cart was lent to us by Mr. Jin next door." Hu Xiao responded, got off the car, and walked to the rear door. Lan Jin followed with the car. Brother, what you don't know? Our meat is selling so well today. And the door of the car opened. Hu Xiao got on the car and handed the packed meat to Lan Hong and Lan Jin one bag at a time. The two of them put it on the cart. Lan Jin kept talking while working. This cart was lent to us for free by Uncle Jin from the grocery store next door. My sister and I just went out and bumped into him. He heard that we were going out to transport goods, so... Hu Zhao's head was pounding. How come Hu Qianli, this brother-in-law, is more talkative than Yin Ming? Okay, that's all. I won't go in. Hu Xiao interrupted Lan Jin's words. Lan Jin continued, yes, brother Hu, don't go. Uncle Jin has been asking me about the flame cat, and Sister Xiao Xiao and you. But I'm very tight-lipped, and I won't say a word when asked. Lan Hong patted Lan Jin's shoulder and scolded with a smile. You are so tight-lipped. Look at how much you have said in the past few moments. Your brother Hu is almost annoyed to death. After talking about Lan Jin, Lan Hong turned to Hu Xiao and said, then brother Hu, let's go first. Hu Xiao nodded. The two siblings pushed the flatbed cart into the shopping street. Lan Hong patted Lan Jin's arm from time to time, talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a good mood. After a while, the two disappeared in the crowd. As soon as he arrived at the door, Jin Qi came to greet him. In addition to him, someone else from his family came to help look after the store today. So, he had time to wander around. Sister Lan, why are there only you and brother Lan Jin? Jin Qi looked behind the two of them, and saw no one, and was a little disappointed. He had deliberately waited at the door today, but no one came. Otherwise, he could help move the goods later. Jin Qi thought so, and then shook his head. The other party might not show up today, because he didn't want to attract attention. If he followed him, it might backfire. Forget it, let's try our luck. Lan Hong smiled and replied, yes. Then, she and Lan Jin started to move things into the store. Suddenly Jin Qi thought of a good idea and hurried back to the store. When he came out again, he had a neatly folded bed sheet in his hand. Zhuang Xiao looked at the red leaf plant at the door, and stared at the big eyes of the flame cat in silence. Does her Huahua want to plant a mangrove forest? Then she has to continue her work of clearing land. After all, the little land she has opened up now is not enough for Huahua to use. Huahua, can we change the plants? Look at your plant, the leaves are bright red, and the branches are pitch black. It looks okay during the day, but at night, when the moonlight shines, the leaves are like red mist floating in the air. How scary it looks. Zhuang Xiao said earnestly, hoping that her Huahua could understand. If there are too many red leaf plants, it will be really scary at night, okay. The cold moonlight, and the floating red mist, the atmosphere is as weird as it can be. Her good little garden is likely to become a ghost forest. There were already too many strange species around their home, and now there was one more. Helplessly, Flame Cat ignored Zhuang Xiao. He left the red leaf plant, and went to find a suitable place to dig a hole. To be honest, Flame Cat felt that digging a hole was a bit of a waste of claws. It had to plant many more red leaf plants. While digging the soil, Flame Cat was thinking about finding help. It was obviously impossible to rely on its little friend. It would take a long time to dig the soil with that little spatula. Flame Cat ignored Zhuang Xiao's earnest advice. Dig a hole, plant a tree, bury the soil, and go away. Chapter 470. Zhuang Xiao didn't care about Flame Cat's indifferent behavior. One person and one cat, each doing their own thing. When Hu Xiao returned home, there were already 4 more people weeding and digging the soil in the house. Hearing the sound of the car, the group of people digging the soil on the wasteland just looked up and lowered their heads to work again. Hu Xiao parked the car in the yard, and when he came out, he also took the tools to clean up the wasteland. When he passed the place where Flame Cat was resting, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Before he even got to Zhuang Zhao's side, he heard the girl's cheerful voice. Hu Xiao is here, Ask him to take you to find the dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao was so happy to see Hui Xiao. Du Huai was really bad at work. Maybe he couldn't let go, or maybe he had to maintain his image. In short, he was very reserved and didn't seem to be as efficient as Du Zhong at work. Hearing footsteps, Du Huai looked up and saw Hui Xiao coming over. He was finally free. He just came to see the dancing grass. As a result, the dancing grass only looked at it from a distance. He was pulled over by his younger brother to work. What did his younger brother say? Working would not affect watching the dancing grass. The girl was covered with grass and dust, and he was not familiar with her. You can't force her to entertain him. If he had known that he would come to dig the soil again in the afternoon, why would he go home to change clothes? He has only been in the number 6 safety zone for one day, and he is either digging the soil or on the way to dig the soil. He didn't understand why he insisted on watching the dancing grass. Anyway, he wasn't doing research on mutant plants and animals. Sometimes, if you are too persistent and paranoid, you will suffer. Therefore, when Hui Xiao came, Du Huai was the happiest person, as he could finally get rid of the fate of digging the soil. After he stood up, he looked at Du Zhong, who was still squatting on the ground digging the soil, and said to Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, "Don't you want to see the dancing grass too? Why don't you go together?" We agreed to see the dancing grass. Is he addicted to digging? The three young men didn't even raise their heads and replied in unison, "No. No matter when we can't see the dancing grass, it's most important to open up Wasteland for their sister to grow crops. Zhang Linza still misses his yellow fruit. It's juicy and sweet. His sister said that she would plant it on the cleared land in a few days, and let them eat it as they like. Shouldn't we do more now?" As soon as Hui Xiao came, he was forced to take up the job and became the interpreter of the dancing grass. He is familiar with this job now. Speaking of which, if the flame cat does not take Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao with it, the flying speed will be doubled. This time, it first went to the high radiation area deep in the Imperial Forest, and then detoured to the small hot spring to pick up the dozing ball with its claws. After that, it went straight to the safe area. It doesn't come to the hot spring anymore because the weather is warm. It can't let this guy enjoy the good life here every day. In the twilight, the fiery red flame cat, with a bright red plant in its mouth and a ball in its front paws, came in the vast sunset. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao had just seen off Du Huai and his group. With a bang, a ball rolled down the path. Zhuang Xiao stepped on the ball that was about to reach her and shouted, "Hui Hui, why did you bring this guy back? What's the point of bringing this guy back? There are no mutant animals nearby for it to eat and drink, so how can she feed it? I don't want it. I really don't want it. Wouldn't it be nice to spend your retirement in a small hot spring?" Zhuang Xiao's roar went straight to the sky. The members of the patrolling guard team all looked towards the direction of the dancing grass. What is the flame cat doing? This girl is really fierce. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. They also saw the flame cat flying back and forth in the sky many times that day. Every time it came back, it brought mutant plants. Its life was 3 times busier than those of the patrolling people. Also, who knows what the ball that just fell from the sky is? The guards stretched their necks very long, but unfortunately, the inside of the road was covered with thatched grass, which was taller than them. Apart from the dancing grass, there was no house or people inside. "Captain, I wonder what this fire cat brought back," one of them said. Then another person said, "I didn't see the ball clearly, but I saw the red leaf plant in its mouth clearly. I don't know where it got it from the blind spot. I'd never seen it before." "I haven't seen it either," another person echoed. The person called the captain replied, "You are all so curious. Instead of wasting time, why don't we discuss going to the number 3 safe zone in a while?" When the captain mentioned the number 3 safety zone, the person who spoke first hurriedly said, yes, let's go. 2 days ago, I heard that many people have booked car rentals, and are looking for people to form a team to go. After all, in half a month, it will be the most suitable time to go to the Dreamy Sea area in the number 3 safety zone. Moreover, the time of this Dreamy Sea area will last for a month at most before it disappears. After missing the time, there will be constant storms at sea, and there will be mutant fish monsters coming ashore. Let alone going to the number 3 safety zone, it is possible that many people in the number 3 safety zone may come to their safety zone to take shelter for a while. Another person also said, "It's hard to say how many people will go this year. Besides, it's hard to arrange the time." The disadvantages of working in the escort team are reflected at this time. The time is not flexible, and sometimes they can't go to things like this with obvious seasonality. Among their group, only their team leader has been there. And they all heard from others that the prey that came ashore during the dream sea period has a very high probability of being edible, and basically all of them are edible. Isn't it like a daydream to be able to pick up food like this? In addition, the dream sea in the number 3 safety zone got its name for another reason. At night, the entire sea surface seemed to have blue fluorescent light floating on it, and even the mutant fish that jumped out of the water had blue light on their bodies, which was very beautiful. In addition to seafood and sea salt, the dream sea in the number 3 safety zone has become another major feature of it. Every year, people in the surrounding safety zones flock to it. A group of people talked about the flame cat, the dream sea, the mining area, and then the 3-day festival. The group chatted and patrolled at the same time, which was quite relaxing. The safety of this area, these people are not worried at all now. There are dancing grass and flame cats. Even if some people had some different thoughts at the beginning, they faded later. Especially now, this area may even be a few points safer than the safe zone. Just 2 days ago, there were people wandering around nearby, and it seemed that they wanted to move their homes nearby. Chapter 471. As soon as the flame cat landed, it heard the sharp roar of its little friend. It did not move its ears. After putting down the red leaf plant in its mouth, it lay quietly, waiting for Zhuang Xiao to find the little digging expert he found. There seems to be no difference between digging a hole and digging a pit. As long as it can plant the red leaf plant that it has worked so hard to get back through thousands of mountains and rivers in the soil. Zhuang Xiao was angry when he saw the big round ball of gray-brown scales rolling to his feet. Suddenly, he kicked the mutant pangolin back with a kick. Hu Xiao secretly spitted and kept himself calm. He had to be obedient. If this kick hit him, his leg bones would probably be broken. After the mutant pangolin rolled up, it was directly held by the flame cat with 2 big claws. If it continued to toss, the little helper digging the pit would be dead. Zhuang Xiao stood in front of the flame cat with a snort and started to attack. However, the flame cat didn't say anything at this moment. With big bell-like eyes, he looked particularly innocent and pitiful. He didn't fight back when he was beaten, and didn't talk back when he was scolded. Anyway, he just didn't listen, and was just a turtle chanting. Hu Xiao followed him, and quickly walked past the man and the cat, and said at a very fast speed, "I'm going to cook first, you two can slowly get to know each other." After saying that, without waiting for Zhuang Xiao's response, he swept into the yard like a gust of wind. If he didn't run away now, when would he run away? What if he asked him to judge the matter again? Wouldn't he be a nobody inside and outside? Zhuang Xiao scolded the flame cat for half an hour before it calmed down. "Since you are here, let's work." He slapped the mutant pangolin on the head. "Don't think you can stop working by pretending to be dead." The round ball turned into a long strip in a second. After the little black eyes rolled around for a few times, the 4 short legs started to dig a hole. The digging speed was many times faster than that of the flame cat. As expected, people are not cats. We still have to shine in our own professional fields. Looking at the big round hole dug out, Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat nodded unconsciously. "Well, this job is well done." Zhuang Xiao, The pits for planting green plants are all given to this guy. It's worth it for him to come to the safe zone for a day trip. Flame cat, The cat's claws are finally free. It's not in vain to get Jia back. Mutated pangolin, A new name. With the addition of the mutant pangolin, the pits that should be dug and the pits that should not be dug, the reclaimed land will soon be full. Even the uncultivated grassland was plowed by the mutant pangolin. All the grass roots and gravel were dug out. Zhuang Xiao held a sack and kept picking up the dirt behind him. Flame Cat had exceeded the flight mileage limit today, and was not going to dig red leaf plants in the high radiation area. Silently following behind Zhuang Xiao, he smashed the soil clods that the mutant pangolin had run away with his claws. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, 1 person, 1 cat, and 1 pangolin were all working hard for a better life. Mutated pangolin, What does this have to do with me? He is the cow that plows the land. Until the setting sun fell into the horizon. Zhuang Xiaokai returned to the house with the hero, who had made great contributions to the expansion of the territory today. It was still a little cold outside at night. You can't let people starve and freeze at the same time. After settling the mutant pangolin, Zhuang Xiao prepared to go back to the house to wash up. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the bed sheet on top of the small refrigerator in the corner of the living room. "Hu Xiao, why did you buy another bed sheet?" Zhuang Xiao shouted loudly in the living room, then held the bed sheet between 2 fingers, and went to the kitchen. Hu Xiao heard the noise, came out with dinner, saw the bed sheet in Zhuang Xiao's hand, and smiled slightly. "Your was endorsement fee." Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu Xiao's serious expression, and couldn't help showing a bit of pride on his face. This, my Hu is really powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Xiao carried the dinner into the living room, and continued, also. You didn't bring your watch when you worked in the afternoon. Lan Hong sent me a message that the meat we stockpiled at home in the winter was sold out in the afternoon. Think about what to sell next, otherwise, we will have to shut down the business again. While speaking, Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Xiao into the living room, with the bed sheet in his hand. What to sell? Zhuang Xiao had no idea for a while. She put the bed sheet back on the refrigerator and said, let's talk about this later. I go change my clothes first. After that, she went into the bedroom, and went to the washroom at the back. Hu Xiao shook his head, and put the dishes in place. Let's talk about Hu Qianli's house. After Zhao Chun coaxed the child to sleep, he came out of the room, and saw Lan Hong and Lan Jin pushing the door open. He immediately asked, it's not dark yet. Why are you two back so early today? She was also worried about her child's job. She worked in the pharmacy for 3 days, and lost her job. Can this butcher shop last for half a month with the energy after get off work every day? Lan Jin came forward and hugged Zhao Chun's arm, smiling and said, Mom, I'm unemployed. The business is too good, which is also a sweet burden for them. She didn't work for a few days, but she got a monthly salary. Zhao Chun pushed Lan Jin away with disdain, and asked Lan Hong next to her with a smile, what's the matter? This is because it sells too well, and is sold out in advance. Based on the sales last week, I thought you would definitely be able to hold on for half a month this time. Lan Hong smiled and said, who said it wasn't true? As the three of them returned to the house, Lan Hong and Lan Jin told Zhao Chun what happened today. Zhao Chun was surprised and said, Flame Cat made a bed sheet just by standing here. Lan Jin nodded hurriedly and said, yes, it was the boss Jin who was eager to give it to me, and I had to give it up. Speaking of this, Lan Jin thought the owner of the grocery store next door was quite interesting. Lan Hong returned to the house, and took a look at the child first, then said to Zhao Chun, Lan Jin and I have to go out tomorrow. Zhao Chun said, why, you two are going to the safe zone? Lan Hong smiled and said, no, I heard from Brother Hu that Xiao Xiao is at home cleaning up the wasteland. I thought that Lan Jin and I have nothing to do at home, so we went to help for a few days. Zhao Chun said repeatedly, it's my duty, it's my duty. It's a bit unfair to get so many points for the little work you two did. After talking to Lan Hong, she turned to Lan Jin, who was sitting next to her, and said, when you go, you must work hard and don't think about cheating all day. Look at Wenming next door, who has been idle at home every day since his brother-in-law passed away. Look at how his family is doing. Look at how our family is doing. Lan Jin saw that his mother was getting more and more excited, so he sat up straight and winked at Lan Hong. Sister, help me. When will this end? Chapter 472. Lan Hong smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't her who was being scolded anyway. Besides, what's wrong with saying a few words? She doesn't need to say anything since her mother has said so. Just when Lan Jin went to Lan Hong for help but to no avail, the sound of a door opening was heard outside. Lan Jin jumped up from the stool and said, I go see who's coming. After saying that, he rushed out of the house. The yard was not big to begin with, and the main door was just a few steps away. He ran out of the house at such a speed that he bumped into Hu Qianli, who had just opened the door and entered the yard. What are you doing here? Hu Qianli staggered back 2 steps, rubbing his chest, and scolded. Because of the reaction force, Lan Jin, who had just stepped out, took several steps back and almost fell back into the house. Ouch! After a cry, he stood firm and shouted at Hu Qianli, brother-in-law, don't you look at people when you walk? Hu Qianli, After Lan Jin rushed out, he didn't even bother to close the door. Zhao Chun and Lan Hong in the room saw the situation outside clearly. Zhao Chun immediately shouted, Lan Jin, how can you talk to your brother-in-law like that? Why don't you apologize to your brother-in-law? This kid is getting more and more serious. I don't know when he will be more stable. Even if he is like his brother-in-law, it's okay. Hu Qianli, What do you mean it's okay? He is pretty good like this. He has a stable job, takes care of his family, and listens to his wife. Lan Jin also knew that it was his fault, and immediately bowed his head to apologize. Hu Qianli waved his hands and said to his mother-in-law, it's okay, it's okay. I'm just joking. Zhao Chun glared at Lan Jin, and called Hu Qianli into the house. Lan Jin took small steps, and followed behind Hu Qianli. After Hu Qianli entered the house, Lan Hong told him again what happened in the past 2 days, and also told him that she and Lan Jin were going to help Zhuang Zhao's family tomorrow. Hu Qianli had no opinion on Lan Hong's arrangement, so he naturally followed his wife's words. After Lan Hong finished talking about these things, she remembered what Hu Qianli said before about not coming home for a few days, so she asked, "Why did you come back today?" Hu Qianli took off his coat, sat at the table, picked up a cup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water, wiped his mouth casually and said, "I will leave early tomorrow morning and go to the mining area." Lan Hong picked up the kettle, added some hot water to him, and said, "How long will you be gone this time?" "A week at most. I should be back by the 3 festivals." After Hu Qianli finished speaking, he suddenly remembered what Wei Sheng said on the way, and then said, "By the way, after the 3 festivals, Wei Sheng is going to get married." "Ah, so soon? The date is set? Is it the girl next door to his house? What's her name?" Lan Hong had heard Hu Qianli mention it a little bit before, but she didn't expect to hear new news so soon. And, from what Hu Qianli said, it was almost a done deal. Even Lan Jin and Zhao Chun looked at Hu Qianli with burning eyes. Her eyes were full of urging. Hu Qianli was confused by his wife's series of questions, and he didn't know which one he should answer first. Seeing that Hu Qianli was slow to speak, Lan Hong kicked him under the table and urged him, "Go ahead and say it." Hu Qianli, I say, let me sort it out. After a while, Hu Qianli slowly said, 3 days after the Sanqiao festival, it's the girl next door to their house named. What's his name? Hu Qianli scratched his head, and as if he had suddenly realized something, he slapped the table and said, "Yes, it's Shen Yi, that's the name." Lan Hong looked at his excited expression and said coldly, "Are you done now?" Hu Qianli was stunned for a moment, and said, "It's over." Then he added, "Didn't you just ask these few questions?" Lan Hong, The questions were simplified, but I wanted to hear the extended version of the story. Lan Hong let out a heavy breath, and after he breathed smoothly he said, "Does everyone in your team know? What did they give?" "There are always favors. Besides, when she married Hu Qianli, Wei Sheng also gave her something." Hu Qianli said, "Well, we all know." "What did they give?" "I don't know either. She looked like she just didn't know. What can you do to me?" Lan Hong, She couldn't talk to Hu Qianli about this, so she simply ignored him and went to talk to her mother. Lan Jin brought a small stool to Hu Qianli and flattered him. "Brother-in-law, will Brother Wei and his friends go to the number 3 safety zone?" When Lily next door got married, it was around this time. At that time, the couple seemed to have gone to the Dream Sea in the number 3 safety zone. This was what Wen Ming had told him before. At that time, Wen Ming insisted on going there. The couples who got married in their safety zone at this time every year would go to the Dream Sea if they had the conditions. While picking up seafood, they could also take their wives to see the sea at night. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, you can also pick up some seafood. If you pick up more seafood, not only can you save on travel expenses, you may also make a lot of money. Among the couples, the husband is more interested in picking up seafood, while more newlyweds are more interested in the beautiful scenery. Although the two have different priorities, a trip to the dreamy sea area can meet the needs of both husband and wife. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Moreover, there are not many blind spots between the 11th and 3rd safety zones, and with the opening of the mining area route, it will be much easier to go this year. Hu Qianli glanced at Lan Jin and said, "Do you want to get married too?" Lan Jin's face froze, and he kept saying, No, I don't want to. He likes the days when he can eat well, and the whole family will not be hungry. Besides, he can hardly eat now, so let's forget about supporting his family. Then why do you care whether others go to the number 3 safety zone or not? Hu Qianli mentioned the number 3 safety zone, and he was also full of resentment. He didn't even go to the wedding with Lan Hong. He wanted to pick seafood. Lan Jin glanced at his sister and mother, who were still talking about what gifts were given to each other for weddings. Lan Jin moved closer to Hu Qianli and lowered his voice. "I just want to pick up seafood." Hu Qianli, Same as him. Hu Qianli shook his head and said, "I don't know. They probably don't have much time to go." This time, because Wei Sheng was going to get married, the people in their mercenary team deliberately exchanged time with other teams. As soon as Wei Sheng's matter was over, they had to return to the mining area. Hu Qianli thought about it, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I want to pick up seafood. I really want to pick up seafood." Hu Qianli looked up at the roof, wondering if the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens could hear his wish. Chapter 473. Whether the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens heard Hu Qianli's wish, God knows. At this time, Zhuang Zhao, who had just finished dinner, was discussing with Xiao about going to the mining area to pick up gold the day after tomorrow. Xiao looked at Xiao, not knowing why she suddenly thought of this matter again. Haven't you given up? Why do you suddenly want to pick up gold again? It takes time and effort to pick up the raw ore, and the results are not very good. After hearing what Xiao said, Xiao said with great sorrow, how can you look down on gold? No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Brother Hua, you are getting carried away. When she said this, she was thinking, this gold is not worth much. But she just wanted to experience the feeling of gold panning. Xiao Qiao from the Inner City South Gate Guard team mentioned this to her before, and Zhang Lin mentioned the mining area in the afternoon, and mentioned the gold mine. She was tempted again. Anyway, she was busy with the land reclamation these 2 days, and she didn't have much rest. Just take this opportunity to experience the gold rush that everyone once envied. Xiao was amused by Zhuang Zhao's expression that he was a loser. Okay, if you want to go, let's go. After thinking for a while, he continued, I go to the grocery store early tomorrow morning to rent tools to test the ore. What? I have to rent testing tools. Can't a watch do that? Zhuang Zhao was reluctant. She hadn't even gotten back a bit of gold yet, and she had to spend money first. Xiao sat on the chair, changed to a more comfortable position, looked at her leisurely, and smiled. No. Zhuang Zhao was a little angry, and said depressedly, then I will go too. Seeing the little girl's angry look, Xiao straightened his posture, coughed lightly, and comforted, the capital can still be earned back. Zhuang Zhao, why didn't you say it earlier? Do I care about those points? I'm just afraid that you will be tired of driving to the safe zone every day. Zhuang Zhao said to save face. But in his heart, he secretly complained, she is tired when she is reclaiming land at home. Xiao knew that Zhuang Zhao was lying, but he was still in a very happy mood. When you are in a good mood, you will talk more. Next, Xiao briefly told Zhuang Zhao how to identify the original ore. The rest of the things still need to be learned again when they go to the site. Zhuang Zhao memorized the knowledge, Xiao said completely by rote. After waking up the next day, he forgot everything. After breakfast, he took the mutant pangolin out to cultivate the land. In the morning, Xiao and Flame Cat left one after the other. One drove to the safe zone to buy tools for tomorrow, while Flame Cat went to the high radiation area to dig red leaf plants. Zhuang Zhao and the mutant pangolin only worked for half an hour. Lan Hong and Lan Jin came. Before coming, Lan Hong sent a message to Zhuang Zhao, worried that he might have to go out for something. After entering the trail, Lan Jin took every step carefully. In this small area, there lived 2 mutant creatures that the people in the safe zone respected and feared. He had not been here many times, so he was still somewhat afraid. Lan Hong, on the other hand, walked much more briskly. Zhuang Zhao was at home, so how could he let the dancing grass and the flame cat hurt anyone casually? When he heard the footsteps, Zhuang Zhao looked up and saw Lan Hong and Lan Jin walking on the wasteland. When the two walked in, he immediately put one of the 2 sacks prepared in advance in each of their hands. If she finished the work early today, she could go to bed early tonight and recharge her energy for tomorrow's gold rush. After Lan Jin took the sack, she buried her head in work. Picking up stones, picking up tree roots, and knocking soil clods, these 3 things, except for the effort, are as simple as it can be. Zhuang Zhao and Lan Hong were chatting, and they talked about Wei Sheng and Shen Yi. However, Zhuang Zhao and Lan Hong both wanted to hear the long and complicated version of the story. Unfortunately, Lan Hong only has the simplified version now. Is it finalized so quickly? Zhuang Zhao was surprised. She remembered that when Lan Hong and the others moved out of the safe zone last time, they seemed to have mentioned it, but she didn't expect it to stop so quickly. Lan Hong responded, yeah. Zhuang Zhao muttered, should my cousin also show some appreciation? When I thought about how many cousins I had, it was easier for my cousins, as some of them had already married. But the younger brothers were basically unmarried. Lan Hong heard Zhuang Zhao's mumbling and smiled. The date has been set temporarily. Once it is finalized, I will definitely notify Brother Hua and you. After all, they were all carrying out their mission in the mining area. Who knows, will there be any unexpected incidents during this period? Zhuang Zhao said oh, and planned to continue to ask Lan Hong about what she and Hu Qianli were going to send. Suddenly Lan Jin's exclamation was heard. Zhuang Zhao and Lan Hong fell silent at the same time, and looked up at Lan Jin. The boy dragged the sack and ran towards them quickly, shouting, there are mutant animals, run! His steps were staggering and his tone was urgent. Lan Hong quickly glanced at Zhuang Zhao, and saw that he didn't move, and his expression was still very strange. Noticing Lan Hong's gaze, Zhuang Xiao chuckled twice and said awkwardly, "That's a mutant pangolin loosening the soil. I seem to have forgotten to tell you." She really forgot that there was a free laborer working under the ground. Lan Hong understood instantly. It seems, Hu Qianli told her that his cousin brought back a mutant pangolin from Fulei Mountain. It's just that the mutant pangolin didn't seem to have done anything earth-shattering, and it seemed to be more unknown than the dancing grass and the flame cat. I didn't expect that the mutant pangolin has this function. Loosen the soil and cultivate the land. It's my cousin who can think of it. Knowing that it's not a dangerous mutant animal, Lan Hong continued to pick up grass roots and stones. Lan Jin ran out of breath and was very anxious. He saw that the two people in front of him were like deaf, doing their own work and didn't even look at him. This situation is obviously not right. He looked back and the soil behind him didn't move. Hey, where did he go? Lan Jin slowed down his pace and began to observe his surroundings. The soil and the grass not far away began to move again. After a while, it began to move towards him again. Lan Jin stood still and watched for a while. Under the gray-brown soil, a pointed head emerged, probably to breathe fresh air. Soon, the whole body emerged from the soil. Lan Jin, isn't this the mutant pangolin his brother-in-law mentioned? It has become a domesticated one again. Chapter 474. Lan Jin was furious. Even the pufferfish was not as angry as him. He glanced at the two sisters who were talking and laughing and working hard. Hey, forget it, he can't beat anyone. After Xiao came back from the safe zone, Lan Hong and Lan Jin learned that the two people wanted to go to Japan for gold, but neither of them had the nerve to ask. They had no car, no tools, nothing. How could they go? On the way home at night, Lan Jin looked unhappy and a little depressed. Sister, am I too weak? Yinming has gone to take the exam for the security zone guard team, and I am still hanging around at home all day long. The more Lan Jin talked, the more he felt that he was not good at anything except eating. Even with eating, he still couldn't get full. Lan Hong patted Lan Jin's arm twice. Her tone was very gentle, and she said slowly, "You just know it." Lan Jin, Sister, can't you comfort me, your brother? Lan Jin was heartbroken. What kind of sister is this? Is she just trying to hurt him? Lan Hong was also speechless. His brother's physical fitness was not as good as hers. The guard team, personal strength is not good, no family connection, can't enter. The mercenary team, that's even more so. However, seeing that this brother rarely reflected on himself, Lan Hong said, "How about you learn farming from your sister Xiao Xiao? I saw you picked up grass roots and stones today, and you picked them up quite cleanly." Lan Jin, there is no need to talk too much. He missed his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law never came to stab him. But farming seems to be okay, but the land in the safe zone is not his turn to farm. Zhuang Xiao had circled enough of the land. The next day, Zhuang Xiao was full of energy and drove to the blind spot with Hu Xiao. In the cold winter, it was either too cold to go out, or it was cloudy, and everyone was wrapped up like a bear, so the damage caused by solar radiation to the human body was relatively light. The weather was getting warmer day by day, the number of sunny days was increasing, and the sun's rays were getting hotter. Zhuang Xiao's radiation protection equipment was back online. The light radiation protection hat she was wearing was bought by Hu Xiao yesterday. Does it look good? It really doesn't look good. Does it look better than 2 holes in a sack? It's only slightly better. Zhuang Xiao took it off after a while. It's in the car now, so it's not needed for the time being. Except for the extremely cold period, this blind road section leading to the mining area has always been cleaned by a special person. The tall trees, shrubs and weeds have been cleared, and the ground has been flattened. Although it's still a dirt road, the car can be driven on the road normally. That's right, the car was a bit bumpy when driving, and Zhuang Xiao felt that her breakfast was about to be shaken out of her stomach. If she had known earlier, she would have eaten less breakfast. Along the way, in addition to their vehicles, there were a lot of cars with the logos of the safe zone guards and mercenaries, and there were also many cars of ordinary people. They might all be people who went to the mining area to pick up gold like them. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the sun outside the window and said to Hu Xiao, "I hope it won't rain before the road is repaired otherwise. This road can really kill people." Dirt road, a dirt road without even grass. It was much more difficult than walking on the ground covered with moss and grass. If you are not careful, the car or the foot will sink into the mud, and you can't get out. Although Zhuang Xiao has not experienced such an experience for many years, the memory is very deep. Hu Xiao deeply agrees. If there is a heavy rain on this dirt road, it is estimated that it will take 10 days or half a month to repair it. After Zhuang Xiao stuck his head out, he did not retract it, looking left and right from time to time. First, fresh air can prevent vomiting. If she vomits on the car, she will have to clean it up. Second, she has to pay attention to the passing vehicles. This high-risk behavior, if a car suddenly jumps out from the front or back, her head will be scratched off. Just when she saw a car coming from behind and wanted to retract her head, she heard a head sticking out from the car behind her, and at the same time, a head also appeared from a car parallel to it. The people in the two cars greeted Zhuang Xiao in front almost at the same time. "Sister! Cousin!" Zhuang Xiao heard the shouting and leaned out almost half of her body to look at the two cars behind her. The people in the two cars heard the voices from the other car and immediately turned their heads to look at the people in the other car. What? They are all acquaintances. As soon as Zhuang Xiao leaned out, she was pulled back by Hu Xiao with one hand. Even the seatbelt couldn't hold the restless heart of the little girl. Zhuang Xiao leaned back on the chair again and complained softly, "What are you doing? I haven't seen who it is yet." Hu Xiao ignored the little girl's complaint and said, "They will catch up soon." The car in the rearview mirror was already accelerating. Soon, they would catch up with their car. When they were close, they would be able to see who it was. Sure enough, after Hu Xiao said this, the first car that caught up with them drove side by side with them. "Sister, hello, brother-in-law." Zhuang Xiao turned her head to look at Hu Xiao. "Who was in the car?" "Xiao Qiao, it's you." The first car that caught up with them, weren't they the guys who had built a house for her family Hua Hua? The driver looked familiar, but he couldn't remember his last name. Hu Xiao was in a good mood when he saw these people. They were all sensible and obedient guys. In fact, some of Xiao Qiao and the others were slightly older than Zhuang Xiao, but they were too embarrassed to call them sister, which was at least a respectful title. So, all the people outside the south gate of the city in the safe zone spoke in unison, calling Zhuang Xiao sister. Then Hu Xiao became everyone's brother-in-law. One of the people in the car that was chasing closely behind Hu Xiao and Xiao Qiao's car asked in confusion, "Are you sure that the one in front is my cousin?" "Sister, forget it. Where did this brother-in-law come from?" No one told him that this cousin, whom he had never met, got married. In response to this person's doubts, another person retorted, "It is impossible for people to recognize it wrongly. This car, isn't this the car of my cousin's family?" The man looked at the car in front of him. He had never seen it before. He really hadn't seen it before. He had never even seen the legendary cousin from beginning to end. Not to mention that it was my cousin's family's car. Although the person who said this was very sure, he was a little nervous. Could it be that he didn't see it clearly? The two cars in front of him were talking about something. There was no plan to drive in a staggered manner. Chapter 475. At this moment, Yi Qing was also a little confused. He was young and his hearing and eyesight were sharp. He shouldn't have become blinded so early, right? Yi Qing urged He Bei, who was driving, to honk the horn. Remind those people in front to make way. How can they keep talking endlessly? After listening to his captain's words, He Bei honked the horn several times in succession. Xiao Xiantai in the front car looked back at the car behind him, and said to Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao on the opposite side, "Sister, brother-in-law, the people in the car behind seem to be your acquaintances. We go ahead and see you at the mining area." Then, the car started to speed up and move forward. "Anyway, we still be able to see it when we reach the destination. There's no need to rush." The car behind, which was eager to rush, saw that the obstacle in front was far away, and immediately stepped on the accelerator and caught up. Hu Xiao was about to drive the car to the middle of the road when he saw the car behind catch up. "Cousin, where are you going?" Ishi Kiyoshi's eyes automatically passed Hu Xiao and looked at Zhuang Xiao on the other side, scanning the front compartment. There were only Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao. While greeting Zhuang Xiao, Shi Jingqing turned back and didn't forget to confront He Bei. "Look, I said it was my cousin. Your captain has such good eyesight. How could I make a mistake? Look carefully. Don't fail to recognize your cousin next time you see her." Zhuang Xiao turned around after hearing the voice, and was about to greet Shi Jingqing, but he saw that Shi Jingqing had already turned his head, and was talking to the person in the driver's seat. Although the roar of the car engine, mixed with the whistling wind, was extremely noisy, Zhuang Xiao could still hear the conversation in the opposite car clearly. He Ming was criticized by his captain, but he was not angry. He caught a glimpse of the girl, who was curiously looking at them with a pair of round eyes, and Hu Xiao, who was concentrating on driving, and greeted loudly, "Hello, cousin, hello, brother-in-law." The people in front of them were all sisters and brothers-in-law. I don't know why their captain's relationship became a cousin relationship, which seems too unfriendly. Ishi Qing's brain crashed for a moment, and he looked at Hebei in shock, who had already greeted and turned his head to look ahead. Could he really be blind? How come he was the only one who didn't see the third person? Hebei's voice was so loud that Zhuang Xiao heard it clearly this time, especially when she saw the look of seeing a ghost in Ishi Qing's eyes. Somehow, she felt a little awkward. Who is this young man? Why is he shouting? She was sure she had never seen the young man driving the car. Hu Xiao's expression was stiff for a moment, and then he felt a surge of heat in his head. His face was slightly hot, and he glanced at the little girl with a look in his eyes, feeling a little uneasy and a little at a loss. After a moment of confusion, Ishi Qing quickly regained his clarity. So that's it. He thought too little. After thinking it through, Ishi Qing stared at Hu Xiao's profile with a smile, and shouted coldly, "Cousin-in-law, where are you taking your cousin?" Hu Xiao felt his face getting hotter. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed in front of Ishi Qing's car. The car suddenly accelerated, and the bumps suddenly intensified. Zhuang Xiao was shaking badly in the car. What embarrassment! What's embarrassing? It's all gone now. Ishi Qing looked at the car, that suddenly went away, and laughed. Hebei felt puzzled and muttered, "Why did my cousin's husband's car suddenly accelerate? And his captain?" He took another peek, and saw that his captain's teeth were almost falling out of his mouth. If he continued laughing, he would probably have trouble breathing. Ishi Qing, who had planned to stop laughing after a few laughs, heard Hebei's muttering again, and felt that it was even more interesting. For a while, he couldn't stop laughing. It's so funny. He had never seen Hu Xiao retreat without a fight, or was Hebei from their team really good, scaring away the former captain of the future mercenary team with just one sentence. Ha ha ha. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Hebei saw that his captain was about to die of laughter, and couldn't help but remind him, "Captain, should we catch up?" The car in front of us was almost invisible. Ishi Qing waved his hand and said, No. We see it in a while." After a while, he went to Hu Xiao to reminisce about the past. "Hu Xiao, drive slower. My heart and lungs are about to be shaken out by the car." Zhuang Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, and had to stop Hu Xiao's sudden speeding. This dirt road is really not suitable for the show of speed and passion. Glancing at Zhuang Xiao's slightly pale face, Hu Xiao felt extremely guilty. He was too impatient. The car slowly returned to normal speed. Zhuang Xiao finally felt better. When the discomfort in his body faded, the things that happened when he met Ishi Kiyoshi before came to his mind again. She has to take the blame. She had come up with an excuse to get rid of the enthusiasm of the young men, but she didn't expect that this boomerang would fly back and pierce her body. Some words or things can be dealt with calmly when facing strangers. But when it comes to the circle of acquaintances, why do they sound strange? Zhuang Xiao stole a glance at Hu Xiao. The expression on the young man's face was the same as always, without any obvious joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. Compared with the pale and sickly appearance when they first met, his skin color is now particularly healthy. Well, it seems to be a little rosy. It seems that with the daily nourishment of energy stones, and the delicious food and drink she eats every day, this body looks much stronger. Suddenly, she felt a sense of pride in her heart. It seems that she not only raises the dancing grass and the flame cat well, but also raises this person well. The eyes are eyes, the nose is nose, the mouth is mouth. Nothing is crooked. Hu Xiao noticed that the little girl was stealing glances at him from time to time, and he tried his best to keep his face as still as a mountain, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, and his body sat straight unconsciously. His heart was beating like a drum. His hands were full of sticky sweat, and he unconsciously opened his 5 fingers and then clenched them. He was holding back a breath in his chest, but he didn't dare to spit it out. He just kept his breathing rate shallow, for fear that the little girl would notice something unusual. He was full of regrets in his mind. He should have dressed himself up before going out today. He changed into a new set of clothes before going out. He had worn this set of clothes for several years. It was gray, and looked not energetic at all. And there was this face. Did he wash it too hastily this morning, including this hair? Did he wash it yesterday, the day before yesterday, or the day before yesterday? Just as Hu Xiao was thinking about his hair, he heard the little girl next to him suddenly say something. Chapter 476. When will someone support me? She regretted saying this, and suddenly remembered a love movie she had watched before. Really? There was absolutely no other idea. She just wanted to be a parasite and sighed. But when she saw Hu Xiao turned his head towards her, with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes, instantly she became very nervous. She always felt that this person would suddenly say something she didn't want to hear right now. As someone who has lived together for almost a year, she is definitely familiar with Xiao. This familiarity allows her to recognize this person from the crowd without even seeing his face or hearing his voice. All along, Xiao has not relied on faces to recognize people, but on a feeling. This feeling is mysterious, but it is true that in real life, this is how she recognizes people. Even if it is someone she is very familiar with, if someone asks her what this person's eyebrows and eyes look like, she probably can't remember. Unlike some people, who can tell whether a person has double eyelids or single eyelids right away, how are the eyelashes? How is the nose? The topic is a bit off. In short, coupled with the height difference between her and Xiao, if she stares at his face all the time while talking, her neck will probably break countless times. So like now, suddenly facing this person's face, she really doesn't know how to react. And what nonsense did she say just now? Seeing Xiao's mouth moving, it seemed that he really wanted to say something. Zhuang's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, "Don't talk." The louder the voice, the more insecure she felt. Everything was just bluffing. After saying this, she turned her head and looked out the window. If she said something she shouldn't say, her brain would probably stop working. There are some things that she needs time to think about. The future is still so long, she might not be able to go back. After Zhuangxiao finished speaking, the car suddenly became silent. The cold wind outside the car window did not blow away Zhuangxiao's chaotic thoughts. In the cold wind, in the dense forest in the distance, it seemed that new buds wanted to break through the ground. After a long time, Zhuangxiao heard Xiao's voice behind him. Just one word. "Okay." The voice was gentle and affectionate, full of tolerance and doting. Xiao moved his eyes away from Zhuangxiao's back, and his heart and eyes were full of smiles. It seemed that being laughed at by Ishi Qing today was not in vain. At least, the little girl knows how to be embarrassed. This is also a kind of progress. For some things, he is not in a hurry and can take his time. As long as, no matter where he goes, the little girl is willing to take him. After that, the two of them were thinking about their own things along the way, and no one said a word. Until a sign appeared in front of them. Gold panning place. Zhuangxiao's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiao with interest and said, "Is the safe zone so considerate? This road sign has been made." Xiao responded softly, "Yes." Two roads appeared in front. One of them indicated the gold panning site on the sign, and the other was a sign for no entry, and there was someone guarding the intersection. Xiao only took a look, and the car went to the road that indicated the gold panning site. The road condition of this road was worse than the previous one, and even though the car was driving very slowly, it was still a bit bumpy. The ground had not been treated, and the soil on the ground should have been very soft, so there were many deep ruts on the ground. It can also be seen that there are obviously a lot of vehicles going to the gold mining area these days. In fact, when they arrived here, there was only one road to the mining area. But later, more and more vehicles went to the abandoned or area through this road, which often hindered the work of the main mine in the mining area, so the safety zone simply opened up this road. With this road, the cars were diverted in advance, and there was no need to take a detour after arriving at the mining area. After driving on this road for about half an hour, there were obviously more cars on both sides of the dense forest. And at the end of the road, a small mine made of or piled up from the ground, reaching the height of the surrounding trees. It was obviously a gray or mountain, but under the sunlight, there was a faint golden light flowing through it. It looked bright and dazzling and breathtaking. That was gold. Zhuangxiao's mentality instantly left the wasteland and returned to the past. She felt that the saliva in her mouth was about to fall out. This is a gold mountain. Is it her first time to see a gold mountain? No matter how much gold is contained in it, it is a gold mountain now. Look at the color, golden, it is really beautiful. Zhuangxiao couldn't wait and urged Xiao, find a place to park quickly, I want to embrace the gold mountain. Every word revealed anxiety and urgency. Qiao Xiantai and his friends just found a place to park their car. After seeing Zhuangxiao and Xiao's car, Qiao Xiantai waved and called them from a distance. "Sister, here." "Here." Xiao saw it and drove over without hesitation. Because he saw that behind them, Shi Jingqing's car also arrived. "Captain, it's my cousin's car." He Bei excitedly looked at the car turning into the dense forest on one side and pointed it to Shi Jingqing. Follow quickly. Don't lose it." Shi Jingqing was more excited than He Bei at this moment. Once he got off the car and mixed into the dense crowd under the ore pile, it would be difficult to catch him again. He Bei hadn't had a good talk with his cousin yet. This rare opportunity, of course, can't be missed. The car was driving very smoothly, not to mention the bumps. Just when catching up, there was almost a car accident. The people behind him scolded for a long time. "Sister, are you and your brother-in-law here alone?" When Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car, Xiao Xiantai went to meet him. Zhuang Xiao's head hurt when he heard the word brother-in-law, and he hurriedly pulled him over and whispered, "Xiao Qiao, don't call me brother-in-law in the future. Call me brother Hua. My man likes others to call him brother." "Hua Xiao, eh?" Xiao Qiao scratched his head and said, "Ah, so that's it." Then he agreed very readily. He knew that some people just like to be the boss, the big brother. It makes them look very powerful. And he also wanted to be the big brother to others, but unfortunately, he was an only child, and the people in the guard team who worked with him, let alone. He was the weakest, so he couldn't even think about being the big brother. He was only worthy of being a little brother. Didn't you see his sister call him Xiao Qiao? Chapter 477. When Wu Xiao got out of the car, he saw Zhuang Xiao and Xiao Qiao mumbling something. He was about to go forward. He saw a car swerving and entering the position next to their car. In fact, because the car was going too fast, it almost hit the big tree in front because of the failure to brake in time. Because of this sudden accident, a burst of cursing came from the car. Wu Xiao quickly opened the trunk, took out the 2 large bags that he had prepared in advance, and walked quickly to the place where Zhuang Xiao and Xiao Qiao were talking. "Let's go find the gold." When passing by Zhuang Xiao, Wu Xiao didn't even pause. Just when he looked up, Wu Xiao was already more than 10 steps away from Zhuang Xiao. "Why are you more anxious than me?" Zhuang Xiao couldn't help mumbling as he watched the figure getting farther and farther away. Then, he said to Xiao Qiao, "See you later. We go first." After that, Zhuang Xiao chased Wu Xiao. Xiao Qiao looked at the 2 figures who disappeared behind the traffic, and murmured, "Didn't you say you were going to be together? Why did you both run away? Such a huge abandoned or mountain, what's the hurry?" In a moment, Zhuang Xiao had caught up with Wu Xiao and took his equipment from him. After Zhuang Xiao muttered a few words to Wu Xiao, the 2 of them went to the abandoned or mountain together. At this time, nothing could be more attractive to Zhuang Xiao than the golden or mountain in front of him. Of course, this or mountain does not look golden from every angle. The shady side, where there is no sunlight, looks much darker. It took the 2 of them half an hour to walk from the parking lot to the ore storage area, even though it looked so close. From a distance, Zhuang Xiao thought it was already very spectacular. When he got closer, the feeling was different. This was not just one abandoned mine, but dozens of them. The artificial piles were of different sizes and shapes. Every hill was covered with people, probably because of human factors, and all kinds of ores covered the entire area. As the distance got closer, the golden glittering feeling from a distance faded a lot, and what came into view was more black, gray, or brown. Because someone kept searching, the air was very dusty. This was completely different from what I imagined. Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt cheated. No wonder many people were unwilling to mine and become miners. In ancient times, those who were punished were often thrown into the mines to mine. This environment is simply unbearable. And she is still on the ground now, so there is no need to worry about the danger of landslides. However, this or mountain made of rubble is not necessarily safe. Even if it doesn't rain now, there is a risk of landslide at any time, okay? Zhuang Xiao said dejectedly, "If I had known, I would have brought our pangolin here. If I were buried there, at least I could be rescued." Reality defeated imagination. Imagination is so vulnerable in the face of reality. This gold rush dream is over. Wu Xiao was about to say a few words to comfort the little girl, when he suddenly heard a cry from the mine in front of him. One after another, there was a bit of excitement in the fear, and a bit of fear in the excitement. For a moment, these voices mixed together, and it was hard to tell whether the person who was shouting was happy or afraid. There were too many voices, and they were too mixed. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao couldn't hear what these shouts were saying. Soon, she saw someone running out of the ore mountain that was blocking her in front, and the expression on his face was also very strange. Just like the voices that came out, it was hard to tell whether it was joy or fear. Zhuang Xiao tugged at Wu Xiao's sleeve and said, "Listen carefully to those people shouting." Before he finished speaking, a golden figure appeared from behind the ore mountain in the sunlight. The fluttering wings shone brightly under the refraction of the sunlight, and the golden light was more dazzling than the golden light behind the Buddha. The moment this golden figure appeared, Wu Xiao continued Zhuang Xiao's unfinished words, frowned slightly and said, "They are shouting golden butterfly." It was actually golden butterfly. The golden butterfly, although it looks rich and powerful, is actually a very stingy mutant species. This mutant species rarely appears in broad daylight. Most of the time, they live deep in caves, and the caves must be where the gold veins are. But when Zhuang Xiao heard that it was a golden butterfly, she was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. This golden butterfly looks much better than their hua hua. This golden color is so noble and elegant. Really, she doesn't think it's tacky at all. Who can resist this bling bling look? Flame cat, eh. Because of being too excited, Zhuang Xiao pulled Hui Zhao's sleeves even harder. Can you catch it? At this moment, gold mines and gold panning were all turned into slag in front of such a beautiful golden butterfly. When Zhuang Xiao said this, she didn't even spare a glance for Hui Xiao. Now her heart and eyes were full of the golden butterfly. This was the most beautiful mutant creature she had seen since she came to the Wasteland, bar none. Hui Xiao looked down at his sleeves, which were wrinkled by the little girl's grip. He sighed helplessly and said, "No, and we better leave this place now." "Why?" Zhuang Xiao asked puzzledly. "Can this butterfly eat people?" She had never heard of butterflies being carnivorous creatures. And for so long, the eating habits of the mutant creatures in the Wasteland she had seen were quite normal. Eat whatever you should eat. I have never seen anyone cross the line. Hui Xiao pulled Zhuang Xiao to the outskirts of the abandoned area, patiently explaining, "It's not enough to eat people, but it's easy to kill people." Zhuang Xiao's eyes widened immediately, and he looked up at Hui Zhao's face. This Hui brother must be teasing him, right? But Hui Zhao's face and eyes looked very serious, not like a joke at all. Zhuang Xiao looked back from time to time, and the golden butterfly was still flying above the ore. Its wings were as thin as cicada wings, and you could even see the sunlight shining through them. It was so delicate. She couldn't help but question, how can a butterfly kill people? The wings, mouthparts, legs, and abdomen are all hard and sharp, even sharper than the dagger on your body. When Hui Xiao saw the person coming towards him, he paused, looked down at Zhuang Xiao, and said with a smile, "But as long as you don't steal gold from it, it's fine." Zhuang Xiao, But she came here to pan for gold today. Chapter 478. The person on the opposite side saw Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao coming towards them, and hurriedly ran a few steps forward and said, "Sister, brother Hui, why did you come out? Are you leaving now?" Xiao Qiao was very puzzled when she saw the two of them with empty hands. They didn't see anyone, and they just left. At least they had to pack 1 or 2 pieces of beautiful raw ore to take back, even if they were just ornaments at home. Zhuang Xiao said regretfully, "It's not that I want to leave, but there was a killer butterfly over there, and we had to leave." Even though she knew it might be a killer, Zhuang Xiao's love for this beautiful species did not diminish at all. It was all because it looked so good and so dazzling. She admitted that she was obsessed with looks. Xiao Qiao immediately became excited and grabbed Zhuang Xiao's arm, saying in surprise, "Sister, is it a golden butterfly? Is it a golden butterfly?" The people following Xiao Qiao also had the same excited expression, staring at Zhuang Xiao with burning eyes. Zhuang Xiao pulled out his arm without leaving a trace, nodded and said, "Yes, yes. You can see it when you go over." Xiao Qiao spoke in a high voice, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Almost at the same time, everyone heading to the abandoned area slowed down their pace. Zhuang Xiao's answer easily entered their ears. Those who had just withdrawn from there, like Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, were not moved at all and continued to go to the parking area. This golden butterfly is not something that anyone can fight against. And those who want to follow the golden butterfly to find the ore vein, if they are not fully prepared, and rely solely on enthusiasm, they will definitely go without return. And some people are interested in the golden butterfly. If they can catch it, dismember it, and make weapons out of it, wouldn't it be much more cost-effective than looking for a little gold in the gravel mine? Of course, the price may be their own life. In short, there are all kinds of ideas for the golden butterfly. Some want to take risks, some want to pan for gold safely, and some want to get rich overnight. Some people left in a hurry, and some people left in a hurry. Xiao Qiao and his friends behind him were the people who left in a hurry. After Xiao Qiao said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao in a hurry, she ran to the abandoned mining area. Even if she did nothing, it would be good to see what the legendary golden butterfly looked like. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the people who ran away in a hurry, and said to Hui Xiao, "Let's go." She listened to the advice and wanted to die, because she heard a short, sharp cry from behind her, which was the last echo of a person in despair. The sound stopped, and the person died. There was not even a chance to see the light of day. Just a few steps away, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao met acquaintances again. It was Yi Qing and his group. Hu Xiao sighed in his heart. What was supposed to come would always come. This time he did not stop, but walked up to Yi Qing quickly and greeted him before Yi Qing could speak. Captain Sure, there is a golden butterfly. Do you want to go and see it? When Hu Xiao said this, he was more enthusiastic than usual. Yi Qing was first surprised by Hu Xiao's tone of voice, and then he was attracted by the golden butterfly he mentioned. He didn't care about what he wanted to say before, and asked hurriedly, "Really?" When they came over, they heard people talking about it. They were just thinking about going over to see it for themselves. How could the mercenary team members not know how powerful this mutant creature was? However, they had only heard about it in other safe zones before, and this was the first time it appeared around their safe zone. They were still quite curious. And as long as they didn't rob it of gold, they didn't have to worry about safety issues. So, when he heard about the golden butterfly, he still wanted to see it for himself. Hu Xiao nodded and said yes. Sure. Jingqing rubbed his hands, looked back at the people following him, and asked, "Do you want to go and take a look? Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. If you run into this one day, you will definitely not be able to do it without understanding it. As for saving people, it is not within their consideration. As long as those people give up the gold or they are carrying and leave the area quickly, they can basically escape. Unless they want gold instead of life. With so many people inside, there must be someone who knows Huang Jindai. There may not be someone who will risk his life to save others. But there should be someone who will shout out a warning. It depends on whether those people believe it or not. Besides Jiang Bei, there are also Chen Yin, Jiang Shuyun, Wang Zhong and others following behind. Half of these people are known to Zhuang Xiao, and Hu Xiao knows only Jiang Bei, who may have joined the Mandrill team later, and the rest are familiar to him. At this moment, these people were not attracted by Huang Jindai at first, but stared at Hu Xiao. Captain Hua, I really can't tell. It's only been a short time since he withdrew from the safe zone mercenary team, and not only does he not look as broken as a person with genetic collapse should, but he is actually getting married. Ishi Kiyoshi was still waiting for the answer from the people behind him, and saw that they were all staring at Hu Xiao, and he angrily said, "What are you looking at? Are you going or not? If not, let's go back with my cousin-in-law now." Hu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao, My cousin-in-law arrived late but still arrived. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao just stood there, silent and expressionless. Well, they were all very calm. They didn't hear anything. Jiang Shuyun was yelled at by his captain and immediately came to his senses, saying, "Go, go. Must go." The others also came to their senses and looked at Ishi Kiyoshi, echoing, "Go, must go." Hearing that the people in the Mandrill squad were going to take a look, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao almost made way in sync. "Go, go, hurry up." Before leaving, Ishi Kiyoshi patted Hu Xiao's shoulder with his hand and shouted in a sarcastic tone, "Cousin-in-law, I'm leaving first." After saying that, regardless of Hu Xiao's reaction, she felt relieved. Suddenly, she felt that she was much older than him. This cousin was not recognized in vain. Zhuang Xiao felt angry, but she had to maintain her calmness. After seeing the man walk away, she raised her hand and patted Hu Xiao's shoulder, saying in a low voice, "His cousin-in-law, let's go too." Hu Xiao, Hu Xiao turned his head stiffly and looked at Zhuang Xiao, who had walked a few steps away. His expression was indescribable. Seeing that no one had caught up with him, Zhuang Xiao looked back and saw Hu Xiao still standing there with a very strange expression on his face. However, Zhuang Xiao's sight was soon attracted by the golden figure flying in the sky. The golden butterfly that was supposed to be hovering over the mining area was flying towards Hu Xiao at a very fast speed. Chapter 479. Zhuang Xiao shouted loudly, "Hu Xiao, run!" Because of Zhuang Xiao's shout, the hurried steps suddenly stopped, and all looked at the girl in the crowd, who was shouting inexplicably. There was confusion, shock, and a look like a fool in their eyes. But these emotions only lasted for a few seconds before they were dispersed again by the shouts of others. If Zhuang Xiao's shouting made the crowd press the pause button, the voices of the others were like a big stone thrown into the calm lake, instantly making the crowd noisy. "It's the golden butterfly! It's the golden butterfly coming!" The three words golden butterfly were like water drops in a frying pan, which immediately made the crowd explode. As soon as Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Hu Xiao had already moved his feet and ran towards the little girl. The commotion caused by the golden butterfly did not make the crowd disperse quickly, but made the area where they were located more chaotic and crowded. Even the people who were originally going to the abandoned area turned back after seeing the flight path of the golden butterfly in the sky. Even though the two were only a dozen steps apart, The crowd's movement made it difficult for Hu Xiao to reach Zhuang Zhao's location, and Zhuang Zhao's small figure was soon submerged in a tall crowd around him. Zhuang Zhao cursed inwardly, this damn height, and then groped in the gap like a flexible little snake towards Hu Xiao. Fortunately, she was strong enough. Anyone who blocked her way was pushed to the sides by her. The crowd separated and then came together. After a while, Zhuang Zhao bumped into Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao grabbed the little girl and started to go towards the dense forest. Now, many people stood in the middle of the temporarily cleared road in order to see the golden butterfly clearly. Only a few people stood in the dense forest beside the road. This was because they were marginalized, and it was not easy to squeeze in. When Zhuang Zhao and Hu Xiao were heading into the dense forest, various exclamations came from the crowd from time to time. It seemed very surprised. It was less frightened than before. Zhuang Zhao couldn't help but look up. The golden butterfly sometimes soared into the sky, and sometimes swooped down and flew over people's heads. This time she saw the full picture of the golden butterfly. What kind of butterfly was it? It was the first time she saw such a huge butterfly. Its body was about 60 to 70 centimeters long, and its wings were about 2 meters long. Its wings were dotted with small black or gray spots, surrounded by a circle of brown edges. In the center of the wings, there were 2 symmetrical circles, 2 large and 2 small, like 2 pairs of big eyes of different shapes, shining with a charming rainbow-like luster. These details are so insignificant because the base color of its wings is so bright yellow, and its abdomen is also bright yellow, and even the fluffy hair on its abdomen is golden like summer wheat ears. Every time the sun shines on its body, it looks golden and shining. No wonder it is called the golden butterfly. It is the same color as gold. And because of the small decorations on the wings, it is more gorgeous than gold. Such a butterfly is really unforgettable once you see it. What if it wasn't flying towards them now? That would be even better. She was still very worried because it was too close. After all, Hu Xiao said before that this golden butterfly would kill people. It was a killer butterfly. Will the small claws? No, the big claws twist her head off? This is a big problem now. Soon, Zhuang Zhao and Hu Xiao stood under a big tree in the dense forest. Although it was not the season for lush branches and leaves, there were many branches on the tree, and the thin and dense branches grew 2 or 3 meters above the ground, which made Zhuang Zhao feel a little safe. Why does this golden butterfly always fly towards us? Zhuang Zhao was puzzled. She really didn't steal a piece of gold containing ore from the abandoned ore area. She didn't think she was particularly favored by the mutant creatures in the wasteland. However, it was impossible for the golden butterfly to fly around them for no reason. There must be a reason for everything. It's just that she didn't know the reason yet. Hu Xiao shook his head, but Zhuang Zhao didn't see it. She didn't really want to get an answer. After all, no one could understand the thoughts of a mutant creature. Suddenly, Hu Xiao said, "Stop looking, let's go." The abnormal behavior of this golden butterfly always makes people feel uneasy. Thinking about the mutant creatures at home, Hu Xiao didn't want to have another mouth to feed at home. Flame cat, I feed you all, okay? Zhuang Zhao took another look at the golden butterfly that was about to dive in their direction, and replied happily, let's go quickly. She didn't feel that the golden butterfly wanted to go home with her. Just as the two of them turned around, there was another scream behind them, one louder than the other. Then, Zhuang Zhao felt a force sweeping towards her. Like lightning, like a hurricane. There was no chance for her to react at all. She felt that her clothes were caught by something, and the air flow was flowing around her. Zhuang Zhao glanced up. Didn't dare to move. Because Hu Xiao quietly grabbed her hand and warned her in a low voice, don't move. Zhuang Zhao slightly twisted her head and glanced at Hu Xiao. Okay. The two of them were strangled by the golden butterfly's neck, and each of them had a golden butterfly claw on their shoulders and waist. The fine hair on the legs, Zhuang Zhao felt cold and shining, like a sharp silver needle. It could scratch her face at any time. She was on the left, Hu Xiao was on the right. It's really symmetrical. Zhuang Zhao didn't know why she was still thinking wildly now. Maybe she didn't notice any murderous intention. This golden butterfly seemed to have found a temporary resting place. It just fluttered its wings gently and hugged her and Hu Xiao. What should I do? Let it rest for a while. Wait until it has rested enough before leaving. Zhuang Zhao muttered softly. Hu Xiao didn't move, so she didn't dare to move rashly. Hu Xiao shook the little girl's hand and whispered, wait. In this case, if you anger the golden butterfly, you may not be able to get away unscathed. Zhuang Zhao said, oh wait. That is, wait until the golden butterfly has rested enough, then leave. At this time, There was no one within a radius of 20 meters between the two of them. Chapter 480. Captain, why do the clothes on the two people in front of me look so familiar? Jiang Shuyun leaned closer to Yi Qing and looked in the direction of the golden butterfly. Yi Qing and Jiang Shuyun were right behind Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao, that is, behind the golden butterfly, and they couldn't see clearly who was caught by the golden butterfly. In the crowd, there were naturally few people who coveted the golden butterfly. However, there were too many people around, so no action was taken for a while. Yi Qing looked at the 4 legs under the wings of the golden butterfly and felt that it looked familiar. It seemed right. Yi Qing did not answer Jiang Shuyun's question, but started from the front of the crowd to the front of the golden butterfly. We know after we go over and take a look. As soon as Yi Qing moved, the members of the mandrill team followed their captain and started to circle from the front of the crowd. How long do we have to wait? Or do we have something that this guy likes? Is it an energy stone? When talking about energy stones, Zhuang Xiao obviously lowered her voice. Now when she and Hu Xiao go out, they will wear a lot of energy stones. And the one Hu Xiao is wearing around his neck now is an energy stone with super high energy value. Maybe, Hu Xiao replied softly. After all, it is a well-known fact that mutant animals like energy stones. Then I can't give it to in public now. Look at the people around us. Not to mention the huge crowds, but also a circle. We are like gorillas in the zoo now. Everyone can see us, but these people neither paid the ticket fee nor fed us. At least a banana will do. Zhuang Xiao started talking more after she realized that she was not in any danger for a while. Especially the people outside, all eyes were on her and Hu Xiao. This made her more nervous than the golden butterfly on her. Now she and Hu Xiao were famous. The front page of the Safe Zone tomorrow, no, the evening news of the Safe Zone tonight, was about a man and a woman being held hostage by the golden butterfly around the blind zone mining area. However, that was all. They were held hostage, but there was no rescue team around. Hu Xiao was quite nervous at first, but when he heard what Zhuang Xiao said, he suddenly stopped being nervous. Zhuang Xiao was talking excitedly when he felt the golden butterfly behind him move its abdomen. However, it soon calmed down again. I thought it was leaving. If it doesn't work, I just hang this string of energy stones on my wrist around its neck. It seems that it won't work. My wrist is not as thick as its neck. I have to rechain it. Zhuang Xiao continued her mumbling, looking at the ground, and no longer looking at the eyes of the people around her. Hu Jiao's hands are quite warm. Is this golden butterfly sick? The flowers and trees haven't sprouted yet. What is it eating? Golden butterfly, It doesn't need to eat. After finishing the work, the mission is over. Yi Qing was stunned. What's going on? These two people are still in the mood to chat? Yi Qing was shocked when he got to the front. It's my cousin and her husband. Is that right? The cousin's mouth kept moving. The distance was too far, and Zhuang Xiao's voice was soft, so Yi Qing couldn't hear what Hu was saying at all. And Hu Xiao, he even nodded slightly occasionally. What on earth are these two people doing? They are really bold. Jiang Shuyun, Jiang Bei, and other members of the mandrill team saw it. Someone screamed. The sound was not loud, but Zhuang Xiao heard it. She looked up and saw the members of the mandrill team looking at them. She wanted to wave, but then gave up. So she bared her teeth at the person opposite, as a greeting. Everyone, Captain, are you saving people? Jiang Bei said. They can't just sit there and watch, although my cousin doesn't seem to care at all, and is in the mood to make faces at them. But isn't it a bad idea to do nothing? Ishi Kiyoshi said calmly. What are you saving? This must be the method my cousin came up with to tame the golden butterfly. Look at the flame cat. And the mutant pangolin? My cousin has some magical powers after all. No matter how low Ishi Kiyoshi's voice was, it still reached Zhuang Xiao's ears without any hindrance. Zhuang Xiao complained to Hu Xiao. The captain of this mandrill team doesn't seem to be very smart. Hu Xiao didn't hear what Yi Qing said, so he didn't know where Zhuang Xiao came from, but it didn't stop him from giving a positive answer to the girl's judgment. Yes, that's it. Time passed second by second. Zhuang Xiao felt something fall on his legs. Then, there was a commotion in the crowd behind them. What is that? Is the golden butterfly laying eggs? Why would the golden butterfly lay eggs at this time and place? The crowd around them suddenly became noisy again. Zhuang Xiao listened to everyone's words and looked down at her legs. Yellow-green, translucent, the size of a quail egg. This thing seems, it really looks like an insect egg. Didn't the mutant mantis eggs look similar? Did the golden butterfly treat her and Hu Xiao as a delivery bed? Hu Xiao, it laid eggs. Wow, it actually laid eggs. Zhuang Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did she have to give birth to a child on her body when she could have given birth anywhere else? Hu Xiao also noticed, and saw the strangeness behind him. Seeing the little girl's desperate reaction, he comforted her. It's okay, you can eat eggs when you go home tonight. Zhuang Xiao, who was immersed in his own emotions, heard Hu Xiao's words. There was shock and surprise on his face. Well, more of a surprise. That's right, she ate the mutant mantis eggs. Why can't she eat the eggs of this golden butterfly? Golden butterfly, eh? Sister, you're not dead yet? You're already coveting my cub. Now we both have at least 10 eggs. It shouldn't be a problem for it to lay hundreds of eggs. The eggs are so small, we can cook them in a few ways at night. Boiled, fried, braised eggs, what else? Think about it. Zhuang Xiao felt the weight behind her increased by 2 points. This golden butterfly looks so beautiful. The eggs must be delicious too. It's just that eggs can't lay chickens, and chickens can't lay eggs otherwise. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao remembered something again. How did the butterfly come? After her brain was working frantically, she felt like there were many furry little animals crawling on her back. Chapter 481. Hu Xiao, the two of us behind are the predecessors of caterpillars, right? Eating eggs at night? What eggs to eat? Zhuang Xiao now wants to vomit what he ate in the morning. If there is any more. Eggs, caterpillars, cocoons, butterflies. This is the life of the guy in gorgeous clothes behind. Hu Xiao listened to Zhuang Xiao's trembling voice, as if he understood something. It seems that the little girl doesn't like the fat green guy very much. Zhuang Xiao, no need to pretend. Sister, I just don't like soft and squirming bugs. Hu Xiao hesitated for a long time between the affirmative and negative answers, and then slowly hummed. She knew it. Butterflies are really not good things. It is a pest, golden butterfly, Cousin, do you want this golden butterfly? When Zhuang Xiao said this, his voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough for Yi Qing and his group to hear, including many people around them. At the same time, her voice was as gentle as it could be, just gentle, afraid that the guy behind her would feel a little murderous intent. Yi Qing was shocked by the sudden gentleness of his cousin, and got goosebumps all over his body, and his mouth twitched. He was not familiar with his cousin. Jiangbei pushed Yi Qing and said, Captain, your cousin is talking to you. When Zhuang Zhao's voice reached Hu Zhao's ears, Hu Zhao's heart beat fast. This was because he couldn't wait for the golden butterfly to finish laying eggs, and wanted to make trouble. Hu Xiao slowly turned half of his head, and hooked the little girl's hand with his hand. Zhuang Xiao bared her teeth, but her expression was as bitter as if she had eaten half a pound of cactus. Get ready to run. The voice was extremely gentle, like the whispers between lovers. Zhuang Xiao almost vomited. If she continued to talk like this, she would make herself sick to death. Then she looked at Yi Qing. The people in the mandrill squad all carried weapons when they went out. As long as they had a few breaths of time, she and Hu Xiao could run away. Who wants this golden butterfly? She saw that many people were salivating over it. Wait a minute, she and Hu Xiao can slip away in the chaos. Drive home. This gold is destined to be out of her reach. Now she and Hu Xiao are so close to the golden butterfly, it is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. Cousin. Zhuang Zhao's voice once again reached Yi Qing's ears. Yi Qing shuddered all over. Then he nodded wildly at Zhuang Xiao. Oh my god, cousin, please stop shouting. This voice is more deadly than the golden butterfly. Yi Qing said to the people around him. Get ready. Zhuang Xiao held out 3 fingers, looked at Hu Xiao and whispered, Are you ready? Hu Xiao nodded. Instantly, Zhuang Xiao turned around and punched the golden butterfly in the chest. There was a slight crackling sound, and the skin suddenly felt a chill. This time Zhuang Xiao used all his strength. Although the golden butterfly looked big when its wings were spread, its weight was not good. Therefore, after this circle, the golden butterfly, which was still laying eggs, flew dozens of meters away, and its dancing posture was no longer as graceful as before. Hu Xiao held the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it into the golden butterfly's abdomen almost at the same time. The abdomen is the softest part of the golden butterfly's body. If the distance was not so close, it would be hard to say whether it could concentrate. The dagger was stuck in the golden butterfly's abdomen. With Zhuang Zhao's punch, the dagger flew out of his hand, and flew out with the golden butterfly. Zhuang Xiao did not hesitate to escape. He grabbed Hu Zhao's arm, and dragged him out of the encirclement. The golden butterfly fell heavily not far away, and there were yellow and green butterfly eggs on the ground. Many people in the crowd didn't know what happened. The moment the golden butterfly fell out, it subconsciously took several steps back. This gave the golden butterfly a chance to catch its breath. In the blink of an eye, the golden butterfly, whose abdomen was severely injured twice, trembled its wings slightly, struggled twice, and flew into the air. However, after all, it had external and internal injuries. The golden butterfly's flying posture was no longer as leisurely as before. What's more, it was interrupted while laying eggs. It was not easy to find such a large piece of energy stone, but it was interrupted before its reproduction mission was completed. That was naturally very angry. The mutant creature's natural keen intuition about energy stones made it fly to the place with the highest energy value. All the people around who were originally eager to make a move and coveted the golden butterfly now acted without mercy. Kill it while it is sick. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for so many people, how to divide it, that is something to consider after taking down the golden butterfly. Many people are also worried about being affected and bringing harm to them, the pure spectators. They were also quickly and completely encircling them. Of course, Ishikiyoshi and others from the Mandrill squad went up. This opportunity was delivered to them for free. But in a moment, a new battle situation took shape. Zhuangxiao pulled Huishao to run in front, while people like the Mandrill squad chased behind, and the other bastards, who stayed in place, stood on tiptoe to watch. They almost missed some exciting parts. When they go home at night, they will have less to talk about. Captain, this won't work, we can easily get hurt by mistake, Jiang Shuyan said as she ran. Sure, Jingqing cursed. Why did the golden butterfly always chase her cousin and the others? Zhuangxiao wanted to curse even more. She and Huishao not only had to run past the golden butterfly, but also had to run past the arrows that fell from time to time. Moreover, her clothes were scratched by the golden butterfly's claws and leaked air. Fortunately, it was still cold and her little flower cotton jacket was still on, otherwise she would have been bleeding. She also took the time to turn her head and glance at Huishao beside her. The leaky little cotton jacket. The cotton wool was floating, like cotton wool on the branches of a willow tree in spring. Huishao glanced at the golden butterfly above his head. He exerted all his strength and prepared to pull Zhuangxiao to where the branches were dense. This way, the golden butterfly could not land. It was safer for them. However, his strength was no match for the little girl, and he was pulled back. His arm was almost dislocated. Run to where the branches are dense. Sometimes, the use of the mouth is more important than the actual action. It is more important to say than to do, and this shows it. Zhuangxiao rolled her eyes, and looked at the golden butterfly that insisted on using her, and Huishao as a delivery bed. She really wanted to roll her eyes even harder. The footsteps and shouts of the crowd behind him came one after another. Zhuangxiao shouted while running. Cousin, can you guys go faster? Sure, Jingqing was out of breath, with two big words on his face, speechless. Did he not want to go faster? You guys ran too fast. This golden butterfly was almost out of the range of ordinary crossbows. Flame cat, The butterflies in the sky were flying, and the dogs on the ground were chasing. Ha 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 ha. Why didn't it go? I really want to take a look. Home. With a snap, the flame cat's claws slapped the mutant pangolin's head. Chapter 482. Meow. It can only dig holes. It can only dig holes. It can't help support its beloved tree. Another. Pop. Sound. Meow. Brother, can't you dig holes? Brother can, but I'm a person who can support trees. The flame cat was very angry. Where did the friend get this mutant animal from? It can't do anything except dig holes. It can't even bury the soil. It's different from it. It can dig holes, plant trees, and bury the soil. Among the 3 skills, it can at least 2 skills. If it kills someone, wouldn't it be the typical kind that only cares about killing and not burying the dead? The flame cat's third claw went down. It slapped a hole. The mutant pangolin was also angry. It left. It was digging a hole. Why did it hit people? No one said that it had other part-time jobs to do besides digging holes and digging the soil. If you have the guts, come and scratch me underground, the mutant pangolin snorted. It's going to plow the field. The dancing grass watched the interaction between the flame cat and the mutant pangolin and laughed. A smile on the branches must go crazy. My God, this melon is so delicious. At this time, Zhuangxiao has already started to return the same way. There is no way, who made the people behind him not catch up. After running for a while, Zhuangxiao didn't feel cold even though the cotton jacket had holes in it. He even sweated. I should have brought a gun when I went out. You must remember to bring it next time. While running, Zhuangxiao could also tell Huishao something. After getting the gun, he seemed to have hardly used it. Xiao glanced at the golden butterfly above his head. Is this the time to think about this? Captain, Captain. They're back, they're back. They're back again. They're back again. After chasing them in this round, half of the people behind them were gone again. Anyone who has chased them knows how difficult it is. Some people in the Mandrill squad have fallen behind. For example, Jiang Bei. He can't do it, he really can't do it. It's better to confront the mutant animals head-on, and forget about running. In addition to Jiang Bei, there were also Zhuang Zhao's old acquaintances at the resting place. That was Xiao Qiao and the others. How did you get into the mercenary team? This was Xiao Qiao's soulful complaint. In just a short while, everyone became familiar with each other. They had briefly looked at each other on the road before, and they recognized each other immediately when they met. They said to each other, okay. We are all relatives, Jiang Bei said. Just like you, I got in through connections. Xiao Qiao, Well, we are all related. Stop talking, I'm back again. One of the boys bumped into Xiao Xiantai, who was trying to talk to Jiang Bei again. It's really lively here to pan for gold today. The people who were just catching their breath on the ground looked at each other, speechless, but their eyes all conveyed one sentence. Chase? The answer was surprisingly consistent. What's there to chase? They can't even catch up with the shadow of the golden butterfly. It's better to take advantage of the golden butterflies strolling here and honestly pick up a few pieces of raw stones containing gold and bring them back. At least they can exchange them for some nutrient solution to drink. Chasing the golden butterfly, they are just drinking the wind from all directions. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, who passed by the crowd, looked at the people on the ground. All of them looked up at the golden butterfly in the sky, and no one moved. Everyone, What are they moving? They have to rest for a while. They still have to go back to pan for gold. The mandrill has now become the tail. Yi Qing immediately spotted Jiang Bei, who was sitting next to Xiao Qiao, and shouted, You kid, why don't you get up? After that, the group ran away again. Go ahead, the golden butterfly is still following my sister. Xiao Qiao was the first to stand up from the ground, and the young men of the South Gate guards also stood up one by one. Yes, at least you have to help my sister share the firepower. Jiang Bei, Are you sure that the golden butterfly will look down on you? Although Jiang Bei felt that he seemed to be of little help, he couldn't let the other party out at this time. It seemed that he didn't value his cousin. The people in their mandrill squad were not that kind of people, looking at the car that was so close. Zhuang Xiao laughed wildly in his heart. Finally he didn't have to run. Bang bang. Two sounds. The car door opened and closed. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao fell into the car at the same time. Then there were pa-pa. Several crisp sounds. What's that sound? Ah, Wang Jindi's balls. Zhuang Xiao flipped over and stood up. Touching behind him, his fingers were sticky. Although there was only a small window in the car and the light was dim, it was not a problem to see things. Looking at the disgusting mass on his hands, Zhuang Xiao glanced around, not knowing what to use to wipe his hands. Seeing Hui Xiao was about to get up, a hand grabbed Hui Xiao's arm and said, I help you get up. Hui Xiao, He's not even 30 yet. It's not that he needs help to get up. However, Hui Xiao didn't refuse the girl's kindness and stood up with the force. Zhuang Xiao grabbed Hui Xiao's arm hard and walked to the car window as if nothing had happened, wanting to see what was happening outside first. Hui Xiao looked down at the sticky liquid on his arm. He sighed secretly. Anyway, his back must be full of this stuff. It doesn't matter. There was a slight tremor on the roof. Outside the car, the members of the mandrill squad have formed a circle. Cousin, the opportunity has come, come on, you can do it. Zhuang Xiao shouted loudly to Yi Qing from the window. Yi Qing, Wang Jindai was also a little exhausted at this time. In addition to the wound in the abdomen, Hui Xiao's dagger was still stuck in his body. As the golden butterfly's abdomen trembled, the dagger also trembled slightly. The strong energy stone smell in the car made the golden butterfly feel dazed for a moment. Hui Xiao sorted out the weapons he brought with him this time and said to Zhuang Xiao, You stay in the car, I go out and take a look. Zhuang Xiao turned around and said, Take off the energy stone on your body. She always felt that the golden butterfly was attracted by the super energy stone on Hui Xiao's body. After all, the flame cat also has an inexplicable preference for energy stones. Her belly, which had grown fat in the winter, was shining almost every day. Especially at night, it looked like a big shining lantern in her eyes. What a pity. Flame cat, What do you feel sorry for? This energy stone was obtained by this cat with strength. Hui Xiao didn't ask any questions, and took off the necklace from his neck and handed it to Zhuang Xiao. The car door slowly opened. Ishi Qing looked at the person who came out and said, "What are you doing out here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden butterfly flew up. Zhuang Xiao heard the sound of the wings fluttering and felt something was wrong. How could this be different from what he had guessed? Could it be that the golden butterfly simply fell in love with Brother Hua? Chapter 483. The moment the golden butterfly took off, the surrounding mandrills all threw out their weapons. Bullets whistled. Crossbows flew. Then a clanging sound was heard. As the golden butterfly took off, more than 90% of the attacks were blocked by its wings. Only golden light flashed. The golden butterfly attacked, and the mandrills were shocked. They either crouched or dodged. Xiang Bei said in horror, "It was a close call. The golden butterfly's claws almost touched my head." He looked up and touched the hat on his head, still feeling scared. This mutant animal is not so easy to deal with. Zhuang Xiao was shocked when she saw this scene in the car. She turned around and looked for her crossbow and sleeve arrows. She also had the poison of water hemlock and dancing grass prepared by Hua Xiao. She could also look through the window in the car and choose the right opportunity to take action. Today, this group of people and the golden butterfly may have a life and death relationship. Sure enough, when Zhuang Xiao just took an attacking posture and searched for the trace of gold with his eyes, the guy flew back again. And the target is obvious. It is still the car where Zhuang Xiao is. So it seems that its target is still the energy stone. I just don't know why the golden butterfly has to find a place with energy stones to lay eggs. The answer to this question, I am afraid only the golden butterfly knows it. The members of the mandrill team, Hua Xiao and Xiao Qiao who rushed over are now ambushing around the car. They have fought back and forth several times. The golden butterfly flies very fast, which makes it difficult to aim. Moreover, its most fatal part is the abdomen. Other parts are extremely stubborn, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt it. Zhuang Xiao also shot several cold arrows in the car, but it was useless. The golden butterfly was seen going back and forth. It seems that it really likes energy stones. After all, she has a lot of energy stones in her car now. In addition to the one she carries with her, there are actually some spare ones in the car in case of emergency. I don't know when it may really save my life. Even at the risk of losing it, Zhuang Xiao still hid some in the corners of the car. Zhuang Xiao had an idea. The fight was going on outside, and the car was also being searched. Looking for usable materials. Found it. Zhuang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, holding a few objects in her hand. Soon, she made something similar to a fishing rod. The bait was energy stone, the fishing line was metal wire, and the fishing rod was a turtle shell. Her big turtle shell could just fit in the window. The wire was left for about 10 meters, and the rest was trapped on the turtle shell. After the modification, the car weighed 5 or 6 tons. As for the golden butterfly, it was definitely impossible to pull it. The roof of the car trembled slightly again. Zhuang Xiao threw the bait. Throw it onto the roof of the car. The people below only felt a slight flash of white light, and something fell on the roof of the car. The golden butterfly seemed to be stunned for a moment. Everyone seized the opportunity and attacked again. The sound of the weapon breaking through the air was heard, but the golden butterfly did not take off immediately as expected. Until the weapon hit it. It spread its wings and flew out again. Its 2 front legs tightly clamped the energy stone thrown by Zhuang Xiao. A string of energy stones. Each one was of uniform size, and there were about a dozen of them. The energy value was above E level. With a bang, the turtle shell got stuck in the window. It also blocked Zhuang Zhao's view outside. Everyone felt that the golden butterfly took off, and then it seemed to be grabbed by something. It seemed to fall, and after barely stabilizing its body, it flapped its wings and circled in place. Ishii Kiyoshi hadn't figured out what was happening with the golden butterfly yet, and in surprise, he called for everyone to come forward. Time was running out. Who cares what caused the golden butterfly to behave abnormally? Just go ahead. In an instant, swords, guns and ammunition all rushed towards the golden butterfly. Hearing the calls from outside, Zhuang Xiao knew it worked. The energy stone was indeed the golden butterfly's true love. The metal wire was sometimes loose and sometimes tight, and the turtle shell clanged against the metal interior of the car. Zhuang Xiao felt a buzz in his head. It was like being in a big bell. Every impact echoed in the small and confined space. The weight of the car was indeed enough. Although it was only a slight shake, it was enough to make Zhuang Xiao dizzy. Just when she could no longer bear it, the turtle shell fell down and rolled on the floor of the car. It's over. Her energy stone. Zhuang Xiao quickly retracted the metal wire. Seeing that the golden butterfly was injured and fell to the ground, the mandrel team and others were trying to get closer. Huang Jindi's body was dragged by something and hit the wall of the carriage. The door was suddenly opened from the outside. Light shone in. Hui Xiao saw the little girl sitting on the ground, with her huge turtle shell at her feet and a bundle of thin metal wire in her hand. Not dead? Zhuang Xiao turned her head and asked in surprise. Her eyes swept over Hui Xiao and suddenly stopped. Are you injured? She threw down the metal wire and walked towards the door. Hui Xiao lowered his eyes to look at his arm, smiled slightly, and said, It's okay, no one will die. The bright red blood stained the white cotton, which was shocking. Zhuang Xiao took a closer look and saw that the skin and flesh were turned inside out. This is nothing? Zhuang Xiao asked anxiously. Where is our medicine box? Where is it? Hui Xiao usually sorted the things in the car, and she never paid attention to the specific location of the things. For example, just now, she wanted to find a suitable thing, so she really searched through the boxes and cabinets. But even so, she didn't see where their medicine box was just now. This first aid kit was given by Du Zhong when we were in the number 6 safe zone. It has never been used. Unexpectedly, Hui Xiao was not as calm as he appeared. He had cold sweat on his back several times. However, the cotton-padded jacket was leaking air, and the cold wind dried it. It dried and leaked again, and it was very cold. Hui Xiao tried to keep his voice soft and said, It's on the bottom layer of the cabinet near the corner. According to Hui Xiao's instructions, he found what he was looking for. What should I do? Zhuang Xiao was at a loss. She had never been injured since she was a child, and no one around her had ever suffered such an injury. Besides, the hospital would take over the case soon. Just as she was at a loss, Xiao Qiao's voice came. Brother Hui, how are you? Do you need help? 2 people in the mandrel squad were also injured, but they were all external injuries, and would not endanger their lives. He thought about coming to his sister's place to see her. After all, his sister was a girl, and she might not be able to see such a scene. Hearing Xiao Qiao's voice, Zhuang Xiao felt relieved. He jumped out of the car immediately. Chapter 484. Xiao Qiao, come here. Zhuang Xiao dragged Xiao Qiao to Hui Xiao's front as if she had seen a savior. When Xiao Qiao saw Hui Xiao's wound, she immediately opened the first aid kit in the car and cleaned, anesthetized, sutured, and bandaged it skillfully. Zhuang Xiao stared at Hui Xiao's wound nervously, motionless. The sound of the suture thread passing through the flesh was still in her ears, and it sounded very creepy. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such a serious injury. It seemed that the people around her didn't have any either. This was the first time seeing such a wound, and both the injured and the people who treated it seemed to be used to it. Seeing her like this, Hui Xiao thought she was frightened, and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, you see. Xiao Qiao can handle it. Zhuang Xiao raised his head, glanced at Hui Xiao's face, and said guiltily, If I had known, I would have let the golden butterfly lay eggs on me. Without waiting for Hui Xiao to say anything else, Zhuang Xiao immediately promised, I will definitely learn this skill of bandaging wounds when I go back, and I promise that next time you are injured, I can go. Her eyes were extremely sincere, and seemed full of expectation. Hui Xiao, Can't you just hope for him to be better? Hui Xiao took a deep breath and said word by word, That's not necessary. Zhuang Xiao, Why don't you appreciate it? She really needs to learn these surgical knowledge well. If she gets hurt in the future, she will also need it. It's not just for you. Seeing that Hui Xiao and Xiao Qiao were very calm about this, Zhuang Xiao's worries faded away. I also had the mind to look at other people. Mandrel, Xiao Qiao, and their car were placed side by side. The injured members of the mandrel team were also treating their wounds at this time, and the degree of injury was similar to Hui Xiao. However, everyone in the mandrel team seemed to be in a very good mood. It seems that this golden butterfly is really valuable. Yishi Qing and Jiang Shuyun stood in front of the golden butterfly, and their eyes fell on the string of golden energy stones on its 2 front feet. Now, in his eyes and heart, there is no place for the golden butterfly. His mind and eyes were filled with that string of energy stones. Who? The 2 who were about to curse hadn't said anything yet. Suddenly, he saw that metal wire. How could his cousin be so extravagant that she even used energy stones to make bracelets? One look at the roundness of the energy stone showed that it had been carefully polished. Too extravagant. Too extravagant. He looked around and saw that the other members of the team were picking up the scattered crossbows around. Ishi Kiyoshi quickly took the energy stone off the front leg of the golden butterfly and threw it into the lathe. Who wouldn't be jealous if they saw this? What did you see? Shi Jingqing asked Jiang Shuyan beside him in a deep voice. Jiang Shuyan was startled and immediately said, I didn't see anything. His red-eye disease was about to come back. Jiang Shuyan's thoughts were the same as Shi Jingqing's. Extravagant, too extravagant. Shi Jingqing nodded with satisfaction. They were so close. Even though the two of them spoke softly, and did not move much, Zhuang Xiao still heard and saw everything. Xiao Qiao was helping Hui Xiao fix his sleeves, and didn't pay attention to this side. When Zhuang Xiao turned her head, Hui Xiao was looking at her. The little girl had a hint of guilt in her eyes. Hui Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, You have? After a slight pause, he gritted his teeth and continued, You still have golden butterfly eggs. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao's expression changed. The guilt in her eyes disappeared, replaced by an incredible and pitiful look. Zhuang Xiao was about to cry. After all this trouble, how could there still be? She couldn't hatch eggs, so why did he stick to her? Zhuang Xiaoyu said in a trembling voice. Xiao Qiao, do you want this egg? Maybe it can hatch 2 golden butterflies. Xiao Qiao, Sister, let's not talk about whether this egg can be hatched or not. Even if it is hatched and becomes a butterfly, the one he raised is definitely not a golden butterfly. But, yes, I will go back and cook it tonight. Xiao Qiao responded hurriedly. If there are more, maybe the people in their team can get a share. Xiao Qiao immediately stepped forward to pick up the golden butterfly eggs. As for the golden butterfly, they basically didn't contribute much, so they had no chance to get it. Eggs would be fine. And the gold-picking activity in the afternoon could continue. Not a loss. The teenagers who came with Xiao Qiao also gathered around and helped him remove the golden butterfly eggs stuck on Zhuang Xiao's back. There were quite a few left. Xiao Qiao and the others were very happy. Zhuang Xiao was miserable. Hui Xiao went to Shi Jingqing. The golden butterfly had been laid flat on the ground, and it was still trembling slightly. However, there was no threat anymore. Hui Xiao bent down and pulled out the dagger from Huang Jindi's abdomen. The people who were scattered around before had begun to gather here. Obviously, they all wanted to see Huang Jindai up close. However, Huang Jindai was soon carried to Ishi Kiyoshi's car. Are we going back too? Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao nodded and said, I borrowed Jiang Shuyun, and Jiang Shuyun will drive us back later. And, Huang Jindai, what do you think? Ah? What idea? She had no idea. Today was a very confusing day. Then she thought that this might involve some distribution issues, and Zhuang Xiao said indifferently, I don't have any idea about it, don't consider me. Besides, I didn't contribute much. You can do it yourself. Soon, Jiang Shuyun came over and called, Cousin, are we leaving now? Zhuang Xiao hurriedly said, Back now. She has no chance with gold. On the way back, Ishi Kiyoshi and his team were in the front, and Hui Xiao and his team were behind. Jiang Shuyun was driving, and Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were sitting in the car. I practice driving when I'm free. Zhuang Xiao was a little depressed. The cold winter was over, and the practice of driving had to be put on the agenda. Driving in the Wasteland, especially a big car like this, was quite a test of driving skills. In addition, she also had to learn this surgical suture technique. Suddenly, she felt that winter was better. She lives in a small house every day. But she seems to be able to toss around in the cold winter. Hui Xiao responded and said softly, When my arm is healed, I will take you personally. Zhuang Xiao responded, Okay. After that, he remembered the big energy stone, dug it out, and handed it to Hui Xiao, saying, This may be helpful for wound recovery, wear it. Hui Xiao did not take it, but stretched his head over and said, My hands are not very convenient. His head drooped slightly. Zhuang Xiao, Okay, in the front car. Wang Zhong gently stroked the golden butterfly with his fingers and smiled. Every time I meet my cousin, good things happen. Chapter 485. Chen Yan pointed at his shoulder and joked, Your arm is so injured, you call it a good thing? Wang Zhong gently turned his arm. The anesthetic was still working. It didn't hurt. Every mission is dangerous. Look, the last time we went to Fulei Mountain with Hu Qianli, didn't we meet my cousin? Didn't we return empty-handed that time? There are risks every time, but not every time there is a reward. Now, there are risks, but both times there are rewards. That's good. Wang Zhong's words made sense, and Chen Yan inexplicably felt that it made sense. Another injured bearded man from the mandrill squad in the car also echoed Wang Zhong's words. Brother Wang is right. This golden butterfly is really a pleasant surprise. His finger slid across the thin wings of the golden butterfly, and the burning light in his eyes was even more obsessed than Wang Zhong. The Mandrill squad's car stopped at the fork in the road. Later, Jiang Shuyun drove the car into Zhuang Zhao's yard. I had close contact with dancing grass, flame cats, and mutant pangolins at once. When I left, I looked back every few steps, reluctant to leave. Is your wound starting to hurt? Is there anything that feels abnormal? Or, should we go to the safe zone? This wound is so deep, are you sure Xiao Qiao can just sew it up? Zhuang Xiao helped Hu Xiao into the house, mumbling non-stop. How can you live so rough? Hu Xiao sat down. Listening to the little girl's mumbling, he almost thought that his injury was much more serious than when he just withdrew from the safe zone last year. The effect of the anesthetic gradually faded. The pain of the wound came. Although Hu Xiao enjoyed the little girl's concern, he was worried that she was too worried, so he assured her, "It's okay." "Okay." Zhuang Xiao sighed. "Why don't you go inside and lie down for a while? I go make lunch." There is also the red leaf plant of the flame cat at the door that needs to be planted. When she went out to see Jiang Shuyun off just now, the guy was squatting at the door, waiting for her to plant the tree. Hu Xiao said yes. Zhuang Xiao went into the storage room. Her turtle meat and ginseng, they are still there. These two ingredients are the most nutritious at home, and Hu Xiao is injured and drinking them is just right. However, she also learned from the previous lesson, and did not dare to put too much ingredients in the soup this time. Hu Xiao's arm was already bleeding a lot. If this nosebleed comes again, that would really make the situation worse, and even more miserable. After the soup was cooked in the kitchen, Zhuang Xiao said something to Hu Xiao in the house, and went to serve their fire. There are also mutant pangolins. Is this plow addicted to plowing? Or what? The soil on the outside of the cultivated area is bulging, and the grass has fallen down again. Moreover, this area is getting bigger and bigger. Day after day, an acre of land has been cultivated outside the yard, and the small mangrove forest of flame cat alone occupies half an acre of land. The red leaves have not grown yet. It doesn't look as spooky as I imagined before. During this period, Zhuang Xiao also went to a small hot spring with flame cat, and brought back a lot of yellow fruit mutant plants, which have now been planted in the reclaimed land. Hu Xiao's arm has recovered well, and he doesn't feel pain if he walks normally. Zhuang Xiao was also free from the cooking work. The temperature of the weather rose faster than Zhuang Xiao expected. Since the temperature rose above 0 degrees, the daily temperature has been rising day by day like a rocket. The water hemlock in the backyard was about to sprout new buds. Early in the morning of this day, Hu Qianli and Wei Sheng came together. "Cousin, what is this?" As soon as Hu Qianli stood at the gate of the yard, he was attracted by the red grove of the flame cat. At this time, the sun had just risen, and the sunlight was not too hot. The flame cat had already squatted in its grove to take a nap. "I went out for a walk to find food last night, and didn't go home until dawn." Therefore, when Hu Qianli spoke so loudly, Hu didn't even blink. When Zhuang Xiao saw that it was Hu Qianli and Wei Sheng, she thought about what Lan Hong had told her a while ago about Wei Sheng getting married. While she was thinking about it, she heard Hu Qianli asking Hu about the red mangrove forest, and she answered casually, "Flame tree." The unknown plant that the flame cat got was called the flame tree. Hu Qianli looked up at the red tree crown, and then looked at Hu under the tree. Was this name just picked casually? The flower bed sheet on the flame cat's head has retired. The bald spot before has grown new hair, which is no different from normal hair if you don't look closely. This is probably the happiest thing for Hu besides the red grove. Although he suspected that Zhuang Xiao picked the name of this tree casually, Hu Qianli did not refute it, and even praised it seriously. Said that the name of this plant is worthy of its name. And this plant and Hu, they look very compatible and so on. Zhuang Xiao accepted it completely. The three of them chatted and went into the house. Hu Xiao had finished his work when he heard someone knocking on the door. Ishii Kiyoshi sent a small piece of golden butterfly wings 2 days ago. He had nothing to do recently, so he thought about using this limited material to make a light and exquisite weapon for Zhuang Xiao. He has been thinking about it these days, and the draft was only drawn yesterday. He plans to modify it today, and then he can start making it. Hu Xiao came out of the bedroom. Hu Qianli and Wei Sheng just entered the living room. Both of them looked very energetic. As soon as Wei Sheng entered the living room, he looked at Hu Xiao's arm and asked with concern, "Boss Hu, how is your arm?" Hu Xiao raised his arm and smiled, "Almost fine." After everyone sat down, Wei Sheng talked about the purpose of this visit. As Zhuang Xiao guessed, he really came to invite them to his house for a feast. 3 days later, Boss Hu and cousin must come. Wei Sheng stood at the door, waved to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao under the door, and left with Hu Qianli. Coming and going are like a gust of wind. Chapter 486. Wait until the two disappeared at the end of the path. Zhuang Xiao turned around and walked into the yard, saying as she walked, "Tomorrow is the 3-day festival?" If Wei Sheng and Hu Qianli hadn't mentioned this today, she almost forgot that there was such a festival. Since she came back from the gold panning that day, she only went to the small hot spring with Huahua, and she never went out again. Hu Xiao responded and said, "Yes, why don't we stay in the safe zone for 2 days tomorrow? It will be more lively in the safe zone during the 3-day festival. Are there any activities?" Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't even know what kind of festival this was. Last time in Nanshang Street, she heard Lan Hong mention this festival, and she was very curious at that time. Later, she was busy with her land and forgot about it. Now, what kind of festival is this? While Hu Xiao was still thinking about what kind of excitement there was in the safe zone during the Sanqiao festival in previous years, he heard Zhuang Zhao's second question. Hu Xiao scratched his head. This Sanqiao festival was the Sanqiao festival. Zhuang Xiao tilted his head to look at him. His dark and shiny eyes were full of curiosity. Hu Xiao thought for a moment and said slowly, "The morning of the year, the morning of the sun, and the morning of the moon symbolize the new year and hope. Just like the spring festival hundreds of years ago, but not completely." Hu Xiao didn't know how to define it any further. He got stuck here, and Zhuang Xiao couldn't help muttering, "Then your spring festival is really a spring festival. The earth is about to return to spring, and the grass and trees are about to sprout green buds. This is just the beginning. However, the name sounds nice. Mutated plants are starting to grow wildly, and mutated animals are running everywhere, but they are not all hope for the living. After all, there is no need to worry about freezing to death." Hu Xiao smiled and said, "It is indeed a spring festival." Finally, Zhuang Zhao's summary is that everyone should eat well and dress well on this day, and do their best to make themselves comfortable on this day. Zhuang Xiao immediately thought of Wei Sheng's marriage. Last time, she asked about the process of marriage in the Wasteland in advance, which was actually mainly about what gifts to give. Sure enough, it was used right now. Let's go back to the safe zone tonight, celebrate the festival, buy gifts, and by the way, I dig 2 more mutant plants with yellow fruits for Mr. Lin. Zhuang Xiao made the decision. One trip can solve 3 things directly. Moreover, she had promised the other party the mutant plant with yellow fruits. Although the temperature around the safe zone is not as warm as the small hot spring, it is not so cold that you will freeze to death. Hu Xiao agreed. Standing in front of the car in the afternoon, Zhuang Xiao actively climbed into the driver's seat. She should be able to drive this car. Except that the car is a little taller, a little bigger, and not automatic. The steering wheel, accelerator and brake are all the same. She learned to drive a manual transmission when she took the driver's license test, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to drive slowly. However, things did not go as she wished. This car has not even been driven out of the small road in front of their house. She has already stalled 70, 80 or 90 times. She has completely lost count. Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao, who looked unhappy, and asked tentatively, "How about I do it? It's just driving a car, he can do it now." If this continues, they probably won't be able to reach their home in the safe zone by 12 o'clock in the evening. There was another vibration of the car. The car still didn't start. Zhuang Xiao didn't even look at Hu Xiao, got down from the driver's seat silently, walked around the front of the car to the front of the passenger door, looked up at Hu Xiao and said, "Let's switch." The little girl looked depressed, a little miserable, and looked a little pitiful. Hu Xiao suppressed his smile and agreed, "Okay." Just because of his persistence in not giving up after stalling the car 20 times in this short distance, he thought Zhuang Xiao was determined to never give up until he achieved his goal. How could it stall so many times? When Hu Xiao got out of the car, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but glare at Hu Xiao. Don't think she didn't see that this guy was smiling. The smile in his eyes was almost impossible to hide. Humph. Tomorrow she would go to the shopping street to ask if there were any fully automatic cars that didn't require a driver. The car seemed to recognize its master. Hu Xiao got behind the driver's seat. The car blew out a puff of black smoke and rushed to the main street in front. Car, It's really hard. This breath is going to suffocate the car. Zhuang Zhao's face was as black as the black smoke, so black. She and this car are not compatible. Her family's Huahua is the best. Super luxurious pollution-free smart transportation. Usually she rarely loses her temper. Now, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day, and the pedestrians on the road are either wearing hats, scarves, or cloaks. Everyone's head was covered tightly. Throughout the year, There was not a single day when they didn't need to cover their skin. When it was cold, they wrapped themselves up like dumplings. When it was hot, they still wrapped themselves up like dumplings. The difference was whether the dumpling skin was thin or thick. Zhuangxiao lazily leaned back in the chair, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. Is that Yanhu and Yanming? Zhuangxiao pointed at the two tall guys on the side of the road and said in surprise. She hadn't seen these two brothers for a while. Huixiao also saw the two people on the side of the road and honked the horn. Yanhu was talking to Yanming about some things that happened after he joined the escort team when he heard the horn of a car behind him. He turned around and saw a familiar car and a familiar person. He hurriedly stopped and greeted with a smile. Cousin. When Yanming saw his sister, he was much more excited than Yanhu, and ran towards the car. Sister, sister. Zhuangxiao opened the car window and said, Are you going back to the safe zone? Yanming nodded and said, Yes. Yanhu also came to the front of the car and smiled. Are you going back to the safe zone to celebrate the 3 days festival? Yes. Zhuangxiao replied. Then the sound of a car horn came from behind. Huixiao interrupted. Get in the car first, and we talk after you get in. Yanhu and Yanming responded and got in the car happily. Didn't you go to the guard team? How come you still have time to come out casually? Zhuangxiao turned his head and asked Yanming behind him. Yanming said, I take a break today, and I go again tomorrow. Zhuangxiao was surprised and said, No rest during the 3-day festival? Yanming shook his head and said, No rest, but I can go home to have dinner with my brother in the evening. Zhuangxiao thought that this once-a-year festival would give her at least 1 day off. Who knew that it was no different from usual? She was less looking forward to the 3-day festival. Among the things that happened in the past few days, she was more looking forward to going to Wei Sheng's house for a banquet. Chapter 487. The main road from the south gate of the safe zone to the south shantytown is one of the longest roads that Zhuangxiao and Huixiao have walked. The closer they get to the south gate of the safe zone, the more pedestrians there are on the road. Everyone is carrying sacks of different sizes, and they look heavy. During this time, apart from mutant animals, the most likely goods that can be carried to the safe zone for exchange are probably raw ore. Thinking of this, Zhuangxiao was a little angry. In the car, with Yanhu and Yanming, the four of them chatted about their daily lives these days, and the journey was not boring. Since preparing to join the escort team and training in the escort team for a period of time, Yanming's life can be said to be in dire straits, and he feels worse than death every day. Zhuangxiao saw that although he complained like this, his mental state was very full, and he thought that his life was very fulfilling. Once entering the safe zone, Zhuangxiao obviously felt that there were more people walking outside. Their speed slowed down. While Huixiao and Yanhu were talking, Zhuangxiao sent a message to Lin Xiangrong, asking him to come and get the mutant plants. The process of entering the inner city of the safe zone was too troublesome, and she didn't want to go at all. The simplest way was to let Lin Xiangrong come and get it. Yanhu and Yanming got off the car at the intersection, and the two said goodbye to Huixiao and Zhuangxiao. Yanhu just turned around and heard Huixiao stop Yanhu again and asked, Yanhu, how is your recovery? Yanhu turned around and said with a smile, You can live another 100 years. Huixiao smiled and waved at him. Yanhu also waved, turned around and mixed into the crowd with Yanming. Until getting off the car, Huixiao had a feeling that made Zhuangxiao feel particularly relaxed. Zhuangxiao glanced at Huixiao and curled her lips. Her eyes fell on a car at the door. Next to the car was Lin Xiangrong, who was desperately looking back at her. Sister, here. After getting off the car, Zhuangxiao did not greet Lin Xiangrong immediately, but moved the mutant plants in the car down. There are 3 in total. Now there are no flowers or fruits on them, just 3 mutant plants that look very ordinary. Before she brought them back from the hot spring, she had already pruned the mutant plants. Therefore, except for the main branches and scattered leaves, the mutant plants look bare. Huixiao took one from Zhuangxiao, and gave the other one to Lin Xiangrong, who just ran over. The 3 of them each carried a mutant plant to Lin Xiangrong's car. Sister, did you go to the mining area some time ago? Lin Xiangrong threw the mutant plant in his hand into the car casually, and asked Zhuangxiao mysteriously. Zhuangxiao nodded. This is not a secret, and there is nothing to hide. Lin Xiangrong continued, Have you seen the golden butterfly? The news that Yi Qing and his team from the Mandrill team caught the golden butterfly has now spread throughout the mercenary team. He heard about this from Zhang Lin. As a rare mutant creature, who wouldn't want to take a look? Zhuangxiao nodded again, thinking, not only did she see it, but that guy also laid eggs on her and Huixiao. Lin Xiangrong, It seems that Don Lin's guess must be correct. As expected, as long as there is something strange, it must be related to his sister. Then sister, take me with you next time you go out. Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao glanced at Lin Xiangrong and said lightly, I sent a message to your grandfather. He is waiting for you to bring the mutant plant back home. Bring? What to bring? Lin Xiangrong's face changed slightly. It's over. His old man must be waiting for him now. He doesn't want to dig the soil recently. As soon as Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Lin Xiangrong hurried to the car, and while running, he told Zhuang Xiao to tell him next time he went out. Zhuang Xiao naturally couldn't agree. Over there, Hui Xiao had already driven the car into the yard. The food reserves in the safe zone are limited, and this time, they brought a lot of food from their homes in the shantytown. According to Zhuang Xiao, since it is a festival, the food must be different from usual. One afternoon, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao cleaned the house. The two of them worked for more than an hour on the cleaning. Perhaps, the weather has been warm recently, and the dancing grass under the wall in the yard has grown a lot taller, reaching Zhuang Xiao's waist. I think in 2 months, the yard will be shaded by green trees. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao discussed the wedding gift for Meng Qingyang and plan to buy it when they go shopping tomorrow for the 3-day festival. Hui Xiao, what are we having for dinner? After everything was settled, Zhuang Xiao was still most concerned about his stomach. Cooking in the kitchen of this house is much more convenient than in the shantytown kitchen. The space is large, and the tools are complete. Zhuang Xiao asked as he went into the storage room. The family has also saved a lot of food in the past 6 months. In addition to small river shrimps, frogs, river clam meat, and edible green leaves, there are also some edible fruits and mutant animal meat. In addition to the mutant plants, she also picked some fresh mutant ferns during the trip to the hot spring. Although it had been a few days, they were still fresh in the refrigerator. Lotus roots and peanuts, and a lot of fruits. Only yellow fruits were left, which had been made into preserved fruits. In addition, bamboo fungus eggs and other things that were not resistant to storage were all dried into dried mushrooms. There were even more types of meat. Mutated thunderbirds, mutant pheasants, mutant roe deer, mutant wild boars. Most of them were contributed by Huahua. There were even more mutant cave salamanders, and mutant silverfish harvested from the underground river of Fulei Mountain. There wasn't much fresh meat, most of it was dried or made into dried fish. Zhuang Xiao looked at the large storage boxes on the shelves, feeling very satisfied. It was more pleasing than seeing the points on the watch. When Hui Xiao entered the storage room, he found the little girl standing there alone without doing anything, so he was silly and asked, Have you picked out the ingredients for dinner? He already had a premonition. Zhuang Xiao was going to eat a lot these 2 days. Zhuang Xiao turned around, smiling, and said, I want to eat everything. Hui Xiao pretended not to hear. It was obviously impossible to eat everything tonight. When the two were in the storage room, discussing which ingredients to choose for dinner, someone knocked on their door. And the knock seemed urgent. Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao looked at each other. They just came here in the afternoon. Why did someone come to the door? Chapter 488. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of a building in the number 4 security zone, more than 600 kilometers away from the number 11 security zone, the doorbell rang. There are only 2 families on one floor in this building. The family whose doorbell rang is the one on the left side of this floor. After the doorbell rang 3 times, no one inside responded. The middle-aged man's hand pressed the doorbell more eagerly. Even, he would slap the door panel heavily after every 2 slaps. After another heavy slap fell, the door of the opposite room was opened from the inside, and the face of an older sister appeared through the crack of the door. Her face was full of irritability and impatience. Are you annoying? All day long. Before she finished her words, the middle-aged man turned his face away. The older sister paused, then showed a meaningful smile on her face, and said in a sarcastic tone, It turns out to be Mr. Cui. It's not even dark yet. Why are you back? While she was speaking, her eyes kept glancing at the closed door behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is Cui Fangjin. Today he received the strange message again. This time the message is similar to the last time, except that the place where the incident happened was changed to his own home. There is a son at home. How dare she? Cui Fangjin now felt that his blood was surging, and a stagnation in his heart could not be relieved. After seeing the curious and scrutinizing eyes of the elder sister opposite, he became even more irritated. Cui Fangjin took a deep breath secretly, and said in a deep voice, I finished work early today, so I came back early. In the past, he didn't need to do any work, and the work was done by the subordinates. Most of the time, He just pretended to do it. He did it when he wanted to, and didn't do it when he didn't want to. It's not like now. It's all because of that unfilial son. The eldest sister said oh, and after struggling for a moment, she whispered, "Your wife is at home today. I saw her when I came back." After saying this, she slammed the door shut, and her eyes were glued to the peephole. "Mom, what are you doing?" A little girl came out of the bedroom, and saw her own mother's face pressed against the door. Hearing her daughter's cry, the elder sister made a gesture to keep quiet and whispered, "The man from the opposite house is back." The little girl's eyes suddenly showed gossip. Wouldn't that mean he's blocking the house? Looking at her daughter's excited look, the elder sister slapped her on the shoulder and scolded, "You kid. Why do you want to join in all the fun?" The little girl was hit by her own mother, but she didn't get angry. She smiled and said, "If it weren't for me, what would you know? Let me see." As she said this, the little girl pushed her own mother aside without any hesitation, and stood on tiptoe to look outside. Downstairs. "Captain, it will work this time, right? I've already slept at his house. How can I tolerate this?" Zheng Pingxing pricked up his ears to listen to the sounds coming from the building. Then he looked towards the third floor from time to time. The window was still closed. The person was obviously still inside. He had already figured out the layout of this building, and only the side near the staircase exit had a large window. If someone wants to leave, they can either go through the main entrance or jump out of the window. Yang Lin also looked up at the third floor. The knocking sound from inside the building could still be heard faintly. It should work. It's okay outside, but you can't stop me from going back home. And if I can't knock on the door, I can still pry it open. Yang Lin was very confident about the result this time. After uncovering this last secret, their mission was completed, and they could return to the safe zone. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. "Mom, open the door, open the door." The little girl's face flushed with excitement, and she waved her hands. The elder sister wanted to slap her daughter's head away, and put her own eyes on it. Another bang. "Aw, it's in." The little girl was a little regretful, took her eyes off the door, stepped back a few steps, and let her mother take a look. However, the elder sister did not accept her daughter's kindness at all, but opened her own door. After a few quick steps, she came to the stairs. After finding that she couldn't hear clearly, she quickly moved to the door of the opposite gate. The little girl stared at her mother's operation in amazement. At the moment when the elder sister stuck to the gate, there came the sound of a man and a woman arguing inside the door, and the sound of things being smashed. The sound insulation effect of this gate is not good. The sound inside can be heard clearly. Then suddenly, there was the cry of a child. Standing at the door of her own gate, the little girl knew that the show had begun, and hid behind her mother in a few steps. Then, the door slowly closed and locked with a click. Just as the two were listening attentively, the door slammed open from the inside. A mother and a daughter, one big and one small, hid at the door, pressed against the wall, not daring to breathe. Cui Fa-jin was kicked out from the inside. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Cui Fa-jin, get out of here. Get as far away as you can. This house is mine, and my son is mine too." A woman's hysterical voice came from inside. There was also a young man's gentle soothing voice. "Don't be angry. This man is now penniless. Just don't want to drive him out. We won't be angry." "Look, you scared our son." Hearing the last sentence, Cui Fa-jin staggered again, pointing at the adulterers in the house with trembling fingers, and angrily said, "You, what did you say just now?" "What do you say?" the woman said sternly. "If you come to my house and knock on the door again, don't blame me for being rude." Then, the door was slammed shut from the inside. If the mother and daughter at the door could at least hide a little bit by the door before, they were now directly exposed in front of Cui Fa-jin. The two smiled at Cui Fa-jin. Then they moved towards the front door of their house in small steps, sticking to the wall. However, Cui Fa-jin didn't care about his family's scandal being overheard. All these news, and what he saw with his own eyes made him stunned. House, that's right, it's not his. It was in the name of a woman. Son and that man? No wonder. No wonder. For some reason, I suddenly remembered what my eldest son said when I left the 11th safety zone. He has only one son in his life. Does this have any other meaning? Cui Fa-jin stood in the corridor in a daze. The mother and daughter opposite looked at the closed door of their home and looked at each other. What to do? What to do? Barbecue is broken and can't go in. Captain, is this the end? Zheng Pingxing followed his captain for 2 steps and asked in disbelief. Yang Lin nodded, his steps brisk. It's over. Chapter 489. The house is in his name, the points are in his name, and the children and women are raised by him. I can't beat him, and I can't scold him. What else can I do? Then the job. Don't worry about it, it will probably be gone soon. I'm afraid my life will be worse than that of the people in the shantytown. Xiaozheng, be down to earth, don't be too ambitious. And don't? Yan Lin said earnestly. Zheng Pingsheng rolled his eyes and said, Captain, I have remembered your teachings in my heart. You have said it many times during this period. Now that the mission is completed, let's pack up and go home. He missed his sister. Ever since the mutant mole incident happened, he has been worried. Finally, he can go home. Cars are speeding in the night. The yellow light of the car lights is like a lonely boat on the sea in a storm, swaying violently back and forth. It seems particularly tense and dangerous. The car at the end of the convoy suddenly stopped, and a man jumped out of the car. Seeing that the people behind him were also going to follow, he hurriedly stopped them, and said, You wait in the car, I will go to call the two guys at home. After saying that, the man rushed to the path like a gust of wind. These two people were none other than Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, who had not even had dinner. Before they reached the door of their house, Zhuang Xiao began to shout loudly inside, Hua hua, hua hua. I hope this guy will now lie down in his redwoods and sleep obediently. Otherwise, she and Hui Xiao should just roll down from the car now. After all, without the flame cat, what's the use of having her and Hui Xiao, and forget it. The moment Zhuang Xiao ran into the path, the flame cat had already opened its big round eyes, poked its head out, and looked at the end of the path. It was so anxious, and I don't know why its friends were looking for it. It was sleeping soundly. It was disturbed in the middle of the night, and got angry. It slapped the ball next to it with one claw and sent it flying. As luck would have it, the ball rolled towards Zhuang Xiao. This time, Zhuang Xiao was so friendly to the mutant pangolin. Fortunately, he didn't send it back to the hot spring last time. Maybe she can be used this time. After all, people are sometimes powerless. Zhuang Xiao held the ball that was about to roll down with one hand, hugged it with both hands, and then glanced at Hua Hua, who was staring at her angrily. She turned around and ran back. While running, she shouted to Hua Hua to keep up. The flame cat stood up, shook its fur, raised its head and yawned loudly. It jumped up. It jumped out of the mangrove forest. It chased Zhuang Xiao, who looked like a vicious dog was chasing him. Hui Xiao stood under the car. I saw a black ball with two thin legs rushing towards the car like lightning. No need to guess, it must be Zhuang Xiao and the mutant pangolin. As soon as he ran to the front of the car, Zhuang Xiao threw the ball in his hand into the car. Looking back, on the dark road, the figure of the flame cat has appeared. Zhuang Xiao took 2 quick steps, and took out a handful of shiny things from his arms while walking. As soon as he arrived in front of the flame cat, he immediately spread his palm. The flame cat's eyes lit up immediately. I'm not sleepy anymore. Here comes the snack. With a stretch and a roll, the tongue rolled everything in Zhuang Xiao's palm into her mouth. Zhuang Xiao watched the white light gradually move from the mouth of the flame cat to the neck, and then to the abdomen. Can't look at it, can't look at it. At night, the belly is as bright as a several hundred-watt incandescent lamp. The energy stones at home have been visibly reduced. This year she has to be more diligent, otherwise she won't be able to support this thing. Compared with Hua Hua, she only has this pair of titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhuang Xiao touched the flame cat's head, said to follow, and went back on the wind and fire wheels. He jumped into the car. The car started. In just a moment, they were already far away from the convoy in front. After looking at the mutant pangolin in the car, and the flame cat flying in the sky, Zhuang Xiao felt relieved. He turned to look at Hui Xiao, and asked worriedly, Is your arm okay now? If I tell you it's not okay, don't be stubborn. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, there was nothing that could be done about it. And the people who came to the house were not here for her and Hui Xiao, but for the one in heaven. After a slight pause and a heavy sigh, Zhuang Xiao continued, Anyway, let's do what we can. After that, the old man's face of crying miserably appeared in her mind. His face was covered with tears and snot. It was as ugly as it could be. In the past, there was also such an old man who depended on her for life. Unfortunately, he has passed away for many years. After coming here, she forgot to burn paper for him. I don't know how he lived in the underground without the paper money she burned. However, she burned a money printing machine for him before. I think he should not be short of money. I just don't know if the prices in the underworld have increased after so long. Thinking of the deceased relatives, Zhuang Xiao added, Let's do our best. Seeing her changing expression and a flash of sadness, Hu Xiao reached out and pressed on the back of the little girl's hand and said, "It will be fine." Feeling the warmth from her hand, Shuang Xiao looked down and saw the young man's hand. It was much darker than hers, but it was still warm. Shuang Xiao didn't move her hand and glanced at the dark night outside. Tonight, there was a full moon in the sky. There seemed to be a bloody halo around the full moon. Shuang Xiao nodded subconsciously to Hu Xiao's words. In the valley, the cold moonlight fell on everyone. Everyone looked at the open area in front of them with a nervous expression. A gust of wind blew, and the grass and trees rustled. Under the tall, dense forest and the withered grass, low roars of wild animals were heard from time to time. Why don't they attack? A young man holding a gun, with his joints slightly white, asked another young man beside him in a trembling voice. Maybe they are waiting for an opportunity. Or maybe they want to kill them here. The young man glanced at the people around him. Even though the moonlight was particularly bright tonight, it was not easy to see everyone's expression clearly. However, the atmosphere that could not be described in words was filled with a murderous aura. After a short distraction, he gathered his mind again and focused all his attention on the dense forest in front of him. Chapter 490. If you travel from safety zone number 11 to safety zone number 17 during the day, you may only need half a day, or 5 or 6 hours to reach the destination. However, now, since the fall of safety zone number 17, the only relatively easy to travel section between the two safety zones is the section shared with safety zone number 3. It only accounts for 1/3 of the entire route. The remaining 2/3 of the route has not been taken care of and maintained for many years, so it must not be easy to travel on this road. Now, the convoy is traveling at night again. Even if everything goes well, it will take until the second half of the night to reach the destination. I just don't know if their people can hold on until then. Pei Meihai paced back and forth in the study, with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Tension and worry surged into his heart, making his already old face look even older. Even after knowing what happened to Cui Fanjin, he couldn't relax much. If it weren't for Xiao Yan's accident, he would have wanted to laugh 300 times. Pei Minghai was worried about Xiao Yan's safety. He thought about Cui Fangjin's matter, and then he thought about his impoliteness at the girl's house in the evening. His mind was in a mess, but he tried hard to suppress the things that had nothing to do with Xiao Yan in his mind, trying to keep his mind clear. He arranged so many members of the mercenary team to go out tonight. It is estimated that everyone in the inner city of the safe zone will know soon. By then, there must be many people who come to inquire about the news. Besides, it was no secret that Xiao Yan went to the 11th safety zone. Tomorrow. No, maybe tonight, someone will come to the door. He must stay calm. Xiao Yan heard the footsteps, looked up at the young man who came in the moonlight, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out?" Feng Xiang found a place to sit down and said slowly, "I have found out. Since the decline of the 17th safety zone, the area where they are located has been quickly occupied by the surrounding mutant animals. Over the years, the remaining people have gone to live in the safety zone. Although the safe zone was damaged by the attack of mutant crows, it is definitely hundreds or thousands of times more defensive than the shantytowns outside. The remaining houses and walls alone can provide a lot of shelter for the people. There is no one to maintain the safe zone, and the mutant plants and mutant animals gradually devour the area in the safe zone as time goes by. The living space of ordinary people is further compressed, which makes people's life more difficult. On the other hand, the mutant creatures take root in the safe zone, which also provides a lot of help for their survival. At least in terms of food, part of it can be solved in the nearby area." Feng Xiang said so much, but Xiao Yan still didn't hear what he wanted to hear the most, so he interrupted and asked, "What's the situation with the mutant jackals outside?" Feng Xiang smiled awkwardly, touched his nose, reorganized his thoughts and said, "The area we are passing through now may be the territory of the mutant jackals. People here said that they have seen traces of mutant jackals before, but this large-scale siege is the first time. Speaking of which, they are really unlucky." Feng Xiang recalled what those people said before. "Why not just wait to die in our broken safe zone? This is fate. People have to accept their fate." Feng Xiang's face was not very good. If they really accepted their fate, how could these people survive until now? In the final analysis, no one really accepts their fate. If there is a little chance, who would want to die? Xiao Yan's face was also not good. It's a mutant jackal. So they are really in danger this time. Even though he has sent a message back to the safe zone, Uncle Pei clearly said that he would send someone to pick him up. However, when he thought that this was a mutant jackal, he felt uneasy. Jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, jackals are the best. Even wolves dare not attack tigers, but jackals dare to try. This shows how fierce they are. Although this mutant animal has not changed much in appearance, after the mutation, its intelligence has reached a higher level. Ferocious and united. And each time they attack, they don't rush in, but use strategies. It seems that when they came, they must have attracted the attention of these mutant jackals. Since they entered the number 17 security zone and their territory, they were targeted and ambushed on the road in a planned manner. Which round of attack is it? Xiaoyan listened to the sound again and asked Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang gritted his teeth and said, the third time. So far, these mutant jackals have not besieged them fiercely, but have been constantly testing them. Every time they test, their encirclement will be much smaller. In order to better defend, they retreated to this valley as soon as possible. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Very safe. But also dangerous. If you still want to test, use fire. They are consuming our ammunition. We have to hold on until dawn at least. Xiaoyan looked up at the moon in the sky. They will have a chance after dawn. For them, the night is dangerous even if there is no siege by mutant jackals. What's more, now the other party is in the dark and they are in the light. Feng Xiang stood up. Okay, I go look around to see if there are any caves or something like that. Even though they have rock walls on 3 sides, this valley is in an outward-facing shape, and they simply don't have enough manpower to build a full-line defense. Moreover, there are also many young and strong people in the number 17 safety zone who came with them this time. At this time, they have to come out for a stroll. Bringing these people back is not just to let them eat for free. After Feng Xiang left, Xiaoyan also stood up and went to the first line of defense in the front. In the car, Zhuang Xiao had just finished listening to Wu Zhao's introduction of the mutant jackal, and couldn't help but exclaimed, this mutant jackal is even more powerful than the mutant wild wolf. Unexpectedly, this silent jackal is actually the ceiling of combat power among jackals, tigers and leopards. Really, animals can't be judged by appearance. From the appearance, the animal seems to be more like a dog. Sure enough, unity is strength. And the brain must be smart enough. Wu Xiao nodded. His expression was also very solemn. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of hitting the iron sheet outside the car window, and the sound of branches snapping. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao looked outside at the same time. Is this the way to the number 17 safety zone? Before Wu Xiao could answer, the small iron window near the front car was opened from that side. Lu Feng's voice came over. The front will soon enter the blind spot. Chapter 491. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the roar of the fire cat was heard above the dense forest. Outside the car window, the sound of branches snapping was endless. Zhuang Xiao looked a little stern, holding his breath and listening for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no trace of a tense battle in Huahua's voice. It was more like a deterrent. To deter the mutant animals that might appear on the road. Seeing Zhuang Zhao's tense expression relax, Wu Xiao whispered to confirm, is Huahua okay? Zhuang Xiao nodded, turned around, and saw Lu Feng looking at him nervously, smiled and said, it's okay. Lu Feng's heart finally settled down, and he slumped back in the passenger seat. Then, he quickly used the intercom to notify the people in the car in front. Everyone relax. Don't be too nervous. When you encounter real danger, you will lose your spirit. The mutant pangolin in the car slowly stretched out its curled body, and lay at Zhuang Zhao's feet. The small black eyes kept turning back and forth, looking particularly energetic. The beeping alarm of the watch also announced that they had officially entered the blind spot. Looking out of the car window, the lush dead branches kept sweeping the glass. Zhuang Xiao felt that the moon in the night sky seemed to be broken, and it was not very real. In fact, she wanted to see if there was a high radiation area nearby. However, even with moonlight, the night was still too dark. It was really difficult to find red in the black. What's more, there were dense branches blocking the view. Zhuang Xiao only glanced at it a few times before giving up. She took out some dried meat and nutrient solution from her bag and started eating. She hadn't had dinner yet, and there was the 3-day festival tomorrow. There was no hope of seeing it. The mercenaries paid me high arranged this time were all teams that she had met once or twice, such as Qilin, Sharp Knife, Mandrill, and Sharp Blade. They were all her older and younger cousins. The pressure was quite high. It's easy to say with Wu Xiao, but you can't really run away when the time comes. This is too cowardly. Although she lives a cowardly life most of the time. But she still has to go when there is something to do. Since she got Huahua, she rarely fights with people, let alone mutant animals. This is going to fight suddenly. She is really a little nervous. Everyone retreat. Xiaoyan stood on the roof of the car, looking at the dark forest in the distance, and shouted loudly. After seeing everyone gradually evacuate, Fong said to the person holding the torch in a deep voice, "Light the fire." This fire wall was no more than half a meter deep, and the flames were less than half a meter, but it was enough to fill some of their defense gaps. Moreover, there were dead branches and leaves everywhere, and it took a lot of time just to clean up the grass and trees around the trench, in order to prevent the fire from becoming uncontrollable. During this period, they injured more than a dozen people. Xiaoyan stared at the bared monster reflected in the fire, with a scorching gaze. His eyes were heavy. Some of the ordinary people in the fire wall held cold weapons such as wooden sticks or crossbows in their hands, and stared at the mutant jackals on the other side of the flames with a vigilant look. The other group of people were looking for dead branches and leaves in the valley. They had to ensure that the wall of fire continued to burn out so that it could deter the mutant jackals on the opposite side. The moment the flames were lit, the mutant jackals slowly retreated into the dense forest and disappeared into the night. But the feeling of being on the back made everyone feel that the threat in the darkness was still there, and they did not run away because of the sudden appearance of the burning wall of fire. While humans were using their wisdom to find ways to repel the enemy, the mutant jackals were also trying to successfully eat the prey that was right in front of them. Xiaoyan looked down at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. In another hour, it would be almost midnight. Xiaoyan got out of the car. The injured people in the two safety zones were now placed in one place for easy handling. The smell of burnt branches and blood mixed into a strange smell. Xiaoyan couldn't tell what it felt like. He walked past every car with heavy steps and looked at every injured person. Some people were still groaning in pain. Some people had already lost their breath. Under the firelight, the pale complexion alternated between light and dark. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, as if he was in deep thought, and seemed to be sad for something. When Feng Xiang came over, he saw Xiaoyan like this. Xiaoyan like this made him feel very strange. Compared with him in the mercenary team, he seemed to be a different person. Feng Xiang raised his hand, suspended in the air, and finally fell heavily on Xiaoyan's shoulder. Such an action, such behavior, he should not have done it. But at this moment, he didn't know what to say. These things, which should have been commonplace to them, have suddenly become different in the past few months. No longer accustomed to them, and no longer able to treat them normally. Maybe. What is it? Feng Xiang has not figured it out yet. But he always feels that one day, he will understand. Time will tell him the answer. In the dark, the mutant jackals hid in the bushes. With fierce eyes, they stared closely at the prey in the valley. 1, 2, a series of mutant jackals let out low roars from their throats, as if they were communicating about the next attack method. Blood stained the mutant jackal's fur, and also stimulated their ferocity. The uninjured mutant jackals gently licked the bright red fur. The injured ones whimpered softly. The night was still long. This battle had only just begun. Their mutant jackal family had enough patience and energy to strangle all the fragile and tiny prey inside. They will never allow any other creatures to invade their territory. The full moon in the sky. The red edge gradually spreads to the middle, gradually turning the bright moon into a strange blood red. The moonlight shines on the mountains and rivers, and on the earth. The whole world seems to be stained with a light red. The moonlight makes everything in the world fall into a red blood mist. A new round of battle is about to begin. The fiery red fur of the flame cat looks even more strange and dazzling under this blood-like full moon. The wind in the sky was blowing. Not only the moon, but also the wind, made the eyes of the flame cat sparkle. Very excited? Why does what was sound so excited? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help muttering. When he just went out, he was still listless. When he ate a handful of her energy stones, he didn't seem as excited as he is now. Chapter 492. Just as Zhuang Xiao was thinking about what was strangeness, the car made a sharp turn and immediately took another road. After a while, Zhuang Xiao could already see the black shadows of the mountains in the distance. This was entering the mountainous area. About a quarter of an hour later, a river appeared. Their car was moving between the river and the mountains. Since entering the mountainous area, the speed of the car has obviously slowed down. The roads here are not like those in the plains. Even if the car accidentally drove into a ditch or into a dense forest, people would at least be safe. The mountain road between the two safety zones is very different. Safety zone number 17 is closer to safety zone number 3. Safety zone number 3 is located on the coast, and when there is a big storm at sea every year, the probability of affecting safety zone number 17 is as high as 50%. This also leads to the fact that there is no shortage of rain in safety zone number 17. There are many heavy rains between the mountains and forests, and the most direct consequence is landslides or collapses. Since Xiaoyan was able to enter the number 17 safety zone smoothly, it means that this mountain road is accessible, but it only means that it is accessible. Driving at night, the light is dim, which will directly affect their observation of the road conditions. Invisibly, it increases the danger. And now they have to travel at night. Although the speed of the vehicle is very slow, everyone is nervous. If you are not careful, you will fall into the river on one side. 99% of the time, the soul of the car will die. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. They had not yet left the blind spot. How long will it take to get out of the blind spot? Every time Zhuang Xiao looked out the car window, the bloody full moon made her heart tremble. From time to time, the creepy cries of mutant animals could be heard in the forest, but they were no match for the frightening moonlight. Half an hour, when we can no longer see the river, we will be out of the blind spot. Hui Xiao spoke very softly. It was as if he was afraid of scaring Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao hummed and stopped talking. They had been traveling for 6 or 7 hours. Xiaoyan had also been waiting for 6 or 7 hours. Both sides were in great pain. Although Lu Feng and his group had the flame cats to escort them, the flame cats could not replace them in walking on land, and when danger came, the flame cats were not omnipotent and could not save everyone. Xiaoyan had to face the repeated attacks of the mutant jackals from time to time, and at this time, he was also exhausted physically and mentally. After round of attacks, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The mutant jackals gradually began to lose momentum. However, I don't know if the mutant jackals also have the idea of losing the battle, but the sharp cries of the mutant jackals in the dense forest are coming one after another, which is frightening. Under the rendering of blood-red light, the confrontation between the mutant jackals and humans seems more tense and weird. The smell of blood permeates the air. A new round of attacks is coming. This may be their last attack, or their last counterattack. In the blink of an eye. In the dense forest, one mutant jackal after another appeared under the moonlight. The dark red hair looked even more charming under the moonlight. The cold teeth flashed blood-red light. The eyes exuded fierceness. Looking at the mutant jackals that appeared one by one, everyone changed color in horror. So many! How could there be so many? They have killed so many of them. Did they poke the mutant jackal's lair? At this time, due to the continuous artillery attacks, the dense forest was burning in patches, and billowing black smoke rushed into the sky. That is, as the night deepened, the wind gradually died down. Otherwise, even if they were not burned to death, they would most likely be roasted into dried human meat. Feng Xiang and Sima Yan looked at each other and thought to themselves, I didn't expect that this mutant jackal still hid its strength. After besieging them for so long, it actually preserved its manpower. After this battle, it must be said that in terms of unity and cooperation, the ability of this mutant jackal is both admirable and terrifying. If all mutant creatures are like this, where is the way out for them humans? The young and strong people who were temporarily organized into the team and belonged to the number 17 safety zone could not help but sweat on their foreheads. The sweat ran down and fell on their eyelashes. No one dared to reach out and wipe it. They were all stunned by the sudden appearance of one mutant jackal after another. Some of the timid people in the back could not help but tremble. This damn thing, can't you give people a way to live? Why is it so difficult to live? Suddenly, a beast's roar came from the darkness. The dead silence was broken again in an instant. Everyone felt as if their blood had solidified, and their bodies were cold. Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He remembered that he and Zhang Lin had survived the high radiation area last year. Unexpectedly, this time they would be defeated in the former safe zone number 17, and by a group of mutant jackals. Suddenly, a person pointed to the sky with a trembling finger and said in horror, What is that? Are we entering safe zone number 17? Zhuang Xiao's watch made a buzzing sound, like the sound of electricity flowing. The watch did not make a clear prompt sound. However, Zhuang Xiao guessed that they should have entered the original territory of the number 17 safety zone. Hui Xiao glanced out the car window and replied, Yes, we're here. Then Lu Feng's excited voice came from the front. It's less than 3 kilometers away from the location they are located. When he heard Lu Feng say that they were almost there, Zhuang Xiao immediately began to prepare to carry equipment on him, such as bows and crossbows, sleeve arrows, and pistols. This time, she brought all the weapons she could use. Oh, and venom. She also prepared some dried meat. I just don't know if the mutant jackal is greedy. If it is greedy, the venom of water hemlock and dancing grass might be useful. In short, this time Zhuang Xiao brought all the housekeeping items. Zhuang Xiao looked back at Hui Xiao, and saw that the spirited young man was also equipping himself with various weapons. He frowned and said, "When the time comes, you will run to find Xiao Yin. Brother Hua, your arm is not fully healed yet. Your fighting power may not be as good as hers, and Xiao Yin must be the rare giant panda that the people in the safe zone want to protect. At that time, he will definitely be safe. Although, he has a little bad luck occasionally. But he has always escaped danger. Hua Xiao can be safer if he follows him." Xiao Yin did not expect that the rescue has not yet arrived. Someone is coveting the position next to him. Chapter 493. Hua Xiao was slightly startled, and then he understood what Zhuang Xiao meant. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm not that fragile." After a pause, he said with a slightly embarrassed tone, "I want to be with you." Outside, the roars of wild beasts and the deafening sound of guns and ammunition were heard one after another. The last few words became almost inaudible due to the sudden noise. Zhuang Zhao's face was turned, and he rushed to the car window and looked outside. In the night, not far away, there was a fire. The black smoke rising from the dense forest almost blocked the moonlight. "Hold on, we'll be there soon," Lu Feng shouted in the front car. The car was a little faster than before. Just by listening to the noise from afar, you can know how dangerous Xiao Yin and the others are. And it's been so long. It seems that the situation is worse than they expected. Hua Xiao silently hung all the weapons on his body and stood behind Zhuang Xiao. Xiao Yin sighed. The frontline fighters have already fought with the mutant jackals. When the man looked at the flame cat in the sky and exclaimed, the mutant jackals seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, they were half surrounded by a group of mutant jackals on the left and right. Some mutant jackals even crossed the weak defense position and rushed directly into the back of Xiao Yin and his team. The back was immediately in chaos. After the flame cat circled twice in the air, it finally found a slightly familiar smell. Then it flew towards the target. Xiao Yin, who was confronting a mutant jackal below, felt a cool breeze on his back, and something flew towards him from behind and above. However, there was a jackal in front of him staring at him, and he couldn't afford to be distracted at all. Flame cat. When the fight was in a stalemate, someone in the crowd shouted. Feng Xiang took advantage of the chaos to look up, and as expected, he saw a fiery red figure running straight towards them. The people in the number 17 safety zone had never seen the flame cat. Seeing the mutant creatures flying down from the sky, they all dodged in all directions. Even the mutant jackals that were still dealing with humans faced the sudden change and retreated in all directions like humans. In an instant, among the people standing in the center of the venue, anyone who was not in the range of the flame cat's landing was abandoned alone. Without giving Xiao Yin a chance to react, the flame cat pounced on Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, What did he do to offend anyone? Xiao Yin, who was attacked from behind by the flame cat, knew that their people were coming the moment he fell to the ground. The previous fear disappeared in an instant. All that was left was joy. Xiao Yin, lying under the claws of the flame cat, wanted to ask, "Cousin, are you there? I was almost beaten to death in the mud by your Hua Hua." Due to this sudden change, the mutant jackals retreated back to the dense forest like a tide and hid in the dry grass. They looked at the strange mutant creatures that suddenly joined the battle in doubt. They had never seen it before. How to fight? It is up for discussion. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy will lead to victory in every battle. Although they could not say such a truth, they have been practicing it. The people in the 11th safe zone all looked happy. Their people are here. If it is later, those who are standing will probably lie down. Woo woo woo. The people in the 17th safe zone were terrified, afraid, suspicious, and many other emotions surged in their hearts. The people in the next safe zone don't seem normal. Why are they crying and laughing so weird? Just when Xiao Yin thought he was going to be crushed to death by the iron claws of the flame cat today, he felt a breath of air mixed with the smell of blood and the fragrance of soil rushing into his lungs. The lungs that were about to burst came back to life. Then Xiao Yin felt as if he rolled on the ground, face up. Before he could see the bloody moon in the sky clearly, a big fiery red head came close to his face, sniffed it first, as if it was not sure, and made him roll on the ground twice before retracting his head. Flame cat, Identification completed. This guy is indeed one of us. Xiao Yin felt that he was the worst tonight. The people around him were just looking at Flame Cat like idiots. Someone come to help him, but after waiting for 1, 2, 3 seconds, no one. Xiao Yin got up from the ground calmly with a grunt, and flicked the grass leaves and dust off his body with an expressionless face. Well, he was not embarrassed. It was others who were embarrassed. This time it was indeed. Soon the mercenaries reacted. They all rushed over in a hurry. They came to care about their parents, who provided them with food and clothing. Qi Xiao, why did you fall? Are you hurt? Quick, quick, help Qi Xiao to sit over there and rest for a while. However, before Xiaoyan took 2 steps, he was pulled over by the flame cat's claws again, along with 2 mercenaries. What's wrong? They won't let him go, Xiaoyan, eh? Fortunately, he was not pressed to the ground by a claw this time. Team Feng, Team Feng? Yi Qing's slightly anxious voice came from Feng Xiang's intercom. They were on tenterhooks all the way. When they were about to get close to the call, the forest suddenly became quiet. The people who had just gotten off the car and rushed to the vicinity suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. No way. It's too late. The shadow of the flame cat was also seen in the sky. Zhuang Xiao couldn't shout at this time, so now each of them could really be said to be watching all directions and listening to all directions. I was very worried that I might accidentally run into the mutant jackals inside. No one has replied yet. What's going on inside? Lu Feng asked Yi Qing. Yi Qing shook his head. Who knows? In short, the situation is not good. Before Yi Qing answered, Feng Xiang's voice came from the intercom. Received. Received. In the dense forest, the intercom can transmit up to 2 kilometers. That is to say, between them and Feng Xiang, there is a group of mutant jackals. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao followed closely beside Lu Feng. Zhuang Xiao also learned that the flame cats had arrived in their area. She and Hui Xiao were 2 non-staff members. Just cooperate. Just hit wherever you point. The rest was for Lu Feng to connect with Feng Xiang. The mutant jackals also knew that there was another wave of people coming. After all, this was their territory, and they would be able to communicate the enemy's situation through sound. Chapter 494. During the truce, humans and mutant jackals were racking their brains to find ways to kill each other. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were just like background boards, quietly watching the people on their side discussing countermeasures. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the big tree above his head. There was no bird's nest. Then he scanned the 4 directions in front, behind, left and right, and it seemed that there was a bird's nest. Even those birds' nests that were comparable to bathtubs were just a blurry shadow, without the glittering light that Zhuang Xiao expected. Alas, there is only the moon tonight, but no stars. What a pity! Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but muttered. Hui Xiao looked up at the sky. Are there still 1, 2, 3, or 4 stars? Could it be that this star is not that star? Hui Xiao was multitasking, and he was still listening to the conversation between Lu Feng and Feng Xiang. Another quarter of an hour passed. Hui Xiao looked down at his watch, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The main purpose of this operation was not to eliminate the mutant jackals, but to disperse the mutant jackals. Therefore, the strategy of attacking from both sides is useless. Moreover, the team brought by Lu Feng is enough to suppress the known mutant jackal pack in terms of numbers and firepower. As long as the mutant jackal pack does not have any tricks left. After the 2 parties agreed, a team of 30 or 40 people was arranged to enter along the cliff to support the people in the valley. And Zhuang Xiao and Xiaoyan were among them. There was no way. If these 2 people did not go, no one could deal with the flame cat. And in the current plan, there was no need for the flame cat to interfere, so as to avoid accidental injuries. Swords and guns have no eyes. Lu Feng was hiding in the bushes, quietly waiting for the team members to arrive on the other side. Occasionally, there were sporadic gunshots. It should be that the team encountered mutant jackals on the way. As soon as the gunshots rang out, the screams of the mutant jackals rang out again. Everyone was in a state of anxiety. This meant that the final decisive battle was about to begin. Before Zhuang Xiao saw Xiaoyan and others, she smelled a strong smell of blood. She didn't know what the mutant jackal's blood smelled like. However, she now knows the smell of human blood very well. She just smelled the bloody smell on Hui Xiao's arm last week, and she still remembers it clearly. Facing all this is undoubtedly a test for her. This is not like the war years, but she feels that this is a war year. It's just that one is the same kind killing each other, and the other is the different kind fighting each other. The law of survival in nature is like this. The strong prey on the weak. And when she becomes the weaker party, she can't help but feel unwilling. The dinosaurs that once dominated the planet have gone through many changes and no longer exist. Compared with dinosaurs, humans, how can they claim to be the most intelligent species on the planet? In the face of the power of nature, they are still vulnerable. However, this seemingly fragile state seems to contain endless power. Even in such a strange environment, They have never thought of giving up. As the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, Zhuangxiao knew that they were about to arrive at Xiao Yan's location. After twists and turns, as expected, countless heads were seen, and the tall and straight figure of the flame cat. The flame cat's eyes were slightly bright. With one claw, it slapped Xiao Yan under the neck to the side. Xiao Yan, who was unprepared, stumbled and bumped into Feng Xiang. In response, Xiao Yan said that he was used to it, really used to it. The mutant thunderbirds they raised at home were more obedient. At least they would not come up and paw for no reason. Following the direction of the flame cats running, Xiao Yan and Feng Xiang saw Qin Yuanlin, the leader of the team, and Zhuangxiao, and was Xiao behind Qin Yuanlin. Feng Xiang was about to jump up and call his cousin. But thinking about the current situation, he decided to keep quiet after the team reunited. After Feng Xiang and Lu Feng reconfirmed the deployment and arrangements, they arranged their defense as quickly as possible. Although Lu Feng and his team were the main force in this attack, they still had to do the defense work. After all, the mutant jackal's target of attack was them at the beginning. And no one can guarantee whether Lu Feng can make the mutant jackals change their target of attack or choose to flee directly. How can a human guess what a dog is thinking? Mutated jackal. I am a jackal, not a dog. The flame cat standing there can resist the defense line of more than 10 people standing there. Zhuangxiao, Huixiao, and Xiao Yan all stood near the flame cat. And behind the flame cat were the wounded, the corpses, and the people in the number 17 safe zone, who were not strong enough. The flame bomb was launched into the air. It dispelled the deep cold under the bloody moonlight. Zhuangxiao held his breath and concentrated, ready to welcome the next battle between man and dog. Mutated jackal, I've already said it, it's a jackal, not a dog. The mutant jackals hiding in the bushes all looked up at the dazzling light in the night. Before they came to their senses, they heard several whizzing sounds, with a fierce and murderous aura. Out of the animals' keen intuition about danger, the hair on their bodies stood up instantly, and they looked fiercely in the direction of the sound, alert. Boom! Boom! One explosion after another sounded in the dense forest, followed by the screams of the mutant jackals, and even more shrill screams to call out to their companions. In an instant, the mutant jackals that were hiding in the dark jumped out of the bushes. Some were directly hit and buried in the bushes, and some of them had red hair stained with sparks and burned. Lu Feng's first round of attacks was fast and fierce, hoping to suppress the opponent with firepower and deter him in this way. At the same time, he tried his best to reduce the frontal battle and avoid casualties. There was a rumbling sound in my ears. Suddenly, several shadows jumped out of the nearby bushes. They were 3 mutant jackals. In fact, the 3 mutant jackals were also in a panic and ran into the place where the flame cats were guarding. Zhuangxiao raised his pistol and shot at the mutant jackals that rushed out. However, it was beautiful to think about it, but the reality was cruel. The shot missed the target. The target mutant jackal was alive and kicking. The next second, the mutant jackal staggered a few times. Then, blood gushed out of one of the mutant jackal's eyes. After 4 consecutive gunshots, the other 2 mutant jackals howled and ran in the opposite direction. In fact, the moment they saw the flame cat, the 3 guys planned to run away. Unfortunately, they were hit by bullets after all. Zhuangxiao looked at the gun in his hand, then turned his head to look at the guns in Huixiao and Xiao Yan's hands. Alright. This gap can't be made up in a short time. The flame cat glanced at his little friend. He wanted to cover his face. It was too embarrassing to watch. He was lazy every day, and now he is embarrassed. Chapter 495. Zhuangxiao, the person involved, didn't know that she had been mercilessly mocked by her own Huahua. She quickly turned her head to look at Huixiao and Xiao Yan, then calmly shifted her gaze. They are professionals. She is not even an amateur. Normal. Flame cat, Sure enough, its little friend is very good at self-consolation. Zhuangxiao, What else? Comparing with others, it is probably yourself who will get angry to death. Zhuangxiao's attention was put back on the fight between humans and mutant jackals. At this moment, her heart and eyes were full of mutant jackals. A round of firepower covered the mutant jackals, and the mutant jackals began to flee in panic in the dense forest. The sound of gunfire continued. Under the blood moon, the mutant jackals in the forest wailed, which seemed particularly shrill, even though they were the advantaged party now. Hearing the sharp cry, it was still a little trembling. The previous biting and fighting, the previous bloody killing, the terrible consequences caused were right in front of us. How could one not be afraid? The two groups of people on the side of the flame cat were fighting fiercely with the mutant jackals. Zhuang Xiao looked at them with envy. She was expecting someone to run a few more steps towards them in a panic. However, there was no such thing. After the experience of the first failure, she did not dare to rashly join others in the battle. Hu Xiao and Xiao Yin were quite adept at it. From time to time, they helped the person on the left who was pounced on by the mutant jackals, and then the mutant jackals on the right who were trying to take the opportunity to run into their rear. The order the flame cat received was to stay there obediently and guard the little piece of land behind him. And with the cleverness of the mutant jackals, who would run into the muzzle of a gun for no reason, therefore, it was quite peaceful on its side. Under this crushing artillery attack, the mutant jackals that survived chose to run and jump instead of fighting. Those mutant jackals, who had to fight with humans, were just the choice they had to make in a panic. The rumbling sound of artillery fire soon ended. This also indicates that the battle is coming to an end. Everything gradually returned to calm. It was dawn. The sun rose. The trees were charred, the ground was bare, and everything looked bald and lifeless. However, in the near future, new life will quietly sprout on this land. And those who died at night will never come back to life again. Zhuang Xiao stood in front of the flame cat, feeling sad. The night can make people fear and terrified. Similarly, the night can also cover up sadness and pain. How is the damage on your side? Feng Xiang asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the people lying on the ground, whether they knew each other or not, and said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, only a few people suffered minor skin injuries, nothing serious." "You?" He paused and said, "Have you counted the casualties?" Feng Xiang hummed and fell silent. In addition to the fact that half of the people in their own safety zone were killed, many people in the number 17 safety zone were also killed and injured. From the beginning to the end of the incident, he initially estimated that the number of mutant jackals ambushing them was at least 500. Under normal circumstances, a mutant jackal pack of 70 to 80 is considered a relatively large group. But what they encountered last night, it was beyond imagination. "Captain Lu, we have also counted the bodies of the mutant jackals. There are about 200 dead and wounded, and more than 20 of them have low to medium radiation and are edible." After the battle, this was the job that Ishii Kiyoshi and his team received. Some of the bodies of the mutant jackals had been blown to pieces by explosives, and it was impossible to make an accurate count. Feng Xiang's heart sank again after hearing Ishii Qing's data. So, maybe half of the mutant jackals have escaped. Then, if they want to transfer people from the 17th safety zone in the future, they must first drive out all the mutant animals on their road. If this is the case, then the 17th safety zone. Since there are still so many people here, why not merge the 17th safety zone? Anyway, it's gone, isn't it? Zhuang Xiao blurted out, looking at Xiao Yin with wide eyes. Xiao Yin laughed. My cousin has a big appetite. Thinking the other way around, it seems to make sense. The location of the mining area is even closer to the original boundary line of the number 17 safety zone. Instead of going through so much trouble to move the population there, it would be better to connect the boundary line of the area cleared by the mining area with the original boundary line of the number 17 safety zone. But in this way, the scope of the safety zone has expanded by 4 or 5 times. It's a bit difficult. Cousin, what you said makes sense. Xiao Yin replied with difficulty. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Xiao Yin's expression, smiled awkwardly, and then made up for himself. Haha. I'm just talking casually, cousin. Just listen casually. Her flame cat's territory is not so big now. Moreover, the territory is still free range. This person has a lot of things to do when he encloses the territory. Isn't it said that it is easy to build a kingdom, but difficult to keep it? If you can't defend it, it's useless to fight. It also wastes manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Hearing what his cousin said, Xiao Yin was even more heartbroken. As a man who doesn't want to expand the territory, was Xiao. The flame cat is now squatting among the people in the number 17 safety zone, waiting to be fed. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. And does it care about meat? It cares about the people in its territory. No, it cares about the increased food reserves. Everyone in the number 17 safety zone. Xiao Yin. It was just a few words with Zhuang Xiao. In the end, Xiao Yin walked away with his hands on his chest. Wu Xiao followed him. Those who died were also people he had worked with. He just went to see them off. Zhuang Xiao couldn't bear to see such a scene, so he didn't join in. A little bit of sadness could be infinitely magnified in that atmosphere. She also had a heart attack. Chapter 496. Because of the mutant jackal incident last night, everyone stayed up all night. After dealing with the things here, the team did not leave immediately, but rested here. After staying here for 2 hours, the team set off again. Most of those who were preparing to migrate from safety zone number 17 to safety zone number 11 were walking. Zhuang Xiao looked back at the team behind. There was no end in sight, just like going out to escape famine. She just took a look and retracted her head from the car window. At this rate, they can only return to their safe zone the day after tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. The group of people Xiaoyan brought back were originally planned to be settled in the mining area. If they only went to the mining area, they would have lost another day of travel. Inner city of the safe zone. Pei Mihai, who had been up all night, could finally rest for a while. He was old. He really couldn't stand it anymore. However, before going to bed, he asked someone to prepare a food bowl so that he could take it to feed the mutant thunderbird in the courtyard. The air outside was fresh and pleasant. Pei Mihai exhaled a breath of foul air, took a deep breath of fresh air, and strode towards the mutant thunderbird. Second brother Yin. Yin Ning had just arrived at the entrance of the training ground when he heard a familiar voice calling him. Looking around, he saw a small figure standing alone at the side of the entrance. He took a closer look, took a few quick steps, and said in surprise, "Wen Xiao, why are you here alone? Where is your friend?" Wen Xiao looked up at Yin Ming with sparkling eyes, and then thought of the expression he was going to say later, and felt a little embarrassed, and suddenly lowered his head again. Yin Ming looked down, and could only see the swirl on the child's head. So he bent down, stretched out his hand, and picked the child up. Wen Xiao exclaimed. He saw his face facing Yin Ming's rough and battered face. After pursing his lips, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. His eyes regained a little bit of the clarity and brightness of a child. Yin Ming picked up Wen Xiao. After the two of them verified their identities at the door, they went in together. "Why are you standing at the door alone? Where are the friends in your team?" After entering the gate and walking a distance, Yin Ming asked again why Wen Xiao was there. Speaking of which, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Even though they were training in the same training ground, they were not training together, and were in different areas. They didn't meet each other easily. Wen Xiao's mouth corners that had just been curved were gradually flattened, and he lowered his head. For a long time, he didn't know what he was thinking. Yin Ning has become more stable since he joined the guard team. Of course, this is relatively speaking. Now, he has been trained to be a little more patient, and he is not rushing, waiting for the child's answer. After all, this child can't be waiting for him at the door for no reason. Wen Xiao was held in Yin Ming's arms, steady. He lowered his eyes, and his gaze fell on his intertwined hands. Just when Yin Ming was about to run away from home again because of his poor patience, the child spoke. "Tonight, I want to go see my sister. Can you accompany me, Brother Yin?" Wen Xiao knew that it was not a good idea to ask this on the Sanqiao festival. But he really missed his sister. He thought about it, and among the people he knew, Aunt Ma's house would not take him, so the only options left were Brother Yin and Brother Yin. Besides, today is Sanqiao festival. He was afraid that his sister would be scared alone in the wilderness without him. The loneliness and sadness in Wen Xiao's voice made Yin Ming pause slightly, and then he continued to walk towards his destination. The process of waiting, even for a second, was long for little Wen Xiao. After all, he and Yin Ming were not related. Over the years, the second and first brothers Yin had taken good care of him. "Okay. Let's go see Wen Yu in the evening. After seeing Wen Yu, the second brother will take you to my house for dinner." Yin Ming talked about the arrangements for the evening. Wen Xiao raised his head after Yin Ming finished the first word. His eyes stared at Yin Ming's mouth without blinking. His eyes began to turn red. "Why are you crying? Why are you crying as a man? You will be even more powerful than me in the future." Yin Ming raised his sleeves and wiped the child's face. His actions were very rough. Wen Xiao did not despise him. He raised his hand and wiped the snot that Yin Urge had wiped on his eyes, and said stubbornly, "I'm not crying." He really didn't cry. As he spoke, his tears washed away the snot. The child cried so much that he just wanted to hiccup. Since his sister left, Brother Yin had managed to send him to the safe zone. Although he didn't know what the future would be like, but if it weren't for Brother Yin, he might not even survive the cold winter. For this, he was very grateful. Seeing him like this, Yin Ming raised his hand and helped the child wipe his face. Okay. Later, others will think I bullied you." Yin Ming didn't know how to coax a child at all. Wiping his face was like wiping a table. Wen Xiao's little face didn't know whether it was because of the cold or because he was wiped by his sleeves. Not only was the tip of his nose red, but even his cheeks were slightly red. When Xiao's snot bubbles just came out of his tears, and were wiped onto his eyes by second brother Yin. Immediately, the child stopped crying. He sniffed. Several springs stopped crying instantly. Yin Ning thought that his fierce comfort had worked, and he was quite proud of himself. He would be able to help his eldest brother take care of the children in the future. Yen Hu, seeing that the time was about to run out. When Xiao stopped crying, the two people had to separate at the intersection ahead. Yen Ning put the person on the ground and told Wen Xiao, "We will meet here after the training. Remember?" Wen Xiao nodded heavily and raised his hand to wipe his eyes again. Yen Ning saw that his face still looked dirty and couldn't help but wipe it with his sleeve. Wen Xiao, although the tears and snot on his sleeves were all his own. But he was also a little disgusted when Xiao took 2 steps back, raised an innocent and cute smile to Yin Ming, and waved his hand. "I know. Brother Yin, let's go quickly." His face was finally free from the destruction of Brother Yan's sleeves. He would wash his face later. He could not let Brother Yin wipe it anymore. Yin Ning saw that the child had recovered his previous state, and after giving him a few more instructions, he ran to their training ground in a hurry. The two of them did not start training at the same time. If he was late, he would be punished. Seeing Yin Ming running away, Wen Xiao slowly turned around and went to his own training area. Chapter 497. As dusk fell, Zhuang Xiao and his team barely left the original sphere of influence of safety zone number 17 and entered the blind spot. At this time, their team stopped in front of an abandoned rest stop. Because it is located between safety zone number 11 and safety zone number 17, the distance between the two safety zones is very close. And there was not much trade and communication between the two safety zones in the early years. Therefore, the rest stop in front of them is at least half the size of the one between safety zone number 6 and number 11. Under the setting sun, this rest stop that had been abandoned for many years looked more like a haunted house to Zhuang Xiao. Before the main force arrived, Lu Feng and the vanguard team had already checked the rest stop inside and out. All the mutant animals that had settled here had been cleared out by them. Fortunately, this rest stop was small, and the original houses were also very small, which was not suitable for large mutant animals to use this place as their nest. Otherwise, they would really have to sleep in the wilderness tonight. Don't look at this rest stop as it is deserted. The roof and the walls are in tatters. But after all, there is still a piece of tile to cover the body, and even if the walls are broken, they can still provide some effective defense. Moreover, in fact, the more small mutant species live in this rest stop, the safer it is for them. Invisibly, this also means that there should be no large mutant animals or tribes living nearby. If there were no mutant animals, Lu Feng and his team would be really worried. Is this place suitable for tonight's stay? As soon as the group entered the rest stop, they immediately started to clean up. The children in the number 17 safety zone did not dare to approach Hua Hua because of the game of swallowing children in one bite. Instead, they turned their attention to the mutant pangolin crawling slowly at Zhuang Xiao's feet. For a while, the mutant pangolin became the children's new favorite. However, the mutant pangolin obviously did not want to pay attention to people. After finding their own sleeping place, they gathered together. The main character is that no matter who teases him, he will never play with him. Feng Xiang looked at the mutant pangolin that was rolled into a ball and looked a little cooler than Hua Hua, and approached Wu Xiao, bumped his shoulder and said, "Is this my cousin's new pet?" He had heard about the mutant pangolin before, but he had never seen it. Hearing Feng Xiang's question, Wu Xiao just glanced at him, and then continued to focus his attention on Zhuang Xiao and Hua Hua not far away, and hummed in a neither loud nor low voice. Feng Xiang didn't care about Wu Xiao's cold answer at all, and continued, "Why did you bring the mutant pangolin with you when you went out? What can this guy do? It's not even as tall as his knees." When a fight breaks out, the first reaction is to roll into a ball as an innate defense mechanism. He really couldn't figure out why his cousin brought it out. Wu Xiao took the time to take a look at the mutant pangolin, carefully reviewed its previous battle record, and slowly said, "It can plow the land. It can plow the land, and it can also plow the stone land." Feng Xiang's handsome face began to crack. What did he hear? He looked at Wu Xiao suspiciously. The former teammate had a serious face, and didn't seem to be joking at all. Plowing the land? Feng Xiang finally asked what was in his mind. Wu Xiao replied, "Yes, plowing the land." As if to prove that what he said was true, Wu Xiao also emphasized, "It plowed the wasteland in front of my house." Feng Xiang, After a long while, Feng Xiang didn't say a word. After not hanging out with Zhuang Xiao and the others for such a long time, his worldview seemed too normal. He couldn't keep up with Hu Xiao and the others. An hour later, the dry grass and shrubs all over the rest stop were cleaned up and piled in the middle of the yard. It was called a yard only because it still had some walls left. These dry grass and branches were just right for burning as firewood at night. Zhuang Xiao had already taken a nap in the car in the afternoon. At this time, she was not very sleepy. On the contrary, she was full of energy looking at Hua's shiny belly. During the days of planting the mangrove forest, the flame cat went back and forth to the emperor forest several times a day. I don't know how many energy stones it ate into its belly. When night fell, the bright light almost blinded her titanium alloy dog eyes. So, after talking to Hua for a while, Zhuang Xiao turned around and went to find Hu Xiao. She had to ask what to eat in the evening. I wonder if I can eat mutant jackal meat tonight. She ate dog meat when she was a child. It was so delicious. Mutated jackal, A dead jackal is still a jackal. Not a dog, night, wilderness. In front of a small mound of earth, a small figure kneeled there. Against the backdrop of two tall and strong people beside him, he looked even more frail and pitiful. The wind tonight was very gentle. The child's chattering voice also seemed particularly gentle in the night. Wen Xiao didn't mention the bad things that bothered him. He only talked to Wen Yu about the good things that happened in the past few days. A quarter of an hour later, Wen Xiao stood up, looked up at Brother Yin and Brother Yin beside him, and said softly, Brother Yin, I'm done, let's go back. The child's eyes were still a little red. However, Yin Ning didn't see Wen Xiao cry at night. Wen Xiao has been smiling since he arrived at Wen Yu's grave. It was as if the person he was going to talk to was still standing in front of him alive. Yin Ning rubbed his head and said with a smile, Okay, let's eat meat tonight. As he said that, he picked up Wen Xiao from the ground. The child's legs are too short, and it is easy to fall when walking on such a road full of weeds. It is safer to hold him, and he can get back faster. It is rare that his elder brother prepared such a rich dinner today, so he must eat enough. After Yin Ning took a few steps, he found that Yin Hu had not caught up yet, so he turned around and called, Brother, hurry up. Wen Xiao is hungry. Wen Xiao, He's not hungry. When he turned around, he saw Yin Hu bending down. Hearing his brother's impatient voice, Yin Hu responded, Here I come. He ran 2 steps quickly and caught up with the 2 people in front. The small mound became a lonely one again. However, there were a few more pieces of black dried meat and a few colorful candies in front of the mound. Under the remaining firelight, the colorful candy wrappers were like colorful glass, shining brightly. A gust of night wind blew, and the grave fell into darkness. It was as if someone quietly accepted this gentle gift. Chapter 498. When Zhuang Xiao ran towards Hu Xiao, she happened to see her most beautiful cousin Feng Xiang standing next to her own brother Wu. She didn't know what the two were talking about. When she ran closer, Zhuang Xiao first greeted Feng Xiang, Hi, cousin. Then she walked towards Hu Xiao and whispered, What are we going to eat tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, Yishi Qing's voice sounded behind them. Eat the meat of mutant jackals tonight. The 3 of them turned their heads and looked behind them. Seeing that it was Yishi Qing, Feng Xiang asked, Have all the people in the number 17 safety zone been settled? Yes. Although these houses are in tatters, the structure is still there. If we fix the holes a little, there will be no problem sleeping at night. Yishi Qing said a few simple words and stopped talking about work. Instead, he turned to look at Zhuang Xiao and said, Cousin, do you want to eat mutant jackal meat? Come with me. I give you enough. More than 30 edible mutant jackal meats. Although it was not enough for everyone, it was enough for the hundreds of mercenaries. They even gave a few to the people in the number 17 safe zone, so that they could cook for the children in the team. It was no problem for each kid to have a few bites. There was no more. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hu Xiao. Seeing her like this, Yishi Qing hurriedly called Hu Xiao and said, Brother-in-law, let's go. Hu Xiao, Feng Xiang's shocked eyes were not concealed at all. With shaking hands and stuttering mouth, he could only utter a few incomplete words. You guys. Zhuang Xiao seemed not to have heard what Yishi Qing said. He looked up at the sky. The moon tonight was also very big and round. Hu Xiao had no expression on his face, and his neck and ears were slightly red. Yishi Qing glanced at the strange atmosphere, hugged Feng Xiang, and walked towards their resting place, saying, Let's go, Captain Feng, I'm telling you, the mutant jackal. When Zhuang Xiao saw Feng Xiang being taken away by Shi Jingqing, she glanced at Brother Hua and inexplicably felt a little embarrassed. This is really a strange thing. Zhuang Xiao muttered to herself, past Xiao, and went to find her mutant jackal Ruru. It's true that lies can't be told, can't be told. As she spoke, she might run to an unknown direction. Once the atmosphere came up, it was really a bit overwhelming. This matter needs to be decided early. Xiao sorted out his thoughts, exhaled, and immediately followed Zhuang Xiao. I don't know what Yi Qing whispered to Feng Xiang. When Zhuang Xiao and Xiao came over, Feng Xiang's previous expression of seeing a ghost was gone. Instead, he was warm. He had to ask Xiao for advice. This is too good. The son-in-law of the Flame Cat family. Flame Cat, eh? Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. The little friend becomes a daughter, dancing grass, eh? Half a cross-species son. Boss would come. Sit over here, cousin, you come too. Feng Xiang pushed away Shi Jingqing, who was about to show his courtesy, and hurriedly went forward to greet Zhuang Xiao and Xiao. Especially Xiao. The two hadn't had an in-depth exchange for a long time. The moonlight tonight was excellent, especially suitable for a heart-to-heart talk. Xiao looked at his arm being held by Feng Xiang, and felt a toothache. His head hurt even more. Zhuang Xiao looked around, but didn't see Xiao Yin and Sima Yin, and even Lu Feng who came with them didn't see them. So, she turned around and asked Shi Jingqing, who was particularly enthusiastic beside her, "Where is your big leader?" The name Qi Xiao went through her lips and teeth for several times, but she didn't say it in the end. She was really not used to it. If it was a middle-aged uncle or someone older, she might be able to call him easier. Especially thinking about Xiao Yan's miserable and unlucky experience in these few encounters. She couldn't call him. When Yi Qing heard her say big leader, he immediately understood and said, over there. Zhuang Xiao looked over as Yi Qing suggested. Sure enough, Xiao Yin, Lu Feng and Sima Yin were standing together. They were a little far away. It was very noisy here. Zhuang Xiao could only hear a few words with her sharp ears. She didn't mean to hear them, but the night wind just happened to bring them over. Mining area, mutant pangolin, safe area number 17. Zhuang Xiao couldn't piece together any useful information when these three words were put together, so she just sat down and waited for dinner. She looked back at the mutant pangolin. Still dead. Just like a ball. There were fewer children beside the mutant pangolin. They probably heard that there was meat to eat, and ran to eat it. Not long after she sat down, Xiao got rid of Feng Xiang's clutches, and squeezed to sit next to Zhuang Xiao. So on Zhuang Gao's left was Yi Qing, and on the right was Xiao. Cousin, this piece of meat is the best. Yi Qing handed the roasted meat to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao took the meat, took a bite, and praised, delicious. No need to praise whether it tastes good or not. Just look at how fast she eats it. Xiao waited for her to finish eating a piece of meat before saying, "We have to leave first tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao looked at him in confusion. Meng Qingyang's matter. Xiao reminded. Shantytown. Meng Qingyang and Xin Yi were also talking about tomorrow's matter. The two families were right next to each other, and he and Xin Yi were the same person. There was originally only a short wall between the yards. Now, the two of them are going to merge into one family, and Meng Qingyang demolished the wall between the 2 yards last night. This way the yard is bigger, and there is one more room. When guests come tomorrow, there is no need to worry about not being able to accommodate so many people. Will the cousin you mentioned come tomorrow? Xin Yi asked cautiously. She was still very curious about Meng Qingyang's new cousin. After all, Brother Meng rarely mentioned any girls in front of her before. And this cousin named Zhuang Xiao, Brother Meng mentioned her 8 out of 10 times when he went home in less than half a year. There are also the flame cat and the dancing grass. She had seen it with her friends before. It was incredible. How special must her cousin be to be able to raise such a mutant creature? Meng Qingyang put a mouthful of food into his mouth and said, I can definitely come. Xin Yi glanced at Meng Qingyang, thinking of the energy stones he gave her yesterday, and felt that she really wanted to hug her cousin's thighs. What about Min? She can just stand aside. Chapter 499. Ah! Zhuang Xiao exclaimed. How could she have forgotten this? Then let's go back early tomorrow morning. Zhuang Xiao suggested, then looked around at the thousands of people in the rest stop and continued, Let Hua would take us back, and then let it come back again. Send the Buddha to the west. Their Hua's escort mission still needs to be completed. Xiao pointed to Xiao Yin and said, You continue eating, I go tell them. After saying that, he stood up and went to Xiao Yin. When Shi Jingqing heard them mention Meng Qingyang, he knew what was going on, but he didn't ask anything, just asked Zhuang Xiao to eat. However, as soon as Xiao left, Zhuang Xiao remembered the mutant pangolin, said something to Shi Jingqing, and then got up and chased after it. At dawn the next day, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao flew to the 11th safe zone on the flame cat. For this short distance, it didn't take much time for the flame cat. It won't even take half a morning. Kiyoshi watched the flame cat leave, stroking the shell of the mutant pangolin in his hand, and muttered, "I don't know if I can carry you to the car later." As soon as the voice fell, Kiyoshi felt that his hands were empty. The old mutant pangolin stretched out its body and crawled towards the car it was sitting in. When it arrived near the car, it looked back at Kiyoshi. "Come on. Give me a board. If there is a board, I don't need you to hold it." Kiyoshi was dumbfounded. This mutant pangolin must be a spirit, right? It could even recognize the car he was sitting in. But why was it looking at him like that? Kiyoshi and the mutant pangolin, one tall and one short, stared at each other, hoping that the other could understand what they meant. Zhuang Xiao, who was sitting on the flame cat, was freezing cold. Now, he was in a hurry. The flame cat was flying so fast, and the wind was whistling in his ears. Zhuang Xiao wished that Huahua's speed could exceed the speed of light. In a flash, they arrived at the station. This way, they could suffer less. It was not yet 8 o'clock when they arrived at the safe zone. After throwing down the 2 burdens, the flame cat left. The blind spot was much more interesting than the safe zone. As for Xiao Yan and his people, the speed was too slow, which did not affect their work and expansion at all. As soon as he got home, the first thing Zhuang Xiao did was to ask Lan Hong what time they would go and what gift they would bring. After finding out clearly, Zhuang Xiao was relieved. She didn't have to go out in the morning, just search their storage room again. It wasn't until the afternoon, when she arrived at Meng Qingyang's house. Zhuang Xiao felt that she had thought too much, although Hui Xiao and Lan Hong had repeatedly emphasized it to her before. "Don't worry, it's very simple. It's just a dinner among acquaintances." However, she didn't expect it to be so simple. Except for the 2 small red flowers hanging at the door, there was no sense of wedding ceremony at all. She missed the Sanchao festival yesterday. She had been walking all the way today, but she could not see any difference in the safety zone on the first day after the festival. Then, there was the wedding, which was far from what she had imagined. No wonder she had lived here for so long. Whether in the safety zone or in the shantytown, she had never seen a wedding. So everything was kept simple. It was really simple. Meng Qingyang lived at the junction of the East Shantytown and the West Shantytown, in the southeast of the entire safety zone. Due to the wildfire on the east side of Biling Mountain last year, many of the 5 poisonous creatures living in Biling Mountain, such as mutant poisonous scorpions and mutant centipedes, ran out of the mountain for fear of being affected by the wildfire. Going west, we just entered the scope of the East Shantytown. Although everyone is usually afraid of these mutant poisonous insects, it did not stop the enthusiasm of the general public to go to Biling Mountain to find medicinal herbs. What's more, mutant poisonous insects are much more expensive than ordinary medicinal herb plants. During the wildfire, these mutant poisonous insects escaped from their old nests and entered the human nest. Wouldn't that make the people in this area very happy? After the initial panic, these mutant poisonous insects were soon surrounded and killed. At that time, Meng Qingyang and Zhuang Xiao were also retreating from the east side of Biling Mountain, so he didn't catch up with the good time. And Shen Yi took advantage of that opportunity to make a small fortune. In fact, almost everyone in the entire East Shantytown area made a little money. Of course, there were also many injured people. But facing such a golden opportunity, who would be willing to let the turtle in the jar escape? Zhuang Xiao was completely unaware of this. She thought at the time that the fire was caused by the torch they used to burn the mutant spiders. For this, she felt guilty for a whole night. It was not until the next day that she heard that the fire did not spread to the west of Biling Mountain that she completely let it go. "Cousin, I'm here, come in." Meng Qingyang heard the sound of cars and people outside, and guessed that it might be Zhuang Xiao, so he hurried out of the house. When I went out, it was indeed. Zhuang Xiao held the things in his hand, smiled and congratulated Meng Qingyang, and then followed him into the yard. Hui Xiao, Yan Hu Qianli and Lan Hong, who came with him, looked at Zhuang Xiao who was dragged out alone in front, and followed him silently. "There is my cousin. It is really only my cousin. The others are just background boards." After entering the yard, Zhuang Xiao was overwhelmed by Meng Qingyang's warm greeting. There is no one else in the yard yet, and it is obvious that they are still the first batch of people to come. She looked back at the 4 people behind her. "Hurry up. I don't know if it's because of the good news, but today's cousin Meng Qingyang is a little too enthusiastic. She can't handle it." Zhuang Xiao looked back at the four people who came in slowly. Just as she turned around to ask Hui Xiao for help, a clear female voice sounded. Brother Ming, is my cousin here? Xin Yi was used to calling Meng Qingyang Brother Ming, and he didn't change his words today. Zhuang Xiao turned his head immediately when he heard the female voice. There was a tall, slender girl standing at the door. The girl looked about the same age as her, more than 20 years old, less than 50 years old. In the Wasteland, this skin can be said to be quite fair. The light emitted from her dark eyes made Zhuang Xiao feel that this girl looked more enthusiastic than Meng Qingyang when he saw her. The fact was exactly as Zhuang Xiao expected. In less than 3 seconds, the girl floated in front of Zhuang Xiao like a gust of wind. Zhuang Xiao, she is just a dwarf. The standard height of the planet in the past is really not good enough after arriving here. Chapter 500. Xin Yi floated over and stood beside Meng Qingyang. She poked Meng Qingyang with her elbow. She was talking. Receiving Xin Ye's hint, Meng Qingyang immediately introduced, "This is Xin Yi." After a pause, he said a little embarrassedly, "Today it is officially my wife." After saying that, he looked around and scratched his head. It's not awkward when the two of them get along, but when there are so many people, he still feels a little uncomfortable introducing them. However, Lan Hong was here. The scene quickly became lively and familiar. After all, she was an experienced person. All understood. Xin Yi took Lan Hong and Zhuang Xiao into the inner room, while Hui Xiao and others helped in the outer room, helping to light the fire and cook, preparing for the evening banquet. Zhuang Xiao sat in the room and listened to the noise outside. It was quite lively. Although it was different from what she imagined, she liked the atmosphere. "Are you going to the number 3 safe zone in a while?" Zhuang Xiao listened for a long time, and suddenly heard Lan Hong talking about the number 3 safety zone, and immediately shifted his attention to it. Xin Yi nodded and said shyly, "Brother Ming said he wanted to go to the Dream Sea." There were a few more words after that, which Xin Yi automatically ignored when she heard it. The original words Meng Qingyang said were easy. "Let's go to the Dream Sea to pick up seafood in a few days." There was more after this sentence. It was seafood, free seafood. Meng Qingyang muttered to her for a long time at that time. It can be seen how persistent he is about seafood that is free of charge. Despite this, Xin Yi was not annoyed. Picking seafood and enjoying the scenery, both are not delayed. Lan Hong slapped her thigh and said, "This is unfortunate, my old who seemed to be muttering about this a while ago." At this moment, Lan Hong guessed that his family might also want to go. Then, she will follow. Zhuang Xiao looked at Lan Hong and Xin Yi, who were getting more and more excited with a confused look on his face, and said, "Who of you can explain to me what this Dream Sea area is?" When she bought the house, no one told her that there was such a view there. In this way, with the joint popularization of Xin Yi and Lan Hong, Zhuang Xiao finally understood. "I couldn't help thinking in my heart, this is good. This is good. I want to go, I must go." Everyone outside the yard, listening to the laughter coming from the house, looked at each other. What are they talking about? So happy. Hu Qianli, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, came up to Hui Xiao and whispered, "I heard from Ishi Kiyoshi." Before Hu Qianli finished speaking, Hui Xiao interrupted him and shouted, "Are you and Meng Qingyang going to visit the number 3 safe zone?" Xiang Su and Wan He looked up at Hui Xiao immediately after hearing what he said. Xiang Su asked, "Really, when are you going? Take me with you." Wan He also hurriedly echoed, and me. Being interrupted by Xiang Su and Wan He, Hu Qianli instantly forgot what he was about to interrogate Hui Xiao, and turned to the two and said, Go, why are you two everywhere? I haven't even discussed it with your sister-in-law yet." As soon as Hu Qianli finished speaking, Lan Hong's loud voice came from the room. "I agree to go." Hu Qianli, Hu Qianli turned his head silently, looked at Hui Xiao and asked, "Boss Hui, are you going?" Hui Xiao, He should go. Sure enough, a second female voice came from the room again. "I go." The final word. Hu Qianli looked at the window, then looked at Hui Xiao again. Well, no need to ask. Xiang Su and Wan He immediately moved to the bottom of the window and said in unison, "Sister, take us with you." The room was silent for a moment. 3 female voices responded at the same time. Yen Hu and Wei Sheng squatted in a corner, looking at each other. What should they do? Time flew by and it was evening. Zhuang Xiao looked at the people at the table, and knew them all. There was not a single unfamiliar face. There was not even a neighbor. Well, Meng Qingyang's neighbor has now been included in his bowl. As for the others, the friendship is not that deep. After all, they are all waiting for you to die and inherit your property. How good can the friendship be? Meng Qingyang, and Xinyi have lived alone like this, and I don't know how much suffering they have suffered over the years. Bullying the weak, just because you can't see it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, Meng Qingyang and Xinyi didn't even say a word at first. What's the point of saying that they were on guard against each other? It wasn't until Meng Qingyang joined the mercenary team, and a hero came to save the beauty by chance, that they started to interact with each other. The version Zhuang Xiao heard today was, he was tempted by beauty. However, whether it was a hero saving a beautiful woman or a man who was tempted by beauty, the two of them were willing to walk hand in hand now, which was the best ending at present. As for the future, that was a matter for the future. Who can say for sure? What was Zhuang Xiao thinking at that time? I can't remember it clearly. However, she looked at the table of food in front of her with her eyes shining. Boiled mutton, braised pork with radish, stir-fried pork with potatoes, braised tofu, braised mushrooms, deep-fried silver fish, fish head tofu soup. There were a total of 10 dishes. And the portions were quite generous. She could tell what kind of meat was in some of the dishes. Anyway, it was meat. Zhuang Xiao didn't eat much at home, but it was rare to have so many dishes together. After all, there were only her and Hui Xiao at home. Hui Xiao knew that Meng Qingyang's banquet tonight was really a feast. It could be described as luxurious. And to be honest, it was the first time for everyone at the table to see so many dishes. 1 year ago, Meng Qingyang would never have been so extravagant. Poor, really poor. At most, there was one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and the rest was what Zhuang Xiao called green porridge. One meat dish, one vegetable dish, and one soup. Top notch. In order to purchase these ingredients, Meng Qingyang also spent an energy stone with the lowest energy level. He discussed this matter with Xinyi. Xinyi naturally agreed. Thinking of the energy stone in the cave, she is still excited and full of confidence. Old Meng, you really spent a lot of money. Hu Qianli swallowed his saliva. It smells so good. Although he also contributed to this dinner, the effect of scattered and concentrated arrangement is too great. Don't look at it, eat quickly. Cousin! Meng Qingyang called everyone to eat. If he didn't eat, his saliva would flow out. That would be embarrassing. At first, everyone was a little reserved. Later, they completely let go while eating. There was no way, the stomach lacked oil and water, and they were too greedy. Xiao Yan and his group had just arrived near the mining area at this time, and their location was still in the blind spot. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours for this group of people to walk from their station to the mining area. Chapter 501. It is inconvenient to travel at night. The large group stopped in groups of 3 or 4 on the route between the two safe zones. Xiao Yan looked up at the dark sky. The flame cat had been gone for a while, and no one knew where it was going. It was impossible to contact it at all. How did my cousin contact the flame cat? Xiao Yan was puzzled by this. Just when Xiao Yan was puzzled, the flame cat that he missed came back. In addition, he also brought back a huge mutant wild goat. It's just that it's eaten. When the flame cat flew through the sky, the blood that fell from the sky dripped on the people below. At first, some people thought it was going to rain. Later, they saw the flame cat that followed them all the way flying down from the night sky. It landed in front of Xiao Yan. Zhuang Xiao was entrusted by Pei Mihai, and the main person he had to take care of was Xiao Yan. Before leaving, he deliberately muttered to Huahua for a long time about Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. Huahua also completely remembered the main person he took care of along the way, that is, the human in front of him, who was not as good-looking as Hui Xiao, but seemed to have a larger territory than Hui Xiao. Huahua and Zhuang Xiao did not speak the same language, and most of the time they spoke their own language. However, they remembered the key points very clearly. The mutant wild goat with its intestines pierced in the mouth of the flame cat was thrown in front of Xiao Yan without any warning. The warm blood immediately splashed on Xiao Yan's face. After a moment of shock, Xiao Yan calmly took a handkerchief from his body and wiped the blood off his face. Cousin, you were fed like this before. He also heard the news from the guards patrolling near the dancing grass. Most of the meat in Zhuang Zhao's butcher's shop was contributed by the flame cat. I never thought that one day he would be fed by the flame cat. The flame cat pushed the mutant wild goat corpse on the ground forward twice. Eat it, why not? Wash your face after eating. Otherwise, you will be stained with blood and have to wipe it again with your claws. What a trouble. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing and Lu Feng hurried forward to check whether the mutant wild goat meets the radiation value standard. Understand, they all understand. The leader of their safe zone is temporarily supported by the flame cat. Xiao Yan, The flame cat saw that Shi Jingqing and Lu Feng were doing the same thing as Zhuang Xiao. He also understood. This human is also picky about food. Ding Di, highly mutated by radiation, inedible. The tone sounded a little familiar. The flame cat glanced at the expressions of Shi Jingqing and Lu Feng and understood it immediately. This means that he doesn't like to eat. Alright. It doesn't matter, there are still 2 left in the valley. The flame cat ignored these people and took off again. As soon as the flame cat left, Lu Feng called a few people over. The meat couldn't be eaten, but the skin could be used. And the belly, he had to touch it anyway. As expected, in addition to the wild goat skin, 2 energy stones that smelled of shit were taken out from the inside. After testing, one was E level and the other was F level. The energy value is at the end of each level, but it is also an energy stone at the bottom. This was fed to Xiaoyan. Naturally, no one dared to keep it privately, and they handed it over after wiping it clean. After skinning such a large mutant wild goat, everyone dug a pit and buried it on the spot. They still had to sleep here for 1 night. It was better to bury it. A quarter of an hour later, the flame cat came back again. This time, it ate a lot of the 2 mutant wild goats, which were lighter in weight, so it brought them all back at once. Xiaoyan was lucky. Both were edible, and one of them had low radiation and a complete leg of lamb. Xiaoyan kept the lamb leg and asked Yi Qing and the others to deal with the rest. After dinner, Xiaoyan slept directly next to the flame cat. The flame cat did not refuse, because Xiaoyan gave it several crunchy snacks. In addition to the ones he got from the mutant wild goat, Xiaoyan also paid 2 himself. Obviously, this greatly pleased the flame cat. Along the way, because of the flame cat, those people who had become a little discouraged because of the mutant jackal gradually regained their good expectations for a new life. Safe zone number 11 is really different now. Even mutant animals can be domesticated. Isn't this a manifestation of the strength of the safe zone? For so many years, they have never stepped out of safe zone number 17, and most people know very little about the outside world. Now it seems that there is still hope for the future. When people have hope, it will be easier to walk on the most difficult road. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Meng Qingyang's dinner was finally declared over. After the meal, Shenyi brought out a plate of fruit. It was the size of a fist, with a purple-red skin, smooth skin and bright color. It smelled like a faint aroma of wine. For so long, Zhuang Xiao had eaten a lot of strange fruits. As long as they were not too hard to swallow, she would eat anything edible. This kind of fruit was the first time she had seen it. Seeing the girl's curious face, Hu Xiao leaned over and whispered, "This is a sleeping fruit. It tastes like drinking wine. It can usually only be eaten when you get married." Wait a minute. Hu Xiao hesitated for a moment and continued, "Don't eat it later." Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao stared at Hu Xiao with eyes wide open, without saying a word. Seeing the little girl like this, Hu Xiao compromised and said helplessly, "Forget it, eat it if you want." Zhuang Xiao glared at Hu Xiao, then turned around and took the sleeping fruit handed over by Shenyi with a smile. "It looks delicious." Zhuang Xiao put his nose close to the tip of his nose and smelled it. The aroma of wine was almost inaudible for a single fruit, but the fruit was particularly fragrant in contrast. Just when she was about to take a bite, Shenyi reminded her, "Xiao Xiao, this fruit has a strong aftereffect, take it easy." Even Lan Han opposite said, "Xiao Xiao, eat it when you get home. After eating it at home, it's just right for sleeping." Zhuang Xiao shut up. "Okay. It seems that this sleeping fruit can really help you sleep. After she gets home, she can eat it in bed, right?" After everyone got a sleeping fruit, they got up and said goodbye. It's getting late. As a newcomer, there are still many things to do at night. They didn't bother her. I don't know what Lan Han whispered to Shenyi when she left. In the dim light in the room, Zhuang Xiao seemed to see a touch of sunset color on Shenyi's face. It was light and pink, and looked particularly intoxicating. Just like the small sleeping fruit that she was holding in her hand at this moment, symbolizing the newlyweds. Chapter 502. After saying goodbye to Meng Qingyang and Shenyi, because Xiang Su and Wani lived on a street not far away, the two of them went back together. Zhuang Xiao and his car first went to the southern shantytown to send Hu Qianli and Lan Hong home, and then returned to the safe area with Yin Hu. It took more than an hour to go through all this. It was not until 10:30 in the evening that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao entered the house. There was no moon tonight. The long branches of the dancing grass were drooping quietly, and after hearing the familiar footsteps, they instantly became lively. The light came on. Got off. The dancing grasses fell into a deep sleep. Bang bang. The dancing grass suddenly shuddered, and after a while of looking around, its branches looked around. Oh, it turned out that the light on the second floor was on. The babies were scared to death. Hu Xiao woke up from his sleep, and the room was dark. The knocking on the door continued. Not fast or slow. But there was no intention to stop. Hu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he thought that besides him, there was only Zhuang Xiao in the house. The person outside the door, Hu Xiao stepped on the soft carpet and hurried to the door in 2 or 3 steps and opened the bedroom door. He saw a person with disheveled hair and a completely invisible face appearing outside his door. Under the black hair, there were a few murmurs from time to time. Hu Xiao listened carefully, but the sound was too small and vague, and he had no idea what the little girl was doing in the middle of the night. Hu Xiao was really scared by Zhuang Zhao's look at first. After all, the girl was wearing pajamas made from flowery sheets today. This floral bed sheet is the most plain one among dozens of sheets, with only some dark patterns. If you look at it in the daytime, it is clearly visible. But now it is night, even with the light from Hu Xiao's bedroom. Zhuang Xiao stood outside the door, half of his body hidden in the darkness and half exposed to the light, and the black pattern really didn't look very obvious. On the contrary, the bright red color, under such light, looked unusually strange and gorgeous. Hu Xiao naturally brushed Zhuang Zhao's hair hanging in front of her behind her ears. He lowered his eyes, and met Zhuang Zhao's dark, clear eyes. "What's up?" Hu Xiao's voice was very soft and gentle, like the strange fragrance of the sleeping fruit today. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a faint aroma of wine rushing into his lungs. He showed an angry and amused expression. This was drunk. For some reason, Hu Xiao did not retract his hand that was combing Zhuang Zhao's messy long hair, but pinched the girl's fair face. The touch is soft and delicate, smooth like jade. Hu Xiao's hand is rough and warm. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but tilt his head and rub it on Hu Xiao's hand. Looking at the girl in front of him whose eyes are clear, but whose mind is not so clear. Hu Xiao suddenly withdrew his hand. The warm feeling suddenly disappeared, and Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but walk 2 steps towards Hu Xiao and hugged Hu Xiao. Without any warning, Hu Xiao was stunned. Although the two had pulled each other before, pulling arms and holding hands, they had never hugged the girl face to face like this. And Zhuang Xiao seemed to be quite familiar with Yan Ming, Xiao Yin, Lan Hong, etc., but Hu Xiao had carefully observed that under normal circumstances, she would deliberately avoid physical contact with these people. This was true for both men and women. Now, with a warm and soft jade in his arms, Hu Xiao felt that he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. This was not what Zhuang Xiao would do when she was sober. But he was reluctant to step away. Even if it was just for a moment, he wanted to hold the little girl quietly for a while. Hu Xiao's eyes showed a little smile, and just when he was about to wrap his hands around the little girl's waist, he heard the little girl murmur in a low voice. Suddenly, Hu Xiao raised his hand and fell awkwardly in the air. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. "Mom, hold me, Xiao Xiao is sleepy?" Hu Xiao suddenly became clear-headed, and his little thoughts just now were shattered. This is simply out of the ordinary. This, from the perspective of gender, calling dad is more reliable than calling mom, right, Zhuang Xiao? Not only do you want to be my mother, you even want to be my father? Xiao Xiao, I'm Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao sighed helplessly, and gently comforted Zhuang Xiao, who had used up some strength. "Girl, your mother is about to be strangled to death tonight." As soon as the voice fell, the girl in his arms raised her head, stood on tiptoe, squinted her eyes, and stared at Hu Xiao's face for a long time, as if to confirm something, tilted her head, and said in surprise, "Dad, why is it you? How come you are alive again? Where is my mother?" Zhuang Xiao said Mom, and pushed Hu Xiao away. The little girl had no control over her strength. After a few stumbles, she fell on the bed behind her, and her head hit the wall. Hiss. Hu Xiao couldn't help crying out in pain, and touched the back of his head. Hearing Hu Xiao's scream, Zhuang Xiao hurried to the bed and asked with concern, "Mom, how are you? It was Xixia's fault. Xiao Xiao shouldn't have pushed you." The little girl's voice was soft and sticky, sounding pitiful and aggrieved. Hu Xiao had completely lost his temper after being a father for so many times and being hit so hard. He let the little girl do whatever she wanted to him. She hugged his head and wanted to see how he was injured. She acted cute and hugged him, calling him Mom. She even called him Grandpa. She also asked him if the money printing machine was easy to use, and whether the prices in the underworld had increased. Zhuang Xiao kept talking for more than an hour. Hu Xiao became more and more frightened as he listened, and even a little scared. It turned out that his little girl had lived such a difficult life. Maybe she was tired. Soon, Zhuang Zhao's voice became lower and lower, and finally it sounded like a whisper. There was no other sound except the sound of breathing. Hu Xiao tried to pull his arm, which was pinched a little painfully, out of Zhuang Zhao's hand. The process was unexpectedly smooth. He thought that with Zhuang Zhao's strength, he probably couldn't pull it out. But in the future, he rolled up his sleeves and looked down, only to see a patch of blue and purple on his skin, which showed how strong Zhuang Zhao had been just now. Hu Xiao sighed unconsciously. His body might not be able to withstand a little girl's beating in the future. This sleeping fruit must not be seen by Zhuang Zhao in the future. Too much talk. Although he still wants to know more about Zhuang Zhao's past, what he learned in this situation is not from Zhuang Zhao's heart. He would rather Zhuang Zhao tell him these things in a completely sober state one day. Just when Hu Xiao was distracted, Zhuang Zhao hugged Hu Xiao's quilt and turned over inside. Chapter 503. Early morning. Zhuang Zhao woke up, her eyes still a little confused. She looked around. This table, this quilt. Aren't these all Hu Xiao's? Was she sleepwalking? Just as she was thinking about what was going on, Hu Xiao pushed the door open from outside. Seeing the little girl staring at the wall stupidly, wearing pajamas very neatly, he coughed and said, "Get up and eat." After that, he turned around and walked downstairs. When Zhuang Zhao turned around, she only saw Hu Xiao's hurried back. I'm going crazy. You can sleepwalk in someone else's room. When she was sleepwalking as a child, she would jump around on her own bed, but I've never heard of her running around the house in her sleepwalking. Hu Xiao wouldn't think she was mentally ill. Zhuang Zhao rubbed her messy long hair in anger, and rolled back and forth on the bed holding the quilt. A strange yet familiar smell rushed into her nose. Then, Zhuang Zhao threw the quilt in her hand to the corner of the wall and rolled out of the bed, put on the shoes, and run to her bedroom. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She looked down. The shoes were hers. Last night. Oh, she ate the fruit she got from Meng Qingyang's house. It was quite delicious. With a few crunches, the fruit went into her stomach. After eating, she fell asleep almost immediately. And then she seemed to have had many dreams. But she didn't remember the things in the dream clearly. Zhuang Zhao hugged the door frame and bumped into it with 2 bangs. Shit hurts. When Zhuang Zhao cleaned herself up and came down from upstairs, breakfast was already on the table. Hu Xiao heard footsteps and looked up. The girl who came down from upstairs had bright eyes and a very good complexion. The morning light outside the window shone on her round face and slender neck, as if she was coated with a layer of warm light. The fine hairs on her skin were faintly golden. Because of her, the living room was even more lively and warm. Hu Xiao waved to Zhuang Zhao and smiled. "Good morning, come and have breakfast." Zhuang Zhao glanced at Hu Xiao. Why did he look so kind-hearted? Just like the old men and women who greeted her downstairs when she went to work in the morning. Hu Xiao, A new identity was given to her early in the morning. Thinking of sleeping in Hu Xiao's bedroom last night, Zhuang Zhao would sneak a glance at the person opposite him while eating. "What's wrong with your head?" Zhuang Zhao asked curiously. He had touched the back of his head several times during this time. Hu Xiao calmly replied, "I accidentally hit the back of my head." Zhuang Zhao, Zhuang Zhao said "oh" and stopped talking. After a while, Zhuang Zhao asked again, "Is the sleeping fruit intoxicating? Did I disturb your rest last night?" Hu Xiao hummed and added, "I slept downstairs." Zhuang Zhao said "oh" and lowered her head to drink a few mouthfuls of porridge. "So that's it. Fortunately, she just slept in Hu Xiao's room, not sleeping with him. No wonder everyone advised her not to eat the sleeping fruit at Meng Qingyang's house last night. This is really delicious. I am drunk, but I don't feel hungover. It is this kind of drunkenness that can cause people to sleepwalk, which is not a good habit. She doesn't like to drink much and has no experience of being drunk, so she has no idea how she behaves when she is drunk. There is no way to know that she will talk a lot after being drunk. She almost exposed all her past. So sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness." After breakfast, Zhuang Zhao let go of the fact that she slept in Hu Xiao's room last night. After all, when the family was extremely poor at the beginning, the two of them even slept in the same room. Anyway, she thought, probably, it should be okay for the two of them to develop that kind of relationship. Hu Xiao, Okay. Very okay. And Hu Xiao doesn't seem to have any bad habits. His character is okay too. As for his ability, it's just so enough. Not enough, it doesn't matter, they still have a flame cat and a dancing grass at home, and there are many plugins. At present, it seems that she is the same as her, with no lofty pursuits, and is content with what she has. That's good. She has been here for so long, and no system or heaven has suddenly appeared to give her any tasks to pass through. I think she is just a strange flower in the world of time travel, just an accident. She was just an ordinary cow and horse before, and she can't become a capital tycoon here. She is dressed in clothes, but this brain is still her brain. Ordinary. Maybe the world of time travel also needs ordinary people like her who live diligently. Otherwise, the worlds of the universe and the worlds of the universe will be beaten to pieces by the dragon tyrants and dragon Alkian. In the end, the whole team is wiped out. The end of the play. When Xiao came out of the kitchen, he saw Xiao holding his chin and laughing foolishly, and a smile appeared on his face. What are you thinking about? So happy. Hearing the voice, Xiao turned his head and looked at the apron on Xiao and joked, thinking about how to make you a wasteland dragon Alkian. Xiao's expression was slightly stiff. Little girl, this is really difficult for him. Let alone dominating the planets and galaxies, he couldn't even dominate the safe zone. From the messy stories Xiao told him, he already knew that Long Alkian was a species that defied nature, not ordinary humans. Xiao casually found a chair, sat down, and said to Xiao, people should know themselves. I have this. Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He who knows others is wise, and he who knows himself is enlightened. You'd better not eat the sleeping fruit in the future. Xiao warned seriously. Thinking of what Xiao muttered last night, Xiao felt both pity and headache. Xiao nodded obediently. She didn't want to do anything like climbing into bed in the middle of the night again. If she climbed, she could do it openly in the future. Seeing that the little girl was so obedient, Xiao continued, I tell you about the number 3 safety zone and the dream sea. Okay. Xiao responded repeatedly and sat up immediately. Her eyes were shining and staring at Xiao. The little sunflower class has started. You must listen carefully. However, Xiao was interrupted by the news from Kiyoshi halfway through the class. The mutant pangolin seems to have caused trouble. When Xiao told Xiao the news, Xiao was full of disbelief. You said what caused trouble, and she would believe it. What else can this mutant pangolin do besides plowing the land? It was really a big deal that this first experience of being called as a parent came from the laziest child in their family, the mutant pangolin. Chapter 504. What's going on? Did Captain Sher say something wrong? Is it what? Xiao still refused to believe it. Flame Cat, Don't be so unfair. It did a great job protecting the escort. Xiao handed the watch to Xiao and said, look for yourself. Kiyoshi almost wrote an 800-word essay on this information. However, Xiao still read the content back and forth twice. In the end, it was confirmed without a doubt that it was really something that her naughty child, the mutant pangolin, could do. Only their mutant pangolin can do this. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao and Xiao were already driving on the road to the mining area. It is urgent to help the world. But how to help in this emergency? Xiao had no idea in her mind now. She didn't have the mutant pangolin's ability to burrow underground. How could she get the kid out from under there? Then she thought of what Qing said, and couldn't help asking Xiao who was driving, will Xiaoyan ask me for compensation? She is very poor. She really can't afford to pay for a mine. Although it is not a gold mine, it is in the wasteland, and it is an iron mine that is more valuable than a gold mine. Xiao simply replied with 2 words, no. After all, they did it on their own initiative, and they can't be blamed. The fact is just as Xiao thought, Xiaoyan is really speechless at this time, and he scolded the person in charge of the mining. Do you all think you are animal tamers? Or what? Does this mutant pangolin listen to anyone? How did you come up with this idea? You. Xiaoyan turned around and looked at Lu Feng, Shi Jingqing, and others who were standing like quails. He was even more furious and said angrily, who told you to take the mutant pangolin out for a walk? It was sleeping well in the car. Why did you tease it? If it was sleeping soundly in the car, the mutant pangolin of my cousin's house could be lost. I want to cry, but I don't have the tears. What will he use to compensate his cousin when she comes? The flame cat stood behind Xiaoyan, blinking his big eyes at the man spitting. How did he do that? They are all the same species, but the one under his head can make the other side become as obedient as little quails. I really want to learn from him. In the future, all the mutant creatures in his territory will be so obedient and cute. He is so happy. The person in charge of the mining, with his head down, also felt that he was just daydreaming. This thing was just too coincidental. In the past few days, their drilling vehicle encountered a hard rock layer during the drilling process, and the drill bit was stuck several times. Just today, he just happened to hear that a mutant pangolin came to the mining area. He knew about the mutant pangolin. Anyone engaged in mining business knows this mutant animal. After the big mutation, the ability to drill through is really amazing. In some ways, it is even better than a drilling machine. So he was tempted. Moreover, before coming here, it was the flame cat in front of Chief Xiao that escorted them to the 11th safe zone, and the flame cat was so well behaved and obedient. Then this mutant pangolin should be well trained. Who would have thought that it was a mistake? This mutant pangolin disappeared while drilling. Why are you all silent? Weren't you all so capable before? Everyone thought they were masters at taming mutant animals. Xiaoyan got angry when he saw this group of people. Finally, he said, "Punish them as you should. I think you probably need to wash your brains with water recently." Ishikiyoshi, water in your brain, isn't it? Xiaoyan glanced at Feng Xiang, turned around and left. His cousin will come later, and he has to talk to her. He wanted to die. Seeing Xiaoyan leave, the flame cat bared its teeth at Lu Feng and his group. However, it did not have the expected effect. Lu Feng even smiled and greeted the flame cat, although the smile seemed a bit forced. However, to the flame cat, the mouth was lifted up, as if it was a smile. The flame cat was puzzled. Why didn't its bluff work? It seems that its mouth is still suitable for swallowing people in one bite. This is the most effective. It was gone in an instant. Who else can it bother? If Lu Feng knew what the flame cat was thinking at the moment, he would probably have to crawl away from it. Unfortunately, he didn't know. He saw the flame cat seem to roll its eyes at him, and then it chased Xiaoyan with its butt swaying. I don't know what bad things he did in his previous life, but he was reborn as a human in this life. This beast is pretty good. Sure, Jingqing said timidly, "Hey, how can I meet my cousin later? I thought Huohu could control the mutant pangolin." Lu Feng turned his head and looked at Sir Jingqing in disbelief. Is this guy really crazy? Flame cat 2 mutated pangolin? What is he thinking? Lu Feng unconsciously took 2 steps away from Sir Jingqing, and then 2 steps away. This abnormal brain disease, he only accepted the infection from his cousin. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Shuang Xiao in the car sneezed 3 times in a row. She raised her hand to rub her itchy nose and said, "I suspect someone is teasing me behind my back." She didn't think anyone here would miss her particularly. It should be even more impossible to scold her. She didn't do anything that was against the law. Hui Xiao closed the windows on both sides of the car, and then asked in confusion, "You cricket?" He really didn't understand what the word meant. Cricket? Isn't it just cricket? It's not the month for mutant crickets to be active yet? Hui Xiao was often confused by Zhuang Zhao's occasional words. Sometimes, combined with the context, he could understand a little. This is just one sentence and... No, he seemed to be a little more conscious in an instant, and suddenly realized what the word cricket meant. So, Hui Xiao continued, "Maybe Huohu missed you. Besides that, don't think about anything else. Huohu is his biggest competitor. Flame cat, it can be a friend, but it doesn't want to have a cross-species relationship. To find a partner, it wants to go back to the high radiation area in the Imperial Forest to see if there are any kind of people with vision who are willing to come out and experience a new life with it." Soon, the car arrived at the intersection of the mining area and the gold panning area. It should be known in advance that Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were coming. The guards who entered the mining area intersection let them go after confirming their identities. Even the young man stole a few glances at Zhuang Xiao. Chapter 505. I screamed inwardly. Ah! Is that the owner of the flame cat? Yes, yes, yes. A middle-aged man moved his eyes away from the car that was gradually disappearing at the end of the road, and turned his head to see the big stars twinkling in the eyes of the young man beside him. It was so bright that it was scary. The middle-aged man patted the young man on the shoulder and said loudly, "Okay, stop looking, it's gone." The middle-aged man was a member of the mercenary team, and the young man belonged to the escort team, so the middle-aged man knew Hui Xiao. It's just that the two of them are not familiar with each other. I really didn't expect that Hui Xiao, who left the safety zone, could have such an opportunity. I was envious. The young man was not angry, and smiled and said, "It's not against the law to look at it a few more times." When the flame cat followed the large group into the mining area, he looked at the flame cat so much that his neck was sore, and he didn't want to look away. Too beautiful. Too domineering. The group of people who followed Xiaoyan from the number 17 safety zone have already stationed in the living area near the mining area. Most of the people living in the living area are the staff of the mining area, and some of the family members of these staff members were arranged by Xiao Yan to live in the safe area, and some of those who were willing to live here were also built houses for them. In addition, some people living in the living area are members of the guards or mercenaries on duty here. When Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao passed by here, the two of them took a look at the current situation of the living area. The houses in the living area are neat and clean, and the streets are regular. There is no well-equipped protective wall like the safe zone on the periphery. However, there is a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence. Moreover, Zhuang Xiao saw that this living area is still under construction. Perhaps, in the near future, this place will soon become another fortress for the people in the safe zone to survive. The car sped past. After a quick glance, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao went straight to the mining area. Their troubled child still doesn't know where to dig a hole. If this really opens up a dark river somewhere underground and floods the newly built mining area passage, it will be really terrible. In Ishii Kiyoshi's 800-word essay, 600 words were about the potential risks that the mine manager might cause to the underground river in the mine. Reading the whole essay made Zhuang Xiao very nervous, fearing that the mutated pangolin would cause a disaster. So, after Zhuang Xiao saw Xiao Yan's uncertain face, she became even more nervous. Could it be that he was too late? Seeing Zhuang Xiao get off the car, Xiao Yan walked over with heavy steps. The flame cat excitedly jumped from Xiao Yan's head to Zhuang Xiao's front, only 2 steps away. Its big tail swayed back and forth, and it was so happy. It didn't care that its tail was hitting Xiao Yan's face. It would be fine if it hit him once or twice. It just enjoyed the flame cat's loving touch. No one could stop it. So, after moving sideways quickly, Xiao Yan took 2 steps at a time and came to Zhuang Xiao's front, calling out, "Cousin!" Zhuang Xiao felt guilty when she saw Xiao Yan moving towards her so quickly. She took small steps and moved back a little bit. Her body bumped into Wu Xiao. She could not retreat, so she could only face him head-on, smiling awkwardly. "That cousin, the mutant pangolin." Xiao Yan had a headache. He had thought about the mutant pangolin a lot before, but what if he couldn't find it? Now that Zhuang Xiao was in front of him, all the thoughts he had before were unreliable. He should be realistic and tell the truth. So he gritted his teeth and said, "The mutant pangolin is lost." Zhuang Xiao's eyes wandered, and he said, "Oh, that's not lost. The mutant pangolin might really want to dig ditches after plowing the land. It knows a lot about farming." Zhuang Xiao's mind was full of wild thoughts for a while, but was interrupted by Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao saw the reactions of these 2 people, and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Flame cat, They were both afraid that the other party would ask them for compensation. One couldn't afford to pay for the mine, and the other couldn't afford to pay for the armor. "Let's go look for it first," Wu Xiao said. "The sooner they find the mutant pangolin, the sooner they can set off to the number 3 safe zone." Zhuang Xiao nodded and promised, "Cousin, I will definitely pull the mutant pangolin out from under the mining area. This is really too difficult for her." "Woohoo! Tuxingsen's Earth Escape Technique, I want it. Temporary golden finger, please." However, daydreaming is really just daydreaming. Seeing his cousin's solemn promise, Xiao Yan felt that his cousin seemed, probably, as if he didn't need him to compensate for an identical mutant pangolin. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, he urged Xiao Yan with his eyes. "Brother, lead the way quickly. Or arrange someone to lead the way, that's fine too. If Shi Jingqing's bad words really come true and the underground river is drilled through, wouldn't she be guilty of a serious crime?" At this time, Feng Xiang came over. The matter over there came to an end for the time being, and he came to talk to Xiao Yan about the situation over there. I saw Zhuang Xiao, and Wu Xiao had already arrived. And behind Feng Xiang were 2 people, Lu Feng and Shi Jingqing, who had mixed feelings. Especially when Ishii Qing saw Zhuang Xiao. Before the cousin left, she gave him the mutant pangolin. As soon as the 3 people arrived, Zhuang Xiao finally understood the whole story. Okay. She was relieved that it was not entirely the mutant pangolin's fault. This mine probably didn't need her to pay for it. Despite this, she was not completely relieved. After all, the mutant pangolin was still under the mine area, and who knew where it was, rubbing its hands and preparing to do something big. Finally, Lu Feng and Ishii Qing accompanied Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao down the mine. And the flame cat continued to guard. No, to protect its darts. When the person in charge of the mine heard that the owner of the mutant pangolin had come and was going down the mine, he immediately volunteered to be a guide. He wanted to witness it with his own eyes, and study the mutant pangolin's special ability up close. However, When he asked for instructions, he was scolded by Xiao Yan again. In desperation, he pointed to an old miner who was familiar with the mine and strong and healthy to them. Chapter 506. The old miner was one of the people Xiao Yan invited back last time. Everyone in the mining area calls him Lao Mo. He has been working in the mining area since he was 15 years old. He is experienced, needless to say. If Xiao Yan's conditions were not too generous, and he was eager to change the fate of his descendants, perhaps he would be willing to work in the original mining area. At his age, he is more often guiding young people. He is not needed for heavy work. As far as he was concerned, it was quite relaxing and comfortable. Zhuang Xiao and his group followed Lao Mo and went to the locker room first. Before going down the mine, everyone changed into the mine uniforms, put on safety helmets, and carried a set of tools that might be used in the mine. Before departure, the person in charge of the mine specifically told Lao Mo. So Lao Mo knew very well what this group of people were going to do. This iron mine located in the blind spot has not even been under construction for half a year. The situation below is very complicated, and the infrastructure construction that should be in some mine passages is not perfect. Therefore, for Zhuang Xiao and the others, the more prepared they are, the better. Zhuang Zhao's impression of the mining area is not very good. After all, mining has been the hardest job since ancient times, otherwise there would not be such a harsh punishment. The way to make you live a life worse than death is to sell people to mine. And even in the era she lived in, there were endless incidents of mine collapse and mine explosion. Zhuang Xiao and his group passed through the iron gate and entered the temporary house, where the deep well elevator they were going to take was. At this time, the time they went down the mine was not the normal time for absentees to go to work. Therefore, when the group came in, it was deserted, and there were not many people. There were even a few young men who greeted Lao Mo enthusiastically, and their eyes stayed on Zhuang Xiao and his group for a few seconds before moving away. The group was waiting at the elevator entrance. After a while, Zhuang Xiao heard the rumbling and clanging sounds coming from the elevator shaft. The sound came from their feet, and as the sound became louder and louder, it was like a sleeping ancient beast guided by fate, roaring non-stop and roaring out from the ground. Zhuang Xiao felt the ground was shaking. When the ancient beast appeared in front of her and slowly opened its mouth, Zhuang Xiao looked at each iron bar, as if it were each fawn of the beast. They were about to enter the cage. For some reason, Zhuang Xiao remembered her last underground trip in Fulei Mountain. She really didn't like the claustrophobic environment. Even if there might be a gold mine that had caused her to give up again and again, she still didn't like it. Last time in Fulei Mountain, thanks to the mutant pangolin, she found with Xiao. But this time, she had to go into the mine several hundred meters underground again to find the mutant pangolin. Just thinking about this made her feel hopeless. When Zhuang Xiao took the first step, she sincerely hoped that as soon as the ancient beast she was riding landed, she could have a loving hug with her mutant pangolin. After everyone entered the deep well elevator, the elevator door closed. This elevator was not as clean and tidy as the elevators in ordinary residential or commercial buildings. It's like a cage. From the cage, with the dim light in the mine, you can even see the uneven walls outside. The clanging sound is even more deafening and frightening after entering the closed and dark passage. This is for people like Zhuang Xiao who enter the mine for the first time. On the other hand, Lao Mo, Yishi Qing, and Lu Feng are still chatting, with extremely calm faces. And Wu Xiao is behind her now. If she turns her head back, she can probably only see a chest. She had to look up to see the face. Her curiosity was not that big yet. Suddenly, the elevator shook. Zhuang Xiao subconsciously looked at the iron chains above her head, shaking back and forth, which made her tremble with fear. Even Yishi Qing and Lu Feng, who were talking, stopped talking. Although the two of them had gone down the mine once today, this kind of violent shaking was the first time they encountered it, and they were very nervous. For unknown things, whether it threatens their own safety or not, people will always subconsciously be afraid of it. Don't panic, it's normal, it's normal. Lao Mo hurriedly said with a smile to comfort him. Over the years, he has experienced such things as mine collapse. Now, it's just the shaking of the deep shaft elevator, and only people who go down to the mine for the first few times will have such a reaction. Lao Mo often guides new people, and his tone of voice is calm and gentle, which has a power to soothe people. Yishi Qing explained awkwardly, I'm not panicking. He was panicking in his heart. At the same time, I admire those who work underground in the mine. It's not like on the surface, where you can run and hide when you encounter danger. Even if you have a good mental quality, this young lady is a little nervous about her first experience of getting married. But you can't show it. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Lu Feng also echoed, I'm fine too. Zhuang Xiao forced a smile, but didn't say anything. If the voice trembled, it would be exposed. She was really scared. Her good luck in escaping danger every time did not affect her fear of danger. Was Xiao, eh? The little girl didn't say anything, and he didn't say anything either. After Lao Mo finished speaking, the elevator actually stopped shaking and continued to slowly descend. Lao Mo glanced at the reactions of the four people. Not bad. No one was crying and making a fuss to go up. Even the little girl looked quite calm. Zhuang Xiao, eh? She was also panicking. Lao Mo was not totally indifferent to the shaking of the elevator this time. He was silently guessing in his heart what caused it this time. The frequency of the shaking just now was not very similar to the ones he was familiar with. Because of this small incident, Yi Qing and Lu Feng shut up and stopped asking Lao Mo questions. His heart sank slowly with the elevator. If it didn't land, his heart would always be hanging in the air. How could he feel at ease? When there were still 20 to 30 meters to the bottom, Lao Missouri stopped the elevator. He took 2 quick steps, his body pressed against the iron bars of the elevator cage, and the searchlight in his hand shone diagonally upward. The elevator stopped suddenly, and Lao Mo left suddenly. Zhuang Xiao and the other 4 didn't even have time to ask a question. All their eyes fell on the end of the light of Lao Mo's searchlight. Chapter 507. At the end of the light, a dark hole appeared. Zhuang Xiao was silent for a moment. This looked like the work of their mutant pangolin. Lao Mo raised the searchlight in his hand a little higher, trying to see the situation in the cave clearly, but Lao Mo was not tall enough, and the edge of the hole was just at the same level as his head, so he couldn't see the situation inside at all. Lu Feng and Yi Qing, who were standing opposite the hole, also raised their searchlights and shone them into the hole. A straight cave leads to an unknown place. Except for the light of the searchlight at the entrance, all other lights are swallowed by the darkness deep in the cave. Zhuang Xiao listened carefully for a while, but had no clue at all. The mutant pangolin should be very far away from the cave entrance. Is it a cave dug by the mutant pangolin? Lu Feng asked Zhuang Xiao uncertainly. Zhuang Xiao nodded affirmatively and said, It looks like it. The cave dug by the mutant pangolin, she had seen it in Fulei Mountain, was like this. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Zhuang Xiao took 2 steps back. However, she could not see anything. After thinking for a while, everyone saw Zhuang Xiao slid up and down, like climbing a tree, and she reached the top of the elevator in a few steps. Then, she sank her chi into her dantian and sang directly. Girls have high pitch. And Zhuang Xiao used all her might in this voice. Therefore, when the voice came out, everyone in the elevator could not help but cover their ears. The sound almost penetrated their eardrums. A sharp female voice echoed in the elevator shaft. Zhuang Xiao felt that her voice made his head buzz and his ears tinnitus. However, there was no response from the dark hole. It was as quiet as a chicken. The mutant pangolin was no longer here. It took less than 3 minutes to get there. The elevator slowly went down again. With a slight shake, the elevator stopped. There were actually several people at the exit. When they saw the group of people coming down from the elevator, they all showed a look of understanding. That swan-like voice was actually hers. They were really scared. They thought something had happened. When Zhuang Xiao got off the elevator, she was confused by the looks from people around her. She was sure that they were looking at her. Lao Mo, you're coming down again. Someone in front of him greeted Lao Mo warmly, and someone else came up to Lao Mo and whispered, Lao Mo, are you coming down to look for the mutant pangolin again? Lao Mo glanced at the man and said, Did you see it? The man scratched his head and laughed dryly. No. If I had seen it, I would have grabbed it earlier. The old Mo didn't even look at the young man. He imitated the young man and laughed in his heart. You can't catch anything. His head is not as hard as his butt. The young man looked at the old Mo's eyes that were almost only the white of his eyes, walked quickly, and said after he was 2 meters away from the old Mo, You go ahead, I still have work to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Lao Mo snorted and took Zhuang Xiao and the other 2 to the train. Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Xiao closely. He looked around and observed the complicated passages in the mine area. Each passage and functional area in the area they just came down was marked. It was easy to guess the purpose based on the marks. Although there were traces of mutant pangolins in the deep well elevator, the place where the mutant pangolins were first lost was in the living mine area. They went to the living mine area to check the situation first. Maybe there will be more clues or more traces of mutant pangolins. Zhuang Xiao had no idea about this. She had no experience in finding things. Her ultimate skill now was to shout a few times every time she arrived at an area. Maybe the mutant pangolin was working hard behind a cave wall, after getting on the train in the mining area. With the collision of the wheels and tracks of the train, it drove into the depths of the mining area with a clang. The walls on both sides were uneven and black and gray, and various pipelines were distributed above the walls. The top of the head was also uneven, with rocks protruding downwards. Zhuang Xiao was worried that he would fall down due to the vibration of the train. Since getting on the train, Lao Mo has been telling Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao about the situation in the mine area like a tour guide. Of course, it was limited to the harmless parts. Yi Qing and Lu Feng had come down before, but not under the guidance of Lao Mo, so it was the first time they heard such a comprehensive introduction. He listened very carefully. After all, the probability of mutant creatures appearing during the development of underground mining areas is also very high. Where there are mutant creatures, the probability of their mercenary team members appearing is almost 100%. After a while, the road forked, and they drove to the cave on the left. It looks a bit rudimentary now, and the construction under the mining area will become more and more complete in the future, Lao Mo said. Perhaps thinking of his family, Lao Mo added, the living area above will also become more and more complete. The original area of Save Zone number 11 is still too far away from here, which is not conducive to the full development of the mining area. Therefore, this place will sooner or later become the new public shelter of Save Zone number 11. Lao Mo is a veteran resident of this new shelter. Even with the light shining on the narrow tunnel, people still feel suffocated and depressed. After Lao Mo's tour guide came to an end, Zhuang Xiao, Hui Xiao, Yi Qing, and Lu Feng focused most of their attention on the cave wall they saw. After such a long time, maybe the mutant pangolin has dug a hole somewhere else. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao felt that the view in front of him was suddenly clear. His feet were suddenly suspended in the air. The small carriage was like a yellow ribbon suspended in the air. There was a deep ditch below. And under the ditch, there were messy iron or stones everywhere, which looked dark. Wherever his eyes were directed, it was like staring into the abyss. Zhuang Xiao took a glance, and then retracted his gaze, looking directly at Hui Xiao, who was sitting opposite him. She is not afraid of heights, really. She just feels a little dizzy. This yellow train ribbon is only a few dozen meters long. Before entering the new tunnel, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sneak a peek at the dark ditch. Suddenly she froze. After a moment, she wanted to stand up. She was pulled back to the seat by the seatbelt. She patted Hui Xiao opposite her and said excitedly, "Found it, found it. I saw it." Chapter 508. Is it a mutant pangolin? Mutated pangolin? Where is it? Just as Zhuang Xiao pointed her finger, the train whizzed into the dull and depressing tunnel. Then, she leaned forward suddenly. There was a harsh metal friction sound between the wheels of the train and the track. There were sparks shooting out from the track. It can be seen how fast and fierce the brakes were. If she hadn't been wearing a seat belt, Zhuang Xiao would have flown directly into the main mining area with the inertia. Wait until the train stops completely. Zhuang Xiao calmed his violently beating heart. He was really dizzy at this moment. He felt that his brain was not getting enough blood, and so did the others. In the deep ditch, the mutant pangolin's small head was hanging on the rock wall, and its small eyes were rolling around, looking left and right, but seeing nothing. It must be an illusion. The body shrank, and the head disappeared on the rock wall. This place is good. The hardness of the rock layer is especially suitable for sharpening claws. It is much better than digging on the ground. If you don't sharpen your nails frequently, you won't be able to work efficiently. So, it makes sense that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. With just that little piece of land, if it had used its current claws, it would definitely work faster. Why would it need to spend so much time on it? The mutant pangolin swung its long tail, imitated the posture of the flame cat twisting its butt, and hummed as it happily dug and sharpened in the cave. An indescribable joy filled the cave. The pounding heartbeat calmed down. Zhuang Xiao immediately unfastened his seatbelt and ran in the direction he came from, calling out to the mutant pangolin affectionately. He kept muttering in his heart, "Don't run away. Don't run away." Hui Xiao, Yi Qing, and Lu Feng jumped off the train almost at the same time as Zhuang Xiao, but their running speed was not as fast as that of his cousin, who could walk snakes and bears. Lao Mo, with his cold legs, followed behind the four people, running breathlessly, but he could not catch up with Hui Xiao and the other two. "I am old, and I cannot compete with young people in physical strength." Lao Mo sighed silently, his legs still trembling. After Zhuang Xiao reached the edge of the deep ditch, she first shouted at the mutant pangolin again. Although she wanted to go to the area where she had just seen the mutant pangolin and shout at it from a close distance, the situation did not allow it. There was a steep rock wall above the location where the mutant pangolin was found. She could not get through it all. Moreover, the situation below was unclear, so she did not dare to go down rashly. Zhuang Xiao looked back and saw that it was Xiao, and the others were very close to her. After passing them, not far away was the old Mo who was having trouble breathing. It was really hard for him. In addition to being a tour guide, there was also an additional 100-meter sprint activity. Can we go down? As soon as the old Mo came close, Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to ask. The old Mo hadn't even caught his breath yet, and he just kept nodding, repeating one word in his mouth, yes, yes. It's okay if I can. Seeing Zhuang Xiao preparing to take the rope from his body and jump down, Lao Mo grabbed his arm and took a few deep breaths. His heart finally felt better. Don't worry, there's a ladder. The crowd who were also preparing to climb down the rope. Okay, things can be so easy. Lao Mo wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and Lao Han crossed the small rail and headed to the other side. Sure enough, there was a straight ladder going down at the bottom right of the rail, leading directly to the bottom of the deep ditch. Lu Feng went down first, followed by Lao Mo, Zhuang Xiao, Hui Xiao, and finally Yi Qing. This ladder should not be used often. The two parallel handrails are rusted. When people step on the horizontal bar in the middle, the ladder makes a slight creaking sound with each step down. After Zhuang Xiao jumped down from the ladder, he found that there were gravels everywhere. The gravels were large and small. Under such road conditions, it was impossible for people to run fast. In desperation, Zhuang Xiao could only move forward slowly, while calling her mutant pangolin. The rock wall where the mutant pangolin was located was exactly the side where they came down. Therefore, except for Lao Mo and Yi Qing, everyone else's searchlights were shining on the stone wall on this side. As the distance to the mutant pangolin was getting closer and closer, the number of caves on the stone wall increased. Mutated pangolin, what is this for? Lu Feng muttered to himself. These holes one after another. If the mutant pangolin stayed in the mining area for a few more days, this stone wall would become a hornet's nest. Zhuang Xiao glanced at these holes. Her destination was still the place in front, where the mutant pangolin's head was suspected to be seen. After walking for a while, they finally arrived. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the three holes above. For a moment, she was not sure which one was the hole where the mutant pangolin had just emerged. The searchlight shone on it, and the edges of each hole were all golden. No way. What a coincidence. Her mutant pangolin had dug a hole that was rich in gold ore. Gold? Yi Qing exclaimed. Zhuang Zhao's tone was very low, and he pulled Hui Zhao's sleeve and said, "Look, gold, right in front of you." Unexpectedly, in their family, the mutant pangolins are most compatible with gold. The searchlight swept around, and only near the three caves dug by the mutant pangolins were there traces of gold. You really know how to choose a place. Zhuang Xiao muttered again. However, the real work has not been done yet. Zhuang Xiao first shouted the name of the mutant pangolin twice, and then put his ear against the stone wall. Lao Mo began to call for external help. This was the closest they had ever been to the mutant pangolin, and it would not take much time to come from the main mining area. If she could catch up, maybe she could really make this little girl call out her pet. Zhuang Xiao, that's not certain. After all, she always treated the mutant pangolin with love and punishment. She never gave it a hug. Zhuang Xiao put aside all distractions, and listened attentively to the movements in the stone wall. Lu Feng and Shi Jingqing looked at each other in bewilderment at their cousin's operation, and also put their ears against the stone wall. Lao Mo felt that he was old and his ears were not very good, so he didn't join in the fun with a group of people, and waited silently for people to come to support him. Hui Xiao gave up on his own initiative. In terms of hearing, none of him, Yi Qing and Lu Feng could compare to Zhuang Xiao. The little girl had super hearing. It had been verified many times. There's movement! Zhuang Xiao was delighted. Lu Feng and Yi Qing looked at each other, and looked at the old Mo behind them. They were so young, but their ears didn't work well. He fell into deep self-doubt. The mutant pangolin hummed and wriggled slowly like a caterpillar. The iron sand palm hasn't been sharpened yet? Why did you call it home for dinner so soon? Chapter 509. When Zhuang Xiao felt that the sound was getting closer to her, suddenly, the rustling sound of the animal rubbing against the rock wall stopped. Instead, it seemed that the mutant pangolin made a sound when it chiseled the rock wall. What's going on? Why did it start digging holes again? After the mutant pangolin got closer to their location, Zhuang Xiao was very sure that it must be in one of the 3 caves above. But what is going on now? Zhuang Xiao took 2 steps back, looked up at the 3 holes with golden edges, and shouted again, "Jia Jia, mutant pangolin, pangolin, pangolin." After a pause, she shouted 2 more words. The 4 people who were watching her performance quietly turned their heads to look at Zhuang Xiao, their eyes full of confusion. Are they looking for mutant pangolins? What is this girl shouting, flame cat, wha wha? Ishii Kiyoshi was curious, and asked with his confused eyes, "Cousin, we are looking for mutant pangolins. Why are you shouting flame cat?" Lu Feng also had a curious face, and a pair of confused eyes. Wei Xiao seemed to have remembered something, and did not speak. And Lao Mo. It doesn't matter what it's called, as long as we can find this living ancestor first. Zhuang Xiao blinked, and explained seriously, "I haven't had time to give it a proper name. Maybe, it might think that the words flame cat or fire are its names." Ishii Qing and Lu Feng said, "What my cousin said always makes sense." Wei Xiao thought, "It is true. The red leaf plants brought back by the flame cat have been named flame trees. The only ones left at home are the mutant pangolin and the mutant plant with yellow fruits." Zhuang Xiao thought that he must give the mutant pangolin a good name this time. It will be convenient to call it next time it gets lost. Mutant pangolin, The name doesn't matter. It all sounds like a foreign language anyway. "So you said there was a movement. Is it the mutant pangolin in the cave?" When Lu Feng said this, he pointed to the cave entrance above. Zhuang Xiao nodded and replied, "Yes. Why didn't I hear it?" Shi Jingqing was puzzled, and immediately put his ear against the rock wall again. Still heard nothing. Zhuang Xiao pulled his left ear, the one that was just pressed against the rock wall, and said proudly, "My ears are good." Shi Jingqing, Excuse me, he is old and his ears are not good. Lu Feng, Fortunately, he didn't say anything. Then he just pretended that he heard it too. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, he put his ear against the stone wall again, and listened carefully. The sound of rocks rubbing against each other was still there, and there was also the sound of gravel rolling down. So what exactly are their mutant pangolins doing now? Mutated pangolin, It's digging for beautiful little stones. Time passed by, and the mutant pangolin hadn't come out of the cave yet. And Lao Mo's foreign aide came. Lao Mo. There was a man standing near the railroad above the ditch, holding a lift in his hand. When they heard someone shouting, everyone looked towards the edge of the ditch. After Lao Mo saw who was coming, he stood up and went to get the tools. Ishii Kiyoshi felt that his ears were not working well, so he followed Lao Mo. With this lift, they could go up and see the situation. The man tied a rope to the lift and slowly lowered it down. As soon as the elevator landed, Ishii Qing carried it on his back and returned. The old Mo Laohan legs started to work again. If he had known that this young man would come, he would not have come. After the man who delivered the elevator came, he never left. First, he had to carry the tools back, and second, he wanted to see the mutant pangolin. He had heard his co-workers discuss it many times today, and this was finally a chance to see it. He had fought hard to get the job of carrying the ladder. For this reason, he input all the nice words from the annual meeting into the foreman's mind. The elevator was not in place yet. Wei Xiao and Lu Feng, who were still there, began to clear the rocks below, trying to find the most stable foothold for the elevator. When Ishii Qing arrived with the elevator, the ground was relatively flat. However, no matter how flat it was still not as flat as the ground. As soon as the elevator was stable, Zhuang Xiao took the lead and climbed up. The remaining 4 people did not argue with her, and all supported the elevator from below. When Zhuang Xiao climbed to the top of the elevator, his head just reached the lower edge of the lowest hole. The remaining 2 cave entrances, one parallel to her left side of the cave entrance, and one above her right, more than 1 meter away. Even though the light was weak, Zhuang Xiao was more convinced after observing the edge of the cave entrance and the traces on the inner wall at such a close distance. There was no doubt that this was the work of the mutant pangolin. She turned on the miner's cap lamp, and the dark cave became clear in an instant. Moreover, as the light shone in, the light of the miner's cap lamp kept moving as Zhuang Xiao's head shook, and the golden light flickered in the cave, like golden little stars shining in the night sky, which was very beautiful. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but pick up a small, uneven, but particularly dazzling rock with his hands, and put it into his pocket. "This is gold." Just as Zhuang Xiao wanted to pick up the second piece, there was a noise at the end of the cave, where the light could not shine. The 4 people below also heard it this time. "Cousin, is the mutant pangolin out?" Lu Feng raised his head, and shouted loudly below. Zhuang Xiao responded calmly, Yes. As the conversation between the two ended, the shadow hidden in the darkness, crawling slowly, was completely exposed under the light of the mining cap lamp, glittering with golden light. It was more dazzling than any starlight on the cave wall. Zhuang Xiao felt that her titanium alloy dog eyes were about to be blinded by the light. She had never felt so strong before when she saw the man-made or mountain at the gold panning site up close. This brightness was enough to rival the golden wings of the golden butterfly that were extremely dazzling in the sun. When everyone heard that it was a mutant pangolin, they were all overjoyed. That's fine, that's fine. If the mutant pangolin was found 1 second later, they would be worried 1 more second. Although the mutant pangolin's eyesight was not very good, it had a keen sense of smell. Therefore, when Zhuang Xiao's eye shone at the gold in the cave, the mutant pangolin deep in the cave smelled the smell of Zhuang Xiao. It came out with its 2 front paws and head holding the gold nugget it had just dug. Chapter 510. As the mutant pangolin got closer and closer to the cave entrance, the full picture of the gold nugget was reflected in Zhuang Xiao's pupils. It was really a big piece of gold. And judging from its appearance alone, the gold content must be high. Subconsciously, Zhuang Xiao felt that this was definitely not a piece of gold on the outside but rotten on the inside, but a good piece of gold on the inside. When the gold nugget rolled to the edge of the cave entrance, Zhuang Xiao held it in his arms without hesitation. He felt very happy. At the same time, her bright eyes met the black eyes of the mutant pangolin in the cave. Mutated pangolin, it's fixed. This guy really loves shiny things. This piece of it is so big, it must have received fewer slaps. Flame cat, Does this guy have a psychological problem? Zhuang Xiao, She is obviously very gentle. Didn't she just feel that the ball rolled faster and provided it with a little acceleration? Zhuang Xiao moved her head to one side, otherwise the mutant pangolin would not be able to get out. Although she didn't know how this thing climbed so high. Well, it is possible that it has an entrance and exit on the other side of the cave. However, now, the mutant pangolin can only go down here. In addition to holding the gold, she also has to carry the mutant pangolin down. Lao Mo is an old miner. Gold mines, and the like are not uncommon. However, the piece of gold in Zhuang Xiao's arm still made the old man's eyes light up. Lu Feng, Shi Jingqing, and Hui Xiao were numb. But they wanted to find a place to stay quietly for a while. What kind of fate is this? As soon as the mutant pangolin's head stuck out of the cave, Shi Jingqing, Lu Feng, and Lao Mo were immediately refreshed. Mission accomplished. After the mutant pangolin looked down at the ground, it turned into a ball on the spot. Zhuang Xiao was still waiting for its body to come out a little more and carry it down. Who would have thought that it would suddenly turn into a ball? What? Are you not satisfied with her holding the gold nugget and not holding it? Just when Zhuang Xiao was considering whether to throw the gold nugget down, the mutant pangolin rolled twice by itself, sticking to Zhuang Xiao's body, drawing a beautiful parabola. Bang! The round ball bounced on the rocks below and got stuck in the gap between 2 huge rocks. Zhuang Xiao was dumbfounded. He sighed in his heart. This ability to withstand blows is amazing. He is not afraid of getting a concussion. She doesn't need to carry him down, but she will still have to carry him up later. Their little brother Hui couldn't bear this weight. Hui Xiao, Speechless. He really couldn't carry it. However, in the end, the mutant pangolin didn't enjoy Zhuang Xiao's loving back. He was lying on a temporary stretcher in the end. No, that's wrong. He was lying on a flat elevator, and was pulled up from below by Hui Xiao, Lu Feng, and Shi Qing. The mutant pangolin was also very happy. It turns out that lying down is like this. It's so good. Before sending the mutant pangolin up, Lu Feng had already notified Feng Xiang. Have you found the mutant pangolin? Xiaoyan saw Feng Xiang's smiling face, and guessed that it should be good news. This is indeed the case. Feng Xiang replied, Found it. They will come up soon. No one was injured. Xiaoyan continued to ask. No. That's good, that's good. Xiaoyan said, Let's go to the exit and wait for them. Great. No need to compensate my cousin for a mutant pangolin. Zhuang Xiao, That's great. No need to compensate others with a mine. The gold ore in Zhuang Xiao's arms was really too big. Although the shape was very irregular, the narrowest part was half a meter wide. The gold ore was brought up in a flat elevator like the mutant pangolin. Maybe the light of the gold ore was too dazzling. The people waiting up there were all golden. Instead, they ignored the obediently lying mutant pangolin. Lao Mo followed Zhuang Xiao up. When he saw the young man's silly look, he slapped him on the head. Saliva stopped drooling. The young man subconsciously sucked his saliva and wiped his mouth. Nothing. So angry. Who lied to him? Turning his head, He saw that it was Lao Mo, and he immediately smiled. Lao Mo, where is the mutant pangolin? Mutated pangolin, eh? Shouldn't it be the most shining cub at the scene? The mutant pangolin stretched out its steel-like front claws, and gently scratched the trouser leg of the person who mentioned its name. Sizzle. The young man who was talking immediately felt a chill in his calves. He looked down, and saw that his pants were missing a piece. The mutant pangolin raised its head, and stared at the strange human with its small eyes without blinking. Ah, I'm sorry. The claws are a bit sharp. After a moment of staring at each other, the mutant pangolin slowly crawled to Zhuang Xiao's feet with its 4 short legs. This person is not clean. The feet are so smelly. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say. How come he got into trouble right after coming here? She silently took out the small gold ore she had dug out from her pocket, handed it to the young man and said, "This is for you. The big one made by the mutant pangolin is hers." Mutated pangolin, eh? Give it to you, all for you. It was originally for you. Little money grubber. The young man looked at his trouser legs, and then looked at the docile and cute mutant pangolin. Ah. These are the trousers that the mutant pangolin has touched personally. Woohoo. So happy. Zhuang Xiao stretched out his hand, staring at the young man's unpredictable face. What does it mean? He is dissatisfied with the small size of the piece. Lao Mo quietly kicked the young man. The young man was startled, took 2 steps back, and shook his head hurriedly. No. No need. As he spoke, his face turned red. Excited? Lao Mo quickly interrupted. It doesn't matter. After work, I will explain the situation and then match him with a new set. Zhuang Xiao groaned, kicked the mutant pangolin under his feet, and apologized to the young man. I will definitely discipline my naughty child when I go back. Mutated pangolin, eh? The young man no longer had gold in his eyes. Ever since the mutant pangolin tore its pants to attract his attention, his mind returned to the mutant pangolin. Chapter 511. After all, the main purpose of his coming to this job was to see the mutant pangolin. The young man's eyes were twinkling. They were brighter than the gold nugget that Zhuang Xiao got. If he had the ability of the mutant pangolin to dig a mountain, it would be very easy to dig the mine. The young man was looking at the mutant pangolin on the ground with deep affection. When Zhuang Xiao spoke, he only slightly diverted his gaze to her, then after a hum, he continued to gaze at his idol with deep affection. Seeing him like this, Zhuang Xiao tentatively said, "How about you touch it twice?" The young man's eyes were as bright as lightning in a thunderstorm. Frightening. Really? The surprise in his voice was not concealed. Really? Zhuang Xiao nodded and gently kicked the mutant pangolin under his feet. Want to become like Huahua? Now is the chance. Grasp it well. When Lao Mo heard Zhuang Xiao's words, the wrinkles on his dark old face deepened a little. He rubbed his bony hands and said with a smile, "I want to touch it too." Next, it was the mutant pangolin's performance time. It couldn't be honest. It rubbed this one's thigh twice, rubbed that one's thigh twice, and everyone standing here was rubbed by it one by one. However, it never extended its friendly claws again. The young man stood opposite the deep ditch, watching the mutant pangolins and their group of people riding on the small train disappear at the end of the track, and then jumped back. On the way back, the mutant pangolin kept the ball state. There was nothing they could do about it. The transportation tools Zhuang Xiao and his friends were using, whether it was a small train or an elevator, could not accommodate it. Along the way, Lao Mo almost rolled the shell of the mutant pangolin until it was oily. Zhuang Xiao had reason to suspect that if the mutant pangolin was rolled up like a walnut, Lao Mo would definitely play with it in his palm every day. Unfortunately, there was only one mutant pangolin, and it could not be rolled up. Lu Feng and Yi Qing also touched the shell of the mutant pangolin from time to time. This opportunity is too rare, we must seize it. The mutant animals in my cousin's house look harmless, that is, when my cousin is here. At other times, it's really quite scary. The first time Zhuang Xiao stepped out of the deep well elevator, she saw Xiao Yin and Feng Ziying. She was still holding the golden ore in her arms. Wu Xiao wanted to help, but she didn't want to give him this opportunity. Cousin! Cousin! Xiao Yin and Feng Ziying said at the same time, and then looked at each other. What is their relationship? I don't think so at ordinary times, but when these two people call each other cousin, it feels a bit strange. Zhuang Xiao didn't think anything was wrong and responded. Anyway, she doesn't deserve a name. She even thought about changing her name to Cousin Zhuang. Flame Cat, eh? Pretending to be cousin? Ha! If they are not real, then they are just pretending. As soon as the mutant pangolin appeared, Xiao Yin and Feng Ziyang immediately focused their attention on it. The ancestor finally came out. At this time, the mutant pangolin was seen slowly crawling out of the elevator after stretching its body. On its left were Yi Qing and Lu Feng, and on its right were Hui Xiao and Lao Mo. And in front of it were Xiao Yan and Feng Xiang. Zhuang Xiao glanced at it, but it was not high enough, otherwise the mutant pangolin would still have a little bit of the aura of a king. The king is the king of turtles. Mutated pangolin, Can you speak? It's gold. When Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao returned, they not only took the mutant pangolin and the flame cat, but also Xiao Yan. The personnel affairs in the mining area have been dealt with almost. Since he got out of danger, Xiao Yan has been reporting to Uncle Pei from time to time, but if he doesn't see him for a long time, he is afraid that Uncle Pei will still be worried. And with a flame cat accompanying them, there is no need to worry about safety issues. All the members of the Qilin and Mandrill teams were left in the mining area, temporarily helping the people who came from the number 17 safety zone to build infrastructure. Zhuang Xiao disliked the troublesome process of entering the inner city of the safe zone. He decisively and neatly dumped Xiao Yan at the south gate of the inner city of the safe zone. Looking at the car park not far away, Xiao Yan was a little skeptical about life. His cousin actually left him at the south gate like this. It is said that you should send the Buddha to the west. He immediately thought of the excuse given by his cousin, that the process of entering the inner city was too troublesome. Xiao Yan wondered if he should upgrade Zhuang Zhao's watch or something, otherwise, he would be dumped here again next time. How frustrating it is to think about it. The flame cat has its own resting place. Before Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao entered the house, it had already collapsed on its bamboo bed. The mutant pangolin followed Zhuang Xiao closely. When passing by the exclusive resting place of the flame cat in the yard, its little eyes rolled around. Zhuang Xiao cherished her beloved gold ore all the way. Even when she was in the car, the ore did not leave her arms. And Hui Xiao looked at Zhuang Zhao's brisk back as he walked up the stairs, shook his head, and thought, isn't this going to hold her and sleep for another night? He felt that the girl loved gold ore more than energy stones. It was still early, so Hui Xiao simply started to pack the things he would take with him next time he went out. The trip to the number 3 safety zone was a foregone conclusion. Many items still needed to be prepared in advance. Hui Xiao's preparations took 3 days. During this period, Flame Cat and Zhuang Xiao also went to the number 6 safety zone to send the brothers Du Huai and Du Zhong back. Recently, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao have been going in and out together most of the time. Zhuang Xiao was a little worried about the fact that he had to send the 2 brothers Du Zhong back by himself. After all, Zhuang Xiao has a high chance of getting into trouble. However, his idea of accompanying her was rejected by Zhuang Xiao. They were together every day, and sooner or later they would get bored. Besides, Hui Xiao was not without things to do. She saw Hui Xiao driving out and coming back every day, and it seemed that he had to prepare a lot of things to go to the number 3 safety zone. It would be good for the 2 of them to just do their own things. There was no way to talk it out, and they couldn't fight, so they could only nod and agree. And Hui Xiao did have a lot of scattered things on hand, and trivial matters were annoying. Zhuang Xiao didn't like to get involved in these things. On the way back, Du Zhong and Du Huai heard that Zhuang Xiao and his friends were going to the number 3 safety zone, and sent a lot of medicines that might be used at the seaside. Even though she was delayed for some time in the number 6 safety zone, Zhuang Xiao returned on the same day. She was also anxious to see the fantastic and magnificent Dream Sea. If something happened again, she must not be delayed. Chapter 512. Hui Xiao said that this has a time limit, and after that, you have to wait another year. Zhuang Xiao doesn't want to wait another year. In 3 days, neither Hui Xiao nor Zhuang Xiao stopped for a moment. Zhuang Xiao has a property in the number 3 safety zone, and he will definitely live there after arriving there. Although they agreed on the departure time with Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, they arranged their own time to return. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao are unemployed vagrants. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang both have a job. This vacation is not unlimited. The weather is not cold anymore, and the grass and trees outside are also sprouting new buds. Zhuang Xiao wanted to stay in the number 3 safety zone for a while, until the sea storm mentioned by Hui Xiao swept through the number 3 safety zone, and then return. After returning from the number 6 safety zone, Zhuang Xiao took the flame cat alone, and flew to the small hot spring with the mutant pangolin. During the time away, no one at home would feed it. And one must go out with them, so the mutant pangolin can only be put back in the small hot spring. Zhuang Xiao felt that being in the small hot spring was a kind of vacation. She was too kind to the mutant pangolin. The preparations before departure took 3 days. The actual departure time was 3 days later, and 3 days later. In just 1 week, in addition to the green dancing grass and the mutant plants growing on Zhuangxiao's own land, other green plants in the safe zone have sprouted new buds. When looking from the sky, the ground is full of light yellow-green, a vibrant scene. Safety zone number 3 is close to the sea, and now is the time when everything is revived. Because of the warm wind blowing from the sea, the recovery time is earlier than their safety zone, and the greenness of the grass and trees is more obvious than theirs. After a long period of cold weather, Zhuangxiao, who is tired of the vast snow and the withered grass and trees, is sitting in the car, blowing the breeze, very comfortable. Behind them are the cars rented by Ming Qingyang and Hu Qianli. Everyone wanted to bring back some free local specialties when they came back, so it was more convenient for each family to come in one car. Originally Yan Hu, Xiang Su, and Wani also wanted to go with them, but they didn't make it in the end for various reasons. The 3 of them were quite regretful, but could do nothing about it. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong threw their child to their mother to take care of, and the couple wanted to live in a world of 2. His little girl was very strong since she was born and had never been sick. Besides, the family conditions are much better now. Hu Qianli told his mother-in-law to buy whatever she needs. As long as the children in the wasteland are not hungry, they are still easy to raise. The couple had no psychological burden at all for leaving their little girl to go out and play. My sister actually left me like this and sneaked away with her brother-in-law. Woo woo. Soon after dawn, Lan Jin found out that the couple sneaked away. His mother knew about it, but she didn't tell anyone. He expressed his sadness. What's wrong with taking care of a brother-in-law? What's wrong with taking care of a younger brother? He is not like his niece, who cannot take care of herself and still looks after her all the time. Why can't he take care of him alone? My brother-in-law really doesn't love me anymore. Woo woo. Zhao Chun said nothing, just talk, and stop talking when you are tired. The couple went out together, and they brought you along as a big burden. How upset you must be. Lan Jin has been nagging for a whole morning and has not stopped. However, Zhao Chun was very calm and didn't say a word. Lan Jin finished lunch at home with deep resentment and went out to the next door. Go find Wen Ming to go to the nearby collection area to find edible mutant plants. Even if you can't find edible mutant plants, it's good to find a new collection point. Lan Jin and Wen Ming had an appointment. He knocked on the door at the right time, and it turned out to be Wen Ming who opened the door. Lan Jin didn't want to see Wen Lily. Sister Wen didn't get along with his sister, and she always looked at him with eyes that were not eyes, and noses that were not noses. Is your sister not at home? Lan Jin whispered. Wen Ming, with a bag on his back and a crossbow slung across his body, closed the door and replied, not at home. If she was at home, how could it be so quiet? I heard you talking to yourself for a long time at home this morning. What's wrong? Wen Ming didn't really want to eavesdrop, but the 2 families were only separated by a cavity, and the sound insulation of this house was not good. As long as it was quiet at home, it was easy to hear each other's voice. Especially Lan Jin didn't lower the volume at all. Lan Jin smiled awkwardly and said, my sister and brother-in-law went out to play without me. Wen Ming, How old are you? Wen Ming turned his head and looked at Lan Jin, but did not continue the topic. Instead, he talked about where they were going this time. The figures of the 2 teenagers gradually disappeared at the corner of the street. At this time, in the safe zone, Yan Hu looked at Yan Ming's bruised face and was furious. It had only been a short time since he joined the guard team, and he was beaten. Yan Hu frowned and said nothing. Yan Ming gently touched his face. Hiss, it hurts. It's really unethical. Why did they hit me in the face? Brother, it's not that I'm not strong enough. It's that 3 of them beat me alone. Yan Ming felt that he still had to find a more normal reason for today's defeat. This reason is very strong. 1v3. It's normal for him to lose. Yan Hu turned around expressionlessly and went to Chapter 513. My sister went to the number 6 safety zone? In Yan Ming's opinion, the farthest Zhuangxiao had gone out in such a long time was the time she went to the number 6 safety zone. Zhuangxiao, No, her goal is the Sea of Stars. Sister, go to see the sea. Yan Ming felt that his brother said it was embarrassing to find external help, and he didn't admit it. He was able to call for external help. Isn't it a rare skill? Yan Hu softened the force in his hand and scolded, Don't move, it doesn't hurt, right? Yan Ming immediately sat up straight, letting his brother do whatever he wanted to him. Yan Hu added, They went to the number 3 safe zone. Yan Ming, Why do I suddenly feel that the escort team seems to have no future? In the afternoon, the setting sun was blocked by the hills. Zhuang Xiao and his group drove in the shadow of the mountain, cold and gloomy, without the warmth of the sun at noon. After passing through the blind area between the number 11 safe zone and the number 3 safe zone, the wind already smelled of the sea. Salty, fishy. This was the sea breeze. This smell immediately freed Zhuang Xiao from the boredom of the car ride and lifted her spirits. It seemed that the destination was approaching. Zhuang Xiao sat up straight. She looked around, trying to see a blue shadow through the dense jungle on one side that had not yet turned green in raindrops. Hu Xiao noticed her sudden excitement and glanced at her casually and said, "You can't see it." "What can't you see?" Zhuang Xiao looked back at Hu Xiao's profile and asked. Hu Xiao looked straight ahead and said, "I can't see the sea." Safety zone number 3 is located on the peninsula, which is in the shape of an arc. Most of the arc is the sphere of influence of safety zone number 3. The remaining part is not suitable for living because it is severely attacked by sea waves during the rainy season every year, so it has not been developed as a collection area for the public. Safety zone number 3 is on one side of the mainland, and on the other side is a coastline that stretches for hundreds of miles. Unlike the inland safety zones, which are generally radiated outward in concentric circles, the main sphere of influence of the number 3 safety zone is the vast area from the safety zone to the coastline. The supplies for the people's lives here basically come from the sea. "When can I see it? I can clearly smell the sea," Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao looked at the rolling hills in the distance, which were faintly green, and said, "It's almost over the mountain in front. After that mountain, there is a smooth road ahead." An hour later, the car bypassed a narrow road. The dense forest still came into view. When Zhuang Xiao looked out the window, he did not see the blue ocean. Instead, he saw a huge stone tablet standing on the side of the road. There were only a few simple words on the stone tablet: Safety Zone Number 3. They were entering Safety Zone Number 3. Because the watch would always sound an alarm when entering or leaving the blind spot, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao's watches were set to silent mode as soon as they left the safety zone. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao felt that it was quite unexpected that they entered the sphere of influence of the number 3 safety zone by taking a detour. Zhuang Xiao looked out the car window and stuck his head out. They were going to enter the safety zone later, and the flame cat could not follow them for the time being. If it was mistaken for an aggressive mutant animal, wouldn't it become cannon fodder? She and Hu Xiao would go in and see the situation first. They had mutant animals raised in the inner city of their safety zone, so the number 3 safety zone should be able to do the same. However, these were just guesses, and we had to go in and see what the real situation was. The flame cat flew all the way without feeling tired at all. It had seen many mutant birds flying high in the blue ocean in the distance. It was hungry. It wanted to eat. Zhuang Xiao, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Don't let anyone eat you. When Meng Qingyang saw the flame cat flying down from the sky, he knew that his cousin was going to explain something. He parked the car by the roadside. Since they set out, Xinyi had seen the flame cat more often than her new husband. "It's so impressive, isn't it?" Hu Qianli's car was right next to Meng Qingyang's, and stopped behind him. The 4 people in the 2 cars stuck their heads out and leaned over to look at Zhuang Xiao's car. Zhuang Xiao chatted with the flame cat for a long time before letting this guy fly out. After the flame cat flew out, it flew higher and higher, almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. High altitude is suitable for invisibility. Destination, the sea. It's not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun's rays are getting weaker. It's the best time of the day to work. I thought I would see many people scavenging on the road or on both sides. However, there were none. After a quarter of an hour after the boundary marker, Zhuang Xiao didn't see anyone. It was not until 5 or 6 kilometers away from the urban area of the safety zone that he finally saw a few scattered people. Judging from their clothes, they should be people living in shanty towns outside the safety zone. In the Wasteland, the periphery of each safety zone is basically a shanty town. Safety zone number 3 is no exception. Their car entered the safety zone from the west side, and it was not until they were almost at the west gate of the safety zone that Zhuang Xiao saw the shantytowns in the number 3 safety zone. The houses in the shantytowns here are quite different from those in their safety zone. In the number 11 safety zone, most of the houses in the shantytowns are made of wood or bamboo, and there are very few bricks and stones. But here, rows of herringbone stone thatched houses stand neatly and orderly on the periphery of the safety zone. From here, the high walls of the safety zone are within reach. The originally tall thatched stone house looked small and cute. "Is this the seaweed house you mentioned?" Zhuang Xiao was quite curious about this. It seemed like she had entered a fairy tale country. If she could ignore the mutant seabirds flapping their wings in the sky. There were really a lot of them. This allowed them to fly freely in the sky. Either there were too many to kill them all, or they were not very dangerous. Otherwise, the safe zone could not let them fly in the airspace like this. The car passed through the shantytown and followed the sign on the road to the west gate of the safe zone. Don't look at the sparsely populated area before. However, the west gate is busy with people and vehicles flowing in and out. In addition to the road they came from, there are several roads outside the west gate leading to other areas. In comparison, the road they came from seems extremely desolate. After the verification and inspection at the west gate, the group's vehicles quickly entered the number 3 safe area. After the car went a distance, the convoy separated. Chapter 514. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao drove straight to the property that Zhuang Xiao had bought at that time. Zhuang Xiao revealed the news 2 days before departure. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli were speechless. My biggest dream is to own a house in a safe zone, but my cousin actually has houses in 3 safe zones, and they are all in super good locations. Hu Qianli sighed. I felt very sad for no reason. Lan Hong gently patted her dear husband on the shoulder and said, have a good sleep tonight, and you will have everything in your dreams. Hu Qianli, Xin Yi in the car in front was also envious. It's not impossible to find a female husband to marry. After all, no one in the Wasteland stipulates that women can't get married. Meng Qingyang, Is he newly married? Zhuang Xiao touched his ears, which were a little hot, and said, who is teasing me behind my back? After Hu Xiao glanced at the little girl, he looked forward and said slowly, it's probably Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang. Thinking about the envious and jealous expressions on Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang's faces when he went out to prepare supplies and met them, he felt that this pie in the sky, if it fell on him, it would be a great blessing. Where did they rent a house? Where will we meet tomorrow? As soon as Hu Xiao mentioned Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, Zhuang Xiao knew why he was jealous of her. Haha, it's because she is so rich. Only at this time can she truly feel that she is a rich person. Happiness is all about comparison. I hope that her 2 cousins can gain something from this trip to the number 3 safe zone. It would be best if I could earn enough points to buy a house. I can't bear to use the energy stones in my hand, so I use them all to invest in houses. Then it would be fine to earn points. Picking up seafood, or seafood that is free, it's beautiful just to think about it. It would be best if I could pick up a few big pearl oysters and open blind boxes. Pearls are also very valuable. The pearls she picked out last time were all pink and white. This time she wants white, pink, black, blue, and colorful ones. I just don't know if it can be mutated. Along the way, the houses and people they saw on the road were different from those in their safe zone. Many of the houses here were built with rocks mixed with mud and sand, and the roofs were pointed, covered with the same gray-brown grass as on the roofs of shantytowns. Hu Xiao did some homework before coming, and said to Zhuang Xiao, the grass on the roof is not ordinary thatch, but a special large-leaf seaweed that grows in the coastal area. This large-leaf seaweed can prevent insects, mildew, and fire, and it also has the effect of warming in winter and cooling in summer. The large-leaf seaweed that grows at this time of year is the most flexible and the strongest. Many people in the shantytowns go to the beach to pick it up on windy days, for their own use or to sell to people in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the roof outside and nodded thoughtfully. Isn't this equivalent to them picking up edible grass leaves, while others are looking for kelp here, and this kelp does not meet the radiation value standard and can be sold for points to buy nutrient solution. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Better than their bala grass leaves. Of course, Zhuang Xiao had not yet thought that picking up large-leaf seaweed on the beach was much more dangerous than theirs. After all, the sphere of influence of the safe zone on land was fixed, and it was relatively easy to clean up mutant animals. However, the ocean was not painful. Various mutant marine creatures might crawl out of the sea from time to time, and it was impossible to prevent them. However, over the years, for the people living in the number 3 safe zone by the ocean was their bread and butter. Of course, you must know more about your parents in order to get a little preference from many biological groups. And this little preference is enough for them to survive in this difficult world. I don't know if the house I bought has the same roof? Zhuang Xiao murmured to herself. At that time, although the rich uncle showed her the indoor and outdoor pictures, she didn't pay attention to the roof at all, and it has been so long that she can't remember what the house looks like. Hu Xiao could answer this question, but he didn't need to answer it, because they had reached their destination. The house was right in front of them. Are we there already? That's our house, this one? Or that one? Zhuang Xiao looked at the row of houses, and for a moment she couldn't tell which one was hers. She scanned the row of houses in front of her one by one, and finally fixed her sight on a gray-looking house about 20 or 30 meters away. That house looked completely deserted. It's probably theirs. The car moved slowly forward, and the information on the houses passed by Hu Xiao one by one. Sure enough, it stopped in front of the least popular house. Is it here? Zhuang Xiao looked past Hu Xiao and looked through his car window. Then, she looked down at the information on her watch. Yes, it's here. At this time, the streets were empty, and there were basically no people. The people living in this area are not the richest group in the safe zone. According to Zhuang Xiao's understanding of the safe zone, the people in this area are most likely going out to work. The sun was still above the horizon, and it was just past 4 o'clock. Hu Xiao asked Zhuang Xiao to stay in the car, and he jumped out of the car and went to scan the access control. The door opened. Hu Xiao got back in the car and drove in. It was also a house with a small courtyard. The courtyard was smaller than the other two safe zones, but the car could fit it. There were a lot of things in their car, and it was not safe to leave them outside. On the way here, no one from the escort team or the security office was seen. What are the security measures? It is still unknown. After the car stopped, Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car swiftly. She went into the house and went to visit her new territory. Hu Xiao was in the yard and began to move the luggage they would use tonight from the car. Although the requirement was to move in with just a bag, food and drinks had to be prepared, as well as bedding and other things. With more properties, some of these items had to be prepared in multiple copies. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, please keep this worry in your heart, don't say it out loud. It hurts too much. This house has been idle for at least a year. The moment I stepped into the house, the light that shone diagonally into the house was filled with fine dust particles. There is work to do today. General cleaning. This house has only one floor, but it has bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens, etc., and basic household appliances and furniture in the room. Although it is a little old, it does not affect its use. If it weren't for the strong winds and rains in the number 3 safety zone for half a year, the price of her house would have increased by at least 1/3. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. In order to sleep well at night, I'd better work first. Chapter 515. Although the room was small, it took Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao almost 2 hours to do the cleaning. Zhuang Xiao was starving. Fortunately, they had prepared food in advance, such as dried meat and nutrient solution, which could be eaten and drunk immediately. This allowed her to replenish her energy in time. She didn't faint from hunger. On the first night in the safe zone, there was no fire at home. After a simple wash, Zhuang Xiao went back to her bedroom and fell asleep. A dreamless night. The next morning. Unfortunately, the watch received a message from the number 3 safety zone, saying that there were storms on the sea, and it was not recommended to go to the beach today. Zhuang Xiao did not regret this. After breakfast, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went to find Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli. The house rented by the two couples was located on the north side of the east gate of the safety zone. The two locations were about an hour and a half away by car. Zhuang Xiao and his car almost ran through half of the safety zone. This also gave the two people a certain understanding of this place. In the number 3 safety zone, except for some special buildings used for defense, the highest buildings are 3 or 4 stories high, and most of them are 1- and 2-story buildings. The west side of the safety zone is close to the hills, and the altitude is slightly higher than the east side. During the rainy season, if there is a superstorm typhoon, the worst hit area is the east area of the safety zone, as well as the shantytown outside. Despite this, the entire eastern area is the most densely populated area in the safety zone. The reason is simple. It is close to the sea. Whether it is sea salt processing or picking up seafood, the distance is very close, which can avoid wasting time on the road. Unless there is a means of transportation at home, otherwise, they are naturally willing to choose the place with the shortest walking distance. Although it is dangerous, it has to be done. Year after year, this potential danger is just a part of daily life for people living by the sea. It is a very common thing. Cousin, here. The car entered the alley. The road was bumpy and a bit bumpy. Zhuang Xiao leaned his face against the car window and stretched out a hand to greet Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli. The structure of the houses here is basically the same as that near the inner city, with stone walls and seaweed roofs. The difference is, the houses here are built very roughly and very densely. After the car stopped beside Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, Zhuang Xiao got out of the car and Hu Qianli got in. It was not suitable for parking nearby, so they had to go to a special parking spot nearby. Zhuang Xiao watched the car leave, and then followed Meng Qingyang to the small house they rented. After noon, the wind died down. Through the narrow window, there were obviously more pedestrians on the road outside than when they first came in the morning. After some discussion, everyone decided to go out and take a look at the surrounding environment. After the car left the east gate, there were people and vehicles everywhere on both sides of the road, even more than the west gate. This time period is when the Dream Sea area of Safe Zone number 3 appears, and it is also the best time to stock up on food before the rainy season arrives. Compared with inland areas, people living in the number 3 safety zone have less time to breathe. The roads are congested, and the road is very slow after going out. A cool sea breeze blows. The breath of the sea is overwhelming. After the strong wind in the morning, the sky is amazingly blue, without a single cloud. But let's not talk about it. The weather in the afternoon is really pleasant. When he thought that he would be able to see the vast sea that he had been thinking about in a while, Zhuang Xiao was full of strength, and his mood became very good. She was going to pick up seafood, lots of seafood. The storm had passed, and the beaches and reefs on the coast were covered with layers of thick dark green seaweed. People walked carefully among them. After Zhuang Xiao and his team left the safe zone, they soon entered the shantytown. A young man wrapped in a tight black rubber suit and wearing rubber gloves stood on the road leading to the sea in the shantytown. There was a huge sign beside him, and under the sign there was a huge black package, bulging, and it was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. On the sign above his head, the words Dream Sea were clearly written, pointing to the northeast. The young man stood there, looking at his watch from time to time, looking up at the cars passing by, and then glancing at the people in the car, as if he was waiting for someone. The young man muttered, "Why haven't we arrived yet? Didn't they say the target was obvious?" As he said that, he looked at the vehicles coming out of the shantytown. "What are you looking for?" Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu Xiao looking around in the car, fearing that a car accident would happen later, and asked hurriedly. Hu Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied, "Found it." "Looking for someone?" Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Xiao's gaze, and saw the young man standing under the sign. "Is it him?" The young man was still looking around, and Zhuang Xiao pointed at the young man. Hu Xiao hummed and said, "Yes, our guide. The mutant creatures in the ocean are completely different from those on land. If they don't find someone familiar with the environment here, if they encounter something and they don't handle it properly, it may be life-threatening." This person was introduced by Meng Qingyang. She is the cousin of a member of the mercenary team. Because Meng Qingyang had planned a trip to see Area Number 3 a long time ago, he was more prepared than Hu Xiao and his friends, who were on a whim. The young man's eyes lit up. Sure enough, his cousin was not lying. This girl was as white as the white foam splashed by the waves hitting the coast during a strong wind, and like the short white snow on the top of the hill in winter. Zhuang Xiao, As soon as he saw this face, the young man didn't think much, dragging the package on the ground with one hand, and ran towards the car. The free hand waved, and he shouted loudly, "Cousin, cousin, I'm here." If the package was not so heavy, I'm afraid this dark and thin young man would jump up. Zhuang Xiaojang confirmed the identity of the young man with Hu Xiao, and turned around to see their young guide running towards them with a big white tooth. Hearing the young man's name, Zhuang Xiao's face was full of black lines. This is the silly road deer cousin of her unknown cousin. It is said that a cousin is 3,000 miles away. The ancients were not deceiving me. When Meng Qingyang heard someone calling his cousin, he hurriedly stuck his head out of the car window and shouted to the young man, "Jiangyan." Jiangyan is the name of this young man. He is the cousin of Wang Fafa of the Sharp Knife Team. Chapter 516. This is a person who Meng Shuyang found after searching for a long time among his teammates. He is related to the mercenary team members, and has been hired as a guide many times. Although he is only 20 years old this year, it is said that he has been making a living on the beach with his family elders since he learned to crawl. Before they came, they all did some homework. But their understanding of the sea is very different from that of the locals, who were born and raised there. Jiangyan heard someone calling his name, and tilted his head to look behind him. Oh, it was another person in the team he was going to lead this time, the person that his cousin Fafa said he was going to meet. He smiled at Meng Qingyang and shouted loudly, "Brother Meng." His legs moved very consciously to the front of Zhuang Zhao's car. Meng Qingyang felt that the wind was really cold today. His heart was chilled. How could Wang Fafa, this little cousin, still discriminate against sex? Meng Qingyang glanced at his new wife, who was looking out the window with her back to him, and shrugged her shoulders, and said helplessly, "Laugh if you want to." My cousin is really everyone's. Everyone who sees my cousin is like a fly seeing shit. Pa, what is this nonsense? It's just like a bee seeing a flower bud. Shinyi tried to straighten the corners of her mouth, took a deep breath, exhaled, turned her face slowly, and said nonchalantly, "Who laughed?" She didn't laugh. Last night, when Sister Lan said that my cousin was charming, she didn't believe it. Now she believes it. With my cousin around, no one else can be tolerated in the eyes of others. How did her cousin, who was so white and glowing, still have smooth and delicate skin in such a high-radiation environment? She couldn't help but touch her face and asked Meng Qingyang, "Am I white?" Meng Qingyang was stunned. What was his wife talking about? What do you mean by is she white? Is there any need to ask this? Don't you know whether you are white or not? In a moment, Meng Qingyang immediately replied like a dog, "You are the whitest in my heart." Shinyi saw his flattering look. It was too against her will. However, little stars lit up in her eyes. She loved to hear sweet words. Meng Qingyang, material conditions cannot keep up with my cousin, so this emotional value must be maximized. Shinyi snorted and turned her head. On her light wheat-colored skin, a not-so-obvious sunset glow was revealed. Meng Qingyang looked at such a wife. He kissed her on the side of her face. He was unwilling to be the butt of that dark bee. In the car behind them were Hu Qianli and Lan Hong. Unlike the sweet talk in the car in front, they were an old couple. After the car in front stopped, the two people stuck their heads out of the car window, at the same time with a special tacit understanding to explore the situation in front. After a while, the car restarted. The young man dragging the big black package disappeared from the roadside. Hu Xiao and his friends had a talkative and humorous Jiangyan in their car. Jiangyan never stopped talking along the way. In the half an hour from picking up Jiangyan to arriving at the coastline, Zhuang Xiao heard Jiangyan's entire life story. By the way, cousin, where is the flame cat? Didn't you say you brought the flame cat with you? Compared to these things near the sea, Jiangyan still wanted to see the divine beast in their safe zone that his uncle had mentioned. Zhuang Xiao didn't expect Jiangyan to know this, and asked back, "Aren't you people in the safe zone dealing with those mutant seabirds flying in the sky?" When Jiangyan heard him ask this, he glanced at the mutant seabirds in the sky and said, "These don't actively attack humans, so they are not dangerous." After saying this, he added, "Under normal circumstances, we won't take the initiative to provoke these flying in the sky, the risk is too high. Not actively attacking humans does not mean not fighting back. Isn't the flame cat said to be very well behaved?" Jiangyan asked again. "Flame cat, who is spreading rumors?" Zhuang Xiao dared not claim the word well behaved for Huahua. After all, most of the time, it is still very ferocious. Only by being ferocious can it have enough food and clothing and live a happy life. The law of survival of the fittest applies everywhere. It's okay. Zhuang Xiao said this with obvious lack of confidence. It can't be said to be very well behaved, but it can't be said that her Huahua is disobedient. After all, he was almost on the staff of the 11th Seiki Zone. Time passed by little. After passing through a dense forest, the view suddenly opened up, and the endless blue ocean shone brightly in the sun. A pure white mutant seabird that looked like a seagull was flying in the azure sky. The mutant seabird flapped its huge wings, sometimes flying high, sometimes diving down, and quickly plunged its head into the gray-blue sea water. Immediately, when it reappeared, there was a dying silver-white fish in its sharp beak. The seawater thrown off his body shone brightly under the refraction of the sun. At the end of his sight, the sea and the sky meet. The beach, which should have been white, was now covered with various grasses from the sea, some green, some reddish-brown. Overall, it still looked green, like a green grassland in summer. These grasses from the sea had only one common name in Zhuang Zhao's eyes, that is, kelp. At the northeast corner of the coastline, there stood several huge rocks, which were connected to the small hills on the shore, and the view was blocked here. On the other side of the coastline, there are endless trees and dense forests. Many mutant seabirds are flying above the dense forest. Jiangyan pointed to the huge rock in the northeast of the coast and said, "Beyond that place is the Dream Sea area. The journey is a bit far, and there is not enough time. It is not cost-effective to go now. Let's go there early tomorrow morning." Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao had no objection to Jiangyan's proposal. They found a relatively secluded place and stopped the three cars. Jiangyan dragged his big black bag out of the car, which contained all the equipment provided for his cousin and his group. Just like the one he was wearing. The 6 people were divided into 2 groups, and got on Zhuang Zhao's car. After everyone changed their clothes, Jiangyan led them to the beach. Jiangyan walked in front, Hu Xiao, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were 2 or 3 steps behind, and Zhuang Xiao, Lan Hong and Xin Yi were 2 or 3 steps behind them. The coast was not like the dense forest or the bushes, where you couldn't see anyone if you were a little further away. There was no shelter on the beach. The group looked very close to the sea, but it took them nearly a quarter of an hour to step onto the beach. Or rather, they stepped into the world of kelp. Suddenly, the dark green seaweed under their feet began to stir. Xin Yi exclaimed, holding Zhuang Xiao with one hand and Lan Hong with the other, and suddenly stepped back several steps. Hearing the sound, the 4 people in front turned their heads. Jiang and even jumped over from Wei Xiao, and the other 2 in one step. The sharp iron spike in his hand stabbed the creature surging under the dark green kelp. The action was so clean and neat. What is it? Hu Qianli ran over and stared curiously at the place where Jiangyan stabbed. Chapter 517. Jiangyan raised the long iron spike in his hand. A creature with 8 sharp claws still struggling slightly appeared in everyone's sight. It's a sea crab. Hu Qianli said in surprise, this sea crab looks really fat, much bigger than the river crabs I caught from the river before. As he spoke, Jiangyan had already started testing. Ding ding, highly mutated by radiation, inedible. It can't be eaten, what a pity. Xin Yi sighed. Jiangyan threw the crabs on the beach and said, everyone, be careful. There may be something under the seaweed. After thinking for a while, he added, if you see strange or beautiful mutant creatures, don't touch them directly. Many marine creatures that come out of the ocean are inconspicuous, but very poisonous. They may be 3 times more poisonous than some mutant snakes on land. Since the incident with the crabs, Jiangyan led Zhuang Xiao and his group to the reef beach while explaining the characteristics and habits of common seafood. There were many people on the beach, many of them picking up green seaweed stranded on the beach. The wind was still blowing on the beach, and the waves were hitting the coast again and again with white foam. Because the temperature was warm, the sea surface near the shore was dark red with green. Jiangyan said that was the color of seaweed in the water. This season is the season when marine life is booming. Both seafood and seaweed are extremely abundant. They passed through the green seaweed grassland and came to the reef beach. The dark brown reef beach in front of them was the main location for their activities in the afternoon. They arrived at the right time, and the tide was receding. They had 2 hours to move around on this beach and pick up seafood that had just been forgotten by the sea on the reef beach. The rules for finding edible food were the same as on land. Find the target and detect the target. If it is edible, keep it, and if it is not edible, give it up. Zhuang Xiao saw at a glance the layers of white shellfish covering the dark brown reef, including oysters and clams. Even though she had grown up, she was still familiar with these seafoods that she often ate. From time to time, high water columns were seen spraying from the reef. Then, people rushed forward in an instant, and whoever grabbed it would own it. After grabbing it, whether it could be eaten depended on one's luck. Xin Yi and Lan Hong had been very excited since they got off the car. Although the number 3 safety zone was so close to their safety zone, this was their first time leaving their permanent residence. At this time, the 2 of them did not consider whether they would like to eat seafood. This coastline was originally chosen by Jiangyan, so there were not as many people on the reef beach as expected. There were 7 people in total. After listening to Jiangyan's instructions, they separated and acted separately. Even if they separated, they could still see each other. Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao kept a certain distance. At this time, how could Wei Xiao affect her speed of drawing the sword? Zhuang Xiao still held her favorite spatula in her hand, knocking here and there. She had not found a target of interest yet. She wanted pearl oysters. However, it seemed that there were no pearl oysters on this reef. Just like that, Zhuang Xiao jumped aimlessly among the reefs. She jumped directly onto a huge reef closest to the sea and looked at the sea in the distance. It seemed calm in the distance, but the tide was surging and hitting the reefs under her feet. Compared to finding seafood on the reef beach, she was more envious of the dense mutant seabirds flying in the sky. Oh, it was Jiangyan who reminded her. Don't provoke them. She had to listen to advice. Maybe some cute mutant bird sensed someone's intention to eat them. Zhuang Xiao felt a white patch in front of her eyes, and a foul smell at the tip of her nose. Paw! There was a large grayish-white bird droppings in front of her feet. It was almost, this huge bird droppings would fall on her head. This amount was enough to make her take a bath she would never forget. Zhuang Xiao took a step back and looked up at the sky. At this moment, it was already unclear which mutant bird was so annoying. After coming to the number 3 safety zone, nothing happened. Unexpectedly, an angel was delivered first. If you can't attack, can you still curse? Wei Xiao, who was looking for seafood around the reef, heard the movement and saw the little girl standing on the high reef. She put her hands on her waist and looked up at the sky. It seemed that she was cursing the bird. Xin Yi and Meng Qingyang squatted in a nest of mutant mussels, trying to find edible mutant mussels among them. The mutant sea clams vary in size. The largest one here is only the size of a palm. Jiangyan said before that there is no limit. There are several times larger ones in the sea, no limit. The surface of the mutant sea clams is dark brown with fine threads, but it still looks very smooth and shiny. At first glance, each one looks like an elongated black fan. This can only be eaten. Xin Yi showed off to Meng Qingyang, while holding the palm-sized mutant sea clams in his hand. This must be at least half a pound. After showing off, Xin Yi proudly put his gains into his net bag. Meng Qingyang smiled, and looked back at the hundreds of mutant sea clams that he had broken off from the reef. He was filled with sadness. "What are you looking for?" Zhuang Xiao suddenly appeared, startling Hu Xiao. The sound of the waves was so loud that it completely covered the sound of Zhuang Xiao coming over. Hu Xiao looked up at Zhuang Xiao, pointed at the mutant sea clams stuck to the reef and said, "This is it." Jiangyan said that this time is the season when mutant sea clams are in full bloom, the most numerous and the most plump, and the probability of finding edible standard sea clams is the highest. "How many did you find?" Zhuang Xiao saw 2 piles on the left and right behind him, both of which looked quite large, and were equally numerous. While speaking, Hu Xiao did not forget to continue knocking down the mutant sea clams from the cracks in the rocks. Hearing Zhuang Xiao's question, he pointed to the net bag on the side and said, "1. Zhuang Xiao, Looking in the direction of his finger, he saw the net bag lying alone in the middle between the 2 piles of mutant sea clams that looked like small hills. In contrast, it seemed particularly unnoticeable. Zhuang Xiao muttered, "No wonder she didn't see it, it's too little." The sea breeze blew away the sound. Soon, Zhuang Xiao perked up. At this speed, could she still have a seafood hodgepodge tonight? Chapter 518. The color of the mutant sea scallops is very similar to that of the reefs. It is still a test of vision to find their stronghold. Moreover, this reef beach is sparsely populated, but it is not completely deserted. If Zhuang Xiao wants to find the stronghold of a group of mutant sea scallops again, she must use the power of her titanium alloy dog eyes. After deciding to look for the mutant sea scallops, Zhuang Xiao searched again in the sky. Among the many white mutant seabirds, no alien species were found. I don't know where her Huahua went crazy. And I hope Huahua can have some self-awareness and never provoke these mutant seabirds. Facing such a large group of mutant seabirds, provoking them is like an ant trying to shake a tree. When the majority is bullying the minority, even an ant can kill an elephant. Flame cat, It understands the law of the jungle. The law of the ocean is still being understood. Zhuang Xiao tried to knock down 2 of the mutant sea clams found by Hu Xiao with a small spatula, and one of them was inedible after testing. Seeing Hu Xiao still diligently knocking the mutant mussels, he was angry. The spatula clicked twice, and took 2 more mussels from Hu Xiao's nest. Perhaps because of excessive force, the black shell of the mutant mussels cracked. The yellow mussel meat came out of one, and the milky white mussel meat came out of the other. There are still bad ones? Is it useful to check the shell with light? Zhuang Xiao muttered. Hu Xiao looked up and continued, "They are not bad, the yellow ones are female mussels, and the white ones are male mussels." This is what Jiangyan said before. I don't know what the little girl was thinking at that time. Zhuang Xiao, She was thinking about where to get pearl shells. That's valuable. These shells are divided into male and female? Zhuang Xiao said in surprise. Her face was full of disbelief. Was she ignorant, or was Brother Hu teasing her? Hu Xiao nodded, indicating that it was true, and said, "If you don't believe it, go ask Jiangyan." Zhuang Xiao looked back at Jiangyan, who was entangled by Hu Qianli, and thought, forget it. She still won't compete with her cousin Hu for the man. Tell me about this mutant seabird again. Zhuang Xiao thought she was still very humble and eager to learn. Ask if you don't understand. There must be a teacher among 3 people. She is a good student. Flame cat, I don't believe you. You are a person who is distracted in class, and you are a good student? Okay, I understand. I go over there. Zhuang Xiao stood up and pointed with a small spatula. There were several mutant seabirds standing there, pecking at something with their heads down. She planned to look around the mutant seabirds. It must be a feng shui treasure land. Otherwise, how could those stinky birds stay there for so long? He looked down at his trouser legs. On the black background, there were dots of white bird droppings. After a while, Zhuang Xiao was only 5 meters away from the mutant seabird. The sea breeze poured into his mouth, and he was drooling again. This mutant seabird is really fat. The small spatula hit the reef again and again, making a crisp sound. Zhuang Xiao hoped to use this method to drive away those ignorant mutant seabirds. The results proved that this method was effective. After hearing the noise, the mutant seabird flapped its wings and rushed to the sea. Zhuang Xiao stumbled around the reef in front of her and took a closer look. As expected, it was a large nest of mutant sea snails. In addition, there were several types of shellfish that she was familiar with. Water columns emerged from the shells from time to time. Alive. Hers. Zhuang Xiao placed the net bag in her hand on a reef, and the small spatula immediately went online to work. One after another, beautiful prompt sounds exploded in her ears. With the coolness of the sea breeze gradually subsiding, I felt so relaxed. 1, 2, 3 or 4. Tonight's seafood stew still depends on her. As Zhuang Xiao knocked more and more shellfish off the reef, the small puddles formed between the reefs gradually exposed her sight. Wow! Jellyfish, blue jellyfish. The long tentacles swayed irregularly in the water, and they should still be alive. The jellyfish skin and the cold jellyfish skin seems to be jellyfish, right? Zhuang Xiao thought so, but she was not sure. Besides, the umbrella of the jellyfish in front of her was only slightly larger than her palm, except for the length of its tentacles. It seemed that it was not enough to make a cold dish. Blue jellyfish, It was not certain which dish was which. She glanced at her net bag and stood up. Jiangyan, Jiangyan. Zhuang Xiao's eyes fell on Jiangyan, and she shouted loudly over there. The distance between the two people was not strong enough, and Zhuang Xiao shouted until she was hoarse. The cold sea breeze rushed into her mouth. It was still too cold. The sun was not as hot as before. The tide was rising little by little. Seawater was seeping into the puddle where the blue jellyfish was. Soon, the tide would flood this place. Her treasure land would soon cease to exist. However, fortunately, she had obtained 40 or 50 edible shellfish of various kinds. This amount was enough for them to have a good meal in the evening. Zhuang Xiao called Jiangyan, and they all heard it. But Zhuang Xiao's expression didn't look like she was in trouble, so only Jiangyan and Hu Xiao came towards her with net bags. Seeing people coming towards her, Zhuang Xiao squatted down to look for edible seaweed. She ate all the leaves. So, as long as the seaweed here was not poisonous and met the radiation value standard, there was nothing she couldn't eat. Cold jellyfish skin, cold seaweed. It looks like a seaweed. Seaweed. When Jiangyan and Hu Xiao arrived, they saw Zhuang Xiao shaking his head and muttering seaweed. It seemed to have a melody, but it also seemed to be just repeating. In short, she seemed to be in a good mood. Zhuang Xiao, seaweed dance. But she only remembered this one sentence. A pile of seaweeds piled up behind her swaying buttocks. Hu Xiao coughed lightly. Zhuang Xiao turned around and saw Jiangyan, and said, Jiangyan, can you catch jellyfish? She had caught fish, crabs, and shrimps. But how to catch something soft like jellyfish? It looks too fragile. And she didn't have a bottle with her. Now they could only ask their young guide for help. When Jiangyan heard about jellyfish, she became nervous and asked, Sister, you didn't touch it with your hands? Many jellyfish are poisonous, and the mutated ones are even more poisonous. Hu Xiao also became nervous, and stared at Zhuang Xiao's face. Zhuang Xiao shook his head. The two of them were obviously relieved. Seeing how nervous they were, Zhuang Xiao said again, I didn't touch it, it's in that puddle. Jiangyan took a few steps forward and looked into the puddle. Chapter 519. Jiangyan took a few steps forward and looked into the puddle. Then, Zhuang Xiao continued, Hu Xiao, I want to eat cold jellyfish skin tonight. The tentacles of the blue jellyfish swayed freely in the water. Who is it? Who wants to eat it? When Jiangyan saw the creature dancing with enchanting tentacles in the puddle, his eyes lit up frighteningly. Sister, you can't eat this. Jiangyan hurriedly stopped him. Then he ran out like a gust of wind. The wind carried the rest of his words into the ears of Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao. It's poisonous, don't touch it, I'll be back soon. Zhuang Xiao looked at Jiangyan's back as he ran away, wondering how this young man could run so fast on such a bumpy and sharp rocky beach. The waves surged up one after another, and the water gradually flooded into the puddle. Hu Xiao squatted down and stared at the creatures in the water for a while, raised his wrist, and tried to take a picture. The water surface reflected light, and the photos taken were not clear. It seems that if we want to know what happened, we have to wait for Jiangyan to come back. Is it a jellyfish? Zhuang Xiao slowly moved to Hu Xiao's side. After saying that, she couldn't help but exclaimed, It looks so beautiful, like the blue sky this afternoon. Against the reddish-brown water plants at the bottom of the puddle, the umbrella of the jellyfish looks even clearer. Beautiful things are poisonous. Zhuangxiao, boring. Zhuangxiao curled her lips and moved a little further away from Huixiao. Without seawater, the creatures in the sea probably can't be kept alive, otherwise, she would go back and raise them in the whole fish tank. If we add some light and scenery, it will probably be very beautiful. This is how jellyfish are raised in the aquarium. She has seen it. It is very beautiful. Zhuangxiao glanced at Huixiao's net bag and counted the number of shells in it. There are very few. However, there is a silver fish in it, as long as an arm. The fish soup is ready. A quarter of an hour later, Jiangyan came back panting, with a transparent glass bottle and a particularly delicate small net in his hand. It's still there, it's still there. As soon as he got closer, Jiangyan asked hurriedly. After seeing the light blue shadow in the puddle, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This kind of jellyfish can only be seen a few times a year. As a result, this sister who came to their safe zone for the first time ran into it. No wonder my cousin said that he had great luck and asked him to absorb more fairy spirits when he had nothing to do. My cousin was not lying to me. The blue jellyfish in the glass bottle was even more beautiful. When Zhuangxiao took it, he simply couldn't let it go. I don't want to rely on others at all. Sister, hold it tight, don't drop it, this jellyfish is worth a lot of points. Jiangyan carefully protected Zhuangxiao's side, with both hands ready to respond to rescue at any time. Zhuangxiao held her in his arms. With the glass bottle, she didn't worry about how poisonous the jellyfish was. However, water hemlock, dancing grass, and the poisonous grass sent by the three little ones, there are many poisonous things in their family. Except for her and Huixiao, there is no normal creature in the family. Huixiao, He thinks that there is only one normal creature in the family. That is himself. How many points can be exchanged? Zhuangxiao asked curiously. Jiangyan raised one hand and stretched it out. 50,000 points? Too little? 500,000? Zhuangxiao said, it can't be 5 million, it's impossible to think about it. And look at Jiangyan's expression. Could it be 500 points? Jiangyan listened to Zhuangxiao's higher and higher numbers, and his mind was also confused. 5 million points? Sister, you are so bold. There are only 250 points in his watch. He was hoping to make some extra money in the Dream Sea during this time. A total of 8,000 points. 5,000 points, 5,000 points. Jiangyan emphasized this number twice in Zhuangxiao's ears. He felt like he had missed 100 million. If he had followed his cousin just now, would he have discovered this blue jellyfish? Woo-woo-woo. Zhuangxiao took a look at the beautiful glass bottle. It was only worth 5,000 points. There was still a string of zeros in her points account. It was a little less, but she didn't mind. Seeing the sea water flooding to her feet, Zhuangxiao kicked her seaweed and said to Huixiao with a smile, leave it to you. I go show it to Sister Lan and the others. After saying that, he hid the glass bottle in his arms and ran away. Huixiao resigned himself to putting the pile of seaweed into his net bag. Jiangyan wanted to run after Zhuangxiao, but he took a look at the pile of seaweed on the ground. Forget it, let's stay and help Brother Hua. And after looking around, he suddenly found that the green seaweed on the nearby reefs was almost piled here. Brother Hua, is my cousin going to take it back to dry and build a house? Jiangyan asked casually while helping Huixiao clean up. After all, the seaweed on this reef was all picked up. How could it be edible? Huixiao's men kept moving, and he replied nonchalantly, it's edible. After saying that, he emphasized, it is edible. Jiangyan paused, his eyes wide open. The last handful of seaweed was put into Huixiao's net bag. The net bag that was originally covered under the seaweed was exposed. It hurts. It hurts so much. His heart is like that beehive, one empty, two empty. Just because it was a beehive poked out by a little girl, it still tastes a little sweet. What's wrong? Flame cat, This guy's brain is getting more and more abnormal. Huixiao, How can he be normal in such a living environment? Zhuangxiao, She is not responsible for this. She. Jiangyan looked at the various shellfish in Zhuangxiao's net bag and stammered. Are these edible? Jiangyan looked down at the net bag at his feet. Is there a time-space gate here? Could it be that the area under his feet is the world before the wasteland? Otherwise, how can this huge gap be explained? No matter how lucky you are, it can't be like this, right? Huixiao hummed, handed his net bag to Jiangyan and said, help me carry one. The weight of these two net bags added up to 300 or 400 pounds. He couldn't carry it. Flame cat, This character? Little wife? Was Xiao, If he doesn't show off, what will he do if his waist is tired? Jiangyan took the net bag silently, as if his soul had left his body, and then carried it on his back. He dragged his mutant high on with one hand. Whoa! The gentle sea breeze dried the tears in his heart again and again. Chapter 520. There are many people like Hui Xiao and Jiangyan who carry so many things. Occasionally, some people see it, but they act as if they didn't see it. In my heart, I can't help but mutter, poor bastard. This is the sole satisfaction of the people in the shantytowns, who are not short of food and clothing. For those who are hungry and have great pressure to survive, even seaweed and seashells that do not meet the radiation value standards are absolutely excellent things. At least they can keep them alive. Xiao, what's your glass bottle? It's so beautiful. Shenyi couldn't help but admire. People often have the same views on beautiful things. Lan Hong also echoed, it's really beautiful. After her eyes fell on the glass bottle, she couldn't bear to leave. The three of them formed a circle. Except for Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli, there were only 3 of them within 20 meters. Zhuang Xiao held the glass bottle in his hand and showed it. It's a jellyfish, a poisonous jellyfish. Zhuang Xiao answered seriously. We still need to do some popular science work. What if Lan Hong and Shenyi also encounter it? When Hu Qianli saw his cousin running over like flying, he had already dragged the net bag and started moving towards their small encirclement. I don't know what rare things his cousin got. He also went to see it. He gently pulled the net bag and shook it. 2 or 3 mutant sea clams collided in it, making a crisp sound. Isn't it so easy to pick up this seafood? Just like picking grass leaves in the collection area near the shantytown. After working for most of the afternoon, the net bag only had enough to stew a seafood soup, and it was not enough to fill you up. Jiangyan, Is this to let you get used to it first? High-risk waters? Is that a place that ordinary people can easily go? Did you pick up energy stones? Everyone is so happy. As Hu Qianli's voice fell, his neck stretched like a giraffe, and his head fell directly above Zhuang Xiao's head. He lowered his eyes to look. In the transparent glass bottle, you can't tell what's inside from the top down. The glass bottle was being played with by Lan Hong. Hearing her husband's sudden voice, the glass bottle almost fell to the ground. She was frightened. A jellyfish worth 5,000 points, if it fell. Hu Qianli would have to be sold as a slave. I'm afraid. He's not worth it. Lan Hong nervously held the glass bottle in her arms, and swept it with a whirlwind kick. Her neck shrank back like a giraffe. For scaring his wife, he could only apologize. This was not the time to reason. Zhuang Xiao heard Hu Qianli coming, but she didn't expect that this tall and strong man had such a flexible neck. When she rolled her eyes and looked up, she was also surprised that she had an extra head on her head. Shenyi said she was speechless. Why did it feel like the energy stone was like the cabbage in the field, which could be picked up at any time? After Meng Qingyang fell asleep last night, his dream talk was about his cousin, seafood, and energy stone. Now she even wondered if her cousin had some special physique. She was specifically poking at the nest of energy stones. After Hu Qianli deliberately got kicked by his wife twice, he quickly supported Lan Hong. His wife was holding him so tightly, so he must be a good person. At this time, Meng Qingyang, Hui Xiao and Jiangyan also arrived. The friends who belonged to the same safe zone were basically immune to Zhuang Zhao's ability to find edible food. It was just a little bit. Although they didn't find much, it wouldn't be surprising if their cousin found a lot. I'm used to it. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli hurriedly took 2 steps forward, wanting to help Hui Xiao and Jiangyan share the pressure behind. This feeling of full harvest is about experience. Jiangyan, Only the extremely poor households in their safety zone carry so much back. It's still a long way to dark. Jiangyan suggested putting the harvested seafood in the car and taking them for a walk along the coastline. The coastline is very long. This section of the coastline is equivalent to the lowest risk collection area in the number 3 safety zone, as Hu Qianli guessed in his heart. Of course, it is also the sea area with the lowest probability of harvest. The car sped along the coastline, in the opposite direction of the Dream Sea area. At this time, the sun was setting sharply in the west, and the sun with an orange halo was hanging on the branches of the dense forest on the coast. Occasionally, one car after another could be seen passing by on the road. The roar of the car and the sound of the horn woke up the mutant seabirds napping in the dense forest. One by one, the mutant seabirds, black, white, gray, or mottled, flew towards the sun. Their next destination was a cliff. On the cliff, many mutant seabirds built their nests there. In addition, there was an abandoned lighthouse on the cliff. This lighthouse was useless now. because no one in the safe zone would choose to go out to sea at night, and those who went out to sea during the day would generally choose to go out at dawn and return before sunset. The lighthouse could no longer be used, so it was naturally abandoned. After hundreds of years, the lighthouse still stood firmly on the cliff, silently guarding the sea area that it could no longer protect. Hundreds of years ago, humans failed to conquer the vast ocean, let alone today after hundreds of years of mutation. The deep sea area has never been visited by humans since ancient times. During this period before the sun sets, the seabirds there will go out to find food and will not stay in the nest. This is the best time to dig out seabird eggs. Jiangyan talked about digging bird eggs endlessly. It seems that boys are born with a preference for this activity. And there are several species of seabirds there who do not like to live in groups, but prefer to live alone. Such seabirds can be used as hunting targets. Jiangyan said, showing Zhuang Xiao the pictures of the mutant seabirds on the watch one by one. The display screen of the watch is small. The background of each picture of the mutant seabird is the blue sky, without any reference for comparison. This makes each mutant seabird look very small. Is this also a seabird? Zhuang Xiao pointed to one of the pictures and asked. Why does it look like a fish? It has wings and fins. For some reason, Zhuang Xiao thought of the Heluo fish he saw in the imperial forest. It also looks weird, and its lethality is also good. At that time, weren't Du Huai and the others chased by that fish all over the imperial forest? Du Huai, The past cannot be retrieved. Jiangyan glanced at the picture and said suddenly, Are you talking about this? This is indeed not a mutant seabird. Chapter 521. What is that? A winged fish. The image that came to Zhuang Zhao's mind was the manta ray in the Shan Haijing picture album. It looks like a carp, with a fish body and bird wings, with white hair and a red beak. It is said that it tastes sweet and sour. If it is really a creature from Shan Haijing, then the sweet and sour ratio in the delicious dish of sweet and sour carp does not need to be artificially seasoned. Sweet and sour taste is really too difficult to adjust. For tonight's seafood feast, Zhuang Zhao's menu is still expanding. Jiangyan replied, This is a mutated flying fish. After saying this, without Zhuang Xiao or with Xiao posting again, he quickly added, Although this mutated flying fish has wings, it does not really fly, but glides on the water surface with its fins, and looks like it can fly. Can we catch it where we are going now? Is this mutated flying fish delicious? Zhuang Xiao asked again. Jiangyan shook his head and replied with regret, There is no such thing in the sea area we are going to. This flying fish likes to move at night, and is very phototropic. After the mutation, it is very fast. It is very difficult to catch it during the day. And this mutated flying fish lives on the Flying Fish Island 10 nautical miles away. Okay. No, there will always be a chance. Soon, the trees on both sides of the road became sparse, and the limestone exposed on the surface gradually increased. The seawater hit the cliff and made a deafening noise. This is almost reaching the destination. As soon as the car window was opened, the sea breeze rushed into the car. The evening sea breeze was very cool. The sound of the waves was very loud. At this time, along with the sea breeze came the sound of slight chaotic voices and gunshots. Zhuang Xiao listened carefully, and the sound disappeared. After passing the rock in front, turn right and park. Jiangyan pointed to a rock at the end of the road and said. Wei Xiao looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, he saw a big rock on the right side of the road. After turning right, the front suddenly opened up, and there was a large piece of relatively flat ground. The ground was covered with small white stones, with no grass growing. There were already more than 10 cars of different sizes and models parked there. Zhuang Xiao looked outside the car and jumped out first. The clothes he wore when picking up seafood on the reef beach had been changed. The wind was still a bit cold. Everyone went back to the car to add clothes and carry weapons. As dusk approached, the blue sky had gradually turned into a light orange. The sun was not setting on the sea level, which made the sea seem even more distant and vast. And the mutant seabirds flying freely in the vastness attracted everyone's attention the most. Is it in that direction? After getting off the car, the gunshots were very obvious, and Hu Qianli and the others heard it. Jiangyan nodded and walked towards that direction. It's over there. There is a sunken place on the coastline over there. The cliffs are uneven and easy to climb. Everyone hurried to catch up. Zhuang Xiao, Shen Yi and Lan Hong walked together, looking left and right, discussing in a low voice from time to time. Zhuang Xiao saw the lighthouse that Jiangyan mentioned before. It was indeed very dilapidated. This is what it means to be a ruined building. After a while, the group arrived at their destination. The waves hit the rocks below, and the waves splashed. The white mutant seabird soared over the sea in the distance, and occasionally plunged into the dark blue water. And in this pure white in the sky, there was a more eye-catching figure. It's the flame cat. It's Hua Hua. Everyone shouted the name in unison, even Jiangyan was no exception, with a look of surprise on his face. And the people on the cliffs, and among the rocks below had already discovered the red mutant animal. At first, everyone was still terrified. They were ready to fight at any time. However, after half a day, the red mutant animal with wings had been hunting like the mutant bird since it flew to the sea. This mutant animal appeared suddenly, and it was obviously not sure to catch it all at once. People will not easily provoke them. Just like they are stealing bird eggs here, that is also a sneaky behavior. Occasionally, if you are unlucky, you may find a nest with a mutant bird, then you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Being scratched by a mutant bird is the lightest thing. The worst thing is to pick it up and throw it into the sea. Once you fall into the sea, there is really no way to survive. Therefore, since the flame cat came here, it has been getting along inexplicably harmoniously with those people who steal bird eggs in the number 3 safe zone. The main goal is not to provoke anyone. Especially after the last lesson from the bald man, the flame cat still has a little psychological shadow in its young heart about this big bird flying in the sky. At present, the densely packed mutant seabirds on the sea surface are enough to make people's scalps numb. It also hid in the dense forest on the coast and tried several times before deciding to pretend that it was also a mutant big bird to learn how to fish. However, it is only a bully on land, not a bully on the sea. The functions of the body are not meant for living on the sea. Therefore, the fishing activity was not smooth at the beginning. If you are not careful, you will use too much force and plunge into the cold sea water. The sea water is much colder than ordinary river and lake water. Fortunately, it went into the sea at noon, so the hair dried quickly. Now the flame cat that Zhuang Xiao and his group saw was already very skilled in fishing. Hua Hua. Zhuang Xiao made his hands into trumpet shapes and called out to the flame cat, who was having fun in the distance. The cold sea breeze rushed into his mouth. After shouting once, Zhuang Xiao closed his mouth tightly. On the distant sea, the flame cat, which was about to dive down again, flew up in an instant, twisted its body, broke through the flocks of mutant birds, and headed straight for the coast where they were. Mutated bird, Where did this freak come from? He has been stealing fish from them for the whole afternoon. Flame cat, I'm so sorry. I don't know which egg I ate before I came. I'm really here. I'm really here. I'm here. I'm here. Among the 7 people in the group, Jiangyan and Shenyi were the most excited. Seeing that Shenyi was about to jump up, Ming Qingyang reached out and pulled her sleeve. I have to bring my wife out more often to visit my cousin in the future. You see how excited he is? Why do you look like Jiangyan, who has never seen the world? Jiangyan, Chapter 522. Jiangyan, What did he do to offend anyone? Well, he admitted that he had never seen such an obedient mutant animal. Zhuang Zhao's affectionate call not only summoned the flame cat, but also disturbed those who were digging bird nests on the cliff. Especially those who were closest to Zhuang Xiao and his men, all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads in their direction. When they turned their heads, they naturally did not miss the flame cat running from the sea. That direction. Everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Whose naughty kid is this? Isn't this just looking for trouble? It's nothing more than that everyone thinks Zhuang Xiao is a naughty kid, because her figure is too petite among Hua Xiao and his group. The flame cat was so happy that he was anxious. Today, he learned a new fishing skill. This sea fish tastes better than freshwater fish, without a smell of earth. Wait a minute, it will teach its little friend a lesson. Zhuang Xiao, No need, no need, if she goes down, she will probably die on the spot. The people on the rock wall looked at the group of motionless idiots standing high up, waiting for them to bleed to death. However, the fiery red mutant animal actually circled over their heads twice, and landed next to the group of people. It sat there like a well-behaved big dog. Let the kid, who was shouting, stroke its head. What did you see? One of the middle-aged men asked a young man. Maybe he was old and his eyes were blurry. It's the same as what you saw. The young man's eyes lit up, and he answered without turning his head. Middle-aged man, You are not me, you see the same as I do. Are you also dazzled? But this time the young man ignored his father. He kept talking nonsense, and no one knew what he was thinking. What did he see? That must be Jiangyan. Jiangyan. The young man began to climb down along the rope in his hand. Why would he still want to take out the bird eggs now? If it was really Jiangyan, wouldn't he have a chance to touch the mutant animal? The middle-aged man heard his son shouting and squinted his eyes to look at the rock. It seemed to be the bastard from the old Jiang family next door. In the blink of an eye, his bastard got down from the rock wall. He didn't even want the eggs in the bird's nest. This stinky boy. No, he had to follow him. One hand quickly took the bird's egg that his son had abandoned out of the nest and stuffed it into the bamboo basket behind him. Then he quickly went down the cliff. Oh my god, this is the beast in your safe zone. It's so big. Jiang An's little hand trembled as he touched the shiny fur of the flame cat. This is completely different from what you see in the photo, okay? The real one looks majestic and handsome. Zhuangxiao saw Xinye's cautious look. He grabbed her hand and pressed it on the flame cat's drooping head. Xinye, this marriage is worth it. If she had known Meng Qingyang had such a cousin, she would not have delayed so long. Meng Qingyang, Seeing that everyone had applied it, Jiang An became a little bolder. So soft, so smooth, so warm. I really want to hug it while sleeping at night. Flame cat, Do you remember what you were here for? With so many hands touching her clean body, Flame cat got impatient in a short while. This one after another, is it going to end? The flame cat felt that his nose was itchy. After shaking a few times, he sneezed loudly. A stream of saliva with a strong fishy smell hit Jiang An's face warmly. Jiang An, Didn't it just want to touch its head? Was it necessary to treat it differently? Everyone looked at Jiang An's head full of saliva with fresh fish meat, and they tried to hold back, but couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Hu Qianli, who laughed so hard that he fell backwards. If Lan Hong hadn't held him back, he would have probably rolled down. Jiang An. A voice came. Small, timid. Jiang An turned his head woodenly, wiped the saliva off his face casually, and called out calmly, It's you, Hebei. The young man called Hebei nodded blankly, and took a few steps forward. One step closer to the red behemoth. Sensing the presence of a stranger approaching, the flame cat turned his head suddenly, and looked behind him. 1, 2. How come there are 2 more? People who want to admire his majestic figure. Hebei saw the flame cat staring at him, and he shuddered at first. Then the young man took off the bamboo basket on his body, bent down and took out a football-sized bird egg from it, and put it on the ground. He gently pushed it in the direction of the flame cat with both hands. The bird egg rolled to the feet of the flame cat with 2 gurgles. Flame cat, This kid is sensible, and knows how to offer sacrifices. Hebei stood up straight and smiled until the flame cat's paw gently pressed on it. Now he can touch it, right? Hebei looked around and his eyes fell on Zhuangxiao. It was this girl who touched the flame cat first. He saw it clearly with his eyes. Can I touch it? Hebei asked in a low voice. This is one of the only 2 edible bird eggs he found today. It should be okay to touch it, Zhuangxiao, So the bird eggs are the ticket price. This? Zhuangxiao glanced at the people on the cliff, wondering if there were any fools who wanted to come up and touch the flame cat. This way, she didn't have to take out the bird eggs herself. She just had to wait for the flame cat on the road that everyone had to pass by and sell tickets. Touch 1 bird egg? Never mind, let's just touch it twice. Facing the first customer who came to the door, Zhuangxiao greeted him generously. Touch, touch. Touch as you like. As soon as the voice fell, there was a click. Zhuangxiao looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the huge bird egg under the feet of the flame cat had already entered the mouth of a cat. There was a light yellow liquid flowing out from the teeth. Zhuangxiao, The ticket fee was gone just like that. The flame cat took a bite, and with a gulp, the egg liquid and the eggshell all went into its stomach. He still eats this bird egg? Looking at the expectant eyes of the human opposite, the flame cat stretched out a sharp front leg to Hebei's feet. Touch it. Forget about its noble head. 1 egg is not enough. As soon as Hebei's father arrived, he saw the claws of the flame cat pounce on his son's face, and he was so scared that his soul almost flew away with the sea breeze. With a roar, he rushed up. Chapter 523. Everyone was shocked. The huge body of the flame cat stood up instantly, and looked at the dark middle-aged man who was running towards it with murderous intent. The middle-aged man was very thin, and the skin on his face was like dried orange peel. Every inch of skin exposed to the outside was as dark as the night. This was because his skin was exposed to high radiation sunlight for a long time when he was making a living on the beach. At this time, the middle-aged man made exaggerated movements and had a ferocious face. He jumped behind Hebei in 3 or 2 steps and pulled him behind him. After standing still, his legs trembled and his body shook like a sieve. The sweat on his forehead rolled down in large drops. The sea breeze had not had time to dry it, and it seeped into the rocks on the ground with a snap. The dark mark caused by the cold sweat disappeared in an instant. "Dad, what are you doing?" He-Bei was a little angry at first, and he almost shook hands with the mutant animal in front of him. Then he felt the hand holding his own was shaking constantly, and immediately spoke to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It doesn't eat people." Before he finished speaking, he heard the girl's light rebuke. "Hua, sit down. Look how scared you are, I'm almost peeing." Zhuang Xiao slapped the flame cat on the thigh. "I paid for the ticket, how could you not be so tactful?" Seeing that there was no threat, the human trembled constantly, and the flame cat sat down again. A paw stretched out slowly and obediently. "Touch it quickly, it will leave after you touch it." Seeing the sharp claws that were as cold as ice stretched out, He-Bei's father subconsciously took another half step back. In fact, he wanted to take a few more steps back. First, he was afraid his 2 feet didn't listen to his calls, and second, after his silly son comforted him, he stood still, and a big black hand had already reached out to the giant on the opposite side. "Oh my God!" He-Bei's father wailed in his heart and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Although he also saw that the little girl made the mutant animal obedient with just one word, but this is not a dog raised at home after all. Flame cat, Dog, who is the dog? He-Bei held his father's arm with one hand and held the furry calf of the flame cat with the other hand, feeling very happy. The interaction between the flame cat, He-Bei, He-Bei's father, and Zhuang Xiao was completed in an instant, and everyone stared at the performance of the four in a daze. The flame cat half closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Is this going to end? 1 egg is a friendship price of 10 seconds, not even 1 second more. The flame cat tried to retract its little claws, but failed the first time. The second time, still didn't work. Was it too gentle? A gust of sea breeze blew, and the flame cat sneezed violently. Then came Jiang An's undisguised laughter, mixed in the sea breeze, and drifted far away. He-Bei, He-Bei's father, The people hanging on the cliff looked at the harmonious scene on the top of the mountain in the distance, and fell into deep self-doubt. This seemed different from what they imagined. The sun slowly climbed down from the treetops. The sky gradually darkened. Jiangyan, who had laughed enough, greeted Jiang Bei and Jiang Bei's father, and then hurriedly introduced them to Zhuang Xiao and his group. Jiang Bei and Jiang Bei's father were indifferent, with chewed white bird egg shells hanging on their faces. Zhuang Xiao and his group nodded, and smiled at Jiang An's neighbors in unison. Even the flame cat bared its teeth. The sharp white teeth made Jiang An shudder all over. Jiang An, It's okay if you don't say hello. With the addition of the flame cat, Zhuang Xiao's work of taking out bird eggs is a bit harder than others. At first, someone was lazy. Others can climb rocks with bare hands, and occasionally use the power of the rope to move freely between the rock walls. But someone obviously lacks experience in this, so he simply uses the sharp claws of the flame cat. Let the flame cat climb the rocks with 4 claws, and someone lies on the back of the flame cat and easily grabs the eggs of the mutant seabird. Unfortunately, this kind of slippery behavior. The bright and beautiful fur of the flame cat attracted the attention of the mutant seabirds gliding on the sea, and they all flapped their wings and rushed home. After a whole winter, they gave birth to a cub. They will have to give birth next year. If they are stolen, it will be terrible. They are the lifeblood of our family. If I don't fight you, who will I fight with? Therefore, among the people on the cliff, someone, Zhuang Xiao, was very lucky to receive the warm greetings of the mutant seabirds. They scratched and clawed at each other. The first egg they had just touched was sacrificed heroically. Suddenly, a sharp and shrill bird cry sounded. Zhuang Xiao shouted on the back of the flame cat, "Hua, run, run." He probably killed the cub. If he didn't run, he would have to fight to the death. Hua Xiao and others not far away shot out several crossbow arrows. It didn't work at all. All the crossbow arrows were slapped away by the wings of the mutant seabird. When the second round of crossbow arrows was about to be fired, the flame cat and Zhuang Xiao rushed directly into the sky. In terms of flying height, the flame cat completely defeated the mutant seabird. The mutant seabird, whose home was stolen, could only return to its nest crying after cursing. Zhuang Xiao tightly grasped what was hair with both hands and looked back. The people on the cliff merged with the cliff, and only black spots could be seen slowly moving. After the flame cat left, the other mutant seabirds flew back to the sea. This made the other people on the cliff, who were terrified, breathe a sigh of relief. Looking up at the red in the sky, Hua Xiao first breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed. Every day, as long as the little girl is here, every day is so thrilling. The watch made a beep beep sound. The screen showed the message of the caller. Huishao, I'm walking around nearby, and will come back to see you in half an hour. Zhuang Zhao's voice came from the other end of the watch, accompanied by the sound of whirring wind. Even so, every word of Zhuang Zhao was clearly heard by Huishao. Huishao wanted to sigh even more, and frowned slightly and said, I go with you. As soon as the voice fell, the little girl's laughter came from the other side. Zhuang Zhao smiled and said, You fly up by yourself? Without waiting for Huishao to answer, the other end said, It's settled. I come back to find you in half an hour. Then, there was the sound of the watch hanging up. Huishao didn't even have a chance to show his pity. The flame cat flew rapidly along the coastline. Zhuang Zhao half-crouched on it. After hanging up the call, he talked to himself for a while, then looked forward with his head held high. Chapter 524. However, even the flame cat under her couldn't hear what Zhuang Zhao muttered. Huishao, eh? He felt that the little girl just didn't want to fly with him. Zhuang Zhao, eh? Yes, I just want to fly alone. On the cliff, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang moved towards Huishao at the same time. Boss Hu, my cousin is not coming back? Hu Qianli asked casually. He was not worried about Zhuang Zhao's safety at all. Meng Qingyang looked up at the man and cat who had long disappeared in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, he said softly, That. Boss Hu, you get used to it. He heard that his cousin was not his cousin, but that cousin. He will have a cousin-in-law in the future. With such a lively cousin, wouldn't his life be more thrilling than being in the mercenary team? For some reason, I want to laugh. What's more, I feel a little envious. What can I do? At least he doesn't have to worry about food and drink. Please give him a stack of cousins who have houses and cars. Shenyi, eh? One is not enough. You want a bunch? Are you itching for more? Huishao ignored everyone and pretended not to hear. He didn't want to talk, nor did he want to be comforted. Please leave him alone. To dig out bird eggs. We have to give the little girl a snack tonight. Hebei and Hebei dad looked at each other, not knowing how to react to the flame cat and the girl, who suddenly flew away, so they just shut up. Jiang had accompanied Lan Hong and Shen Yi to look for the nest of the mutant seabird with eggs under the cliff. The nests of mutant seabirds on the rocky cliffs are very simple, made of seaweed, dry wood, branches and feathers. They are particularly obvious on the white limestone, and are easy to find. The difficult thing is that not every nest has seabird eggs. The weather has just warmed up, and only a small number of mutant seabird species have laid eggs in the nest. Therefore, even if the nest is found, there may not be seabird eggs in it. In addition, it still has to meet the radiation value standard. Those that do not meet the edible standards after inspection will still be kept in the nest. This is the only way to keep life going. Cousin, can you do it alone? Jiangyan has limited knowledge of Zhuang Zhao and the flame cat, and is still a little worried. Shen Yi is similar. She has never scavenged in the wild with Zhuang Zhao. I don't know what my cousin's survival skills are in the wild, although Meng Qingyang kept talking about how lucky my cousin was, how strong she was, how fast she ran, etc. Shen Yi had never witnessed it with her own eyes. How could he not worry about a fair and petite girl? Lan Hong glanced at Huishao, who was still looking for bird eggs, and said affirmatively, It can be done. If it doesn't work, what else can he do? Fly up to the sky and catch it? Didn't you see that Brother Hu was still squatting on the rock to touch the bird eggs? Huishao, didn't he want to fly up and catch it? Zhuang Zhao didn't plan to let the flame cat go too far away from the cliff. After all, this area is someone else's territory. Who knows if they will encounter the guards or mercenaries of the safe zone who don't have eyes? A cannonball blasted her, and Hua went down from the sky. And it was getting dark. Their little guide said that after the sun sits below the horizon, the mutant seabirds will return to their nests one after another, and then they must leave the cliffs. However, the flame cat didn't think so. After eating sea fish for an afternoon, it wanted to eat some seabird eggs. Its wings drew a bright arc in the air, and headed towards the place where it had stolen the bird eggs before. In the blink of an eye, the flame cat deviated from the coastline and headed straight for an island. This time, the flame cat also stopped listening to orders. Zhuang Zhao hurriedly looked down at her watch. Fortunately, she was still in the safe zone. There was still a signal on the watch. The signal was still on the watch until the flame cat landed. Only 5 minutes had passed, which meant she still had 20 minutes of free time. After confirming that the signal was there, and that there was enough time to return, Zhuang Zhao also had the mind to look at the island she was on. The place where the flame cat landed was a huge rock, which was also the highest point of the island. Looking around from here, the entire island is within sight. From the direction of the setting sun, it can be seen that she is now on the west side of the island, and the entire west side is full of cliffs. The island is slowly descending from west to east until it extends to the sea. As the dusk gradually deepens, the dense forest on the east side is completely immersed in darkness. Zhuang Xiao only glanced at it a few times, and the flame cat turned around and faced the sea behind him. There are cliffs under her feet, and waves of seawater hit the rock wall again and again, splashing countless white waves. The roar of the sea echoed in my ears. Under the setting sun, the sunset glowed on the sea, and the sea gradually became deep and dark. The scenery was magnificent, but Zhuang Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Suddenly, she missed Xiao a little. In the twilight, the cry of the mutant seabird sounded. Missing Xiao was one thing, and taking bird eggs was another. As for the moment, taking bird eggs was more important. Zhuang Xiao withdrew his gaze from a distance, shook his head, and threw away the messy thoughts. She jumped off the flame cat. The flame cat's drool fell all over the gray-white rocks. All right. There was still one person who had nothing else in his eyes except eating. Maybe it was because it was getting dark, or because he was on an island. Standing there, Zhuang Xiao felt like she was going to ride the wind. She felt that she probably needed to tie a big rock to herself, otherwise she might really be carried to the ninth heaven by the wind to see the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. And on the cliff under her feet, she poked her head out a little bit. Densely packed bird nests were in sight. In just a moment, she saw several white, gray, or white and gray bird eggs. This was obviously not the same mutant seabird species. And there were several times more seabird nests than on the cliffs of the coastline. In a quarter of an hour, she only needed to touch the layer of bird nests on the top cliff. There should be 3 or 5 bird eggs for her to take back. She did it right away. This time, she didn't count on the flame cat. She did it herself. She took out the hemp rope from her bag and found a rock that was 5 or 6 times her own weight nearby. One end was tied to the rock and the other to her waist. She stepped on the protruding rock and went down. The sea breeze blew on her body, and Zhuang Xiao's body swayed back and forth twice. However, she soon found a way to stabilize her body. The flame cat glanced at her and flew down silently. Well, if the little friend falls down later, with its speed, its claws should be able to catch him. Chapter 525. The rope Zhuang Xiao carried was not a professional climbing tool. In order to reserve enough length to move horizontally or vertically between the rock walls, she wrapped the rope around her waist twice more. When the length was not enough, she would do a thrilling spin jump on the cliff. Thanks to the many protruding rocks and sunken cracks on the rock wall, she had the opportunity to perform. Otherwise, today she could only move a little further within the arm's length. Then she could only get 3 bird nests at most. Looking far away from the island, across the sea, the reefs and dense forests on the coastline all merged into a straight line. I don't know if Xiao and the others can see this island. I don't know what species the mutant seabirds here are. There are not many of them on the sea level near the cliff. Maybe they went to other sea areas to find food. Zhuang Xiao thought so, but his movements did not slow down at all. After detecting the first edible mutant seabird egg, Zhuang Xiao was in trouble again. The seabird egg is a fragile thing, but the cliff is a hard bone. When the two sides collide, it is like an egg hitting a rock. The seabird egg is completely defeated. Zhuang Xiao is worried about the seabird egg in her arms. About 10 meters away from her feet, the 4 sharp blades of the flame cat grabbed the cliff and put its head into one seabird nest after another. It opened its mouth and swallowed a bird egg whole. The sound of crunching was endless. The deafening sound of waves hitting the reef did not cover the sound of Huahua eating the crunchy snacks at this moment. Zhuang Xiao looked down and shook her head. This won't work. If Huahua helps carry it up in his mouth. Can you tell who the egg belongs to? Forget it. Send them up one by one. Time is limited. After sending 2 eggs up, Zhuang Xiao looked at the time and saw that there were only 15 minutes left. Time was running out, so she had to hurry. To comfort Xiao, Zhuang Xiao raised her hand and took a photo of the coastline where they were suspected to be. The corner of the photo was exactly the cliff where she was now. There is also a huge bird's nest on the cliff. There is also a huge bird egg covered with brown spots in the nest. Just after the message was sent, suddenly my feet slipped. Several rocks fell down. Zhuang Xiao looked down and saw a huge wave hitting the rocks, which broke into pieces in an instant. No one knew where the falling rocks fell. They disappeared in an instant. My little heart was pounding. This is really thrilling and exciting. But she loves it. A small rock hit the tip of the flame cat's nose. It looked up and glanced at Zhuangxiao. Can't it just swallow an egg properly? When Zhuangxiao saw the flame cat's sad eyes, he immediately apologized with a flattering smile. Sorry, my foot slipped. The flame cat hummed softly, and continued to swallow eggs in another bird's nest. Seeing that the agreed time was getting closer and closer. After Xiao found an edible bird egg, he no longer cared about taking the bird egg. The sight kept looking towards the coastline where the flame cat disappeared. There was nothing there. Suddenly, a call was heard. Brother Hua, Brother Ming, Brother Hu. Let's go down the cliff. It was Jiangyan's voice. The three people who heard the voice went down to the bottom of the cliff together. Jiangyan, Lanhong and Xinyi were standing on a rocky beach, looking up at them. They came down from the top of the mountain first, and then climbed up the cliff. This time, they would naturally climb slowly from the bottom to the place where they came down. Hu Qianli looked around and saw many people climbing down the cliff. And some of the mutant seabirds on the sea level in the distance were returning to their nests. It was time to go back. During this time, he found 2 moderately radiated mutant seabird eggs. He Bei said that having 2 mutant bird eggs was a very good harvest. He and his father found another one. Excluding the egg eaten by the flame cat, the 2 of them only had 5 mutant bird eggs in total. Each one is a moderately mutated radiation. Why hasn't my cousin come back yet? Hu Qianli muttered subconsciously. The sunset now looks like half an orange-red bird egg. The remaining half will soon be swallowed by the horizon. Once it gets dark, it will be dangerous. Ming Qingyang said, Boss Hua, is my cousin still within the communication range? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a beep. There is news coming in. Hui Xiao looked down and saw that the enemy was here. If it wasn't Zhuangxiao, who else could it be? My cousin? Hu Qianli asked. The group chatted as they climbed down. After all, you use your hands and feet to climb, not your mouth. Hui Xiao nodded, and after finding a foothold, he stopped temporarily, freeing up one hand to open the message. I don't know what to say. It turned out that the little girl had just changed the cliff to get seabird eggs. I felt worried and helpless. After taking a closer look, I felt something was wrong. Hui Zhao's brain was pounding. He wanted a pair of wings, so that he could use his claws to pull the little girl back from the sea. He Bei and He Bei's father had already reached the bottom of the cliff. Hui Xiao and the other 2 were less than 10 meters away from the bottom of the cliff. When he was still more than 3 meters above the ground, Hui Xiao turned around and jumped directly from the cliff to a smooth rock. Is there an island near you? As soon as he landed, Hui Xiao slid down from the rock and strode towards Jiangyan and his group. Jiangyan and He Bei were talking about their gains today, and they nodded subconsciously when Hui Xiao asked this question. Of course there are islands. There are so many islands near their coastline. Unfortunately, his family doesn't have a boat. He has never been to an island since he was a child. Moreover, many islands are not developed in the safe zone and are very dangerous. It's not that you can go there just by having a boat. Can you tell where this is? Hui Xiao showed Jiangyan the photo on his watch. However, he was disappointed. Jiangyan shook his head. How can you tell this? There must be at least 800 islands in this sea area, if not 1,000. There are still 10 minutes before the return time, Zhuangxiao said. Hui Xiao decided to wait and see. There was no point in being anxious. They couldn't just wait under the cliff. They should go up first. Some of the people who came down the cliff slowly were attacked by the mutant seabirds. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. Then with a bang, someone fell off the cliff. Chapter 526. Hui Xiao and his group looked down at the bottom of the cliff. On a huge black rock covered with seaweed, a person's head and limbs were lying in a posture that was extremely inconsistent with human anatomy. In the twilight, it seemed that liquid was flowing on the rock. Just as everyone was stunned, a huge wave hit. The black rock was empty. He Bei's father sighed and said, there are always some people who hold a fluke mentality. Jiangyan said calmly, let's go. When the mutant seabirds return to their nests in large numbers, this place will not be safe either. Hui Xiao and the others calmed down and followed Jiangyan. Ming Qingyang pulled Xinyi and said, let's go. Xinye's face was a little pale. Some people are used to life and death, while others can never get used to the fact that life and death are just a matter of a moment. Although Xinye's family lives in a shantytown, she is the only one left in the family. But before her parents died, they left her a lot of points, so her life has not been too hard these years. And she has been taken care of by Ming Qingyang in the past few years. Her life is not very good, but it is much more stable than most people in the shantytown. Usually, when she goes out to collect waste, she always goes with familiar neighbors or participates in the collection activities organized by the safe zone. If it weren't for her cousin, who was so lucky, Shinyi would even think that her luck was the best. At least every time she went out, she rarely encountered attacks from mutant animals. And the harvest in a year was not enough to starve to death. In fact, people who live peacefully in the safe zone may not get rich in their lifetime, but they will not encounter too much danger. The biggest risk they face is probably the high radiation of the sun. And this is also regular and avoidable. As for the conflicts between humans, such as murder and robbery, it really depends on personal luck and personal strength. However, whether it is the survival conflict between humans or the survival conflict between humans and mutant creatures, these safe zones are trying their best to control and create a relatively stable environment within the controllable range of human power. After all, there is hope only when there are people. If every day is filled with fighting and killing, and bloodshed of life and death, this life would probably be hopeless. Shinyi has seen bad things over the years, but not many. Meng Qingyang held Shinye's hand tightly. The warmth in his palm was passed on to her little by little. Shinye's face became visibly better, and she smiled at Meng Qingyang. Lan Hong gently bumped Hu Qianli's arm and whispered, "Look at him." As soon as Hu Qianli withdrew his gaze from the cliff, he received a loving bump from his wife at home. This time, he was almost knocked off the mountain road. "What are you looking at?" "Look at the road," Hu Qianli said, and then ran towards Wu Xiao. "Is this murdering her husband?" "Stay away." He didn't have any opinion on the matter of death. Death, isn't it a normal thing? In the crowd, only Hebei's father muttered a few words, and the rest of the people continued on their way with expressionless faces. The first person was swallowed by the sea. The remaining people on the cliff also sped up their movements. After someone screamed, no one in Hu Xiao's group turned around to look. Then, there were gunshots. However, the scene on the cliff was blocked by rocks after they turned a corner. The sharp cries of the mutant seabirds could still be heard. The voices of cursing came one after another. It was estimated that they were cursing the long line of thieves on the mountain road. Wu Xiao looked down at his watch. The time had come. He looked up at the sky. The sky was deep blue. The sun had been completely swallowed by the horizon. Flocks of mutant seabirds returned from the sea. Why hadn't the little girl come back yet? Shuang Xiao sat on the top of the mountain, with a long string of seabird eggs in front of him. They were connected by seaweed. It took a few minutes to find the seaweed, digging through the rocks. Originally, he was going to use hemp rope, but the rope was not long enough. Fortunately, there is no shortage of seaweed under the reef, and this mutant seaweed is not only long enough, but also tough enough. 2 of them are edible, which is an excellent professional tool for transporting eggs. Shuang Xiao tied these seabird eggs like packing gifts, and then strung them together one by one, a total of 4 strings, 3 eggs in each string. Today's time is still too tight. Otherwise, she could get more. Shuang Xiao sighed and muttered to herself, "Why can't I see an energy stone in the nest of this mutant seabird? How strange." The flame cat squatted beside her, and burped loudly. The fishy smell of the sea mixed with Huahua's bad breath instantly disappeared in the evening sea breeze. The bird egg necklace strung with seaweed on the flame cat's neck shook because of the flame cat's movement. Shuang Xiao pushed Huahua's head with disdain. This guy must have eaten more than 10 times the mutant seabird eggs he ate today, and seeing that she had seabird eggs hanging on her body, he insisted on taking them. If you don't string them together, you won't leave. What can Shuang Xiao do? He can only be satisfied. Alas, how many happy seabird families have Huahua ruined today? Flame cat, You sound like you are showing mercy. The light on the watch dial lights up. Where have you been? When will you be back? The moment the watch is connected, Hu Xiao's rapid-fire voice comes from the other end. It seems like an echo explodes in Zhuang Zhao's ears. Zhuang Xiao stood up from the ground with a grunt and hurriedly hung the bird eggs on the ground on his body again. 2 strings tied together, like a sling, 1 on each shoulder, 6 eggs in front and behind. In 3 or 2 steps, he ran to the cliff where he was going to go down today. The flame cat meowed, stood up, shook his hair, and followed closely. There was a sea breeze coming from the watch, the sound of fire, and the sound of chaotic footsteps. But he didn't hear Zhuang Xiaoji. Hu Xiao was worried and wanted to say a few more words. Then he heard the crowd in front of him getting chaotic. Red-haired monster. Mutated animal. It's it. Ah, someone. Among the many voices, a clear and loud female voice clearly reached Hu Xiao's ears. Hu Xiao, Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao looked away from his watch and looked up. On a huge rock, 2 heads, one big and one small, were looking down. The bird eggs hanging on the body were shaking. "It's my cousin." Hu Qianli waved his big hand and greeted, "Cousin, we are here." in the dusk. As expected, Zhuang Xiao saw Wu Xiao, who was looking up at her beside Hu Qianli. Chapter 527. Wu Xiao stared at the girl, who suddenly appeared. His tense expression disappeared like the evening sea breeze. He opened his mouth and wanted to respond. In the end, he just smiled lightly and strode through the crowded and noisy crowd in front of him to go to his heart's desire. The vast sea gradually fell into a deep sleep, and the sound of the waves was like the breath of the sea when it was asleep. The twinkling lights lit up on the winding mountain road. The mottled lights seemed to become brilliant in an instant. The car passed through the dark forest. Gauze-like clouds floated on the quiet sea. A few stars flickered in the sky. There was no moon tonight. It's so cold at night. Zhuang Xiao retracted his gaze and closed the car window. The cold sea breeze was completely isolated from the outside. Wu Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand and threw the coat on the back of the chair casually on Zhuang Xiao. The coat fell on Zhuang Xiao's knees. Zhuang Xiao smiled and lifted the coat to his upper body to cover his waist, feeling inexplicably warm. Jiangyan sat in the back, feeling uncomfortable. His butt was twisting back and forth as if he had a hemorrhoid. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to brother Hu and taken their car. It was too late now. Are the two in front okay? Shen Yi asked Meng Qingyang with some concern. Meng Qingyang stared at the taillights of the car in front and said without turning his head, "What can happen? Look at the way Boss Wu ran through the crowd towards his cousin. The information may not be false. Either it's fake or it's real." Shen Yi patted Meng Qingyang's arm and said, "You're really..." "Stop it, I'm driving." Meng Qingyang's hands on the steering wheel didn't move at all, and the car followed the vehicle in front straight. Shen Yi seemed to have thought of something, suddenly straightened up, turned his head and asked impatiently, "Should we rent a boat to go out to sea?" When she said this, Shen Yi's eyes were shining, brighter than the stars in the night sky. Meng Qingyang was scared by her. Why did she think of it? She used to be lively, but never this lively. The main thing is that there is always a bit of her cousin's unreasonable behavior in this liveliness. It's still quite scary. He doesn't have the strong heart of Boss Wu, and he can't resist it. Why do you suddenly want to go to sea? You haven't even seen this dreamy sea area yet, and you want to go to sea again? The road is flat at this moment, and Meng Qingyang glanced at Shen Yi. Shen Yi counted on her fingers and began to talk about the information that entered her ears during the day. One after another. Each one was unknown before coming here. Although Meng Qingyang had heard a lot, there was still a difference between land and sea. He preferred being down-to-earth and illusory. Besides, if there was any problem on the sea, there would be no one to help. He could only wait for death. To be honest, Meng Qingyang liked the high probability of edible free seafood in the Dream Sea, but he didn't really want to explore the mysterious sea. Meng Qingyang was interrupted by Shen Yi before he finished speaking. Shen Yi continued, "Didn't my cousin say that we were going to the island? Are we going together?" This? Meng Qingyang was a little confused. If Zhuang Xiao wanted to go, would he go or not? This was a question. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Let's think about what to eat tonight. Didn't my cousin say that we should have a seafood dinner together tonight? Besides, what kind of seafood could he and Shen Yi contribute for dinner? This is even more of a problem. I can't produce much food, but I can help." Hu Qianli was not worried about the fact that his little harvest today could not hold a dinner party. There was not enough food at home. However, he could still do the work of chopping wood, washing pots, washing dishes, and washing vegetables. Lan Hong was speechless. "You said it as if your cousin is weaker than you." Lan Hong couldn't help but stabbed her husband. Hu Qianli chuckled and said, "That's not true." After passing the shantytown, the car continued to speed along, with no intention of stopping. The feeling that made Jiangyan feel uncomfortable in the car had mostly dissipated. The young man's spirit was back online at this moment. He was discussing with Zhuang Xiao enthusiastically what kind of food there was in the sea that was delicious. In addition to the Dream Sea, where else can we go in the number 3 safety zone? After listening to Zhuang Xiao's description of the island, Jiangyan shook his head. Suddenly Zhuang Xiao took off his watch and handed it to Jiangyan. She located the island. The map showed that there was indeed an island, but there was no name. The longitude and latitude information was clearly marked. However, she only used this geographical information when doing questions during the exam. In the following years, it was enough for her to distinguish east, west, south, north, up, down, left and right. Information like this suddenly appeared. Her mind was still confused. She was a little confused about the direction. Jiangyan took the watch and looked at the geographical coordinates, and suddenly said, "This is Xiaoxi Island." After confirming that it was Xiaoxi Island, Jiangyan was relieved. There were no large mutant sea beasts or ferocious mutant seabirds around Xiaoxi Island. If there was any danger, it would probably be during the rainy season every year. When typhoons and rainstorms raged at sea, Xiaoxi Island was always the first to suffer. However, because there were many coral reefs around Xiaoxi Island, the species of marine life living there were very rich. After Jiangyan said it was Xiaoxi Island, he sorted out the information he knew about Xiaoxi Island and told it to Zhuangxiao and Huixiao. However, he still reminded her, "Cousin, if you go 1 or 2 nautical miles beyond Xiaoxi Island, the signal coverage of the safe zone will be gone. If something happens, you can't get in touch at all. Losing contact at sea is a very scary thing." Zhuangxiao said, turned her head, and suddenly said to Huixiao, "I won't go there anymore." On her way back, she saw a bigger and better island. And there were many seaweed stone houses on it. Obviously, someone lived there. The car slowly stopped. They had reached the parking lot, and they had to walk the rest of the way. Will the jellyfish die in one night? When Zhuangxiao went to the back of the car to get the food, she still cared about this guy worth 5,000 points. She would still feel heartbroken if she lost 5,000 points in one night. If the zeros in the watch were converted into 5,000 points, with such a loss, her string of zeros would be completely cleared in a month at most. Chapter 528. While Jiangyan took the things handed over by Zhuangxiao, he assured Zhuangxiao, "No, this little guy has a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now." Nowadays, the creatures that can survive on this planet naturally have their own unique way of survival. Hearing Jiangyan say this, Zhuangxiao felt relieved. The things that Jiangyan brought on the bus at noon were left in the car. In addition to the ingredients just obtained today, Zhuangxiao also brought the seasoning box prepared by Huixiao. There are all kinds of seasonings here. In short, Zhuangxiao took down all the items that might be used for dinner from the car. In the corner of the car, there was also the box of medicine that Du Zhong and Du Hui sent when they went to the number 6 safe zone. Above the box was the glass bottle with the blue jellyfish. Before getting off the car, Zhuangxiao glanced at the glass bottle. Okay, very active. She took 2 seabird eggs, both of which were mutated by low-level radiation. As for seaweed, seashells and the like, after picking them up, they took one each if they looked different. The main point was to try every kind. Jiangyan and Huixiao stood under the car, letting Zhuangxiao hang things on them. After a while, they were covered with all kinds of seafood. The 2 people were like walking seafood grocery stores. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli took all their harvests from the car. As they approached, they saw 2 human-shaped seafood grocery stores moving slowly towards the house they rented. Zhuangxiao locked the car door and turned around to see the 2 of them. She looked behind them. Shen Yi and Lan Hong were trotting over. The east gate of the safety zone is the main gate. The east city guard of the safety zone near the east gate is patrolling very intensively. And now it is the Dream Sea period, and there are quite a lot of people coming here from other safety zones. Whether this security work is based on the image of the safety zone, or is really just for the safety of the people in the safety zone, it must be done well. Therefore, many things that Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang brought with them were stored in the car. It was already past 7:30 in the evening. Since leaving the house in the afternoon, the group had not had a single drop of water. They were either on the road or catching seafood. Anyway, they had no time to spare. Everyone was hungry. With Jiangyan's participation and guidance, it was much easier to clean and cook the seafood. Occasionally, Zhuangxiao would say a few words. Since his diet returned to normal, Zhuangxiao no longer wanted to live a miserable life of green porridge. Although they only ate a few meals, the green porridge left a deep impression in her heart. She never wanted to drink that sticky green porridge again in her life. The small house she rented suddenly had 3 more people, and it became crowded. There was a stove in the middle of the room, with an iron pot on it. The firewood was crackling in the stove. It was dark outside the window, and the room was warm. The smaller shellfish were steamed in the iron pot, and the larger ones were all sliced, either stir-fried or braised. The seaweed was cut into thin strips, and mixed with a large bowl of cold dishes. The seaweed was carefully selected by Zhuangxiao. The combination of green and reddish-brown seaweed looked very appetizing. With Huixiao around, Zhuangxiao was not worried that the seafood dinner tonight would be too bland. Although the original seafood tasted good, it would be greasy if you eat too much. At this time, the role of various seasonings was reflected. Jiangyan's cooking knife was a little unsteady. Are these people going to eat up half a year's food today? There were also 2 low-radiation seabird eggs that were about to be put into the big pot for a bath. The more he thought about them, the more distressed he felt. The the more delicious it tasted when he ate it at night. They were both mutant seabird eggs, but these low-radiation mutant eggs tasted delicious. Of course, these were all Jiangyan's thoughts before going to bed. Now, he was cutting the meat of the mutant seabird with a sharp blade in his hand, and his heart was throbbing with pain. What kind of family is this? What kind of family is this? This is how to eat. His heart was throbbing, and saliva was spreading in his mouth. Xinyi was looking at the fire in front of the stove. The fire reflected on her face, which was red. And Lan Hong was trying to make an empty seat so that the 7 people could have dinner later. Zhuang Xiao jumped up and down in the small room, looking at this and that from time to time, if their house was not too far from the east gate. In fact, it would be better to go to their house for dinner, at least the place is big enough. Everyone had their own work to do, and the dinner was served in less than half an hour. Jiangyan looked at the seafood in front of him, and swallowed his saliva. Most of the edible seafood that his family usually gets is exchanged for points at the trading center. The remaining small part is also dried and stored. When it is inconvenient to go out to find food, he will occasionally take out a little and chew it with nutrient solution. Seafood nutritious porridge is his favorite food. And now all the seafood on the table is freshly baked, and it is also accompanied by expensive seasonings. I don't know if I will ever be able to eat rice without nutrient solution again in my life. The mist on the table moistened my eyes. Xinyi had eaten at her wedding banquet, so she was quite calm about it. And Lan Hong, well, she was used to it. After all, she had seen the butcher shop. Everyone just sat down, and I don't know whose stomach growled first. Zhuang Xiao touched his belly, which was flat. So hungry. Then, there was another round of stomach rumbling, and then it seemed to be contagious. The high and low rumbling sounds around the table sounded like a little song. Everyone burst into laughter. The window glass was covered with white water vapor. As more and more water vapor appeared on it, it gathered together and formed a small drop of water, which then fell suddenly. Jiangyan stood at the east gate and looked at the night sky in the distance. The Milky Way penetrated the sky and poured down. He looked back at the safe zone. Then, he walked briskly into the thick night. Early the next morning, Hui Xiao stood at the door of Zhuang Zhao's bedroom for a while, and there was no movement inside. Hui Xiao had no choice but to raise his hand and knock on the door. The regular knocking sound of knock 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 woke Zhuang Xiao, who was dreaming. Hui Xiao listened to the impatient complaints inside, smiled, and then turned and walked away. Just wake up. I can see that the little brother's face is about to be kissed. Ah. Zhuang Xiao sat up and scratched his fluffy hair with both hands. While pulling his clothes off the bed, he muttered, "Why did I suddenly become Hua? Flame cat, My friend, this dream is really scary." Chapter 529. In the living room, Hui Xiao sat upright at the dining table, bathing in the morning light, listening to Zhuang Zhao's mumblings from the other side of the door, with a smile on his face. After Zhuang Xiao got dressed, he rushed out of the bedroom to wash up. There was no way she was hungry. She couldn't resist seafood. If she had known, she would have eaten more seabird eggs. She glanced at Hui Xiao sitting at the table, and stopped immediately. "Hey, why are you dressed so smartly today?" Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hui Xiao from head to toe. Changed into new clothes? The sunlight shone through the glass onto Zhuang Zhao's face. Perhaps because she had just gotten up, the little girl's face was lightly pink, which looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Hui Xiao smiled and asked indifferently, "Is this not good?" "Good, good. Very good, keep it up." Zhuang Xiao praised sincerely. Who doesn't like to see such a spirited young man? It's a pity for the little brother in her dream. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao went straight into the bathroom. No, she had to dress up, otherwise, standing next to Hui Xiao would be too shabby. She would not allow herself to lose in terms of good looks. She was born beautiful, with fair skin and beautiful face. But she didn't have long legs. She could only make up for it in other places. After meeting the couples Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, Zhuang Xiao felt fortunate that she had dressed up in the morning. Otherwise, she would have become the sloppiest one among the 6 people in the group today. After dinner last night, the group discussed that there was a seaweed market outside the safe zone. This seaweed market was like a market with stalls, and it was only lively in the past 2 months. There were people from all the safe zones. It was even more lively than the shopping streets in the safe zone. It took more than half an hour to walk to the east gate of the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao and his group simply strolled over. As for Jiangyan, see you in the afternoon. Just standing at the entrance, the group could feel the bustle inside. There were 2 sentry boxes at the entrance. Inside were the guards. Although the uniforms and emblems of the guards in each safe zone were different, they were undoubtedly guards at a glance. After entering, the seaweed market was crowded with people, and the sound of hawking continued. It was full of the atmosphere of life. The stalls sold everything, basically all related to marine life. Sea fish, seabirds, shellfish, and all kinds of small items made from shellfish. Zhuangxiao looked left and right, wanting everything. But she didn't know what to do with the things she bought. She still remembered the first time she went shopping in the safe zone. The feathers and animal teeth she bought were all gathering dust at home. Once the novelty wore off, she completely lost her love for it. Throw it away, but she couldn't bear to do it. If she didn't throw it away, it was annoying to look at. So, this time when she stepped into the seagrass market, she kept repeating this in her mind again and again. This time she just looked, not bought. Really, I'm not lying. Xiao, do you think this is good? Lan Hong was holding a string of beads in her hand. The seller was introducing it attentively. Big sister, you really have a good eye. Let me tell you that every bead on it is made from the teeth of a mutant sea beast. Generally, the teeth of mutant sea beasts are milky white. Look! Mine is translucent. As he spoke, he picked up another string and gestured to the sunlight, then continued, Look, the sunlight can shine through. It's crystal clear. The seller was still trying to introduce it attentively, but Lan Hong was impatient to listen and interrupted him. Okay, how many points do you say? Zhuangxiao came over to take a look. What kind of beads are they? They are made of teeth, ivory. The seller was a middle-aged uncle. Seeing another pretty girl coming over, his eyes were bit with smile. Look at how they are dressed, they are all rich. The uncle's smile scared Zhuangxiao. Why is this man like a human trafficker? The middle-aged uncle stretched out a slap and smiled at Lan Hong. 5 points? Okay, I buy it. Lan Hong was about to pay. Hearing what Lan Hong said, the middle-aged uncle almost couldn't keep the smile on his face. Is this poorer than him? The middle-aged uncle shook his hand and said hurriedly, No, not 5 points, but 50 points. What? 50 points? Lan Hong hurriedly put down the bracelet in her hand. What bracelet is worth 50 points? You can't eat or drink it. Zhuangxiao glanced at the things on the uncle's stall, and was not interested at all. Lan Hong and the middle-aged uncle were still bargaining. Zhuangxiao retracted his head and thought, Jiangyan should be involved in this. Sure enough, whether it is ancient, modern, or future, people's social attributes are the same. Finally, Lan Hong bought the bracelet, which was said to be made of the teeth of a mutant sea beast, for 7 points. 50 points and 7 points, could the price difference be bigger? Lan Hong bought 3 bracelets in total. She, Zhuangxiao, and Xinyi each bought 1 bracelet, and neither of them refused. They put them on their wrists immediately. After walking a few steps, Zhuangxiao looked back, and the smile of the middle-aged uncle, who looked like a human trafficker, was gone. Just as Zhuangxiao looked away, a new customer arrived. The middle-aged uncle's smile, like a human trafficker, appeared again. With Lan Hong as the killer, Zhuangxiao's vow not to buy anything before coming in was gradually disintegrating. After that, Xinyi also bought 3 shell daggers. Zhuangxiao's eager heart could no longer be held back. Bye. Who doesn't love the joy of spending money? When it was almost the end, Hu Xiao, Ming Qingyang and Hu Qianli were covered with all kinds of strange things. More than 70% of them were bought by Zhuangxiao. However, it looks like there are a lot of things. Actually, there are not many high-value things. After walking around for a long time, I guess I haven't even spent the money from the blue jellyfish yesterday. Blue jellyfish, It hasn't been sold yet. One of its tentacles has been sold first. When they were about to leave the seagrass market, Xinyi shouted, Is that Hebei, and Hebei's father? The group looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, in a secluded and narrow corner, there were 2 people squatting, one old and one young. In front of the 2 people were 5 seabird eggs of different sizes. There are really a lot of people selling seabird eggs. Maybe this season is the golden season for mutant seabirds to lay eggs and hatch. After walking around, 1/5 of the stalls were filled with seabird eggs. Chapter 530. Moreover, most of the people who buy things in the seagrass market are not from the number 3 safety zone, and seabird eggs can be considered a local specialty. Those who can come to the number 3 safety zone to see the dreamy sea area are all from good families. You might meet someone who can recognize eggs with a blind eye in the seagrass market. Selling 10 or 8 more points is also good. Hebei seemed to hear someone calling his name, and when he looked up and looked around, he saw Zhuangxiao and his group in the crowd. He stood up in a hurry, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and greeted them with a smile. Brother Hua, Brother Hu, Brother Ming. He smiled at Zhuangxiao and the other 3. I don't know what to call them. I can't call them cousin like Jiangyan, When Hebei's father saw his son stand up, he also stood up in a hurry, and a simple smile appeared on his dark and thin face. After greeting, Hebei turned his head and shouted in one direction, "Jiangyan." Jiangyan's head appeared behind a group of squatting people. When he saw Zhuang Xiao and his group, his face lit up immediately. He stood up and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, running towards Zhuang Xiao. "Cousin, you finished shopping so early?" Jiangyan glanced at the items hanging on with Xiao and others. The corners of his mouth twitched. What did they buy? The things that Zhuang Xiao thought were interesting were commonplace, and the most worthless things in Jiangyan's eyes. In fact, he also thought about selling these. Unfortunately, although he was good at talking, he really couldn't do this kind of business that was profitable. It's a one-time deal. And it's also a matter of luck. After all, who doesn't have a good mouth in this seaweed market? Zhuang Xiao nodded and asked, "Are you here to sell seabird eggs too? Have you sold them all?" Jiangyan shook his head and nodded again, saying, "There's only one left. My sister is watching over there. It's okay." "You have a sister?" Zhuang Xiao looked at the place where Jiangyan had just squatted before running over. Sure enough, a little girl in her teens was sitting there obediently, looking towards them. "Well, 13 years old," Jiangyan said with a smile. Zhuang Xiao said "Oh," and the topic ended there. There were still a lot of people, and it was not the place to talk at this time. Besides, they were standing in front of Hebei and Hebei's father's stall, directly blocking the flow of customers. So, after saying goodbye to Jiangyan and Hebei, the group left quickly. The main reason was that Hu Xiao, Meng Qingyang, and Hu Qianli had no place to hang things on their bodies. Some things were fragile and could not be pressed. They could only move in the crowd like a Christmas tree, and they had to prevent others from squeezing them and crushing their things. These were things that they spent points on, and they were broken before they even got home. How heartbreaking. "Brother, that's the cousin that my uncle mentioned. She's so pretty," Jiang and sister Jiang Ping said, her tone full of envy. Her skin looked like the head of a jellyfish, white, soft, and tender. Little Jiang Ping sighed softly. She will never have such fair skin if she spends her whole life at the seaside exposed to the wind and sun. Looking at the little black hands and arms, Jiangyan responded and squatted down again. He naturally didn't understand the little girl's thoughts on beauty. He didn't expect that even the stone spirits also love beauty. Ah, sadness. Jiang Ping touched the seabird egg at his feet and sighed again. Her face is not even as white as the shell of this seabird egg. Since Wu Xiao and his group left, Hebei and Hebei's father continued to squat back to the original place and sell eggs. I don't know if it was luck or something else. In less than half an hour, the 5 seabird eggs on the stall were sold out one after another. The points earned were twice as much as those redeemed at the trading center. The father and son rolled up the seaweed mat, said hello to Jiangyan happily, and went home. Jiangyan looked up at the sky. It was still early before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Wu Xiao and his group put the purchased items in the car, they separated from Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli first. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao planned to go to the trading center to quickly dispose of the blue jellyfish. Although Jiangyan promised that the jellyfish would not die easily, she would still feel heartbroken if it died in her hands. Moreover, she had to make up for the points she spent in the number 3 safety zone today. This way, she could feel more balanced. The number 3 safety zone trading center is located directly opposite the east gate of the safety zone, about 1 kilometer inward. It is still a bit far to walk from the parking lot. In the end, Zhuang Xiao decided to drive there to conserve her energy for the afternoon activities. At this moment, the flame cat was dozing off in some corner. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao arrived at the trading center. The trading center of the number 3 safety zone was even larger than their safety zone. The hall area alone was more than 3 times larger. As soon as I entered the hall, the crowds were clearly divided. The south side of the hall was crowded with people, and the crowds were very few on the north side of the hall. Excluding the service staff, they could be counted on 2 hands. When Zhuang Xiao set his sights on the north side of the hall, he was first attracted by the giant screen hanging on the wall. She stuffed the glass bottle in her arms into Wu Xiao's arms, and said, "You line up. I go over there and take a look." You? With a crispy thing stuffed into Wu Xiao's arms, he couldn't even free a hand, and watched Zhuang Xiao cross the dividing line that was automatically divided by the wall of people in the north and south halls. In just a moment, 5 or 6 people lined up behind him. Zhuang Xiao stood under the big screen, looking up at the information scrolling on it. His heart was surging wildly. I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. As another column of information scrolled out, Zhuang Xiao exclaimed in her heart, I didn't expect that this dreamy sea area has so many ways to play. Pick up free seafood? She really has no interest. Look at the project name, and then look at the points behind. Okay, the points earned by the blue jellyfish should be enough. The screen image changed again, and new information appeared in Zhuang Xiao's eyes. This is also good, ancient creatures, ancient creatures. She had only seen fossils, and didn't expect that once the environment changed, they would actually turn the tide. The screen flipped through the pages one by one, and Zhuang Xiao became more and more excited, her face flushed with excitement. This house in the number 3 safety zone is worth buying. It's worth it. Blue jellyfish, I'm afraid the money I earned from selling my body is not enough for you to squander. Zhuang Xiao, Don't worry, she has savings. She also has energy stones. And maybe she can make some money back. Chapter 531. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The crossroads leading from the shantytown to the seaside. Zhuang Xiao showed the commemorative badge for VIPs of the number 3 security zone that he had obtained at the trading center. Jiangyan let out a howl. The mutant seabird flying through the sky was so scared that its butt tightened, and bird droppings fell down with a patter. A cursing voice suddenly sounded not far away. Jiangyan quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looked around vigilantly, and then his eyes fell back on the badge in Zhuang Zhao's hand. Cousin, did you spend all the points from selling jellyfish? When she said this, the split sound from her voice was still there. Zhuang Xiao nodded. Yes, she not only spent the 5,500 points she got from selling jellyfish, but also spent 15,000 points. The money for half a house was gone just like that. Hu Xiao didn't even try to stop her, no matter how he winked. The girl couldn't resist the window boy's extravagant description or beauty. Thinking about the scene at that time, Hu Xiao felt depressed. Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang and others were confused, staring at Jiangyan with 4 pairs of 8 big eyes, waiting for their little guide to give an answer. Apparently Jiangyan could explain the meaning of this badge more thoroughly. Jiangyan thought, his understanding of this cousin is still too superficial. Is this a general family background? Is this a very rich family? The kind that he can never reach in his life? Xiao, what is this? Lan Hong couldn't wait, so someone should tell her quickly. Jiangyan looked as if the sky had fallen. This thing must be worth a lot of money, but I don't know what it is used for. The eyes of the others immediately turned to Zhuang Xiao. Their eyes were extremely hot. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say. She could only say that she remembered a boat, and it seemed to be a very special boat, like a small submarine. What else? What else is there? I rented a boat, Zhuang Xiao said. Then he gently bumped Hu Xiao and whispered, You tell me the rest. She didn't remember the little words that the young man said. Not only did she not remember them, to be honest, she didn't understand a few of them at that time. He seemed very professional. Hu Xiao, What did he say? He was just winking at the girl at that time. The young man at the window rolled his eyes at him several times. At this time, Jiangyan had slowly calmed down from his initial shock and said slowly, Is it a super luxurious ship that can be amphibious and can go down to deep waters? Zhuang Xiao hummed, It seems that everything is okay. All included. And after-sales service. What exactly does after-sales service include? She hasn't had time to read the instructions yet. Anyway, there are a lot of items. Thinking of after-sales service, Zhuang Xiao emphasized, There is also a full range of after-sales compensation services. Jiangyan was silent. If someone dies, who will see the after-sales service? And if someone is not dead, who would dare to go into the water for the second time? Of course, this kind of situation is rare, and it will only happen once in several years. Flame Cat, Don't worry, your cousin will encounter any good things. Whether you go tomorrow or not, up to 10 people can get on the boat. Zhuang Xiao was still very excited, and the excitement hadn't worn off yet, so he added, A 3-day tour allows you to walk in the water and get in close contact with ancient creatures. As he spoke, Zhuang Xiao became excited, and his memory suddenly revived, and he talked non-stop. Lan Hong and Shen Yi were particularly interested. They listened with great interest. For a moment, Jiangyan couldn't get a word in. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang looked at Hu Xiao together and asked with their mouths, How many points? Hu Xiao slowly raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers. 2,000 points? Fortunately, for 100 nutrient solutions. They could also find some nutrient solutions for their cousin. Jiangyan saw that Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were obviously relieved, and whispered in Hu Qianli's ear, It's 20,000. What? Hu Qianli turned his head to look at Jiangyan at a speed that almost broke his neck. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was half open. At this time, Jiangyan was calm and nodded his head down. Hu Qianli wanted to break his head back. I make up for the nutrient solution later. If you don't have any shame, you be invincible. It wasn't until he entered the dream sea that Hu Qianli's dizzy mind was completely clear. Now grab the free seafood. After spending so many points, if he doesn't get some valuable goods back, this trip will be a big loss. If his cousin loses, he loses. The coastline is several kilometers long, and the beach is very large, with only occasional exposed reefs. On the beach, Zhuang Xiao thought he would see many people. After all, it is normal for a popular tourist spot to have many people. In fact, the population on the coast here is very sparse. There are 1 or 2 or 3 cars parked sporadically on the road near the coastline. After a while, Zhuang Xiao figured it out. The natural environment and population here are not comparable to the previous population of more than 1 billion. Now the remaining human beings on the continent, where there are less than 1/10 of the previous ones. That is to say, only 100 million people are still living and multiplying on this land. And hundreds of years have passed, and the population base is still stable. Jiangyan chose a coast with a few reefs. It is said that at night, when the reefs are covered with luminous creatures in the ocean, each reef is shining with blue light, which is very beautiful. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the sea breeze is blowing. It is really cold. Hui Xiao, Hu Qianli, and Ming Qingyang went to the dense forest on the coast to look for firewood that can burn. After the sun sets, it will only get colder here. Jiangyan stayed behind to accompany Zhuang Xiao and the other 3. Shen Yi and Lan Hong had already started picking up various seafood washed up by the waves. Zhuang Xiao stood on a reef and shouted loudly to Hua Hua in all 4 directions. There was less than an hour left before dark. Everyone was rushing to pick up marine life on the beach and reefs. They were all ordinary marine life. However, as rumored, the probability of detecting edible seafood was surprisingly high, reaching about 50%. Shen Yi and Lan Hong were very happy with the result. Of course, they were also wondering why there were fewer people than the place they went yesterday. In response, Jiangyan explained, it is not the best time to pick seafood in the Dream Sea area. Most people come here at night to see the scenery and pick seafood. Moreover, it takes too long to walk here. You either leave early or come back late, and the road is also dangerous. Shen Yi and Lan Hong nodded seriously. Anyway, there are many reasons. Chapter 532. While talking, the sea breeze kept blowing into their mouths, and one of the 3 people had to talk against the wind. In addition, the sound of the waves was very loud, and if the other party wanted to hear, they had to open their mouths and shout. So after talking for a while, everyone dispersed again. Anyway, having fewer people was a great thing for them. Danger or something? There are scavengers everywhere. The bonfire was burning. Hui Xiao, Ming Qingyang, and Hu Qianli also joined the team looking for edible seafood. The sun set behind the hill-like reef in the distance, and the entire northwest coastline darkened. Instead, the sound of the waves became louder. One by one, solar lights gradually lit up in the dimness, like more motionless fireflies on the beach. Here they come, are they? No one could tell who shouted first on the beach. The people who were picking seafood raised their heads in unison. They looked at the dark ocean with the same goal. On the dark sea, a straight line of faint blue light, like a thin belt, was slowly moving towards the coastline. One end of the Milky Way in the sky fell into the seabed. This faint blue light was more dazzling than the stars. On the long blue light belt, you can vaguely see dots of green light dotted in it. A line with faint blue light connects the bright Milky Way and the deep sea. The scenery is even more breathtaking. As everyone marveled at the beauty of the sea of stars, the thin blue belt gradually became wider, almost covering half of the sea in front of them. And it was surging towards the coastline at a very fast speed. This was a beautiful scene she had never seen before, and she didn't expect it to be realized here. Zhuang Xiao thought so, and turned to look at Hui Xiao. People were close at hand. The starlight reflected in Hui Xiao's eyes just fell into Zhuang Xiao's eyes. Is it beautiful? The sea breeze carried Zhuang Xiao's gentle voice into Hui Xiao's ears. Hui Xiao smiled slightly, and said very straightforwardly, it looks good. A wave rushed over and hit the beach. As if to cover someone's suddenly violently beating heart, thump thump thump. The burning heart seemed to be eager to escape from this cage, and go to where it was. You look good too. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly turned his head to the sea. This atmosphere was really terrible. She subconsciously covered her chest and exhaled a foul breath. Under the starlight, Hui Xiao's feet quietly moved towards Zhuang Xiao, and then moved again, until He stopped when his hand could reach the little girl's hand effortlessly. His eyes looked into the depths of the sea. His right hand slowly stretched out. With the mood of picking the brightest star in the Milky Way, his fingers gently hooked on the little girl's little finger. Zhuang Zhao's breathing stagnated. A wave of heat surged to his cheeks, and his whole body was on fire. Really, she just wanted to flirt with him with words. Did it have to progress so quickly? They hadn't even flirted for a moment, and they were already holding hands. Holding hands, or letting go, Hu Xiao lowered his eyes and glanced at Zhuang Zhao quietly. His breathing slowed down. Meng Qingyang said that if he didn't refuse, it meant he would agree. So it's okay now, right? There was a little more joy in his eyes and eyebrows. Just when Hu Xiao wanted to put Zhuang Zhao's whole hand in his palm, his hand suddenly tightened. His hand was held back by the little girl's small palm. The soft touch passed from the palm along the arm to the brain in just a moment. Hu Xiao looked straight ahead, not daring to move his body, but he exerted force little by little, bringing the palms of the two people closer and closer. The blue light was getting closer and closer, approaching the coastline. Jiangyan sat in front of the campfire. Looking at the three couples in front of him, he sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, he was the only single dog. Those who were not married were almost married. He could come to this dreamy sea area almost every year, and every time he came, he was only worthy of eating dog food. What are you looking at? Is this scenery not beautiful, or am I not beautiful? Shen Yi gently patted Meng Qingyang's arm and whispered. Can't you concentrate a little more? Meng Qingyang quickly retracted his neck and covered Shen Yi's mouth. Ancestor, please keep your voice down. Shen Yi hummed twice, and used her hand to pull Meng Qingyang's hand away. Keeping your voice down is different from not letting her talk. His current behavior is obviously not letting her talk. Okay. What are you doing? Tell me about it. Although Shen Yi was a little annoyed by Meng Qingyang's distraction, she still lowered her voice a little. Jiangyan, Sister, you really don't have to keep your voice down. The sound of the waves is so loud, who can hear it? Meng Qingyang raised his hand, and quietly pointed in the direction of Hu Xiao and Zhuang Zhao. Although he couldn't see clearly, he felt that his method was definitely effective. Men should be brave. How can you know the result if you don't try? Shen Yi looked in the direction of her finger, and saw two figures in the dark. It seems to be quite close. This distance is about the same as her and Meng Qingyang, right? Is this a melon? Shen Yi looked up at Meng Qingyang, only to see that he was staring at the black shadow and laughing foolishly. What do you know? This? Meng Qingyang wondered if he should wait until tomorrow to ask about this matter. Well, or he could send a message to ask when he got home in the evening. Meng Qingyang wanted to get away with it, but it was obvious that Shen Yi knew him very well. How could he let him go like this? After using both soft and hard tactics, Meng Qingyang surrendered and spit out the little he knew. Is that all I know? Meng Qingyang spread his hands, indicating that he really didn't know more. He and Shen Yi can still cause trouble when they live next door to each other, not to mention that they live together day and night, and they can still do something even if they have no feelings for each other. I just hope that Boss Hu can get what he wants. You still have time to mutter about this? Shen Yi asked suspiciously. I didn't expect that these two people would find time to plot such a big thing in the past 2 days. Her cousin was just taken away. Why is she not a man? Meng Qingyang nodded. Why don't you have time? It's not like they are always together. It should take at least 3 minutes to finish this little thing. He is a professional, okay? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to marry such a beautiful wife. Meng Qingyang and Shen Yi were not satisfied with each other, and they wanted to see how others were being affectionate from time to time. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong were sitting on a reef, and Hu Qianli sighed. We should have bought some glass jars. Lan Hong asked in confusion. You don't have any jellyfish, why buy that? Put a few bottles of this blue light algae and sell them back. Hu Qianli replied as a matter of course. Things are precious because they are rare, so I should be able to sell a few nutrient solution points. Chapter 533. Hu Qianli thought his wife was going to argue with him, but he only heard Lan Hong say faintly, Come back before you leave. I need to pack more to sell. Could it be that his wife has the same idea as him? Hu Qianli hugged Lan Hong's body with both hands and kissed her on the side of her face. Lan Hong pushed Hu Qianli, but didn't push him away. She said with disdain, You spit on my face. Hu Qianli laughed foolishly, but didn't let go of Lan Hong's hand. Lan Hong laughed and scolded him, then let him go. As the waves hit the beach and reefs, the blue light became brighter and brighter. Until the wind died down on the sea, the waves became gentle. The moving light began to dim. Compared with the natural and warm harmony between Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli, Zhuang Zhao, and Xiao stood there like two wooden stakes close together. Quietly. No one moved. The palms were full of sticky sweat. Xiao couldn't tell whether it was hers or Xiao's. Ever since Xiao held the little girl's hand, he didn't dare to move at all. He stood straight and looked forward. I don't know if it was because he was nervous or something, but during this period, he didn't even dare to sneak a glance at Xiao. Xiao's situation was not much better than his. Maybe it was the first time for everyone, and they were not very familiar with this situation, and didn't know what to do next. The blue light was fading away bit by bit. Only the Milky Way in the sky was shining. The flame cat slowly came out of the dense forest, crossed the road by the sea, and stepped onto the beach. There was a bonfire in front of it. Its four paws stepped on the beach, silently. Jiangyan, who had eaten his fill of dog food, hugged his knees with his hands, and nodded his head, not realizing that a huge beast was standing not far behind him. The flames were dancing in the night. Looking beyond the flames, the flame cat tilted his head to look at the two people who were a little close in front of him. This atmosphere is a bit strange. And those two claws? What are those two claws doing? Under the light of the fire, the blue eyes of the flame cat appear particularly bright. And the eyes are sharp. Xiao suddenly felt a thorny feeling, and this smell, this breathing sound. When her thoughts left the warmth in her palm, her other senses began to gradually revive. Just as she was about to turn her head to look behind her, a black shadow flew over her head. Plop. With a bang, it landed in the shallow sea area in front. Countless waves were splashed. The dark blue light spot became bright again, as if someone turned on a switch. The coast in front of Xiao and the others was lit up. The moment the huge body of the flame cat fell into the water, it was like throwing a huge rock. The splashing water droplets coldly hit the faces of Xiao and Xiao. Hua. What embarrassment, what shame, what to do next. At this moment, it all disappeared. Xiao rushed to a position closer to the seawater with a quick step, and his hand naturally broke free from Xiao's hand. Xiao stood in place. He lowered his eyes and looked at the empty palm. The family status is worrying, barely ranked third, dancing grass, and it. After going out, don't you know that you still have a home? Plop. When the sound sounded, Jiangyan, who was dozing off, woke up and looked ahead blankly. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli, who were in love with each other, also looked into the sea together. Even the others, who were far away from them, subconsciously looked over here. Thanks to the cover of the night, only the dark shadows could be vaguely seen. However, no one over there moved a bit towards this side. On the contrary, some people hid further away. The flame cat went into the water, with the intention of scaring his friends. As a result, the sea water was quite interesting. The claws slapped down, and it flashed. The more force he used, the brighter the blue light became. For a moment, the flame cat was a little overwhelmed. I don't want to pay any attention to the angry friends on the shore. Xiao couldn't dodge in time, and the water splashed on him again. Xiao took a few quick steps, grabbed Zhuang's hand, and stepped back quickly. He held her hand again. The splashing water fell on the beach, forming blue spots. Xiao turned his head to look at Xiao. Good guy. Is it Avatar? The blue dots on his face look really scary. Your face? Xiao hesitated. But when Xiao's eyes fell on Zhuang's face, wasn't he the same? His sight swept over Zhuang's body. The seawater contained abundant luminous algae. The splashing water stained her body. At this moment, Zhuang's whole body was emitting a faint blue light. Xiao looked at Xiao's reaction, and suddenly remembered herself. He looked down. Sure enough, she was the one who looked most like Avatar. When he looked up at Xiao again, he burst out laughing. In an instant, the Milky Way lost its color. The flame cat jumped up and down in the seawater, having a lot of fun. The hair was soaked by the seawater, and stained with a lot of glowing seaweed. The flame cat, which was like a flame in the daytime, turned into a huge mutant sea beast with a mysterious blue halo tonight. The glowing seaweed on Xiao and Xiao soon dimmed, as if they had lost their vitality. Wow, so beautiful! Shinyi exclaimed. Then he left Meng Qingyang behind and chased in the direction of Hua. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong stood up and walked slowly towards this side. As they walked, they did not forget to pick up the seafood that had just been swept up by the sea. Xiao was helpless. Hua was having fun. He was not afraid of the cold. He flew up and dived into the sea, making himself shiny. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of good food during the day, and he had enough energy to toss around. She was hungry too. It was still early, So they had a barbecue at the beach. The seafood that was picked up today was still piled up by the bonfire, not in the car yet. When they gathered together, the small barbecue grill was set up. The tempting aroma wafted. I felt hungry all of a sudden. The places on Zhuangshao and Huixiao's bodies that were soaked by the seawater dried up after a little baking in front of the campfire. Jiangyan touched his bulging belly and thought to himself, I really hope it's like this every day. In 2 meals, he ate all the meat he had for 2 years. Zhuangshao and Huixiao, one was responsible for eating, and the other was responsible for feeding. Both of them were very focused. Shen Yi and Meng Qingyang looked at each other as they watched the interaction between the two people. Is this a success? Chapter 534. Hong, I want to eat that. Hu Qianli's loud voice interrupted the little action between Shen Yi and Meng Qingyang. Lan Hong rolled her eyes at Hu Qianli and said unhappily, Don't you have hands? Zhuangshao paused when she took the food from Huixiao. She didn't have hands. She took the food from Huixiao and ate it first. Perhaps she smelled the fragrance in the sea breeze, or maybe Lord Flame Cat was tired from playing. In short, Flame Cat came to the campfire with a swaying sound, squatted behind Zhuangshao, and stretched his big head between Zhuangshao and Huixiao. The two of them didn't notice and fell to one side. Shen Yi looked at the pure and innocent eyes of the Flame Cat and couldn't help laughing. Meng Qingyang glanced at Shen Yi. Just watch the show, why laugh? Zhuangshao and Huixiao are used to it. The two of them moved around and made a big space for the Flame Cat. The Flame Cat was happy now. It was the group pet. The Flame Cat took a sea bath for most of the day and was soaked all over. After occupying its own position, it didn't look at anyone and concentrated on combing its hair. 7 people were crowded together in front of the small barbecue stall, with Zhuangshao and Huixiao on either side. The Flame Cat occupied a space all to itself. It stopped from time to time to sniff the roasted food with its nose. It was very disgusting. Is it only delicious when eaten raw? It smelled strange and smoky, and the human world was really strange. Under the watchful eyes of the Flame Cat, Zhuangshao and Hu Qianli ate with such relish. Hu Qianli thought, if I don't eat more now, I won't be able to eat as much as I want when I go back. Zhuangshao was just hungry. She had a simple lunch at noon. This dinner came late. She had also done something that took a lot of effort, so she had to make up for it. And she didn't have to talk while eating. With insufficient oxygen in her brain, she couldn't devote much of her attention to Huixiao. It would probably be late when she got home tonight. She would go to bed when she got home. After the others had eaten, they began to sort out today's harvest and load the seafood into the car. These fresh seafood can be sold at the trading center tomorrow to exchange for points, or exchange for dried seafood of equal value. Jiangyan dragged his net bag and said to Meng Qingyang beside him. Shen Yi and Lan Hong continued to pick up seafood. Huixiao, Meng Qingyang and Jiangyan were all loading things into the car. Except for Zhuangshao and Hu Qianli, who were still eating, and a roasted Flame Cat. Meng Qingyang hummed, and then asked some more questions about the badge of his cousin today. The two just agreed that Meng Qingyang's car would take Jiangyan's people and seafood home tonight. Zhuangshao and Huixiao's cars could take a shortcut home directly. No need to go around the place where they live and then go back. Moreover, Meng Qingyang thought about Jiangyan, the big light bulb, and he could only light it up for one night. Jiangyan, The bonfire went out. There was still a faint blue light on the coastline. The Flame Cat flew towards the Milky Way. The cars sped in the night, one after another. They were all vehicles leaving the Dream Sea, and the road was not lonely at all. When they were about to leave the coastline where the Dream Sea was located, on the dark and quiet sea surface, the waves suddenly rolled, and several huge mutant sea beasts jumped out of the water, splashing countless water. In just a moment, the mutant sea beasts fell back into the water and disappeared. Only circles of water ripples were left to spread out in all directions. Jiangyan followed Meng Qingyang and ran away. Huixiao and Zhuangshao were the only 2 people left in the car. The atmosphere in the car was a bit weird. At this time, Zhuangshao missed his family, Huahua especially. Flame Cat, Can I still control whether your claws are together? In this quiet and weird environment, Zhuangshao yawned. If you're tired, take a nap. It's still 2 hours before you get home. Huixiao glanced at Zhuangshao and said softly. His tone was natural, just like usual. Zhuangshao nodded softly, without looking at Huixiao's face. Too embarrassed to see anyone. Close your eyes. Think about what happened tonight, and don't know who teased whom first. No words all the way. Zhuangshao closed his eyes, and thought about some random things in his mind, And he really fell asleep. He slept right to the door of his house. Home? Zhuangxiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced out the window. The car had already entered the yard. How deep must she have slept to not hear Huixiao stop the car and open the door? Huixiao hummed and jumped out of the car. Zhuangxiao unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car in a daze, her mind still not able to resume normal function. She walked with weak steps, as if she was stepping on cotton. She hadn't slept enough. After entering the house, she went straight to her bedroom. It's more comfortable to sleep in bed. Zhuangxiao lay on his bed with his arms and legs spread out, without taking off his clothes and shoes, and fell asleep again. The light from the living room shone on the bedroom floor. He was sleeping, without even taking off his shoes. Huixiao walked in and came out after a while. He went to bed early last night, and Zhuangxiao woke up at around 4 in the morning. He had a dry mouth. He was probably thirsty, because he ate too much seafood last night. Chapter 535. The kettle on the kitchen stove made a hissing sound. The two sat opposite each other. Zhuangxiao's bewildered look made Huixiao strangely calm down, sweeping away his previous anxiety and uneasiness. The young man's eyebrows relaxed and he replied calmly, "Well, I'm thirsty." His eyes paused slightly on Zhuangxiao's moist lips, and then quickly moved away and looked back into Zhuangxiao's eyes. Zhuangxiao sat up uncomfortably, his eyes falling on Huixiao's right hand. The joints were long and thin, and the skin on her hands was neither pale nor dark, just the color she didn't dislike. She crossed her fingers on the table in front of her chest and occasionally tapped them twice. Thin calluses could be seen on her fingertips. Zhuangxiao's left hand moved unconsciously. The warm and rough feeling seemed to still be there. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing cry came from the kitchen. "The water is boiling." Zhuangxiao jumped up swiftly. The chair moved, making a harsh friction sound, which immediately tore a gap in the silent atmosphere. Fresh air rushed in. Along with it came Huixiao's faint smile. When passing by Huixiao, Zhuangxiao kicked the chair under him angrily. "What are you laughing at?" There was a hint of anger in his voice. The force of his kick was not restrained at all. Crack. With a sound, one leg of the chair broke. Huixiao just grabbed the edge of the table with his hand and barely stabilized his body. In a flash, he thought that the little girl seemed to be really angry, so he simply let his body fall down with the chair. The moment he fell, the laughter stopped. Instead, there were a few hissing sounds. After kicking the chair, Zhuangxiao went into the kitchen without looking back. The chair was broken. It's okay for people to fall down, they won't die. When Zhuangxiao came out of the kitchen, Huixiao was still sitting on the ground. Half of his body was leaning against the sofa behind him, looking pitiful. But Zhuangxiao felt that the chair lying on the ground with one leg broken seemed even more pitiful. Chair, unexpected disaster. I'm talking about it now. Zhuangxiao put the cup filled with water heavily on the dining table, glanced at Huixiao from above, and said, "Drink water, why don't you get up?" The moment she poured the water, she thought it through. Huixiao glanced at Zhuangxiao's expression, stood up slowly, put the chair with one leg broken aside, and moved a chair with 4 legs to sit on. The sky outside the window was getting brighter and brighter. The mist like white gauze was gradually fading away. The mist on the cup blurred the other person's face. The mist disappeared. Zhuangxiao waited quietly. The water cooled down little by little. The little girl stared at him intently, and Huixiao felt dry in his mouth for some reason. He raised the water to his lips and took a sip. Before he could swallow the warm water, he only heard Zhuangxiao say in a voice so calm that Huixiao felt weird, "Let's sleep together tonight and try." What if it doesn't work? Cough, cough, cough. Half of the water in the mouth went into his throat. Huixiao was coughing so hard that tears were about to come out, and his face and neck were red. What did he just hear? Zhuangxiao was happy now. "I choke you to death." Zhuangxiao picked up his cup and walked back to the bedroom lightly. Huixiao's coughing stopped only after Zhuangxiao closed the bedroom door. Zhuangxiao slept soundly after going back to sleep. The dream was bizarre, with the past and the present intertwined. When he woke up, Zhuangxiao didn't remember the fragments in the dream at all. Zhuangxiao opened the door and saw Huixiao repairing the unlucky chair last night. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Huixiao stood up and took 2 steps closer naturally. He raised his hand and naturally smoothed Zhuangxiao's hair. Zhuangxiao wanted to hide, but stopped. Huixiao had changed his clothes, and there was no longer any fishy smell from last night. As for other smells, there was none either. "Is it done?" Zhuangxiao asked in a low voice. "It's done." Zhuangxiao lowered his head slightly. Huixiao lowered his eyes, and could only see the girl's thick eyelashes, blinking. Zhuang Xiao, She had to adapt to the role change. Was Xiao, He had to work hard to make further progress. The two of them had their own thoughts, but they were all heading in the same direction. This sudden progress and closeness led to a strange atmosphere, which only ended when the two of them went out. In a flash, Zhuang Xiao returned to normal Xiao. Talking about love is important, and doing things is also important. Today they changed a route to go to the east gate of the safe zone. There was a new view outside the car window. Although the house was still the same, and the people were still the same, but it was not the same road, Zhuang Xiao was still enjoying it. She thought. As long as there was no such blushing atmosphere, it was still quite comfortable. The only difference was Hu Xiao, who wanted to hold her hand whenever he had nothing to do. Just like now. Someone was holding the steering wheel with one hand. Zhuang Xiao wanted to complain. One day, holding my wife's hand would be like touching my left hand with my right hand. Complaints aside, this experience is quite fresh. The process and enjoyment are important. We talk about the future later. When to go out to sea was not finalized last night. Is there still a risk in going out to sea? Zhuang Xiao decided to ask everyone's opinions. The young man at the trading center said that the quota is limited to 10 people. If Hu Qianli and others are afraid of the risk and don't go, then she will go with Hu Xiao. It doesn't matter anyway. It's a good time to keep in touch. The car stopped near the safe zone trading center. After getting off the car, Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao, "Is the vacation of my two cousins about to end?" Hu Xiao said, as he got off the car, "There are still 5 days if today is not counted." Zhuang Xiao thought for a while and responded, "Oh, let's stay here for a while longer." She hasn't stayed long enough. She has to stay for at least 10 days or half a month before going back. Otherwise, it's not enough. Both she and Hu Xiao are unemployed, so they can't arrange it as they want. Okay. Hu Xiao had no objection to this. After returning, he knew many people and many mutant plants and animals. It's good here. There are few people to know. Apart from Huahua, there are no other miscellaneous factors. The two of them can spend more time together and cultivate special feelings. It can improve the status of the family. The two of them processed all the fresh seafood in the car and only got a few thousand points. It's nothing else. These seafood are too ordinary and can't be sold at a high price. The blue jellyfish is still valuable. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the 0 on the watch and sighed helplessly. When can I add another 0? Hu Xiao lowered his head and silently counted the zeros in his account balance. Chapter 536. No worries about food and drink. To catch up with the little girl's 0, a supersized pie would have to fall from the sky. As soon as Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli came back, Shen Yi and Lan Hong hurried to greet them. How is it? How many points did you get from selling? They sold all the seafood they picked up last night, so they should have earned a lot of points. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli looked at each other, their mouths almost grinning to the back of their ears. Meng Qingyang said, 320 points. Hu Qianli said, 412 points. I only spent 2 or 3 hours last night, but the points I got were so high. Shen Yi and Lan Hong were overjoyed. I want to go to the Dream Sea to pick up free seafood again. How about we go now? Lan Hong suggested. Anyway, there is no plan for today, and I have been there once, so it should be no problem to go again. Shen Yi also nodded in agreement. I agree. This job is good, she loves it. It is much faster than looking for edible grass leaves to earn points. And now the car is rented, so it must be used to its full potential. Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli were also eager to make a move, and they were frantically calculating how many points they could earn in an hour, half a day, and a day. They didn't consider the issue of the rising tide at all. The 4 people reached a consensus and left immediately. As soon as they walked out of the door, they ran into a Xiao and Zhuang Xiao who were walking slowly. What are you doing? Zhuang Xiao asked. To the Dream Sea. Shen Yi was still very excited, and her voice was 2 notes higher. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the 4 people and asked in confusion, what are you going to see in broad daylight? As a person whose account balance was a string of zeros, she had no resonance with Shen Yi at all. Hu Qianli said, as a matter of course, what's there to see? Of course we're going to pick up seafood. Speaking of this, he turned to Lan Hong and asked, should we buy a few more glass bottles? Are you going to look for blue jellyfish? Zhuang Xiao thought of this when she mentioned the glass bottle. By the way, she hasn't given Jiangyan points for the glass bottle yet. She doesn't know how many points each one is. However, why not ask him later if he wants to go? Lan Hong nodded, then shook her head. Zhuang Xiao was a little confused. Soon, Hu Xiao, The poor man got in touch with Hu Qianli and the others. Have you figured out the tide time of the Dream Sea? Xiao asked. Yesterday, Jiangyan took them there, and the time was arranged by Jiangyan, so he didn't know the tide time of the Dream Sea. However, if the tide doesn't recede, you can only face the sea and breathe in the cold wind when you get to the beach. Hu Qianli turned to look at Meng Qingyang again. You know? Meng Qingyang's eyes were clear, and he shook his head. He didn't know. You should ask Jiangyan what time is suitable to go first. Xiao continued. Zhuang Xiao was destined not to get on her luxury ship today. And she didn't want to go to the Dream Sea. Compared to this, she might as well go to Xiaoxi Island with Huahua to get bird eggs. Do these mutant seabirds not like to decorate their nests with shiny items? After digging out so many bird nests, I didn't see a single energy stone. Even without energy stones, Zhuang Xiao still thinks seabird eggs are good. Seafood is not enough to fill your stomach, but seabird eggs can still fill your stomach. Besides, she can go down to the sea by boat and pick them directly below, so there should be more types of seafood. Maybe she can catch more blue jellyfish. Blue jellyfish, eh? Who did I offend? After the four people heard what Xiao said, Hu Qianli urged Meng Qingyang to contact Xiao Jiang quickly. At this time, Zhuang Xiao also asked about the purpose of her trip. Then will you board the ship with me and Xiao tomorrow? Thinking that they would contact Jiangyan, he added, by the way, ask Jiangyan if he wants to go. 20,000 points. With more people, it's okay to catch more high-value seafood. Otherwise, wouldn't it be cheaper for Safety Zone number 3? Safety Zone number 3, Be cautious when sailing in the deep sea, and serve you wholeheartedly. Be ready for rescue at any time. Go, go, go. Hu Qianli's brain was clicking like crazy. How could he not go? My cousin had already spent all her points. Wouldn't it be a waste if she didn't go? Zhuang Xiao, Thank you, cousin. Cousin, I go too. Xin Yi was the second to express her opinion, and after saying that, she bumped into Meng Qingyang. Why don't you say something? Meng Qingyang didn't want to go. This isn't it. This isn't it. Shouldn't he politely decline? Xin Yi, You're the only one who has too many problems. I go too. Meng Qingyang raised his hands above his head, as if this made him seem more eager to go than Hu Qianli. Only Lan Hong was left, so naturally the husband and wife would follow suit. She had calculated it silently in her mind. That's a lot of people. There's still hope for subsidizing the nutrient solution for my cousin. As soon as Jiangyan heard about going into business, he jumped at home, howling like a little wolf cub. Brother, are you with that big sister from yesterday? Xinping was full of desire, but he also knew it was impossible. If she was a few years older, she would be able to take the job introduced by her cousin. What a pity. Jiangyan hummed, stopped jumping, and kept spinning in circles. What's at home? I have to bring something for my cousin tomorrow. And he looked at his clothes. He had to change clothes tomorrow. In this life, even if he could save so many points, he probably wouldn't be willing to spend so many points on this matter. So, there must be a sense of ceremony. Jiangyan's parents were not at home today, so he and his sister were processing the seafood they brought back yesterday. There was no need to ask his parents for their opinions on this matter. He was an adult and could support himself. He could make decisions on many things independently. Once the matter was finalized, he stopped working and began to check the things at home. Jiangping, Her heart was filled with a vast ocean. Then let's say it this way, Zhuang Xiao said. Let Xiao take care of the rest of the details. Anyway, Xiao said he would just contact the window boy. Hu Qianli and the other four were both happy and unhappy. We couldn't go to the Dream Sea today, but we were happy that we could go to the sea to catch seafood tomorrow. However, in comparison, it seemed better to go to the sea. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang's couples also separated and went to their own places of interest. It didn't matter whether they went to the beach to find a place to pick up seafood or to find seabird eggs. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Zhuang Xiao was dug out of the bed by Xiao. When they got in the car, Zhuang Xiao was still in a daze. It was all because someone insisted on looking at the moon on the sea, but... Chapter 537. The two of them sat on the rocks by the sea and watched the bright moon over the sea for most of the night. The cold wind whistled. As expected, romance comes at a price. The sea breeze didn't know what discrimination was, so naturally Zhuang Xiao and Xiao were both blown. She was cold, so Xiao wouldn't be cold. So, compared to keeping warm on Xiao, she still preferred her own Huahua's fur. When people get into the fur, they feel so warm. In the end, two shameless people nestled on the flame cat together. The flame cat protested against this. Zhuang Zhao's statement was invalid. Why don't we just watch the bright moon over the sea? Flame cat, Envy the first day of dancing grass. The ship that went out to sea anchored at a place called Ishui Bay. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao met up with Hu Qianli and others at the east gate of the safe zone, and then went to the vicinity of Jiangyan's home and took him with them. When they arrived, Jiangyan was already waiting at the intersection of the shantytown. She was wearing a brand new outfit and looked very energetic, with several bulging packages at her feet. After Jiangyan got in the car, he greeted Zhuang Xiao enthusiastically, but Zhuang Xiao was still a little dazed, so he responded perfunctorily and dozed off again. Seeing her sleepy look, Jiangyan simply shut up. Ishui Bay is the largest ship berthing area in the number 3 safety zone, with countless large and small ships here. All ships with more than 7 floors in the safety zone are anchored here. Most of the boats were fishing boats, with only a few that looked like passenger boats. After entering the bay, they arrived at their destination in less than a quarter of an hour. The sun rising in the east reflected half of the bay red. The cold sea breeze in the early morning blew Zhuang Zhao's hair. Even the sleepiness was blown away. The red sun rises in the east. The clouds are so beautiful. Zhuang Xiao looked at the sea in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. She had never gotten up so early to run to the beach to feel the cold wind. Wu Xiao raised his hand to look at his watch, then turned his head to look at Zhuang Xiao, who was breathing the free air comfortably. He also set his eyes on the intersection of the sea and the sky. At this time, Ishui Bay had just woken up slowly from its slumber, sleepy, no noise, only a rising sun. Here, in a rather quiet atmosphere, only Zhuang Xiao and his group spoke a few words from time to time. Jiangyan stood in Ishui Bay, breathing in the cold breath of the ocean. It was so refreshing. The group did not delay for a few minutes here, because the agreed time was coming. After arriving, Wu Xiao went to handle the formalities. Soon, Wu Xiao was followed by a middle-aged uncle. The two of them were one in front and one behind. The middle-aged uncle was still more than 10 steps away from them, and a kind smile appeared on his round face. He greeted Zhuang Xiao and the others one by one and introduced himself. Wu Xiao stood on the side and could not get a word in. The middle-aged uncle was the person in charge of the boat they were going to take today, and he was responsible for all matters until they got off the boat safely. The middle-aged uncle's surname is Kong and his given name is De. He is 45 years old this year. The oldest among us is no more than 30 years old, so he asked Zhuang Xiao and his group to call him Uncle Kong, which makes him look more intimate. After all, they will be together for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhuang Xiao chewed the name twice. Kant. A light bulb suddenly appeared in his mind. Isn't this the German philosopher? There is a sentence of this man that Zhuang Xiao remembers very clearly. It seems to be like this. So-called freedom is not to do whatever you want, but to be self-determined. Go this way. Kant's words interrupted the philosophical thinking that suddenly blossomed in Zhuang Zhao's mind, and he immediately followed. Wu Xiao glanced at her. She looked so unfathomable just now, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wu Xiao lowered his head and approached Zhuang Xiao and asked, "What were you thinking about just now?" Zhuang Xiao turned his head to look at him and replied indifferently, "I was thinking, the meaning of being born as a human being." The expression was unfathomable and asked for a beating. Wu Xiao, This is a bit too fast. I can't keep up. Seeing Wu Xiao choking, Zhuang Xiao was very happy. How can you mortals understand the thoughts of the new master of philosophy? That little girl Zhuang, come here to verify your identity. Master Kant, who was walking in the front, turned his head and looked at Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Zhao's happy expression was instantly shocked by the little girl Zhuang and Uncle Kant's words. What little girl Zhuang? She is a cute little girl. Men are young until they die. So why can't women be young girls until they die? Woohoo. It's all because of this surname. Despite this, Zhuang Xiao still ran forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Kong, you can call me Xiao Xiao. Don't call me Miss Zhuang anymore. It sounds so awkward." Okay. Khan agreed with a smile. "Xiao Xiao here." He pointed to a small display screen and asked her to point the watch at it and swipe it gently. The screen displayed green. Verification successful. Afterwards, Wu Xiao and his group also entered their personal information under the guidance of Master Kant and bound it. "Okay. Now go this way." Master Kant pointed to the passage on one side and continued. After breaking free from philosophical thinking, Zhuang Xiao began to look around. There was nothing special. The door was a door, the light was a light, the passage was a passage. There were not many fancy decorations. The only difference was that after they got on the elevator, they went down. This was beyond Zhuang Zhao's expectation. She thought they were going out by boat. Hu Qianli and Ming Qingyang and the others were very calm, or quiet, along the way. Zhuang Xiao looked at them several times, but didn't find anything unusual. Everyone's expression was very calm. They looked really calm. Hu Qianli and others, no, they are not calm. They are nervous. When the elevator door opened again, Zhuang Xiao just wanted to say that the 20,000 points were not wasted, really not wasted. Entering the hall. After being silent for a while, Hu Qianli and his group finally couldn't help but speak. Wow! Wow! Apart from such exclamations, there were no other words to describe their feelings at the moment. There was sea water under their feet, above their heads, and they were all surrounded by sea water. At this time, the hall was like a huge semicircular glass cover embedded in the cliff, covering them and the people in the hall. Chapter 538. The seawater outside is clear and has excellent light transmittance. The schools of small fish and the swaying seaweed outside the glass cover are clearly visible. The half-bright and half-dark light makes the sea level magnificent and strange. People in the hall are walking back and forth, and they look very busy. On the side of the cliff near the seabed, there is a row of sofa chairs in the hall. When they passed by, there were already many people sitting there waiting for arrangements. Master Kant asked them to wait here for a while, and he received the key for the ship they were going to take on this trip. Zhuang Xiao looked around curiously. This kind of scene can only be seen in science fiction movies, but she didn't expect that there would be such a scene in the Wasteland. She had lived in the number 11 safe zone for a long time, and she rarely saw very special high-tech products in her own safe zone. Flame Cat, that's because you are not qualified. Just when Zhuang Zhao's eyes wanted to scan everything she saw into her mind like a scanner, her hand was grabbed by someone. The palm was warm and moist. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Hui Xiao and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The palms were full of sweat. Could it be claustrophobia or fear of the deep sea? It's okay. Hui Xiao replied quickly and smiled at Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at him twice, then looked at him again. It's okay. Jiangyan kept whispering with Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, so Shini sat with Lan Hong, whispering and looking at Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao from time to time. Then, he looked away as if nothing had happened and continued to whisper without any expression. Zhuang Zhao's mind was not on them at all, so she didn't pay attention to what Hu Qianli and Xinyi were saying. The people who were waiting on the sofa were soon led away by someone like Master Kant. Zhuang Xiao saw that outside the transparent glass cover on her left, a number of boats, similar to small submarines, rushed into the school of fish. The waves caused by them dispersed the school of fish. The seaweed was swaying more violently. The small submarine was black all over, with a length of between 20 and 30 meters, and it seemed to have transparent windows on the front and sides. It was just that the speed of the small submarine rushing into the school of fish was too fast, so she didn't see it clearly. In addition, there were many transparent spheres of different sizes ejected from the cliff. Some were large, some were small, and the sizes were different. The people and objects in the spheres were clearly visible. Some were single, some were double. Zhuang Xiao really wanted to retract the ignorant expression on her face, but it was a bit uncontrollable. Besides, there was nothing to control. Once is strange, twice is familiar. She will be a regular customer next time. Flame Cat, that string of zeros, it still feels a little bit missing. Hui Xiao, more. After Master Kant came back, a group of people followed him. This is the launch room. The name of the ship we are on is Angel Shark. This name is to commemorate the angel shark that has become extinct in the Great Mutation. In fact, this marine creature has been an endangered species for hundreds of years. Even if there is no mutation on the planet, it may not survive. When Master Kant mentioned the angel shark, he felt regretful and heartbroken, but it did not affect his endless speech. Angel shark, this name is really... Xinyi whispered to Lan Hong, a combination of angel and devil? This time, Zhuang Xiao heard the conversation between the two and turned his head to give Xinyi a thumbs up. Angel shark, angel killer, and angel and shark. How can they be combined together? They don't look like good people. When Zhuang Xiao and the others were listening to Master Kant talking about the past and present lives of Angel Shark, they heard the master suddenly stop talking and said, "Here we are, this is it." It was the black little submarine that Zhuang Xiao had seen before. As soon as the hatch was opened, all the instruments inside lit up. Master Kant entered first, and went straight to the control room in the front cabin. After entering the key, the hull vibrated, and a buzzing sound was heard. The seawater outside surged up, forming dense white bubbles one after another. Zhuang Xiao and others followed him into the control room in the front cabin. There was indeed a small window on one side of the passage. The moment the hull started, the black protective cover covering the control room and the small window was retracted. Through the transparent glass, the outside is in full view. This small submarine has 2 floors, not including the deck. The upper floor is the control room. The public activity area includes the lobby and the restaurant, and there is also a storage room. The storage room is very large. In addition to the basic necessities of life, there is also a lot of space for them to store seafood brought back from the seabed. The upper floor is mainly used for accommodation. If they sleep at night, they go downstairs. And this small submarine is actually equipped with torpedoes. When Zhuang Xiao heard this, he felt like a Navy soldier going to sea. Master Kant said that this was just to be on the safe side. The location and route of their trip were planned in advance, so that kind of thing would not happen. Zhuang Xiao, generally not, but there are 2 kinds of things. Ship, Zhuang Xiao was still used to calling her a ship. When he thought of submarines, he immediately thought of nuclear submarines. What do nuclear submarines do? I dare not even think about it. Master Kant spent half an hour to lead a group of people to walk around the entire ship. There are still 2 hours to the next destination. Now, it is time for Zhuang Xiao and his friends to move freely, and Master Kant went to the control cabin in front. Although this ship is automatically traveling on the seabed, it is not impossible for no one to observe the surrounding situation. After Master Kant left, everyone suddenly became active. That? Hu Qianli pointed at the window and stammered, "Blue jellyfish." Jiangyan immediately crawled over and pressed his face against the glass. Yes, it's a blue jellyfish. So big, how many points can it sell for? The blue jellyfish flashed by, and Jiangyan only saw a vague shadow. Hu Qianli was also very regretful, and really wanted to go out and catch it. Because they saw the blue jellyfish, everyone pressed their faces against the glass for a while, and began to look for traces of the blue jellyfish in the clear and transparent sea water. The ship dived to a depth of only more than 20 meters. The sunlight penetrated the sea water, and the surroundings were clear. Unfortunately, after encountering the first blue jellyfish, none of them saw the shadow of the second blue jellyfish. So, the group began to observe other scenes. The underwater world was monotonous and blurred. The light kept shaking with the fluctuations of the water, like a dazzling veil fluttering in the wind. Chapter 539. It was like a different world in a dream. At this moment, everyone seemed to be separated from the original world, and the hard and cruel life on the ground seemed to have never been experienced. Only this moment is what everyone dreams of. Quiet, beautiful, dreamy. Suddenly a voice broke this quiet and beautiful atmosphere. I'm going to turn off the lights. Master Kant came out of the control cabin and shouted to everyone who was in a dreamy mood. Everyone was puzzled. Then, the entire cabin fell into darkness. It was really pitch black. Look out the window. Master Kant's voice sounded again. In the darkness, everyone turned their eyes to the previous position. Outside the glass window, beams of light were shining, like elves jumping in the sea. Compared with before, the feeling of separation between the 2 polar worlds became stronger. The cabin was as dark as ink, and the light was floating outside. The light illuminated this layer of sea with its powerful penetrating power. The whole sea area was crystal clear at this moment. The dark submarine was like being wrapped in a huge transparent crystal. Zhuang Xiao was stunned. It was the first time she saw the scenery, and she had such an expression. She couldn't imagine it herself. It was all because the scenery was too beautiful. Her mouth was slightly open, and she felt that her saliva was about to flow out. Beauty is a feast for the eyes. She really wanted to use this word here. At this moment, who can't help but marvel at the unparalleled creativity of nature? At this moment, another voice suddenly rang out. It was Jiangyan's. Who's holding my hand? Jiangyan shook off the rough hand with disdain, and wiped it on his clothes. No matter how touched he was, it was not proper for grown men to pull and tug at each other. In the darkness, Hu Qianli showed an extremely awkward smile on his face, and took 2 steps back silently. It really wasn't him. He just wanted to get closer to his wife. Lan Hong burst out laughing. She remembered that Hu Qianli was next to Jiangyan. She was standing beside Hu Qianli, but she was 2 steps behind because she didn't squeeze past Jiangyan. Then came the laughter of Shen Yi and Ming Qingyang. It wasn't them anyway. Amidst the laughter, a loud voice suddenly said, "It wasn't me anyway." The atmosphere became even more lively. It was Hu Qianli himself who was speaking. The more he tried to cover up, the more obvious it was. He must be the one who was trying to cover up his mistake. In the end, no one knew who took the lead, but they all laughed out loud, and the laughter was endless. Coincidentally, the lights came on at this time. Master Kant stood at the door of the control room. The fat on his face was still shaking. He was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He was a man of professional ethics. How could he laugh at the guests? You guys take a break. We will reach the first destination in another quarter of an hour. After saying that, Kant went into the control room without looking back. Hu Qianli and Jiangyan stared at the shaking shoulder with burning eyes, and their eyes were so hot that they wished they could burn a hole in Master Kant's back. The door of the control room slammed shut. Hu Qianli and Jiangyan glanced at each other, and immediately stood at the two ends of the living room in disdain. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao looked at each other, and smiled at each other. More people means more fun. A quarter of an hour later, the boat surfaced. There was a small island diagonally in front of the glass window, and patches of white birds were gliding on the sea on the coastline. The mountains and trees on the island were neatly arranged. As the temperature rose day by day, the whole island looked green, full of vitality and vigor. It seems that our first stop is this island. Wu Xiao exhaled and said softly. It is still more refreshing and pleasant up there, making people feel happy. Zhuang Xiao looked at the island for a long time, and felt that it was a little familiar. The top cabin is open, you can go up. Master Kant opened the door, and pointed to the ladder near the outside of the control room. Chapter 540. Then he seemed to remember something and hurried to the stern. Hu Qianli could not wait to climb the ladder, and open the iron plate covering the deck. As soon as he stuck his head out, the sea breeze blew in his face. He felt refreshed. After a while, he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Then, there was Hu Qianli's scream. Lan Hong followed closely. When Meng Qingyang wanted to go up again, Kant came back from the stern with a bunch of items in his hands. Among them, only one thing Zhuang Xiao recognized was the fishing rod. Other than that, she didn't recognize any of them. Are they going fishing? Zhuang Xiao thought. What if the fish they catch is not a fish, and the mutant sea fish? Who knows what they will look like? The group went to the deck, blew the sea breeze for a while, and took a breath. The boat approached the dock. Looking at the house on the island, Zhuang Xiao felt that this was definitely the very large island she saw when she returned from Xiaoxi Island that day. After Kant came up, her guess was confirmed. This is Ji Island, the largest island in the maritime sphere of influence of the number 3 safety zone. 10 nautical miles to the east is the real offshore area. Even the people in the number 3 safety zone had never been there. As they got off the boat, Kant told them about the island. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but look back to the east. There was a faint red light at the end. Zhuang Xiao thought, I can't go there. If I go there, I will die. That's a high radiation area. It's still a high radiation area on the sea. It's probably even more terrifying than the high radiation area on land. She was flying west last time and didn't notice this. There is actually a high radiation area on the sea. It seems that the ozone layer above is really damaged. If it is not repaired for 100 or 80 years, it may not be able to recover. However, by then, this planet will definitely not be the original planet. Evolution is progress. She has never heard that evolution can evolve to its original state. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Shen Yi gently pulled Zhuang Zhao's arm and asked. At the same time, she also looked in the direction of Zhuang Zhao's sight. The vast sea was boundless. Zhuang Xiao said oh, and pulled Shen Yi to go together. Wu Xiao couldn't help but look back, and after a short pause, he went to chase the girl in front. After getting off the boat, Jiangyan and Hu Qianli became good friends again. Jiangyan kept talking. Hu Qianli kept asking questions. It was quite harmonious. Lan Hong simply waited for Zhuang Xiao and Shen Yi to come. Meng Qingyang and Wu Xiao went together. After arriving on the island, Master Kant no longer cared about them. He was only responsible when people were on the boat, and he was not responsible after leaving the ship. Despite this, Master Kant still talked a lot about the things on Jui Island. After that, he waited for them in the rest area on the shore. For example, fishing. Zhuang Xiao, After the group carried all the backpacks and equipment, they walked along the coastline. Except for a few seaweed houses scattered around the port, the entire island is almost a deserted island. As soon as she got on the island, Zhuang Xiao felt that her 20,000 points were not worth it. Could Wu bring her to Ji Island? After arriving at Ji Island, Jiangyan became their little guide again. Although he had heard about Ji Island this time, he had heard about it. But it was still much better than those of them who knew nothing. Zhuang Xiao stopped and turned to ask Wu Xiao, we have to get back to the ship before 6 o'clock in the evening. She wanted to go to the next trip, a walk on the seabed. Wu Xiao nodded and said, yes. Meng Qingyang looked at the time. It was not yet noon, so there was still plenty of time. Chapter 541. Let's find a place to avoid the sun first, Shinyi said. She felt dizzy from the sun. Indeed, this period of time is when the solar radiation value is the highest. It is not a wise choice to be exposed to the sun. Soon, the group moved from the coastline to the dense forest, and each of them took out radiation-proof items from their backpacks. Hat, hood, straw hat, everything. Is that a turtle shell on your head? Hu Qianli looked at the round hat on Jiangyan's head. The structure and texture looked like his cousin's large turtle shell. Jiangyan tied the turtle shell and nodded. Yes, I found it by chance on the sea. Although turtle meat can't be eaten, this turtle shell is a good thing to prevent radiation. At that time, someone wanted to buy it, but he didn't want to sell it. It can prevent radiation, prevent attacks. It can also be used as a bowl and boil water. One shell has multiple uses. The most valuable item in his hand is this thing. What is the most important point? This turtle shell is the perfect size for his head, as if it was specially made for him. Turtle, It's such a poor little turtle. Isn't it just going ashore to bask in the sun? Hu Qianli reached out and touched it, envious. It's really a good thing. He wants it too. Lan Hong, You want so much. Blue jellyfish, this turtle shell. The group was fully equipped, and continued to travel along the dense forest on the coastline. Jui Island is named Jui, because there are 9 kinds of amphibious reptiles living on the island. Some live in the sea all year round, and occasionally go to the island. And some live on the island all year round, and occasionally go into the water. In fact, these 9 mutant animals are not all truly amphibious. Rather, all the creatures that can survive on water, and land in the number 3 safety zone are gathered together. This is why the number 9 is made up. What we have to be most careful about on Jui Island is the mutant hook snake. Jiangyan emphasized. Among all the mutant animals on Jui Island, this creature scares him the most. Snake? What is a mutant hook snake? Everyone asked Jiangyan. Snakes are a bit difficult to deal with, and the risk factor is very high. If they are poisonous, it will be even more difficult to deal with. There is no time to run. Jiangyan thought for a moment and replied cautiously. I also heard it from others. Then tell me quickly, Hu Qianli urged. Uncle Kong didn't even remind me just now. Can't, I'm old, and my memory is not good. Hook snakes were originally creatures in legends, but it is said that the creatures found on the island are very similar to the legend in appearance and characteristics, so they are called mutant hook snakes. What are the characteristics? Meng Qingyang asked. If you meet it, just run away if you can't beat it. Zhuang Shaoshan agreed. Seeing that everyone was very anxious, Jiangyan summarized it very incisively. It is fierce and aggressive, with 2 poisonous tails. Everyone, Can you be more insightful? Zhuang Shao couldn't help but laugh and said, well, Jiangyan, we can actually talk about it in detail. Yes, let's talk about it in detail. Hu Qianli echoed. These 8 words don't sound like they are easy to mess with. Shen Yi and Lan Hong were worried when they heard it. Why did they feel that this island was not safe at all? They couldn't be the food for the mutant animals on Jui Island. I felt a chill in my heart. In the dense forest, a group of people moved forward slowly. In addition to Jiangyan's voice, and the creaking sound of dead branches and rotten leaves they stepped on, there was the sound of the mutant seabirds flapping their wings. This sounds a bit scary. Shen Yi rubbed her arms and felt her hair stand up. She was afraid of snakes, always afraid. Big snakes and small snakes are not good, and now big snakes are not poisonous, but big enough to strangle people. Some people are small, but very poisonous, and can kill people at any time. The mutant hook snake that Jiangyan mentioned is big and poisonous. Every move can kill people. Hu Qianli also felt a little scared. Jumping into the sea is impossible, climbing a tree is impossible, there is no way up to heaven, no way down to earth, and you will be poisoned to death by all the ways. Jiangyan hurriedly smiled and comforted. It's okay, this mutant hook snake is not common, not common. Rare species, they are always in a grand manner when they come out. How can they show up casually? Hee. Old Hu, don't be timid. Meng Qingyang patted Hu Qianli on the back and said with a smile, didn't we say that it is the habitat of mutant turtles in front? Let's see if there are any little turtles later, and we can also make a hat like this. As he said this, Meng Qingyang raised his hand and pointed at the turtle hat with some green patterns on Jiangyan's head. Since listening to Jiangyan's story about the mutant hook snake, the group has become more alert. We can't die before we succeed. That would be too embarrassing. However, mutant turtles are not so easy to catch. Turtle eggs are easy to dig, but the probability of being edible is not high, and the radiation value is extremely high. Perhaps this is the way for mutant turtles to survive after the mutation, or perhaps the turtles on Jui Island once lived in the deep sea with high radiation. The group was getting more and more tired. The terrain was obviously rising little by little. It was noon. Standing on the top of the high cliff, looking down at the mutant turtles covering the entire beach below, blowing the cool sea breeze, all the bad thoughts disappeared immediately. The picnic began. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao really experienced what it meant to eat what is in the bowl and look at what is in the pot. Have you ever eaten mutant turtle eggs? Zhuang Xiao asked Jiang in opposite. Jiang shook his head. Zhuang Xiao thought to herself. She has never eaten mutant turtle eggs, but she has eaten this turtle meat. After asking Jiang, Zhuang Xiao turned around and smiled at Xiao beside her and said, I will find an edible mutant turtle to take back later, and I will stew ginseng soup for you when I get home. Genetically modified people, this body still needs to be nourished. Chapter 542. Xiao's mind flashed back to the first time when the lake was not so good, and he was full of black lines. He is in good health now, and really doesn't need to replenish himself. He wanted to say no in his heart, but he still hummed softly. Zhuang Xiao was satisfied. The ginseng king soup she made later was still delicious. Brother Hua, I always finish it. Flame cat, you really have the potential to be a good wife and mother. Jiang heard Zhuang Xiao's words and interrupted. Cousin, we only have one afternoon. It's not easy to find edible food among these mutant turtles. As soon as the words fell, Hu Qianli immediately followed up with a flatterer. My cousin is here, one is worth two. Meng Qingyang also nodded in agreement. Lan Hong and Shen Yi, Flatterer, flatterer. Hua Xiao stuffed a dragon scale fruit that was almost dried in his hand into each of their mouths, and said, eating it won't stop your mouths. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang immediately took the fruit down, and after taking a look, their mouths were grinning from ear to ear. This is a good thing. The two turned their heads to look at Zhuang Xiao, and Ma said in unison, Thank you, cousin. Zhuang Xiao, No need to be so polite. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hua Xiao's bag, which contained quite a lot. He gave one to Shen Yi, Lan Hong and Jiang respectively. Jiang had never seen a dragon scale fruit, especially one that was so shrunken, but seeing the other four people so happy, he thought it must be a very good thing. So, he happily accepted it, and put it in his pocket. Go home, and let Jiang Ping have a taste too. After the group finished their lunch in the shade, they headed straight to the beach below. Looking down from a high place, there seemed to be quite a lot of mutant turtles on the beach. But when we really walked down, we found that the beach was sparsely populated, and the distance between each mutant turtle was not close. There was not even a single mutant turtle egg. The turtle eggs are all buried under the sand. After the mutant turtles lay their eggs, they will immediately return to the sea to look for traces of turtles. Jiang pointed to the traces of suspected mutant turtles crawling on the beach and said, That's it. After saying that, he saw Zhuang Xiao took out a small spatula from his backpack. Jiang was stunned by this. How could someone bring a small spatula with him when going out? Zhuang Xiao immediately started digging in the place Jiang mentioned. However, there was nothing. The goddess of luck did not favor her this time. Except for Zhuang Xiao, the others found a handy wooden stick in the dense forest, and after simply shaving it with a dagger, it became a simple sand-digging tool. The group dispersed and moved around on the beach. Zhuang Xiao dug here and there, but found nothing. On the contrary, the solar radiation on this beach is a bit life-threatening. If it weren't for the good sun here, strong sunshine, and shelter from the wind, the mutant turtles would not choose to reproduce here. In addition to the 7 of them on the wide beach, there were mutant turtles lying here and there. The mutant turtles would not actively attack humans. This beach is relatively safe. At least Zhuang Xiao thinks so now. So, after searching for mutant turtle eggs for a while according to Jiang's plan, she gave up this method. I found it. Shen Ye's surprised voice drifted away with the wind. Meng Qingyang ran over first. The others looked up and continued to look. Seeing that one of them had found the mutant turtle egg, they looked even harder. Zhuang Xiao ran to find the mutant turtle. Jiang said that the mutant turtle usually lays eggs at night. But she decided to try another way. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao was heading straight for the mutant turtle, Hua Xiao immediately followed her, and stopped more than 10 meters away from her. Hu Qianli had the same idea as Zhuang Xiao. At this moment, he was also checking the buttocks of the mutant turtles basking in the sun on the beach. Maybe he would run into a mutant turtle laying eggs. Soon, a green-haired mutant turtle that was looking out attracted Zhuang Xiao's attention. The green-haired mutant turtle may not be used to the strong solar radiation in the afternoon, and now almost its entire body is lying in the shade of the reef. The reason why it is called green-haired is that the turtle is covered with thick green seaweed, and the seaweed on its body has already appeared in a semi-dried state. Based on the dryness of the seaweed, Zhuangxiao guessed that it had been on the shore for at least half a day. Moreover, any turtle that was still on the beach must be a mutant turtle that had not yet laid eggs. Zhuangxiao tiptoed to the back of the mutant turtle, where the tail was. Sure enough, there was a sunken sand hole at the tail. So, Zhuangxiao squatted directly on the beach, waiting quietly, picking up unhatched cubs and guarding the turtles for eggs. After a while, a round white egg fell into the sand hole. Zhuangxiao was immediately delighted, and his breathing slowed down a bit. Hundreds of turtle eggs are laid at a time. Even if the probability of edible eggs is low, a few edible eggs can be detected. Watching the second white egg fall into the sand hole with a plop, Zhuangxiao's heart was lifted. Fortunately, both eggs were intact. The waves rolled onto the beach again, and Zhuangxiao sat there and laughed silently. There were more than 10 turtle eggs. In fact, she didn't need to wait here. She could just make a mark and come back later. However, the sound of the turtle eggs falling into the sand hole was so beautiful that she wanted to listen for a while longer. How many in total? Shenyi couldn't wait to ask Meng Qingyang. In fact, there were not many in total. A glance showed the number. Shenyi was too excited, and the sun made her dizzy, so she felt dizzy. Happy. Meng Qingyang counted the eggs on the sand 3 times and said with a smile, 7. After that, he looked at another pile of turtle eggs that did not meet the radiation value standard and said, bury the others back. Yes, bury them back. Shenyi looked at the 7 edible eggs again, and then buried the rest of the eggs in the sand, saying as he buried them, turtles lay eggs, eggs lay turtles. Meng Qingyang also agreed on the importance of sustainable development. 20 meters away from Zhuangxiao, Hu Qianli also found a mutant turtle laying eggs. Half squatting, the joy was not yet on his face. He froze in place. A slight snapping sound was heard. A shadow flashed by, and the eggs that had just been laid disappeared. Chapter 543. Under the scorching sun, Hu Qianli, who was wrapped tightly, was sweating profusely. He held his breath instantly, not daring to move. He stared at the tail of the guy who stole his balls. The 8 words Jiang and said flashed through his mind every minute. Fierce and aggressive, poisonous double hooks. Especially the last 2 words, double hooks. This tail is in pairs. And except for the tail, the body and head of the guy were all covered under the beach. Or maybe it was right under his feet. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the second egg disappeared again. Obviously, whether this 2-tailed guy was the dangerous mutant species Jiang and said or not, it was more interested in the eggs of this mutant turtle than him. In an instant, Hu Qianli made a decision. Zhuangxiao counted silently in his heart. There were more than 40 eggs. His feet were numb. He was about to get up and change his posture. He accidentally saw Hu Qianli's strange posture. I was still wondering in my heart, what kind of posture is this cousin Hu in? Could that be? Before I finished my thoughts, I saw Hu Qianli running away, as if there was a vicious dog chasing him. Mutated turtle. Nothing more. Before the word no more was formed in my mind, the messy strokes were shocked by the picture I saw. A black shadow broke through the sand. Fine sand fell to the ground. The black shadow was clearly projected into Zhuangxiao's pupils, and the heat disappeared, and the coolness came out. In the blink of an eye, Hu Qianli ran 20 to 30 meters at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Hu Qianli moved. Hui Xiao, who was near Zhuangxiao, immediately noticed the movement and ran towards Zhuangxiao without even a second of hesitation. It was a mutant hook snake. The black scales flashed coldly in the sun. The head was raised high, spitting out scarlet tongue. Almost at the same moment, when she saw the mutant hook snake clearly, her mind ran dozens of meters away. Unfortunately, her legs were not strong enough. Numb. Plop, and fell on the back of the mutant turtle. Then a slight click. Sound came along. The mutant turtle. Scare. Another egg. Zhuangxiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was really bad luck. And the mutant turtle under it had black eyes several times bigger than green beans, rolling around, trying to see which shameless dead ghost had to have sex with it at this time. I will bite this shameless guy to death. The mutant turtle, unable to roll its eyes up, could only use its flexible and slender neck. Fool! What kind of species is this? It looks so ugly. It is not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as it, and you still want to be with it. At this moment, Hui Xiao arrived, hooked the bag behind Zhuangxiao with one hand, and lifted her up from the mutant turtle. He ran more than 10 meters away. The moment he picked up the little girl, Hu Xiao had an idea in his mind. Too light. She struggled hard and turned to look at Hu Xiao. Put me down quickly. She felt that she looked like the female turtle just now. Her hands and feet were propped up, and she tilted her head and squinted at people. Despite her unique image, she still spoke in a low voice. She still remembered it. There was also a not-so-cute, cold-blooded mutant hook snake nearby. In a few seconds, the rest of the people all noticed the abnormality. Their reaction was the same as Hu Qianli's. Run! Xin Yi and Meng Qingyang were the farthest from the mutant hook snake, and they also picked up 2 turtle eggs. When necessary, this is at least a long-range throwing weapon. Hu Qianli, Are you kidding me? Jiangyan and Lan Hong were the closest, and as soon as they saw the thing in the distance, Jiangyan's calves trembled. Although he was an adult, he still felt like a baby. Lan Hong glanced at Hu Qianli, and then pulled Jiangyan up beside her. The instinct for survival made Jiangyan's calves tremble after running 2 steps. The mutant hook snake popped up. The mutant turtle was annoyed. This sneaky guy actually came ashore to steal the turtle's babies again. However, he was angry. He couldn't beat him, couldn't run away, and didn't dare to bite him. The turtle shrank its head and went into its shell. The eggs were gone. Just find another handsome turtle to lay a nest. Zhuang Xiao, Can't you have some backbone? Mutated turtle, If you can do it, don't run away. Zhuang Xiao, Who ran away? She was forced to do it. The mutant hook snake's head slowly turned around. The target was locked. On Hu Xiao's side, the direction of escape was obviously not very good. There were too many mutant turtles. The moment Zhuang Xiao spoke, Hu Xiao had already flown over the body of a mutant turtle. As soon as the person landed, with a force of his hand, he poked the little girl into the sand. Hu Xiao, Is his strength so great? Zhuang Xiao, It's all your illusion. When the snapping sound came, Hu Xiao's face turned pale. The little girl didn't break a bone, did she? He squatted down to check Zhuang Xiao's feet. Zhuang Xiao felt that her feet were stuck in a slippery mass, which made her feel sick. She moved her feet slightly, and a slight snapping sound came out from the sand. This is really... After searching everywhere for something, it was easy to find it. A nest of mutant turtle eggs. The egg liquid seeped into her shoes. But, obviously this is not a good time to dig turtle eggs. Seeing Hu Xiao's face change, he squatted down to check her feet. Zhuang Xiao pulled him out, quickly raised his feet, and flexibly turned twice. Look, it's good. Let's run first. My feet are not sore, and my legs are not numb. Zhuang Xiao led the way, and Hu Xiao's head was filled with egg liquid. As he ran, it was shaken clean in a while. This is a brisk look. It's really no problem. After running for more than 10 meters, Zhuang Xiao felt a chill on his back. The sharp cries of mutant seabirds in the sky rose and fell. The mutant turtles on the beach all shrank their necks. In addition to running as fast as they could, Hu Qianli and the others also kept their eyes and ears alert, with their minds highly focused and their whole bodies on alert. As soon as Meng Qingyang stepped into the dense forest, he still had the mind to joke. Today is another thrilling and exciting day. High risk has rewards. I wonder what I will run into this time. Xin Yi ran out of breath and could not speak clearly. He could only say in his heart, "Shut up." After Hu Qianli got over the initial shock, he searched for Lan Hong's shadow. Fortunately, the distance was quite far, and there was no mutant hook snake behind him. Then, his peripheral vision fell on the place where he stayed. The mutant hook snake, it disappeared. The sound of seabirds, wind, waves, and the crunching sound of his feet on dead branches and leaves mixed in his ears. Chapter 544. The friction sound coming from behind is so familiar. This is the subtle rustling sound made by the friction between the scales and the sand when the snake crawls. Zhuang Xiao grabbed Hu Xiao's hand and ran on the beach. Each step was like a 100-meter hurdle race. The two people's bodies lightly and flexibly passed one mutant turtle after another. Hu Qianli's eyes searched the beach quickly. Well, even the mutant hook snake seemed to like his cousin more. This treatment is too unfair. Zhuang Xiao, I give it to you if you like it. Zhuang Xiao was so depressed. Why did this snake favor her so much? It was really so annoying. And it was also very annoying. After running a distance, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but look back. This mutant hook snake seemed to be running a little slowly. Suddenly, she was no longer nervous. Don't run, don't run. This guy is a lazy guy. He's not fast enough. Zhuang Xiao suddenly stopped and grabbed Hu Xiao, who was still running forward. Hu Xiao stumbled because of the insult. He turned around to look. He saw a black snake 2 or 3 times as thick as a bowl on the beach, slowly chasing them. But it was obviously not paying attention. After crawling for a while, its head lowered. Then it raised its head and climbed up again, repeating the same cycle. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Xiao muttered. After watching the strange operation of the mutant hook snake for a while, she was not only no longer afraid, but even her curiosity was aroused. It's said to be ferocious and aggressive, mutated turtle. When they fight, they are really fierce. It hasn't started yet. Hu Xiao looked around the beach. Hu Qianli and others have already reached the edge of the dense forest. "Let's go." Hu Xiao gently pushed Zhuang Zhao's arm and urged. "Is it necessary to be so curious? I don't know if the mutant hook snake will crawl at this speed or it will become very fast. In short, it's better to stay away from it." Zhuang Xiao uttered an "oh" and followed Hu Xiao's footsteps reluctantly. The atmosphere was so thrilling. But the protagonist was dawdling. The people on the edge of the dense forest also obviously noticed the abnormality here. However, the distance was far and there were reefs blocking the way, so it was unclear what the situation was. They could see that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao suddenly stopped. And now, the two of them seemed to be in no hurry to walk. Everyone was confused. Hu Qianli squinted his eyes and looked for a long time. Lan Hong came close, but didn't notice. "Did you see it clearly? What's going on?" Lan Hong stood behind Hu Qianli and looked along his line of sight. She also saw the black snake when it came out. The first thing that came to her mind was what Jiangyan said, and she was so scared. How come? It suddenly became quiet. Mutated hook snake, Why is it so difficult to eat fresh turtle eggs? Look, you scared these mutant turtles so much that they stopped laying eggs. It was clearly lying in ambush. Hu Qianli shuddered and turned around to see his wife's curious face. "You scared me to death." He patted his chest. Then, seeing Jiangyan standing on the side, he asked, "This mutant hook snake seems quite docile." The tension on his face was much less, and a smile appeared on his face. He still had lingering fears about the mutant snake that the Dark Knight team provoked. The speed of its crawling was almost catching up with the car. Most people can't outrun it. Those who can outrun it don't have as much endurance as it. However, why is the mutant hook snake in the number 3 safety zone different from what we imagined? Jiang Manren was also a little confused, and couldn't help but look up and touch the turtle shell on his head. He just glanced at it. The whole body is pitch black. It should be a mutant hook snake. Jiangyan asked Hu Qianli uncertainly, "Brother Hu, are you sure it's a mutant hook snake?" "Of course. Didn't you say it has 2 tails? I saw the tail." Hu Qianli was obviously not confident when he said this, as he seemed to have only seen the tail. Then, he decided to run. Then, Hu Qianli emphasized again, "It really has 2 tails. It's like a hook, and it can roll up turtle eggs very easily. As for whether it is poisonous, he can't let the snake bite him. It's black all over. I saw it." A voice added, "It's Shen Yi and Meng Qingyang who have arrived." "That should be it," Jiangyan said. To be honest, he had heard about this appearance from hearsay, and it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Zhuang Xiao heard from afar that this group of people were discussing whether this snake was a mutant hook snake. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. If everyone had a handful of melon seeds and a stool, they could have a mutant hook snake tea party with the mutant hook snake as the theme. "Cousin, how are you? Are you okay?" When Shen Yi saw Zhuang Xiao coming, he hurriedly took a few steps forward with the turtle egg in his arms. He scanned Zhuang Xiao from head to toe several times. "What's wrong with your foot?" Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and said indifferently, "It's okay." In just a moment, the egg liquid on her foot dried up. Looking at the mutant turtle eggs in Shen Yi and Meng Qingyang's arms, she felt very upset. If she had known that the mutant turtle had laid an egg, she would have tested one. Maybe she could have held a few turtle eggs now. Everyone was relieved to see that she was fine. So, the topic of the mutant hook snake was brought up again. Under the joint certification of Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, it was confirmed. That is the mutant hook snake. Then shall we pick up the turtle eggs? Hu Qianli asked Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, There are people who are more courageous than her. Lan Hong felt that her ears were not working well. Is her Hu Qianli such an unreliable person? Hu Qianli, The cousin said that she could pick them up, so she could pick them up. You want to die. As she said that, Lan Hong slapped Hu Qianli on the back. The palm of her hand was red. It can be seen that she used a lot of strength. This guy's brain. Hu Qianli didn't understand why he was slapped for no reason. Isn't he asking for his cousin's opinion? Who wants to die? He believed in his cousin's strange luck. Good, bad, all accepted. Mutated hook snake, eh. Do these humans have some serious illness? Why don't they leave? Looking at the delicacies on the beach table, everyone was so scared that they dared not come out. It was still several hours before 6 o'clock in the afternoon. They didn't know what would be waiting for them if they went to other places. Finally, a group of people climbed up a big tree at the edge of the dense forest to watch the mutant hook snake walking on the beach. The mutant hook snake walked and stopped, stopped and walked. It was too difficult. Half an hour passed. It didn't find a mutant turtle with its tail exposed. Chapter 545. What is it doing? Yes, what is it doing? Who knows? There are 7 gourds hanging on a tree, no 7 people. After seeing that the mutant hook snake was indeed not interested in them, they excitedly discussed. Mutated hook snake, eh. It already owns a forest. Why does it still have to struggle? Isn't it nice to live a life of lying flat? It seems to be looking for mutant turtles to lay eggs. Xiao was not sure. But he felt that there was no other explanation, otherwise, why would this mutant hook snake only look at the mutant turtle's tail? It can't be a pervert, Xiao deeply agreed. This mutant hook snake's action was exactly the same as her previous one, which was bending over to check. But I don't know who scared this mutant turtle. Anyway, half an hour has passed, and no one has shown up. It's really cowardly, mutant turtle, eh. Xiao looked at such a large beach. Even the mutant hook snake likes this strategy of waiting for the turtle eggs. After that, I'm afraid I can only rely on her little spatula. Except for Jiangyan, the 6 people murmured for a long time, and unanimously decided to draw a clear boundary between the river and the Han River. They went to the other side to dig mutant turtle eggs. Jiangyan looked up at the scorching sun. He thought that the brains of these people were a little abnormal due to the high-intensity radiation from the sun. Even though they encountered the mutant hook snake, they still didn't give up looking for turtle eggs. Besides, there couldn't be any mutant hook snakes hiding in the sand. Anyway, Jiangyan was really worried. However, seeing that everyone else had gotten down from the tree, he was the only one left hanging on the tree. What could he do? Jiangyan, why don't you come down? Hu Qianli deliberately lowered his voice and shouted. I'm coming, I'm coming. Jiangyan didn't understand why his friends like Fa Bo were so brave, but then he thought, if he wasn't brave, he wouldn't be able to raise a mutant animal like the flame cat. Xiao, It was Hua who raised her. It turned out that their guess was right. The mutant hook snake was very persistent about the freshly baked turtle eggs. The mutant hook snake spent the whole afternoon searching among the mutant turtles, and the mutant turtles were very patient, not a single one showed up. When Xiao and his group saw the mutant turtles, they took a detour. It didn't matter to them whether the eggs were fresh or not. What mattered was whether they met the radiation value standard. While Xiao and his group were hiding from mutant hook snakes and mutant turtles and looking for turtle eggs, another group of people came out of the dense forest. Someone is coming. Jiangyan took a few steps and ran to Xiao who was digging sand seriously. Xiao had already heard the footsteps of these people approaching. However, there were more than just their group of people coming to Ji Island, so it was normal to meet someone. And the distance was not too close, so she didn't care. Since there were strangers coming, Xiao and his group gathered together tacitly. They looked like mercenaries, Xiao said after observing them for a while. Although they were not wearing the uniforms of the safe zone mercenaries, they were different from their words and deeds. They do look like them, Hu Qianli agreed. I just don't know if they are from safe zone number 3 or other safe zones? Meng Qingyan also said. The newcomers also saw Xiao and the others, but they didn't care. Let's continue digging for turtle eggs. Speaking of turtle eggs, Xiao was depressed. After coming down from the tree, she didn't find a single nest of turtle eggs. Yes, let's do our own. After saying that, Lan Hong chased Xiao away. Shen Yi did the same. The 4 grown men stood for a while, then separated. As for the matter of the mutant hook snake, it didn't seem that dangerous. If you encounter it, just run away. I didn't see that they get along well with the mutant hook snake. Jiangyan didn't think that as a person from the number 3 safety zone, he should go over and warn those who might be in this safety zone. He had no relationship with the other party, and if he went up rashly, they might even suspect that he had ulterior motives. Therefore, everyone started looking for turtle eggs on the beach here again. Wherever there were mutant turtles, they would automatically retreat. They were on the beach, and the group of people who had just arrived were quiet, and there was no sound of distress. Therefore, everyone put all their energy into finding turtle eggs. With such unremitting efforts, Xiao finally dug a nest of turtle eggs. There were more than 100 turtle eggs in total. Others also found turtle eggs nearby one after another. These mutant turtles lay eggs in clusters, and they are quite concentrated. Just after Zhuang Xiao detected the 7th edible mutant turtle egg, another group of people appeared in the dense forest, about 7 or 8 people. This time, they were only 20 to 30 meters away from them. As soon as those people came out of the dense forest, they saw Zhuang Xiao and the others, as well as the turtle eggs they dug out beside them. However, those people just took a few glances and left. This beach is really a popular attraction. There are waves of people. Zhuang Xiao muttered while checking the turtle eggs. Shen Yi was very close to Zhuang Xiao, and when he heard her words, he hurriedly said, "It's going to be lively now." Shen Yi looked at the backs of the new group of people. They actually went in that direction again. Why did they all go there? Lan Hong was also puzzled. Jiangyan put the turtle eggs away and said casually, "Of course, there are more mutant turtles over there." "That's true." Lan Hong understood and smiled and stopped talking. "With more people, we are not afraid." 2 more waves of people came to the beach, each with about 7 or 8 people. There are not many people in a single group, but with them, there are nearly 50 people. Even so, these people are not many on the beach. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps it was because the intensity of solar radiation was low that people were willing to go out of the forest to look for edible food. "Captain, there were so many people on the mutant turtle beach this afternoon," a young man said to the young man in front of him. "There are indeed quite a lot," the young man replied casually. "The mutant turtles today are also quite strange. Many of them are shrinking in their shells." The young man kicked the shell of a mutant turtle. "As long as you are careful not to be bitten by the mutant turtle is not dangerous to humans. Maybe the thing we are looking for is nearby. Everyone be careful," the young man reminded. As he spoke, the young man looked back and forth between the mutant turtle and the reef. Chapter 546. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Lucky, lucky. Zhuang Xiaoting stood up from the beach. To be honest, she was still worried that she would get nothing this afternoon. Now it's all right. 3 edible turtle eggs in a row. Jiangyan, who was digging sand beside her, was startled by Zhuang Xiao's sudden action and stammered, "Cousin, what lucky." The watches of the group were all in silent mode, so they could not hear each other's test results. The others also raised their heads from the action of digging sand to find turtle eggs, and saw Zhuang Xiao suddenly excited and crazy, and instantly understood what was going on. Does that mean that the new area they moved to is a treasure land? At least Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang thought so in their minds. So, the 2 of them didn't ask anything and continued to work hard. The movement of digging sand with the stick in his hand became faster. Maybe, the nest of turtle eggs below can all be found. Zhuang Xiao, Hearing Jiangyan's voice, Zhuang Xiao turned his head and took a look, with a bit of joy in his tone, pretending to be calm and said, "The turtle eggs have changed their luck." "Ah!" Jiangyan exclaimed, not knowing what it meant. That's right, Jiangyan didn't understand Zhuang Xiao's special attributes. It was natural that he didn't understand what she said. However, Zhuang Xiao had no time to deal with her. It was not easy to find such a nest of eggs. She was not so happy that she cried, but she was definitely overjoyed. From the time she came ashore until now, her pockets were empty. She thought that this afternoon would be the end of it. Fortunately, her luck has turned. The luck that was scared away by the mutant hook snake has returned a little bit. Mutant hook snake, It's not to blame for this. Ah, my nest is not bad either. My nest. All the eggs have hatched. Ah. Wow. Good luck seemed to be contagious. In a short while, the turtle eggs were picked out one by the 7 people. At the same time, on the other side of the beach. Ah, it's a mutant hook snake. Someone exclaimed, and then stepped back several steps in fear. Cold sweat immediately fell on his forehead. He just came to find a turtle egg. Why is he so unlucky? And with this person's scream, the team that came after Zhuang Xiao and others immediately rushed over excitedly. Found it! Found it! Everyone was so excited. On the contrary, the other teams that came later all ran into the dense forest in panic. The mutant hook snake slowly raised its noble head, its eyes showing fierceness. Why are these 2-legged creatures so annoying today? It has not been able to eat a full meal until now. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is starving. The joys and sorrows between humans are not the same, and the joys and sorrows between humans and mutant hook snakes are even more different. The same is true for the mutant turtle that just emerged from the ground. Today is not a good day for having children. Zhuang Xiao was concentrating on testing her turtle eggs. When someone called out the name of the mutant hook snake, she just moved her ears slightly, and had no intention of watching the fun. With the speed of the mutant hook snake, it would not be too late for her to run after it ran over. However, things did not go as she wished. It's right there. Don't let it run away, the young man shouted loudly. This young man, including the 7 or 8 people who came here with him, were indeed from the number 3 safety zone mercenary team, as was Xiao and others had guessed. The young man is Jin Ting, the captain of the Xuanwu mercenary team, and the one who spoke to him before is Chao Haitian from the team. Their mission today is to find the traces of the mutant hook snake. The mutant hook snake is very dangerous, but it is also very valuable and expensive. There are always safe zone mercenaries stationed on Jui Island all year round, and they can only return to the land once every 6 months. There is also rest time during these 6 months. The mercenaries on rotation will hunt everywhere on the island, collect edible food for their own use or sale, which can be regarded as a little extra income for living on the island. The mutant hook snake is the least common amphibious creature on Jui Island. And the mutant hook snake seems to have a special liking for mutant turtle eggs, so the frequency of its appearance here is particularly high. Therefore, the members of these mercenaries come here every now and then to try their luck. Sure enough, they ran into it this time. After hearing Jin Ting's instructions, Chao Haitian took the lead and jumped over their captain in a few jumps. Jin Ting, is this kid going to die? Running fast is amazing, Chao Haitian, That's right, running fast is his biggest advantage. Keep up, Jin Ting ordered in a deep voice while chasing Chao Haitian. A gunshot rang out on the beach. Jiangyan raised his head suddenly and looked around. The beach where they were originally located was completely in chaos. Everyone rushed to get into the dense forest. Something happened? Shall we go? Hu Qianli reluctantly raised his head from the sand pile and asked Hu Xiao beside him. Hu Xiao said without even looking up, "Wait until I finish testing this nest of turtle eggs." Hu Qianli, Hu Qianli looked at his own people. Except for him and Jiangyan, they were all concentrating on testing mutant turtle eggs. Jiangyan and Hu Qianli's eyes met, and then quickly separated. Heads down, to work. How is your nest? Lan Hong asked Shen Yi with a happy expression. What my old Hu said was right. It was right to follow my cousin out. It's much more promising than picking kelp in the Dream Sea. Shen Yi looked up and replied easily, very good. Such a high yield rate is really pleasantly surprised. We have to find some dead grass and leaves later, otherwise it will be difficult to carry these turtle eggs back. Lan Hong continued. The shells of these mutant turtle eggs are still quite fragile. She accidentally broke several of them just now. Shen Yi nodded. The two of them talked for a while, and took a look at the beach in the distance. The battle looked very fierce. The figure seemed to be moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. Lan Hong and Shen Yi looked at each other and thought, is this not right? Pack up and let's go! Zhuang Xiao quickly put the turtle eggs into the sack, a layer of turtle eggs and a layer of sand to prevent them from being damaged later. Mutated hook snake, I hate you. Why do you have to run in their direction? And the frequency of the rustling sound is much faster. Chapter 547. Why did you leave so suddenly? Jiangyan was still a little confused. This decision was too sudden. Hu Qianli said, if you are asked to leave, leave quickly. While saying this, he quickly put the turtle eggs into his sack, and his hands and feet were very quick. It is always right to listen to your cousin. Others were also quick. Seeing that everyone was doing the same, Jiangyan was also not vague, this damn sense of urgency. After a while, there were only a few lonely turtle eggs left on the beach that had not been buried in the sand in time. Damn, why is this mutant hook snake running so fast? Jin Ting ran out of breath and cursed. The other people following him were not much better. This mutant hook snake was too abnormal today. Not only did it not attack people, it also ran away. Chao Haitian sprinting in front of him did not catch up. The crossbow and bullets in his hand were completely useless behind the mutant hook snake. He was still thinking about finding an opportunity to hit the mutant hook snake's eyes and take it down. Who would have thought that this bastard wouldn't even give them a chance? Can a mutant hook snake run so fast? Zhuang Xiao sighed in disbelief as he watched the mutant hook snake running on the beach like a flash of lightning. The beach was full of soft sand, and it was impossible for people to run fast on it. That little guy ran really fast. Hu Qianli said as he looked at Chao Haitian chasing behind him. It's far worse than my cousin. Meng Qingyong said. Zhuang Xiao, You call the young man behind you who is over 1.8 meters tall a short guy. Flame cat, eh. Wasteland production. You'd better stop comparing. Are we going to leave? Jiangyan asked anxiously. Why are they hanging on the tree again now? Wouldn't it be better to get on the boat earlier? Let's go, let's go. Let's go now. If we don't leave now, the sun will set. Go to the sea to watch the sunset and roast turtle eggs. Wouldn't it be more delicious? Zhuang Xiao had seen enough of the excitement and climbed down from the tree. The turtle eggs of their group were piled under the tree. Zhuang Xiao picked up his sack, looked at the mutant hook snake running on the beach, and waited for everyone to come down. Suddenly, the mutant hook snake raised its head. 100 meters away, Zhuang Xiao suddenly met the mutant hook snake's eyes. A glance lasted for 1,000 years. Damn, she was going to be unlucky. After confirming the eye contact, the mutant hook snake lowered its head again in an instant. It accelerated and meandered forward on the beach, like an arrow shot from a bow, but the difference was that this arrow was particularly thick and alive. 100 meters away, it was right in front of him in a breath. There was no time for the people who were still climbing under the tree to react. The thick and dark body of the mutant hook snake was like a swirling black mist, circling around Zhuang Xiao. Its head was proudly raised, and the snake core it spewed out made a hissing sound, as if it was mocking the humans chasing it. The mutant hook snake's loving embrace came too suddenly. Zhuang Xiao just felt cold all over. The mutant hook snake's body was really cool, so cool. The people hugging the tree trunk had already noticed something was wrong. When they turned around, they met the cold gaze of the mutant hook snake, and it even hissed at the people on the tree. It opened its bloody mouth, as if it was going to swallow people into its stomach the next moment. Zhuang Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. After catching a glimpse of Wu Zhao's hand, she trembled and said, "Don't move." She felt that Brother Hua was definitely not as fast as the mutant hook snake. And, most importantly, right. Apart from feeling uncomfortable, she didn't feel much danger. Maybe, this mutant hook snake likes her too. Who makes her a hot commodity in the wasteland? Flame cat, eh. Can we still have some shame? Jiangyan hugged the tree trunk tightly, and was so scared that tears fell. This is too thrilling. The mutant hook snake just looked at him. Maybe he thought he was the youngest, the meat was the tenderest, and the most delicious. Mutant hook snake, eh. Ugly. Zhuang Xiao was in the middle of the mutant hook snakes, and Wu Xiao didn't intend to act rashly. However, the atmosphere was very tense. In just a moment, Chao Haitian came close with his 2 legs. However, the scene in front of him made him dare not act rashly. There is someone here. As soon as Chao Haitian came, the mutant hook snake's head immediately turned to him. Wu Xiao, Meng Qingyang, and Hu Qianli communicated silently. In contrast, they inexplicably felt that this mutant hook snake was quite gentle to them. Right, it seemed so. A little gentle. Whether it was a pistol or a crossbow, they were all useless in an instant. Chao Haitian did not dare to move forward. He turned around and shouted to the people behind him, "Don't do anything, there are people, there are people." Although they wanted to catch the mutant hook snake, they did not intend to hurt anyone. And this mutant hook snake looked weird. It was a little abnormal. Mutant hook snake, eh. You are the one with an abnormal brain. Jiangyan's arms were a little sore from hugging the tree trunk, mainly because of fear. Bang. With a loud noise. Jiangyan fell from the tree all of a sudden. Jiangyan, eh. He really didn't mean it. The mutant hook snake turned its head and rushed towards Jiangyan. Jiangyan closed his eyes. A fishy smell hit him in the face. Seeing the mutant hook snake rushing towards Jiangyan, Zhuang Xiao got excited and hugged the mutant hook snake's body, dragging the head of this thing back half a meter. The mutant hook snake lowered its head and looked at Zhuang Xiao who was hugging it, and the snake core was shaking in front of her eyes. Dizzy? Her hand loosened, and she sat down in the territory of the mutant hook snake. Crack, crack. Her turtle egg died. Chao Haitian just watched stupidly as the little girl suddenly jumped up and hugged the mutant hook snake's body, and then fell back. The mutant hook snake just stared at her quietly. Shouldn't it swallow it in one bite? Or turn around twice and strangle it to death on the spot? What's going on? Who are they? Jean Ting had already come to Chao Haitian's side and asked in a low voice. Has this mutant hook snake learned to capture hostages now? At this moment, Zhuang Zhao's mind was also confused. On the one hand, she felt sorry for the mutant turtle eggs under her feet, and on the other hand, she didn't quite understand what the mutant hook snake was thinking. Besides, she just touched the mutant hook snake's body with her hand. The icy touch was still there, and the palm was a little numb. Toxic, Seeing that Jean Ting and the others had arrived, Chao Haitian told him everything he had just seen. After listening, Jean Ting was silent. What is this all about? How can it be so difficult to catch a mutant hook snake? Jiangyan, is this mutant hook snake poisonous all over its body? At this moment, Zhuang Xiao felt that her hands and arms were numb. Chapter 548. Jiangyan's mind was in a mess. Not to mention speaking, even thinking normally was a problem. So, naturally, he couldn't give her the answer she wanted. And in the distance, Jean Ting had been observing the mutant hook snake and Zhuang Xiao's every move. Zhuang Xiao's question was transmitted to his ears without missing a word. After hesitating for a moment, Jean Ting raised his voice and replied, "It's poisonous." Seeing that the mutant hook snake did not make any reaction to his words, he continued to speak. The venom of the mutant hook snake is extremely precious and rare. It is its last trick, and will not be used easily. Zhuang Xiao was told not to worry. Zhuang Xiao, who was in the embrace of the mutant hook snake, said that she wanted to curse. Don't breathe so hard when you speak. Jean Ting's words had an obvious effect. Her hands and arms were no longer numb. Zhuang Xiao felt that she was still a hero. Compared with asking others to save her, or saving herself, she decisively chose to save herself. When she was thinking about how to keep these people away from the mutant hook snake, Jean Ting and Chao Haitian and his group gathered together and whispered, "Captain, what should we do? Humans and snakes are one, and we can't guarantee that we won't hurt people when we attack the snake," Chao Haitian said. "Besides, with the speed of the mutant hook snake, now seems to be a great opportunity to catch it. He couldn't catch up with the speed of the mutant hook snake, let alone the people in their team." Jean Ting was also quite troubled by this. Recently, except for them, everyone else came to look for the traces of the mutant hook snake, but never encountered it once. Can't we just give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? No, let's just attack. It's their bad luck to encounter the mutant hook snake. A young man next to Chao Haitian said. Yes. And I think the girl seems a little strange. Maybe she can escape. A group of people were discussing, and all their words entered Zhuang Xiao's ears. At the same time, Zhuang Xiao was also mumbling, like Tang Seng's tied hook curse, not daring to stop for a moment. She didn't want to die yet, and the other side's desire for the mutant hook snake was so strong that it was hard to guarantee that they would really ignore her life and death and fight the mutant hook snake to the death. Jiangyan opened her eyes as Zhuang Xiao muttered. However, she lay on the ground and dared not move. Hu Qianli, Hua Xiao, and others began to exchange glances again. However, when both her and other people were concentrating on discussing countermeasures, and the mutant hook snake was indifferent to Zhuang Xiao's nagging, she decided to break the jar and break the jar. It's already like this. If you don't fight, there will be no way out. And now, it's obvious that this mutant hook snake is more interesting to her, so it shouldn't be. While no one is paying attention, Zhuang Xiao took a step out of the encirclement of the mutant hook snake. She looked up at the mutant hook snake. It had an incomprehensible look, but it didn't seem to have any further aggressive behavior. So, she crawled all over the mutant hook snake's body. The mutant hook snake's cold, slippery touch spread on her skin, as if she was trapped in a dark and sticky swamp. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of this chilling feeling. Enduring this extremely uncomfortable feeling, she used both hands and feet to crawl out of it. As soon as her feet were fixed, the soft and flexible body of the mutant hook snake immediately changed its posture, winding around her side, and its head fell on her shoulder. From a distance, it looked like a snake head grew on her shoulder. Zhuang Xiao slowly turned her head, stared into the eyes of the mutant hook snake, grinned silently, and said, "How about a competition?" As soon as the voice fell, she ran out, heading towards the direction of the dense forest. Then, a black shadow followed closely. "What the hell? What are you doing?" When Jean Ting looked up, he saw a man and a snake running into the dense forest. "Brother Hua!" Hu Qianli shouted loudly, and slid down from the tree and hurriedly chased after him. He really needs to practice running when he gets home. When he goes out, he either sprints 100 meters or runs a marathon. In the blink of an eye, the people under the tree disappeared completely. When Jean Ting caught up with the tree, there was only Jiangyan who had not yet climbed up from the ground, and the turtle eggs that everyone found this afternoon. "What are you doing? These turtle eggs are ours." Jiangyan limped in front of several sacks of turtle eggs. He certainly couldn't catch up like this, but these turtle eggs were the result of Jean Ting's afternoon work. How could they let outsiders get them so easily? No matter what, he had to keep them. Jean Ting glanced at the young man, and went into the jungle without saying a word. These turtle eggs did look a bit too much. But they were on this island all day, and edible turtle eggs were not a rare thing. In an instant, Jiangyan and the turtle eggs were the only ones left. Zhuang Xiao, jumping in the dense forest, wondered if the mutant hook snake from Ji Island was sick. It had been following her all the way. The funniest thing was that every time the mutant hook snake ran past her, it would stop and wait for her, fearing that she would get lost halfway. After she had almost left with Xiao and the others behind, she stopped accompanying them. As dusk fell, the dense forest would become darker and darker, and it would be more difficult to run. She had to get rid of this mutant hook snake before she could no longer see the road clearly. After the mutant hook snake surpassed her by a few meters again, she hurriedly stopped. No more running. Who has the patience to participate in sports competitions here, or play the human snake free run around the island? As expected, just like before, the mutant hook snake came back leisurely on the ground. Its round body stood up, and its head was raised high, almost at eye level with her. Another species that has become a spirit. Zhuang Xiao muttered to himself, reached into his shirt pocket, and fumbled out a piece of energy stone. Toll. The energy value is a little low, I don't know if it will work. When she first came here, she was the one who got the energy stones from other mutant animals. As time went by, she became the one who had to pay tribute. You will pay for what you have done sooner or later. This is absolutely true. Zhuang Xiao didn't plan to feed it directly, because the big fangs in the open mouth were too sharp, or the kind that would kill people if poked. A small piece of energy stone was placed on the dead leaves, emitting an attractive glimmer in the twilight. The mutant hook snake lowered its head and looked at the thing for a long time, then rolled its tail in front of its body, and the seemingly clumsy double tails flexibly rolled up a small crystal on the ground. It placed it in front of itself, looking left and right. But it had no intention of swallowing it. Just when Zhuang Xiao thought that the mutant hook snake was dissatisfied with the energy value of this energy stone, she saw an arc of colorful light passing by her eyes under the refraction of the afterglow. Chapter 549. No. No, Master Snake, if you don't want it, don't throw it away. Zhuang Xiao ran towards the place where it might fall. Besides not liking the touch of the mutant hook snake's body, her fear of it dissipated a lot while running with the wind. But before she could run a few steps, the mutant hook snake's tail rolled her back. Ah. No way. He still wants to eat her. They got along well before, didn't they? Hanging upside down in the air by the tail of the mutant hook snake, she felt dizzy, and after a sharp pain in her buttocks, she fell to the ground. Hiss, hiss. Oh, no matter how much you hiss, I can't understand you. We have no tacit understanding at all now. Zhuang Xiao suddenly missed Huahua and her beautiful and vicious woman. Okay. You don't have to do it, I can run by myself. Zhuang Xiao raised his hands in surrender, and took the opportunity to check the time. I won't run. Zhuang Xiao followed the mutant hook snake, and found an opportunity to send a message to Hua Xiao, asking them to go back to the dock and wait for her. Anyway, that's it. I can't catch up, Captain. Chao Haitian, the sprinter in the safe zone, gave up, let alone the other members of the mercenary team. And as the sky got darker, it was not suitable for them to continue tracking. Jean Ting held the tree beside him with one hand, panting, with thin beads of sweat on his forehead. What is going on? Go back. Come back tomorrow. Jean Ting said decisively, and then walked back without hesitation. He happened to meet Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, who were looking for Jiangyan. The moment Hu Xiao received Zhuang Xiao's message, he resolutely chose to let Hu Qianli and the other four go back first. He would tell them about his situation every half an hour. Besides, too many people is not necessarily a good thing. The two sides looked at each other and walked away. After all, no one knows each other. What's there to say? A few minutes later, driven by the mutant hook snake, Zhuang Xiao squeezed into a crevice in the mountains. There were still dried mosses from previous years on both sides of the crevice. It would revive when the rainy season came. After entering the crevice, Zhuang Xiao thought she would fall into darkness, but it turned out to be an open area. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the clouds were dyed with different shades of color, making the sky particularly beautiful. With the crisp sound of several pebbles hitting each other, her eyes fell on the ground covered with layers of dead branches and leaves. There was a flash of white light. It was beautiful. At this moment, it was more fascinating than the afterglow of the sunset or the sunset glow in the sky. The crisp sound of the collision continued. His eyes turned to the culprit. There was a cave entrance on a stone wall in the mountains. The cave entrance was dark and unfathomable. A black snake tail emitting a holy light was throwing energy stones out of the cave one after another. Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt that the mutant hook snake looked like spring flowers and autumn moons, and his heart was like a bodhisattva. What kind of fairy species is this? It turns out that he really doesn't like her energy stone. Zhuang Xiao picked up one from the ground and tested it. Ding ding, energy stone level E, energy value 376. It's no wonder that he doesn't like the one she gave him. Hers is only F level. Look at how generous the mutant hook snake is. The ground is full of twinkling little stars. The pattern and mind can't be compared, and the sincerity can't be compared. One is rummaging inside, and the other is happily picking up small stones outside. This combination is perfect. Brother Hu, are you back? After Jiangyan rested for a while, his legs no longer hurt. He took 2 steps at a time and ran towards Hu Qianli and his group. At the same time, he looked behind him, searching. He saw Jin Ting and others, who followed Brother Hu and his group, slowly wandering towards the beach. Jin Ting, I have to get some turtle eggs to take back for dinner. Hey, why are there only 4 of you? Where are my cousin and brother Hua? Jiangyan was a little uneasy. Could he have been swallowed by the mutant hook snake? Otherwise, how could he not even bring back a body? Zhuang Xiao, Hu Qianli looked very serious. He patted Jiangyan's shoulder and said nothing. The main thing was that he didn't know what to say. Jiangyan's face turned slightly pale, and his body was about to fall. He almost bumped into Meng Qingyang. What happened to you? Did you fall or get scared? Meng Qingyang held him and asked with concern. The child was really scared today. I'm afraid the shadow won't disappear for 10 days or half a month. I'm fine. I packed my cousin's turtle eggs, but my cousin is gone. Jiangyan choked up, tears falling as soon as she said they would. Xinyi pushed Meng Qingyang and comforted him. Your cousin is fine, fine. Let them take the turtle eggs to the boat and wait for her. No problem? Jiangyan hiccuped, and tears flowed freely like a faucet. After confirming the look with Xinyi, he stopped immediately. Well, she was not eaten by the mutant hook snake. Zhuang Xiao, The one who hoped she would die the most today was probably Jiangyan. The mutant hook snake smashed a bunch of energy stones like a light rain, and then got out of the cave. Zhuang Xiao paused while picking up the energy stones, and looked up at the mutant hook snake with its head held high. Somehow, he could see a bit of pride and complacency. The mutant hook snake, who has more than the little stones? I am tired of eating this stuff. Zhuang Xiao secretly put the energy stone into her pocket, and then tentatively reached out to the next one. Very good, no reaction. It seems that she has too much, too rich, and she doesn't care about these little things at all. After the first one didn't react, Zhuang Zhao's little hand waved out a residual image. No need to test. All the glowing little stars are hers. The mutant hook snake doesn't like it, but she does. Zhuang Xiao stuffed all of it into her small bag, and soon, her bag became bulging. This was her most abundant harvest recently. But what gift could she give to the snake? She had nothing on her. Just then, a joyful cry came from the sky. Zhuang Xiao was delighted. The person to repay the debt was found. The mutant hook snake would probably like a night of high-altitude swimming. In addition to amphibious, she gave him an aerial swimming, so he could enjoy all the land, water and air. And it was a special plane. Other mutant hook snakes must have never enjoyed such treatment. The flame cat flapped its wings like dark clouds and swooped down from the sky. The mutant hook snake swished and disappeared into the depths of the dark cave. Is he so timid? Chapter 550. The dusk deepened. The last ray of afterglow lingered on the treetops where new buds were just beginning to appear. Despite this, the darkness was like a ghost from the depths of the sea, ruthlessly devouring everything in the world bit by bit. Hua Zhao's anxious figure shuttled through the dense forest, gradually blending into the mountains, forests, grass, and dusk. The sound of panting and the sound of the sea breeze intertwined. His footsteps became more and more hurried. The slight creaking sound made his already anxious heart hang even higher. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in front of him, attracting his footsteps. Hua Zhao hurried forward and bent down to pick it up. The energy stone in his hand was dazzling and shining in the setting sun. He hurriedly put it into his pocket, searched around, and strode forward decisively. Hey, if you don't come out, I leave. Zhuang Xiao lay on the ground and shouted loudly at the dark cave entrance over and over again. The flame cat stood there condescendingly, with a slightly disdainful look in his eyes. It's just a snake, and you dare to take it. Forget it if you don't want to fly. The cave was pitch black. The mutant hook snake huddled in a corner. A fan-shaped beam of light suddenly appeared, dispelling the darkness. The mutant hook snake moved its coiled body and carefully poked its head forward. Forget it. Zhuang Xiao put away the flashlight and stood up from the ground. While brushing off the grass and dust on her body, she said to the flame cat, "Let's go find Hui Xiao." The energy stone in the pocket on her waist made a crisp and pleasant sound of collision because of her movements. Although she wanted to go in and take out the energy stone, the cave was so narrow and she didn't know what was inside, so she gave up. Anyway, she had already got such a big bag of energy stones. It was more than enough to make up for today's mental damage. Since the mutant hook snake was unwilling to continue playing the game of you throw and I pick up with her, she should go back to the boat. The temperature at night was still quite low. The clothes she wore were not enough to withstand the night sea breeze. And there were so many people waiting for her. Hui Xiao stood in front of the crack in the stone, and the flashlight swept across the withered moss one by one. A large piece of moss was rubbed off. If he went around here, it would probably take more than half an hour. So he decided to shout first. The little girl's hearing was still very good. Hui Xiao thought so, took a deep breath, and was ready to shout loudly, "Xiao." But he was interrupted as soon as he shouted the word Xiao. Zhuang Xiao's extremely happy voice came from the depths of the crack in the stone. "Hui Xiao? Are you over there?" "I'm." Hui Xiao answered without hesitation. His expression suddenly became relaxed. "Then, wait for me." Zhuang Xiao's voice came through the gap again with the wind. At this time, there were less than 10 minutes left before they met Master Kant. Zhuang Xiao grabbed the fiery red hair on the flame cat, ready to climb onto its back. However, as soon as she exerted force on her hand, there was a handful of red fur in her hand. This. Zhuang Xiao felt a little guilty. She didn't seem to have used much strength. Or, Hua, are you starting to lose your hair? Zhuang Xiao asked. After all, the weather is warmer. It's normal for animals to lose hair. The flame cat looked back at his friend's righteous face. Meow. The same righteous voice. It just started to lose its hair. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, don't come up. Hearing the voice of the flame cat, which was obviously stronger than hers, Zhuang Xiao backed down first. Okay, every animal sheds hair. At worst, she can buy 2 more pieces of hair-free clothes and comb Hua's hair more. Just bear with it for a while. Zhuang Xiao stuffed the hair into her bag casually. This is the hair of the flame cat. It should be able to sell for a few points. It can't be wasted. After this trip to the sea, she has to comb Hua's hair quickly. Otherwise, what should we do if they all fall off? Flame cat, Zhuang Xiao waved her hand, took out several energy stones from her pocket, and stuffed them into the mouth of Flame Cat. Her Hua's stomach was not very bright. It had to be replenished. After eating the energy stones, Hua was well behaved and docile, half lying on the ground. Finally, after grabbing several handfuls of hair, Zhuang Xiao successfully sat on its back, spread its wings, and flew over the top of the mountain. The mutant hook snake stuck its head out, and only saw a shadow. After a few eager glances, he quietly retreated back into the cold and dark cave. When the flame cat landed from above, Hui Xiao's slightly hanging heart was completely relieved. No matter how many times the little girl had escaped from danger, he could not be completely free of worries. The mutant seabirds in the sky had already returned to their nests. The sea was calm, and there was endless darkness on the sea. A few stars were twinkling in the sky. The moon slowly rose, and the silent Ji Island was reviving little by little in the darkness. Those mutant animals belonging to the night became active. Hu Qianli and others stood on the deck, looking at the end of the plank road. Lights were lit one by one, but the dock was still dim. Seaweed houses stood on the coast, like tiny black silhouettes. Is there any news about Brother Hua? Lan Hong stood beside Hu Qianli. Meng Qingyang, Shen Yi and Jiangyan went downstairs to collect the mutant turtle eggs they brought back today. Especially Zhuang Zhao's sack, which was wet on the outside, and it should be broken into pieces. When we just came back, we received a message saying we were safe. Hu Qianli turned to look at Lan Hong and smiled. Don't you always say that your cousin is lucky? She will be fine. After Lan Hong finished speaking, she and Hu Qianli looked at the dock. In this bay of Ji Island, there is only one boat left, still floating on the water. Captain, they are still waiting. It's obvious that these people are not from our safe zone? Chao Haitian sat under the window and looked at the boat not far away. That little girl must have been swallowed by the mutant hook snake. And the person who didn't come back. Even if she wasn't eaten by the mutant hook snake, the danger of Ji Island at night is not something that ordinary people can handle. Even if she can come out alive, it must be a life or death struggle. Jean Ting ate the turtle eggs in the bowl and hummed casually. Anyway, turn grief and anger into strength. They will catch the mutant hook snake sooner or later. Jean Ting ignored Chao Haitian's words. Except for the mutant hook snake, he was indifferent to everything else. Is enough. Chao Haitian didn't care about his captain's attitude. It's okay as long as someone responds. It doesn't matter if there are a few words in reply. Chapter 551. The ship shook violently. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong stumbled, supported each other, and stood firm. Their eyes quickly swept across the ship and stopped on the strong body of the flame cat. I'm back. Hu Qianli shouted in surprise. Lan Hong also saw it. In the cabin, the mutant turtle eggs rolled on the ground. What happened? Meng Qingyang rushed into the control room. Kant's eyes were fixed on the red mutant animal that suddenly landed at the stern of the ship and the two people on the mutant animal. As soon as Meng Qingyang came in, he saw the huge display screen. He rushed out again without waiting for Kant to react, and went up to the deck while shouting, "My cousin is back." When Meng Qingyang came up, the flame cat had already left. There were only 4 people left on the deck, Zhuang Xiao, Hui Xiao, and the happy-looking Hu Qianli and Lan Hong. Shen Yi and Jiang heard Meng Qingyang shouting, and didn't care about the mutant turtle eggs rolling everywhere, and hurried to the deck. Kant stood in the control room, still a little dazed. The scene he saw before was like an illusion in the night. It suddenly appeared and disappeared. Chao Haitian, who was always keeping an eye on their ship in the seaweed house, had the same feeling as him. He rubbed his eyes. Only that ship. Could it be an illusion? But the black shadow that was about to disappear made him unable to completely deny everything he had just seen. Chao Haitian, what are you in a daze about? Jean Ting finally finished his dinner. At the same time, he was a little curious about Chao Haitian's sudden stop. He was talking very hard. His left ear suddenly stopped working, and his right ear was a little uncomfortable. Chao Haitian's dull and silly look made him feel inexplicably funny. Ah, there's a big mutant seabird outside. Chao Haitian was not sure whether it was a bird flying in the sky or a beast running on the ground. It has wings, so it should be a bird. But it actually has 4 claws and a tail, so it should be a beast. Strange mutant animals rarely appear in the safe zone, but they do exist, so Jean Ting doesn't think this matter is very attractive. Moreover, according to the news from acquaintances, a mutant animal with a fiery red body and strange appearance has indeed appeared in their safe zone recently. Flame cat, It is obviously tall, mighty, and handsome. What's so strange about a mutant bird? As long as it doesn't attack us, it's fine. Jean Ting said indifferently. Chao Haitian said, oh, and then he buried his head in his meal without saying anything. He was so busy looking at the group of people outside that his mutant turtle eggs were cold. The air suddenly became quiet, and Jean Ting was a little uncomfortable. So he decided to tell Chao Haitian about the mutant animal that his acquaintance told him about. The meal was already finished. It was a good time to chat. Chao Haitian, Captain, when can we share a channel to communicate? The shining stars were embedded in the night sky one by one. The moon rose, lighting up the sea. The last ship in the bay gradually moved away from the dock and headed towards the bright moon on the sea. The golden waves broke and then gathered at the stern. A white turtle egg just rolled under the ladder. As soon as he stepped down from the deck, Zhuang Xiao almost crushed a turtle egg. Fortunately, the turtle egg was round enough, and it rolled out as soon as his feet touched it. Both Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao returned safely. Everyone's hanging hearts were completely relieved, and the biggest reaction was everyone's stomach. It started to growl. So hungry. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but touch his flat belly with his hand. Let's eat first, Lan Hong said hurriedly. Do you want to eat turtle eggs? Eat. Shen Yi picked up 2 turtle eggs and said. The turtle eggs on the ground belonged to her and Meng Qingyang. The 2 eggs of Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao had been cleaned up and put into the storage room at the back. Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that her turtle eggs were also brought back. She didn't have to be so hypocritical to settle the matter with Hu Qianli and his friends after eating a few turtle eggs. Master Kant originally wanted to ask about the mutant beast, but seeing that they were all still hungry, he held back and didn't ask anything. And they might not tell him even if he asked. Fortunately, his curiosity was only a little bit, and he could hold it back. He repeatedly warned himself in his heart. The passengers asked to have dinner on the deck. Master Kant always responded to the guests' requests. After a busy time in the kitchen, dinner was delivered to the deck. At this time, Zhuang Xiao, Lan Hong and Shen Yi sat on the ground, looking at the bright moon in the sky, with a lot of thoughts in their minds. Zhuang Xiao wanted to recite a poem, but he was too hungry. His literary thoughts were like a dried-up spring, and he couldn't even remember a few lines of famous poems. "It's so comfortable," Lan Hong said softly. The thrills encountered in the afternoon were like the sunshine in the daytime, which had long been swallowed by the black. At this moment, a sense of happiness arises spontaneously. She took a deep breath of the night air, as if she was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and all the pores of her body opened up comfortably. Shinyi leaned back, supported her hands behind her, looked up at the night sky, and responded to Lan Hong softly, "Yes." Life seemed to be divided into two completely different dimensions. Happiness is short-lived, but it is fixed in the heart and eventually becomes eternal. Never forget it until death. If I had a hot meal now, it would be more comfortable. Poetic Xiao can't go online, but arrogant Xiao must go online. She is almost starving to death. How can the four grown men like Xiao cook so slowly, waiting while hungry makes time seem longer? Hearing Zhuang Zhao's words, Lan Hong and Shinyi both laughed, and both said at the same time, "Xiao Xiao is right." After saying this, a burst of fragrance came. "The meal is coming! The meal is coming!" Hu Qianli's loud voice came from behind. The three of them turned around and saw that Hu Qianli's upper body had just left the cabin, and he was holding a large wooden tray in his hand. The tray was filled with pitch-black turtle eggs. "Are these roasted turtle eggs?" "Hu Qianli, hurry up, they're a little hot in my hands." Meng Qingyang's slightly urgent voice came from below. If he didn't go up, his thick-skinned hands would be roasted to 3/4 done by the fire in the small oven. "Right away, right away." Hu Qianli put the wooden tray on the ground, turned around and squatted down to meet Meng Qingyang below. Chapter 552. The moon was in the sky. The boat was sailing slowly on the sea. At this moment, it was like a bustling island. The 7 people sat on the ground. All the food was placed on the deck, and the slightly cool and salty sea breeze blended with a warm aroma. The crowd completely ignored their image and ate without restraint. The turtle eggs that had shed their black shells looked like the finest white porcelain under the moonlight, delicate, smooth, delicious. Soon, all of them went into the mouths of the gluttons on the deck. The scattered lights on Jui Island were all swallowed up by the darkness. The hustle and bustle gradually became sleepy, and soon the entire ship fell into a deep sleep, sinking into the deepest darkness bit by bit. Only a ray of moonlight was left on the dark sea, rippling with the waves. "Xiao Xiao Xiao Xiao. Get up." Suddenly, a series of continuous and violent knocks on the door broke the silence. The corridor of the cabin was filled with knocks on the door, footsteps coming and going, and people whispering. Lan Hong and Shinyi stood outside the door. They were dressed neatly, wrapped tightly from head to toe, and even wore a pair of glasses. In the small and cramped space, the sound penetrated the eardrums, and Zhuang Xiao turned over. It was 4:50 in the morning. A message jumped into her eyes, with only 2 words. "Ah, I almost forgot." Zhuang Xiao jumped up from the bed, and the wooden bed creaked in protest. As she put on her clothes, she responded to the person outside, I'm coming. The bed and the door were only half a meter apart. She put on her clothes, gathered her hair casually, and leaned over to open the door. The light in the cabin corridor shone on Zhuang Zhao's face. "Xiao Xiao, hurry up, it's too late," Shinyi urged, holding Zhuang Zhao's glasses in his hand. These glasses are specially made, with white glass lenses that can prevent solar radiation from damaging the eyes. Each of them has a pair of these glasses, which Master Kant prepared for them last night. Lan Hong saw Zhuang Xiao get up, turned around and shouted to the other end of the corridor. The corridor was empty. "Are they all up?" Zhuang Xiao was holding her shoes, and Shinyi helped her get her coat, and replied, "Yes, we went to the deck." After a period of chaos, the 3 people finally arrived at the deck before the sky was still a very light blue. When passing by the living room, Master Kant greeted them energetically and said, "In an hour, the ship will go down again." It left them enough time. This time is the lowest temperature of the day. As soon as she stuck her head out of the deck, she felt a chill. Zhuang Xiao pulled the scarf up around her neck, and put on a hat and scarf to prevent any sea breeze from touching her skin. There were 4 people sitting in a row at the front of the deck. Hearing the movement behind them, they all turned their heads. "Are you up?" The 4 people spoke in unison, as if they had practiced in advance. Zhuang Xiao smiled awkwardly, and climbed up from below in a hurry. There was a faint red glow on the horizon, and behind her were Lan Hong and Shinyi. Maybe in the blink of an eye, the fireball that everyone is looking at and breathes everything will pop out. The 3 people landed on their butts with 3 bangs. A red sun popped out from the bottom of the sea in the east, reflecting the entire sea surface red. Wow! Wow! After the bright moon appeared on the sea, the morning sun appeared again. The group of people got off the deck with satisfaction. Not long after breakfast, Master Kant sank the boat under the water. The morning sun shone through the seawater, and the fiery red morning glow had not yet dissipated. The water was light pink, and the light green seaweed was embedded in the sea water like pink crystal, which was very beautiful. During breakfast, Master Kant had already told them about the itinerary for the next day. They would spend almost the entire day under the sea. Zhuang Zhao's most anticipated walk under the sea was on this day. Today they could leave the cabin and move freely on the seabed. Of course, they were not completely free, but walked within the designated sea area, and Master Kant accompanied them throughout the journey. The depth of the ship's dive was not as deep as imagined. Even without the help of the lighting equipment on the ship, they could clearly see the swaying water plants in the semi-bright and semi-dark water, the rocks covered with seaweed, and the creatures swimming in the water. These aquatic creatures should be safe, right? Xin Yi murmured as if talking to himself. They must be safe, otherwise they wouldn't have arranged for us to come here. Meng Qingyang responded confidently. Jiang uncurled his lips. He thought it might not be the case. After yesterday's thrilling and exciting incident, he once doubted the safety of their safe zone. When he went to bed at night, he dreamed of being swallowed by a mutant hook snake. Although he was afraid, what should he do? The more scared he is, the more he wants to go. If Zhuang Zhao knew what he was thinking, he would have to say, "Isn't this just like someone who likes to watch horror movies scared? Watch. I don't know if this is a kind of psychological self-abuse tendency. She only has one feeling now. Anyway, since she is here, no matter whether it is dangerous or not, just go." "Can you swim?" Zhuang Zhao asked Wu Xiao quietly. Wu Xiao wiped his palm on his pants and said casually, "Yes. But what's the use of knowing how to swim?" "I can't," Zhuang Zhao said confidently and proudly. "People who can swim are often the most likely to drown." "She can't, hee. Wu Xiao, eh?" After a while, the light of searchlights from other ships appeared in the clusters of seaweed that rose from the ground. It turned out that there was a dock in the number 3 safety zone under the sea. However, this dock was a flat seabed plain. In addition to the soft sand, there were already 2 ships of the same size and specifications as them parked there. After a slight shake, they anchored about 20 to 30 meters away from the 2 ships. Master Kant led them to the back of the cabin. There, Zhuang Zhao saw rows of strange-style diving suits, like a bunch of heavy gray-black bears standing up. However, the head of the big bear was transparent, and the hands and wrists were silver-gray. Compared with the overall structure, it was particularly soft here, which should be to facilitate their collection activities on the seabed. Behind the diving suit, Zhuang Zhao did not see the expected oxygen tank, but a small palm-sized device. Master Kant said that it was an oxygen acquisition device. This diving suit was very heavy and one person could not wear it at all. Chapter 553. Master Kant first explained to them in detail the functions and precautions of the diving suit, and then helped put the heavy diving suit on Hu Qianli. Then Jiangyan and Meng Qingyang. The remaining few people completed it under the guidance of Master Kant. Zhuang Zhao tried to move his hands and feet. It's really heavy. However, the wrist is indeed flexible, and each finger is separated, so it is also convenient to operate any button on the body. This diving suit also has a most special function, which is to transmit information to everyone's watch. Master Kant had already taken care of all these things when they were watching the sunrise on the deck in the morning. For this, Zhuang Zhao had to praise that he was really considerate. The metal door closed with a swish. The whole space fell into darkness. Then the cold sea water slowly seeped in. After the air pressure inside and outside the cabin was balanced, the metal door on the other side slowly opened. The half-bright and half-dark light was swaying under the water. Master Kant was the first to step out, and the searchlight on his body was turned on. Most of the light was instantly swallowed up by the seawater. A group of people followed closely, following behind Master Kant. At the same time, the hatch of the next ship also slowly opened, and a group of people dressed the same as them walked out. The diving suit that felt extremely heavy in the cabin, after coming out, probably because of the huge buoyancy of the seabed, felt light and fluttery. Zhuang Zhao thought that this should be knowledge in the field of physics, and it was normal for her not to understand. I don't know whether she was afraid or amazed. The group of people who could have talked to each other, but no one spoke. The silence on the seabed was terrifying. The people who got off the other ship went in the opposite direction, and entered the darkness in the opposite direction. After leaving the seabed plain area, the group quickly entered the seaweed area. As the seaweed became more and more lush, the aquatic creatures swimming back and forth in the water gradually increased. and they seemed to be climbing uphill. This was a colorful world that Zhuang Xiao had only seen in documentaries. The dark green or deep purple seaweed stood upright in the water, like a vast dense jungle. The jungle was full of all kinds of fish, red, white, and even blue, and there were also aquatic creatures with faint fluorescence. Some creatures, whether plants or animals, looked like huge sunflowers. In the center of the sunflower are short and soft tentacles. They sway slightly in the water waves. As the water plants and algae grow more and more, there are more and more aquatic plants and animals. Zhuang Xiao didn't recognize any of them. After walking for another half an hour, Master Kant stopped. They stopped at an area with coral reefs. This place should be very close to the sea level. When the sun shines down, the color of the sea water keeps changing. Sometimes it is light green, sometimes it is pure blue. Just move around in this coral reef. Suddenly Master Kant's voice rang in her ears, tearing apart this silent world. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao clearly felt that the world in her ears was completely alive. She could hear everyone's slight breathing. Zhuang Xiao slowly raised her arm in the water and patted Hui Xiao in front of her. Hui Xiao turned his head and saw Zhuang Xiao's sweet smile and bright eyes on his face. "Go down there," Zhuang Xiao said, pointing to a relatively low-lying area in the middle. This huge coral reef area seemed to grow in a huge deep-sea pit. Any one of them could hear each other when they spoke. So as soon as Zhuang Xiao opened his mouth, Hu Qianli responded, "Okay, let's go there." Zhuang Xiao, How could they hear it? Groups of red and white mutant fish suddenly emerged from the coral reef, circling over their heads, swimming higher and higher, and heading straight for the sea level. It was so sudden that it scared everyone who went to the sea for the first time. "I really want to catch one." Jiangyan raised his head, which weighed 1,000 pounds, and looked up at the sea level. "Are you sure you can catch up with this speed?" Meng Qingyang teased. Anyway, he felt it was useless. It would be better to honestly search for these sneaky creatures under his feet or beside him. Don't think that he can't see them because their movements are light. Those creatures that stick to the ground like a golden lotus, no one knows what they are. Is this a starfish? Jiangyan was so excited. A starfish the size of a wash basin was crawling slowly on the soft sand bed, and he rushed up with a brisk step. He didn't control the strength well enough and almost fell down. Hu Qianli reached out and grabbed the man, and finally he didn't fall down. Master Kant could barely recognize about half of the mutant aquatic creatures in this coral reef, and the rest depended on the watch to identify. If even the watch couldn't identify it, then it might be a new immigrant. However, this situation is very rare. After all, they often have people active in this sea area, and occasionally encounter unknown mutant creatures, and report them in time to receive points rewards. Soon, the group headed for the central area of the suspected seabed pit. They gradually got used to the fish that occasionally popped out. Looking at the corals, and the various shellfish under their feet, Zhuang Xiao wondered if her collection focus should be on coral trees and shellfish. Isn't coral a luxury? What about red coral, blood coral? Although she has not seen a coral tree as red as blood so far. However, there should be pearl oysters, pink pearls, black pearls. I want them all. I don't know how deep we went down. The light was obviously getting darker. It was a bit difficult to see with the naked eye. The group turned on all the searchlights on their bodies. Since they stopped talking, Master Kant's underwater lecture hall was online. He would briefly talk about those tribes that seemed to have large families. Even except Jiangyan, everyone else only understood half of it. Human beings' understanding of the ocean is far less than that of the land. And they, a group of people living in inland areas, naturally know very little about aquatic life. When they almost reached the bottom of the pit, it was free time. They worked in pairs in the coral reefs to find the sea creatures they were interested in and wanted to take back. Jiangyan naturally paired up with Master Kant. Zhuang Xiao pushed Hui Xiao forward for a while, and then stopped in front of a rose-red coral. This coral was alive. With the help of the searchlight, Zhuang Xiao could even see each tentacle flexibly catching the seaweed in the water. Chapter 554. Zhuang Xiao took the testing tools from her waist and poked them gently. Ding, highly mutated by radiation, inedible. I suddenly felt that the red corals in front of me were not beautiful. For half an hour, Zhuang Xiao poked here and there, and she tried all the aquatic creatures she had never seen before. She got to know a lot of underwater creatures because of this. She tested lemon sponges, wick corals, Cataracy chrysanthemum clams, etc. As for the red dates or green algae growing on the rocks or gravel on the seabed, Zhuang Xiao had no interest at all for the time being. After all, she could see these algae even if she didn't go down to the deep seabed. As for the fish, There was no need to even think about it. There is an idiom that goes like a fish in water. With her bulky body, it would be a miracle if she could catch them in the water. In fact, it is not completely impossible to catch fish underwater. It's just that the number 3 safety zone did not open this project, so it would not provide such equipment for those who come. After all, some mutant sea fish are not so easy to provoke. If they attack in groups, no one can predict what the consequences will be. Therefore, for the safety of people who come to walk on the seabed, they should bully the immobile seabed plants or slow-moving and non-dangerous seabed animals. For example, corals, algae, and shellfish. Although Master Kant and Jiangyan formed a temporary team, he did not forget his job. From time to time, he would randomly choose one of the couples to go over and see how they were picking. For example, Hu Qianli and Lan Hong. After appreciating the magical underwater world for a moment, they fell into the mode of picking various algae. 2 hands surrounded a small coral tree and tested a kind of tubular seaweed attached to it. The final result was that no edible one was found. Mangrove sponges and yellow branch sponges, these two have certain medicinal value, and the exchange transaction in our trading center is higher. You too can look for this kind. Master Kant pointed to 2 small aquatic creatures and said. Everyone shared the same channel, and when he spoke, everyone else heard him. One by one, they half floated and half walked over here. I still need to learn more. There are so many creatures below. Although Master Kant talked about it before, it is still difficult to put it into practice. Theory and practice are 2 different things. When they put it into practice, they really have no focus at all. It's just like medicinal plants on land. Hu Qianli sighed. Then he pointed to a blue-purple vase-like thing beside him and said, "What is this wrinkled thing with wrinkles all over it?" Master Kant took a look and said slowly, "It is also a sponge, but I am not talking about the whole thing, but only the soft parts on the surface. This sponge grows on rocks. In addition to the soft tissues that can be seen directly, the hard part inside is just an ordinary seabed rock, or it may be a coral reef." Master Kant spoke slowly. The group listened with great interest. They got to know a new marine creature. Flame cat, Do you remember why you came here? Shuang Xiao, We came to play. Master Kant looked at the pairs of eager eyes around him, and felt helpless. To be honest, this was not within his job's scope. If it weren't for the safety zone regulations that he had to accompany this project, he really just wanted to sleep in the control room. The coral reef area where they arranged people to stroll around often really had no species that particularly attracted him, and there were very few edible aquatic products. For example, the mutant marine fish that swam around overhead and darted around in the coral reefs. There were very few that met the requirements for low to medium radiation values. They were all active in shallow sea areas, receiving too much sunlight, and the radiation values were generally high. Naturally, these aquatic organisms living in shallow sea areas were difficult to meet human edible standards. As for the dream sea, the reason why the marine animals and plants that were rolled up during this period of time were so high in edible probability was that they came from the deep sea area. However, this fact was not known to Zhuang Xiao and his group of outsiders. Even Jiangyan, a native who lived by the sea, was unaware of many of the information. There was no way, they were not insiders, and it was normal for them not to know. Moreover, the projects carried out in the number 3 safety zone were originally intended for these outsiders, who came to see the Dream Sea, so it was even more impossible to tell them about this. The same goes for Master Kant. There are many things that cannot be said. If you say something that you shouldn't say, you will be fired. Zhuang Xiao, So, she was the victim. Her 20,000 points. If the questions asked cannot be answered, Master Kant will always fool around. Anyway, most people don't understand what he is saying. Zhuang Xiao, After Master Kant pointed out several aquatic creatures that can speak, this small underwater class came to an end again. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang and their spouses followed his instructions, and went to look for it. And Zhuang Xiao. Forget it. If we meet her, we try. If we don't meet her, she should just do it freely. It's not as valuable as her blue jellyfish. It's really too difficult to drag it back with her current bulky body. Her red coral, her pearl oyster, and her blue jellyfish. These are her favorites. While Zhuang Xiao was not doing her job, Hu Xiao was conscientiously testing the mangrove and yellow tree sponges that were said to have some unknown medicinal value. Occasionally, he would turn over the big shells under his feet, or the big conchs running on the sand. Big, that is really big. Not fake at all. At the same time, he had to avoid getting his feet caught by the shellfish under his feet. Although the whole foot was wrapped with heavy metal, it would not hurt, But the shellfish would not let go, so it was very troublesome to walk. And it was quite difficult to break the mutated shells in the water. Therefore, even a careless person like Zhuang Xiao was very careful about his feet, not to mention Hui Xiao, who was already cautious. "Is it true that we can't touch squids?" Zhuang Xiao muttered. Master Kant, who was on the same frequency, came online instantly and replied, "Don't provoke." Zhuang Xiao didn't understand anything when he heard the word provoke. "That means we can't touch them." "That's right. This mutant squid lying on the soft bed of green seaweed is fiery red, just like fiery hair, and it looks like it has a very bad temper." Chapter 555. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what other attack properties this mutant squid had. But there was only one thing that impressed her, that is, the squid could excrete black ink for self-defense to avoid predators. If this situation really happened, it would be unknown when the sea water would be as clear as it is now. Moreover, this mutant squid, which was like a flame, was huge in size, so how could there be less ink in its belly? So Zhuang Xiao took a few glances and took a detour. Let the red flame continue to move and burn slowly on the green velvet carpet. It was near noon. The blazing sun shone down. The mutant sea fish above had gone somewhere to find food. Without the dense school of fish blocking the view, more light was projected down. The deep pit where they were was much brighter than before. The sun shone on the colorful seaweed and the soft waists of the colorful aquatic creatures, making this sea area look dreamy and blurred. However, everyone had lost interest in watching these breathtaking views. Most of the day had passed, and the harvest was really disappointing. Zhuang Xiao was a little discouraged. Under the sea, there were too many limitations. And her plugged-in flame cat could not work online, otherwise she could. Let Huahua let go of these big silver fish, big goldfish, and big red fish that kept appearing in front of her to show their presence. These fish were like birds in the sky to her now. Can only watch, can't catch. It's not that she can't catch, it's that she is powerless and can't catch. She has tried several times in this period of time. Even if she is Niu Hulu Xiao online, it doesn't work. After arriving in this underwater world, her own plug-in, as well as the extra plug-in like Huahua, seem to have lost their effect. So how can she not be discouraged? Looking at the fish and sighing, this is what she is like now. Hui Xiao has always kept a distance of less than half a meter from Zhuang Xiao, ensuring that he can reach him with his hand. So far, he has found 3 edible sargassum. This sargassum grows very fast, and can grow more than half a meter in 24 hours. But those that are more than 1 meter long are almost all highly radioactive and inedible. The one in Hui Xiao's hand must have a growth cycle of less than 3 days, and it is still a young seedling. Hui Xiao slowly raised his hand and patted Zhuang Xiao's diving suit. However, there was no reaction. Hui Xiao had no choice but to speak, "Find this kind of sargassum." Zhuang Xiao turned around and saw the seaweed in Hui Xiao's hand that looked like Chinese chrysanthemum. She was silent. This skinny seaweed? The branches and leaves are so dry and flat, how can it taste good? Zhuang Xiao was very skeptical about this. However, compared to her current empty-handed state, she felt that Brother Hui at least had a handful of dry grass, which was much better than her. And from the occasional voices of others, it could be judged that everyone had harvested a few seaweeds. Just her performance today was the worst, at the bottom. Zhuang Xiao smiled at Hui Xiao and nodded. You can't lose sesame seeds just to pick up watermelons. So, after her stomach growled, she wanted to work hard. If she didn't work hard, she wouldn't be able to earn enough for today's meal. For those fucus, sargassum, and staghorn that didn't look thick enough, Zhuang Xiao chose to settle for the next best thing. Her test target was mainly around a kind of green fleshy fern algae. From a distance, it looks like a pine forest. When the searchlight is swept over it, the seaweed looks more like a bunch of immature crystal clear green grapes, except that the green granular grapes look a bit like a kind of pickled seaweed she has eaten before, a fat seaweed. The consolation is that seaweed is not like grass on the ground, and the edible leaves have to be tested one by one. Don't think the yield is not high under the sea, but as long as there is an edible branch or leaf, a long bunch pulled out can be eaten. Sometimes you may see a small cluster of seaweed, but if you pull it out little by little, uproot it, you will find that it may become 3 or 5 times larger than the original size. With Zhuang Xiao's unremitting efforts, she finally got her first harvest of the day, a fern algae. In the small fern algae forest, there are also some other brown or red feather-shaped algae. Zhuang Xiao didn't even look at it, and concentrated on struggling with the fat green fern algae. Suddenly, Jiangyan's loud laughter came, and then his extremely excited voice came out. Starfish, starfish. I finally caught it. Ha ha ha. Then, Master Kant's slow voice came. The thorns on this starfish are poisonous. Ah! Jiangyan was so scared that he loosened his grip, and the starfish he had just caught disappeared into the intricate coral reefs. My starfish. As soon as Jiangyan finished speaking, Hu Qianli's voice came over faintly. I also caught one, a blue one, an edible one. Zhuang Xiao, This starfish also has blue ones. Master Kant, Of course, there are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, whatever color you want. Another familiar voice came. It was Meng Qingyang. I caught a conch. It's as big as my head, edible. Zhuang Xiao, Underwater show-off? Zhuang Xiao slowly turned around and looked at Hu Xiao on the side, asking with his eyes. What did you catch? Hu Xiao was silent, hesitated for a moment, and said calmly, A sea clam grabbed my foot, edible. Instantly, everyone fell into a strange silence. Then, there was Zhuang Zhao's laughter. She slowly looked down. Sure enough, a brown-patterned sea clam was half-naked outside the sand, biting Hu Xiao's big iron foot tightly. The clam shell was half open, and from the gap on one side, Zhuang Xiao could even see her white clam meat. Don't worry, if you can't break it, just get back on the boat and throw it away. The voice of Master Kant came. The voice was a bit weird, and Zhuang Xiao privately thought that the uncle might be holding back his laughter. But isn't that too irresponsible? Zhuang Xiao broke off a coral branch with her bare hands. It was already boned and hard enough. Without a spatula, she could only use what was available. She had no intention of breaking the clam shell, but it was still okay to poke its soft flesh. As for the clam on Hu Xiaoyin's foot, it was best to stand quietly, otherwise it would be troublesome if he fell. The mutant hook snake hidden in the fern forest watched this scene quietly. It turned out that they were all acquaintances. I don't know what this stingy bipedal beast is doing in such strange clothes, looking for small stones? Chapter 556. The piece of coral that Zhuang Xiao broke off was covered with rows of aquatic creatures with pink tentacles. The moment the reef broke, these pink tentacles seemed to be frightened and suddenly shortened to half their length. Zhuang Xiao did not notice this change. Even if she noticed it, she might not care. She had been in this sea water for such a long time, and some aquatic creatures were like this, very timid, and would immediately react to various stress reactions like mimosa at the slightest disturbance. However, no matter how much stress they have, these species cannot leave the coral reefs or rocks they are attached to, so they are not that scary. Zhuang Xiao held the not-so-thick coral reef in one hand, and with the other hand, she held the reef beside her, and slowly bent down in the sea. Cousin, do you need help? Hu Qianli looked in their direction, but saw no one. His sight was blocked by clusters of coral reefs. No. I can handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, the coral pillar in her hand poked into the tender and juicy soft meat of the clam through the gap of the clam. The first time, the clam refused to let go. The second time really hit the sore spot. Wow! The two big fan-shaped shells suddenly opened, and then they didn't close. Moreover, due to the sudden movement of the clam, the fine sand on the seabed suddenly surged up. The clear sea water suddenly became turbid. Wherever the searchlight shone, there were tiny grains of sand in the light column. The coral reef in his hand was bitten by the clam. Hu Xiao's foot was also freed. Zhuang Xiao took the opportunity to let the small detection tool give the clam a small needle. Ding, moderate radiation mutation can be used. This is very heartbreaking. Hu Xiao has edible seafood delivered to his door. And what about her? What about her? She is penniless, nothing. Seaweed doesn't count, that's all vegetarian. Tonight she wants to eat meat, seafood meat. After Hu Xiao's feet were freed, Zhuang Xiao informed everyone, and then stuffed the coral reef and clams in his hand to Hu Xiao. Then he went to another place to collect without looking back. This land is obviously not good for her. The mutant hook snake swam silently in the water. Zhuang Xiao, who boasted of his extraordinary hearing, did not realize that he was being followed by a snake, and he continued to walk in the water. The man and the snake walked together in the water for more than an hour. The nearby coral reefs have become larger and higher. The coral trees are connected together to form a colorful underwater forest. The light outside shines through the water, and shines on the top of the forest. The colors of various marine animals and plants that rely on coral reefs at the top of the forest are more colorful and gorgeous. The coral reefs are intertwined below and lush above. They block most of the light below, and only a small amount of light slanted down through the gaps. No matter how good Zhuang Zhao's eyesight is, it is not a true clairvoyance. In such a dim environment, he still has to rely on the searchlight he carries with him. She looked back and saw Brother Hua following her with his spoils. Seeing Zhuang Xiao looking at him, Hua Xiao smiled at her. There was light inside the diving suit's helmet, and the light shining on Hua Xiao's face was quite creepy. Flame Cat, you looked just as weird and scary when you smiled at me just now. Okay. Zhuang Xiao turned around abruptly and shook off the smile he had just seen. Everyone should stop laughing. Let's just be honest and work hard to find edible seafood. 2 hours have passed without us noticing. In another 2 hours, the light under the sea will only get dimmer, and it will be even more difficult to find edible food. There is no seaweed under our feet, only soft fine sand. However, Zhuang Xiao felt the hardness of the rock when he stepped on it. There should be rocks under the fine sand. It was uneven and rugged. The searchlight kept scanning the surroundings, like a diligent scout. Zhuang Xiao was tripped by the protruding rock under his feet. Hua Xiao, who was following behind him, reached out to rescue him, but he also fell on Zhuang Xiao. The two heavy metal bears were stacked together like a stack of monks, and the water around them became more lively. The mutant aquatic creatures growing on the coral trees suddenly became lively, and then returned to calm. The mutant hook snake swam easily in the seawater, and its movements were extremely smooth. Zhuang Xiao's head hit hard. Due to the buffering effect of water, the transparent hood of the diving suit that she was worried about did not break. But, when she turned her head to the left, her eyes opened wider and wider. No, can this debt collection be carried out in the sea? The pure black body of the mutant hook snake is still quite conspicuous in front of a group of colorful aquatic animals and plants. Even so, Hua Xiao, who looked to the right and tried to grab the coral tree beside him to stand up, did not see it. Zhuang Xiao and the mutant hook snake stared at each other, completely confused about what the other was doing now. Zhuang Xiao was surprised, but did not make a sound. She was afraid that others would worry after hearing it. Besides, it was difficult to help on land, let alone under the sea. She could not be like a fish in water, but the mutant hook snake was like a fish in water. After all, there is a creature in the sea called sea snake. Besides, this mutant hook snake is an amphibious animal. I just don't know whether this guy prefers to stay in the water more or on land more. Hua Xiao just stood up. The mutant hook snake hooked Zhuang Xiao's diving suit very smoothly and pulled him up from the ground. It really doesn't take much effort to pull people out of the water. A person and a snake are so close, and the water flow is so turbulent. If Hua Xiao can't feel it anymore, he will really die. This was a bit sudden. As soon as Zhuang Xiao stood up, he met Hua Xiao's eyes. Don't talk first. Hu Qianli and others, It was obvious that he was not talking to them. But just shut up, Hua Xiao, He didn't want to talk. Besides, what did he say? He had nothing to say. Okay, no matter how much this mutant hook snake entangled the little girl, it would never go home with him. We are not from the same world. Ah, bah, are we not from the same world? Animals. Yes, it is an animal, and humans are also an animal. After Zhuang Xiao finished talking about Hua Xiao, he went to see the mutant hook snake. Want to see what this guy means? It seems that there is no advantage to follow her, right? What's more, she took advantage of the mutant hook snake a lot when they met for the first time yesterday. And the aerial tour she promised was not realized because of the mutant hook snake's cowardice. This can't be blamed on her. Flame Cat, Please be a human being. Chapter 557. Wherever the mutant hook snake went, all the marine creatures avoided it. Well, except for those who were not free to move and depended on others for survival. Tell me, what on earth do you want to do by following me? Under the sea, you want to take advantage of me, but there is no advantage to take. Zhuang Xiao kept talking, without mentioning the word mutant hook snake. Except for Hua Xiao, the other people online were confused when they heard it. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong looked at each other and communicated silently. What's going on? How to take advantage? Hu Qianli reached out and touched his wife's face, breasts, waist. What's the point of touching it? Boss Hua, what kind of strange habit is this? Lan Hong glared at Hu Qianli, slowly raised her heavy metal foot and stepped on Hu Qianli's foot. Hu Qianli, I don't feel anything. It doesn't hurt to step on people. Everyone is invulnerable now. Meng Qingyang and Xin Yi looked at each other. Xin Ye's face flushed. How could Xiao Xiao say such a thing? Although everyone was silent and chatting, they would not forget her words, as they could all hear her. Zhuang Xiao, I couldn't help it, I really couldn't help it. The mutant hook snake scared away the clams under her feet, and it didn't repent. Miss Hua Hua for a second. And this mutant hook snake would block her steps from time to time. The more she wanted to go, the more this guy would block her. On land, They can still compete in running. In the sea, is it a swimming competition? The point is that she can't swim either. After a long time, Zhuangxiao didn't care anymore. She would go wherever there was a road. Anyway, the watch didn't remind them that they were out of the limited range. So just do whatever you want. Down here, it doesn't matter where you go. The frightened fish ran around in the water. One of them was lucky enough to crash into Zhuangxiao's hand, and its tail was pulled, so it was useless to struggle. Suddenly, Zhuangxiao thought it was good to have mutant hook snakes to mess things up. This sea fish had no rules to escape, so it was easy to catch. Catching fish with bare hands. This felt very good. This silver-white sea fish was indeed lucky. It was a high-radiation mutation. He could only let it go. The mutant sea fish disappeared into the dense coral reef. After the first successful experience of catching fish with bare hands, Zhuangxiao fell into this game and couldn't extricate himself. Huixiao was no exception. The two caught dozens of fish with bare hands, and they were lucky enough to detect several mutant sea fish with moderate radiation. Dinner was now settled. After detecting the first edible mutant sea fish, Zhuangxiao finally joined the three groups of people, Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang and Jiangyan, in showing off. A late but late show-off. The light gradually dimmed. The area outside the searchlight became 2 points darker. Huixiao pulled Zhuangxiao, who was immersed in catching fish with his bare hands, from behind. When he turned around, he pointed upwards again. Zhuangxiao was puzzled and looked in the direction of her finger. The crisscross branches of the coral tree squeezed together to form a huge coral crown. In addition to the coral polyps parasitizing on the coral tree, and other aquatic species. The light above their heads could only pour down. Zhuangxiao glanced at the display screen on the metal wrist. They should now be at the bottom of the sea pit she had seen before. This distance is really deep. Clearly, she saw that the center was still a low-lying area before. Unexpectedly, the coral tree is so high, and it has not yet exceeded the edge of the deep pit in the sea. I don't know how this deep pit was formed. Want to go back? Zhuangxiao asked Huixiao. The distance between them and the others seemed a bit far. It took her and Huixiao a long time to walk here, and it would take a lot of time to go back even if they walked in a straight line. Huixiao nodded. This place is too dark, and he is a little scared to stay here. But he was embarrassed to say it. Since he went into the sea, he has been very nervous. This dark environment made him very uncomfortable, and he didn't feel safe at all. On land, there is a moon and stars at night. Even if there is neither, there is no such darkness as in the underwater world, as if people would be swallowed up by darkness in the next second and cease to exist. Then let's go back, Zhuangxiao said. Going back would not hinder her from catching fish. As for the mutant hook snake, whatever you want to do. Are you coming back? Master Kant's voice suddenly came out. Zhuangxiao didn't know why the uncle suddenly spoke, so he hummed. Then, nothing happened. According to the positions of the people shown on the display, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were very close to each other, and should be halfway up the sea pit, while Master Kant and Jiang Anren were just a little bit at the edge of the deep pit. Therefore, it took her and Huixiao the longest time to return. After walking a quarter of the straight distance, the mutant hook snake suddenly turned around and left. Why did it leave? Zhuangxiao muttered in a very soft voice, the kind that no one else could hear. However, it was better to leave, otherwise it would be troublesome to meet up later. About 3 minutes later, a small, shining star flickered in the dim sea water, slowly moving towards Zhuangxiao. Zhuangxiao saw it. However, she thought it was a glowing sea fish, so she didn't care. It wasn't until the face of the mutant hook snake was pressed against her transparent helmet that Zhuangxiao saw clearly that the small star was hanging on the tail of the mutant hook snake. It was not twinkling, but shining white light continuously. This light is so familiar to Zhuangxiao. Is it showing off in the sea? This kind of showing off, she likes it so much. I didn't expect that energy stones can be found under the sea. Her cheats come in handy. In the dark seabed, looking for energy stones emitting white light, the energy stones in the sea are not for her. Ha ha ha. I want to laugh, but I hold it back. In Huixiao's eyes, the mutant hook snake is no different from the dancing grass, the flame cat, and the mutant pangolin. They are all silly, and stick to the little girl. Steal his wife from him. Zhuangxiao raised his hand, and touched the head and neck of the mutant hook snake. Although the neck was a bit long, he touched its tail along the neck. Then, he took the energy stone from the tail of the mutant hook snake. Huixiao followed closely, watching Zhuangxiao's hand slowly brushing the scales of the mutant hook snake, and felt very depressed. In his resentful eyes, a small stone appeared in front of him. Well, it made him even more depressed. Each of them seemed to be more capable than him. Chapter 558. With the energy stone hanging on, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao looked at each other, and everything was said without words. They didn't seem to be in such a hurry to return. After stumbling for half an hour behind the mutant hook snake, they saw all kinds of mollusks, arthropods and zoophytes crawling under their feet. The tentacles stretched out, long and soft, trying to block the invasion of foreign enemies with their weak and boneless bodies. Finally, the mutant hook snake stopped moving forward and moved back and forth between the coral reefs. Here, the sun's rays gradually dimmed, like a candle that was about to go out at any time. In such an atmosphere, dots of starlight dotted the seabed that looked like a black flocked carpet, giving a feeling of thousands of stars underfoot. Zhuang Xiao walked casually among the coral reefs. The aquatic life here was obviously more energetic and vigorous than that in other places. The range of the stars on the black flocked carpet was limited. Some of the stars were hiding in the cracks of the rocks, some for some unknown reason were in the long mouthparts of some coelenteroids, and some were in the bodies of sea clams. It seems that it is not an easy task to snatch food from the mouths of these marine creatures. Zhuang Xiao was both happy and melancholy. After the mutant hook snake arrived here, the whole snake was excited and circled around a huge coral tree. From time to time, its tail picked a star from the coral bush and threw it out. The snake was having a lot of fun. Zhuang Xiao admired it very much, and at the same time, looking at its charming and seductive figure, maybe if it circled a few more times, it could turn into a black lady. As she was walking, Zhuang Xiao felt something under her feet. It was a huge sea clam, like a millstone with a diameter of more than 1 meter. It was several times larger than the sea clam that Wu Xiao had encountered before. The surface of this sea clam was granular, dark red in color, with a circle of black linear stripes on the edge of the shell, which looked retro and gorgeous, very beautiful. It was an excellent container for energy stones. She had been wondering how to take this energy stone back later. Now it was good, just stuff it all into the sea clam shell. Wu Xiao looked at the small stone he had just brought out when he pulled out a piece of edible seaweed, and remained silent. They say that when you pull out a carrot, you bring out mud. He pulled out the seaweed and brought out the energy stone. This incredible luck. He was finally blessed by God. Cousin, why are you going further and further? Working underwater is also very tiring. Hu Qianli took a break and took a look at the location of Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao, and found that the two seemed to have turned a corner again while walking. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They had been underwater for 6 or 7 hours, and it was almost time to return to the boat. I'm chasing a pearl oyster. Zhuang Xiao didn't even have a script in mind, and the words came out of his mouth to deceive people. A pearl oyster can run faster than my cousin. Suddenly, Meng Qingyang took over. There is a nest of pearl oysters here. Do you want to catch them? Zhuang Xiao said casually and nonchalantly. Master Kant, who was leaning on a coral reef to rest, curled his lips and muttered in his heart, "These young people are really boastful. A nest of pearl oysters, you didn't say a nest of energy stones." Anyway, Master Kant didn't take it seriously at all, and just thought that these people were just joking. Let's come over. Let's come over too. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang said one after another. The people who just said they were going back suddenly went to catch pearl oysters, which can only mean that there must be a lot of pearl oysters. Otherwise, my cousin wouldn't be like this. Besides, my cousin never tells lies. Wu Xiao, Have you heard too many stories made up by little girls? I can't tell the real from the fake, Master Kant muttered to himself, but said, I wait for you up there. He meant the upper edge of the funnel-shaped sea pit. As long as these people do not exceed his control range, his accompaniment will be effective. Jiang glanced at Master Kant, who was lazily leaning on the coral reef and teasing a seed bean sprout, and whispered, Uncle Kong, I go too. Master Kant waved his hand. Go, 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 don't disturb his rest. Zhuang Xiao spent several minutes prying open the hard shell of the mollusk. The soft milky white flesh was exposed in the seawater. Zhuang Xiao's eyes lit up. It really is a pearl oyster, and look at these pearls, each one is full, shiny and lustrous, and the quality is incomparable to the pearls in the river clam she picked up in the ditch. In a few seconds, Zhuang Xiao took out all the soft flesh inside, leaving only the pearls attached to the shell wall. How can the meat of a mussel be as valuable as a pearl? Besides, not every pearl meets the radiation value standard. After removing the soft meat inside the shell, the remaining space is perfect for energy stones. Zhuang Xiao was concentrating on fiddling with her energy stone container. Wu Xiao was only 2 or 3 meters away from her. Because the light was dim, if you didn't use a searchlight to illuminate it, you wouldn't know what the little girl was busy with. And Xiao was also very excited at this time. 2 energy stones were already in hand. At this moment, he felt a little overwhelmed. The little nervousness and anxiety he had felt before had been completely washed away by this good luck. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang arrived at about the same time. When they arrived, Zhuang Zhao's clam container was already 1/3 full. Moreover, Zhuang Zhao picked up the brightest stars. "Boswa, did you find all this?" Hu Qianli pointed at the bundled seaweed and said in disbelief. Xiao nodded and hummed. Then he put the energy stone in his hand on Hu Qianli's helmet. Hu Qianli, burp, burp. Hu Qianli burped several times in a row, and the sound was stuck in his throat. Unable to speak. "Your pearl looks really small." Meng Qingyang also saw what Xiao was holding, swallowed his saliva, and said slowly, "This is not a pearl oyster nest, this is clearly my cousin poking the energy stone nest again. There are really pearls. I'm coming, I'm coming." Jiang Yan's incoherent voice sounded excitedly. Hu Qianli hummed. "There are pearls. Big, shiny, crystal clear pearls." Hearing Hu Qianli's response, Jiang Yan felt that he could walk even faster. He was going to get rich, he was going to get rich. That was pearls. As long as one oyster could produce 2 or 3 pearls that met the radiation value standard, he could lie down at home in peace during this year's stormy weather. If he could find 2, 3, 7 or 8 pearl oysters. Jiang Ping, brother, wake up. The sun is shining in the sky. Chapter 559. Zhuang Zhao, who called on everyone to come and catch pearl oysters, made such a decision as if someone had dug out her heart. However, there was no way, the opportunity would not come again. The energy stones she could bring back were limited. And this was the territory of other safe zones. If she came here all the time, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If this area was discovered, the mutant hook snake would be angry. After all, looking at the mutant hook snake's silly look of self-satisfaction, this should be one of its amusement parks. Besides, she scooped the meat into her own bowl, so she had to leave some soup for others. Except for her, who had the cheating attribute, the others who came here could only share a little bit of broth at most. I think the mutant hook snake wouldn't mind. Mutated hook snake, No, it does mind. It really does mind. After the couple Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang exchanged secret codes with Xiao, they tacitly went to look for the cute little pearl. Soon, the 4 people's dream of getting rich was scared away by the mutant hook snake before it even began. Bosswood didn't say there were mutant hook snakes here. The 4 people burped in unison. The mutant hook snake flicked its tail and continued to circle leisurely. Zhuang Zhao looked for twinkling stars everywhere in the coral bush. His ears were not idle either. Hearing that Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli had arrived, he poked his head out from under a cluster of pink coral branches. The searchlight was turned on. The light was too bright, which was not conducive to her finding the energy stone. He began to look around. As expected, they saw 4 big metal bears standing very straight and upright, and the glittering crystals thrown out by the mutant hook snake. "We are all familiar with each other. Don't be afraid." Zhuang Zhao kindly comforted. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark head popped out from above Zhuang Zhao's transparent head. 4 people, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. They just need to go further away. Finally, the 4 people supported each other and went back to find Xiao. Xiao was outside the encirclement of the mutant hook snake, and after Zhuang Zhao turned off the searchlight, it was easy for him to find the energy stone in the coral bush. He really just picked one up at random. Unlike Xiao, who had to search every inch of the seaweed. He said he was here to get pearl oysters. So he had to catch 2 clams to make a show. Jiangyan was the last one to arrive. When he arrived, Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang and the other 4 already had 1 or 2 clams in their hands, dragging them behind them. He was envious. Following the light of the searchlight that came out from the coral reef, Jiangyan found Meng Qingyang, Hu Qianli, and Xiao one by one. Jiangyan was left behind by Xiao to form a team with him. In order to avoid seeing the mutant hook snake and frightening a good young man, Jiangyan got into the state very quickly. He quickly got a small pearl oyster. He took out 3 medium radiation mutated pearls from it, each of which was the size of a normal soybean. This was a good start, and he felt very happy. Master Kant, who was almost asleep while teasing Haduya, was suddenly awakened by a scream. "What's wrong? What happened to you?" The voice was very anxious. He was really worried that something might happen, which would make the difficulty of his visiting the great process rise to a new level. "It's okay." Jiangyan's hand was pinched by a sea clam. Xiao said in a faint voice, and then shook his head at Jiangyan. "Sea clam, It's the one who took all the blame today. As if he understood something, Jiangyan hurriedly said, Uncle Kong, it's a sea clam. After Jiangyan finished speaking, he showed the small stone in his hand to Huishao. His eyes were very eager. He had never seen a physical energy stone, had he? This is it. It was, right? It was like a flame was burning in his heart, so hot that he could hardly breathe. It's a pearl oyster. Huishao finished speaking, and then instructed, put it away, and go back to test the pearls inside. Master Kant fell back onto the coral reef with a bang. The sea bean sprouts bent. Killed in action. The young man from the shantytown had seen too few good things, so he made a fuss. Hey, if he had known there were really pearl oysters there, he would have gone there too. Look at the distance on the display. Forget it, it's too far, I don't want to move. Hey, where's my sea bean sprout? Master Kant turned his head and muttered to himself. It wouldn't have run away in this moment. Sea bean sprout, I. Dead. Happy times always go by quickly. The morning star has risen in the world above my head. The seabed is as dark as ink. Zhuang Shao looked at the stars scattered around. There were fewer of them. In the darkness, a white light band wandered freely on the black stage. The mutant hook snake is full. She turned to look at her clam suitcase. In her eyes, the clam was like a bright incandescent lamp in the dark night, which caught her eye. This was enough for her. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, her Huohuo would be rewarded with a few snacks, which would last for a long time. Lan Hong, It turns out that you can spend money like this, Shen Yi, Please give her a meal of these snacks. Just one meal will do. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were both people who had obtained energy stones by themselves. After the excitement, they calmed down. When they found it, their blood pressure rose, then fell back to calm down, ups and downs. As two people who had never found an energy stone by themselves, Lan Hong and Shen Ye's blood pressure was always high. No matter how they comforted themselves and relieved themselves in their hearts, they couldn't suppress their pounding hearts. It's better to have it yourself than to have it by others. All these things in my hand were obtained by myself. The energy stone handed to him by his husband is a completely different feeling. Jiangyan, He was so happy that he almost fainted. Love my cousin, love my cousin, love my cousin the most. Zhuang Shao found a few thick seaweeds, tied the clams tightly, and then went to find a few half-sized clams and dragged them together. He dragged a clam back. The target was too obvious. Others who were searching for energy stones did not have the heart-pounding troubles he had. After all, each of them only found a few energy stones. They could hide them if they hid them casually. But, since we are here, it would be nice to drag a few more sea clams that look like pearl clams back home. After dinner, we can open the blind box. At this moment, it is already 6:30 in the evening. It will take more than 2 hours to walk back, and it will be 9 o'clock when we get back to the boat. Zhuang Shao packed up, turned on the searchlight, looked straight ahead, and tried to avoid looking at the small stars shining charmingly in the dark. Seeing that people were about to leave, the mutant hook snake followed closely. Chapter 560. The mutant hook snake streaked across the dark seabed like a meteor, making it difficult for Zhuang Shao not to notice it. However, Zhuang Shao did not take it seriously for the time being. The ground here was uneven, and there were coral reefs everywhere connected by various aquatic organisms. The seaweed and clams she dragged behind her were enough to make her walk on the seabed difficult, so she had no time to pay attention to the direction of the mutant hook snake. The first time she met Huishao, she wanted to give him the smaller clams, and with the help of Huishao and Jiangyan, she tied this huge pearl clam filled with energy stones to herself. Huishao was worried about carrying such a priceless sea clam. Moreover, the combined weight of these large and small sea clams was not light, so it would be easier to carry a large clam. After a while, Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli and his wife came over, carrying even more things. Those who could usually carry 200 kilograms could now double that. Of course, the more the better. After everyone gathered, they headed back. Zhuang Shao walked in front without even looking back. She was afraid of turning back, so she couldn't control her legs. The time it took to return to the ship's anchorage was twice as long as the time it took to go there. Master Kant saw the objects carried by everyone and said nothing. This was normal, he had long been accustomed to it, until their ship left. The ship anchored next door had not left yet. The people on that ship actually left later than us. Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if I had known that I would hurry, I wouldn't be so anxious. My waist and arms are sore and painful. Lan Hong rubbed her aching arm, but her eyes were sparkling. In fact, she could have picked up more pearls. She really experienced what it meant to be in pain and happy. Zhuang Xiao stared out the window and muttered softly, I would have picked more if I had known. Mutated hook snake, eh. You promised to leave me some family assets. Xin Yi and Lan Hong were immersed in the joy of the great harvest, and they didn't hear Zhuang Xiao's words clearly. Hui Xiao and the other 4 men were preparing dinner in the kitchen. They were hungry for the whole day. In the afternoon, they were really just relying on their passion and excitement to hold on. After returning, everyone put their things into the storage room in tacit understanding. The boat was not a good place to talk. Even now, the 4 men were silent. Seeing that no one was talking, Jiangyan chose to shut up. Work more, talk less. He is a hard-working and obedient child. The crisp sound of chopping vegetables and the sizzling sound of cooking in the kitchen echoed in the small space. The tempting aroma of food quietly squeezed out from the crack of the door and slipped into the living room along the corridor. I'm so hungry. Zhuang Xiao looked away from the window, his nose twitching, and turned in the direction of the smell. Among the 3 people, I don't know whose stomach made a gurgling sound. As the smell approached, the sound of hunger gradually disappeared. The whole ship slowly fell into a deep sleep. The sky was slightly bright on the sea. Zhuang Xiao woke up from his sleep. In the small and cramped space, it was pitch black. She touched the side of the bed, and it was cold. Her sea clam was still there. Before going to bed, she felt that it would be more reassuring to put the sea clam suitcase where she slept, so she asked Hui Xiao to drag it back for her. Afterwards, Hui Xiao also took a sea clam back. Then, the others didn't understand why, but it didn't stop them from following suit. That night, everyone fell asleep with the smell of sea salt, and everyone slept very sweetly. I really want to go back early. Zhuang Xiao muttered, enjoying the cool touch under her hands. There is really no sense of security in someone else's territory. Originally, she had thought that she and Hui Xiao would stay here for a while after Hu Qianli and his group returned, but now that she had a huge treasure, she was considering whether it would be better to return to the number 11 safe zone as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she fell asleep again. There was nothing in the dream. When she woke up again, they had arrived at the last stop of their journey. It turned out to be Siusi Island. That was the time when Zhuang Xiao left Hui Xiao alone to follow the flame cat to find seabird eggs. Are you going to collect seabird eggs? I don't want to go. Zhuang Xiao stood on the deck, not wanting to get off the ship at all. She wanted to keep her energy stone. Be a quiet and beautiful miser. After all, she finally got such a large amount of unexpected wealth, and she was always worried that it would disappear. After all, there were such sudden rich situations. In a year, she only encountered it twice. This is really not enough. It's hard to make money, but it's still easy to spend money. There are no investment projects for her to invest in here. If the money is gone, it's really gone. If there are investment projects, she will invest in 10 or 8, and there will always be one that is profitable. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. Xiao Yin, eh? Yes, yes. Yes, welcome cousin to invest and contribute to the construction of the safe zone. Why not go? This Siusi Island is much safer than Jui Island, and there is definitely no mutant species as terrifying as the mutant hook snake. When Hu Qianli heard that Zhuang Xiao was not going, he felt unsure and tried his best to persuade her. But Zhuang Xiao did not take up his words, but said to Hui Xiao, you take them with you, I take a stroll around the dock. Guarding their boat, guarding her energy stone. Seeing that she was really not interested in Siusi Island, Hui Xiao said, then you stay with Uncle Kong, don't run around. I'm really afraid that the little girl will run away before he comes back. Besides, not to mention the energy stone he got yesterday, he hasn't earned back the cost of this voyage yet. I hope I can gain something on the last day. Flame Cat, eh? Good luck to you. Hu Qianli saw that Hui Xiao said so he didn't force it. Xin Yi and Lan Hong offered to accompany Zhuang Xiao, but she refused. There was a beach on one side of the pier. She didn't plan to chat with anyone, so wouldn't it be nice to lie down under the shade of a tree and take a nap? Besides, even if she wanted to lie down, she couldn't prevent others from earning points. Zhuang Xiao waved at them and said, okay, you guys should leave quickly. I wait for your good news here. Before leaving, Hui Xiao still reminded them, don't run around. I know it won't do much, but I just want to say this. Zhuang Xiao replied perfunctorily, I know, I won't run around on my own initiative. Besides, she didn't run around passively that time. She didn't want to, really. Dancing grass, eh? It's the most obedient one. It won't run if it says it won't run, whether it's active or passive, it won't run. Chapter 561. Zhuang Xiao didn't turn around and enter the cabin until Hui Xiao and his group completely disappeared. A white cloud floated in the sky. It was like a white brush casually sketched on a blue drawing board, revealing a bit of lightness. The sea breeze blew, bringing the singing of mutant seabirds. Zhuang Xiao lay lazily in a shadow, staring at the mutant seabirds that occasionally passed by his head, drooling. Kant went to the small house built temporarily on the dock to chat with someone. There were people he knew there. Through the window, Kant could see the human-shaped meat pie that was twisted into a dough twist and spread into a small ball under the shadow of the tree. "Is he your guest this time?" the man opposite Kant asked. Kant nodded and retracted his gaze. The man was not very curious about Zhuang Xiao. Seeing that Kant looked at him straight in the eye, he talked about what happened recently on Siosi Island. Safe zone number 11. "Did you win?" Yen Hu glanced at Yen Ming's purple and blue face. "Very good. In such a face, there is a palm-sized area under the eye sockets with normal skin color and intact," Yen Ming said sullenly. "Draw?" Yen Hu nodded with satisfaction and praised. "Not bad. It's a draw so quickly when you're fighting 3, and it's worth the effort I've put in to give you these days." As he said that, he wanted to reach out and touch his brother's head. On second thought, his face is already like this, and who knows how many bulges are hidden in this thick black hair. His move made his brother jump up. It hurt. Yen Hu raised his hand, touched the air, and then fell back to its original position. "Come, apply the medicine." Yen Hu turned around, took out the medicinal wine from the drawer, and put it on the table. Yen Ming was both satisfied and dissatisfied with the result of this battle. He was satisfied that the arrogance of the 3 guys was beaten down by him. He was dissatisfied that this so-called draw was just that the 3 people fled in the face of the battle, and he felt that he did not defeat them. This kind of private sparring often happens in the guard team. Every day, many people who go to the guard team for training are bruised and battered, and no one is much better than the other. The instructor in charge of the guard team training also turns a blind eye to this. This is also an important part of selecting personnel. Compared with the nature of the work of the guard team and the mercenary team obviously has a higher risk factor. However, this does not mean that the personnel of the guard team are really inferior to those of the mercenary team. Strictly speaking, the guard team is also considered as the reserve of the mercenary team. If the loss of members of the mercenary team is too serious, the people in the guard team must be replaced in time. Of course, the privileged class is excluded. This kind of thing is common no matter what kind of social environment it is in, and it cannot be eliminated. Hiss. "Does it hurt?" Yen Hu said, but his hands did not stop moving, and even sped up a bit. "It hurts more to cut meat with a blunt knife." Yen Ming grinned and replied, "No. It doesn't hurt. A real man should bear the pain in his heart." Yen Hu, If your expression wasn't so ferocious at the moment, he would really believe it. "By the way, did Brother Hua say when he would be back?" Yen Ming asked, squinting his eyes, and looking at Yen Hu with tears in his eyes. "The smell of this medicine is too irritating." He couldn't help crying. Yen Hu put the medicine on the table, carefully looked at his big fat face with purple and blue for a while, and said slowly, "They have only been gone for a few days. How could they come back so soon? However, your brother Hu and brother Ming will probably be gone in the next 2 days. The holiday is about to end. It's better to come back later. I really can't face my sister now." Yen Ming picked up the medicine that Yen Hu had just put down from the table. He also had to apply it on his body. "Do you need help?" Yen Hu said with a smile. This kid now knows how to save face. I don't know who said that he wanted his sister to come back to support him. Yen Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and refused repeatedly. No. I can do it myself." The physical attacks he suffered today were all frontal, and he could see and reach them. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the house, Yen Ming seemed to remember something, turned his head and said inarticulately, "Have you seen my sister's house in the shanty town?" When he uttered each word, the muscles on his face jumped and pulled each other, which was really painful. "I just went to see it yesterday. It's fine," Yen Hu replied. Although the flame cat was not at home, there was still a daunting dancing grass in their yard. Moreover, the number of patrolling guards nearby has doubled. I don't know why. Under such circumstances, even those who want to take risks will probably be discouraged by such a dense patrol. Dancing grass will not chase people, but the guards will. "Okay." Yen Ming muttered 3 words softly. It seems that the people in their safe zone are still very cherishing their lives. Zhuang Xiao spent the whole morning very peacefully. She neither chased the mutant animals nor was she chased by the mutant animals. If it weren't for the fact that the solar radiation was getting stronger as the sun rose higher, she really wanted to continue lying outside, blowing the sea breeze, smelling the salt, and listening to the singing of the mutant seabirds. What a peaceful and beautiful day. Unfortunately, the solar radiation at the seaside is much higher than inland. Even if she hides in the shade, the scorching solar radiation will follow her all the time. In fact, she can also use anti-radiation items to cover her head and face. But what's the point if she can't enjoy the sea breeze? In the morning, Xiao would send a message every hour to report that he was safe, and then she would take a photo of the mutant seabird gliding on the sea and show it to him. See, sister, but she stayed where she was, without moving. Besides, Xiao and his group spent the whole morning climbing the mountain. The dock was moored in a small bay with the lowest terrain on Siosi Island, and the cliff where Xiao had taken seabird eggs was just opposite to it. In the sunny and sheltered place, the grass and trees were green and looked full of vitality. In the cold land, the grass and trees were still in hibernation, with no signs of waking up. In addition to the 6 people in their group, there was an unexpected follower who had been following them silently and secretly shared half of their victory. After eating and drinking, they left. Of course, these were all follow-up matters. At this moment, Xiao and the others were completely unaware of the situation and were only concentrating on getting on with their journey. Chapter 562. Standing at the highest point of Siosi Island. The sea breeze made the clothes on their bodies rustle. Just below them was a cliff, below the cliff was the turbulent sea, and above the cliff, the cracks between the uneven rocks were filled with last year's dry branches. And the mutant seabird eggs they wanted to find were distributed among these rock cracks and dead branches. The mutant seabirds were patrolling back and forth on the sea. It seemed that they were patrolling their territory boredly, and it seemed that they were concentrating their minds, waiting for an opportunity to hunt the mutant sea fish that emerged from the sea. Damn, this cliff is really high. If you fall down, you will be smashed to pieces. Hu Qianli stuck his head forward and quickly retracted it. The wind here is too loud. If you want to hear what others say clearly, you must sink your qi into your dantian and speak loudly. After observing the surrounding terrain, the group did not delay any longer. After getting ready, they slid down from the top of the cliff like Spider-Man. At first, Shen Yi and Lan Hong were a little nervous. They kept thinking of those who fell off the cliff after being attacked by mutant seabirds. Some difficulties must be overcome by oneself. After some self-hypnosis and psychological suggestion, the 2 people made up their minds and went down. It turns out that the risk and benefit are proportional this time. There are more seabirds nesting on the cliffs here than they saw above, and the probability of being edible is also good. The uneven stone wall is also very conducive to their climbing. So far, the benefits brought by this action are much greater than they imagined. As the sun moved, the scorching sun shone directly on the cliff. The group reluctantly came up from the cliff. Among them, Xiao had a young bird with its wings not yet fully grown hanging upside down on his waist, with its round eyes wide open and alert to everything around it, although it had become prey in the hands of others. After counting the harvest in the morning, everyone was very satisfied with the results. After a simple lunch, the group continued their morning activities. The mutant hook snake bathed in the sun, coiled its shiny black body, opened its half-closed eyes, and raised its head lazily, until its sight could pass over the high rocks in front of it. It could see the round mutant seabird eggs neatly arranged on the ground. It was time for lunch. The sound of the eggshell breaking followed the sea breeze all the way down and gradually disappeared in the direction of the pier. The mutant hook snake couldn't help but burp. It spat out its long snake core. Its double tails, like sharp blades, swung back and forth between the rocks. A moment later, a pile of return gifts of various shapes and colors appeared on the ground. The shivering young bird huddled in the corner, watching the terrible enemy walk away in fear. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuang Xiao took the small spatula borrowed from Master Kant and walked leisurely on the beach. There was a reef beach in front. At this time, the reef beach was low tide. Master Kant said that if she was bored, she could go there to take a look. Maybe there would be unexpected gains. Zhuang Xiao immediately accepted the suggestion. She was free anyway. She had been lying there for a long time, so it would be good to have something to do. She crossed the beach, entered the dense forest, and bypassed the huge rocks that were very smooth carved by the waves. It took a full half an hour to finally reach the reef beach. The reef beach was very wide, and the place where it connected to the dense forest looked like a crescent moon from a distance. If it weren't for the reefs here, Siosi Island might be the most suitable place for a pier. The reefs were covered with seaweed, either reddish-brown or dark green. From time to time, living creatures would dash past with rows of claws, fearing that they would be abandoned here by the gradually receding tide. The sea breeze was stronger than in the morning. The waves hit the rocks, splashing white foam and deafening. Zhuang Xiao jumped quickly from one rock to another, and then continued to move forward on the rocks closest to the sea water without getting her clothes wet. Along the rugged and tortuous sea line, her eyes searched around for a target that interested her. Suddenly, her feet that wanted to jump seemed to be restrained by something, and the inertia of her body made it almost impossible for her to maintain her balance. Good thing. I almost got disfigured. These exposed black reefs are not just covered with soft seaweed. There are countless hard-shelled shellfish parasitizing on the reefs. After stabilizing her body, Zhuang Xiao looked down at her ankle. Who was the culprit who caused her to fall? She saw two long black and gray fleshy tentacles wrapped around her ankles, and the tentacles were covered with dense small suction cups, firmly attached to her pants. Following the tentacles, the first thing that caught her eye was a lump of orange-yellow flesh squeezed in the cracks of the rocks, with a black eye embedded on the flesh, blinking constantly. In addition to the two tentacles that bound her, there were 6 more tentacles, fixed around the orange-yellow flesh. Without looking at the head and face, without looking at the eyes, just looking at the 8 tentacles, isn't this a proper octopus ball? Is it treating itself as prey? How interesting. At this moment, she missed the octopus balls very much, and the spicy octopus and stir-fried octopus were also good. Zhuang Xiao quickly wiped a handful of liquid on the mutant octopus and applied it to the watch. Ding, moderate radiation mutation can be used. Since it is edible, she will not be polite. The tide receded a little. The seawater in the cracks of the rocks flowed from high to low. Due to the huge body of the mutant octopus, the cracks in the rocks were filled up, successfully preventing the little finger-sized sea fish in the puddle on one side from returning to the sea. Between the hand and the knife, a tentacle as thick as a forearm successfully flew away. With a splash, the water in the puddle flowed out. The mutant octopus twisted its body and left the crack in the rock. In an instant, its body swelled up like a balloon. The orange-yellow skin gradually dimmed, as if it wanted to blend into the many colors on the reef beach. This was its unique escape instinct. Although there were only 7 tentacles left, the mutant octopus moved quickly among the reefs. On the contrary, because there were reefs everywhere, Zhuang Xiao was a little restrained. Seeing the huge body of the mutant octopus about to enter the sea, Zhuang Xiao swung the small spatula in his hand and threw it towards the fat body of the mutant octopus. After all, other people's small spatulas are not as convenient to use as his own. The small spatula rolled back and forth twice in the air. It rushed straight to the target that Zhuang Xiao expected. A slight puffing sound, and the sound of metal hitting rock sounded almost at the same time. Chapter 563. Hit. Zhuang Xiao cheered in his heart and rushed to the place where the mutant octopus died. The small spatula was stuck in the middle of the meatball. It is said that the octopus has a huge nervous system, and nearly 2/3 of the neurons are on its flexible tentacles and can function independently of the brain. This time, Zhuang Xiao can be said to have combined theory and practice. The remaining 7 tentacles of the mutant octopus kept struggling and shaking, as if they were eager to break away from this body that would soon decay and find freedom. The metal part of the small spatula was deeply embedded in the fat body of the mutant octopus. From the blue blood that oozed out, it can be inferred that the ink sac in the mutant octopus should be intact. Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied. Then he squatted down and pulled out the small spatula. Wait until the blue blood stopped oozing out. Zhuang Xiao grabbed 2 tentacles and threw the poor big guy over his shoulder and carried him on his back. The 7 tentacles that had not yet died were instantly firmly attached to Zhuang Xiao's body. 2 tentacles without eyes tried to occupy the territory on Zhuang Xiao's face. Before they reached their destination, Zhuang Xiao pulled them and pressed them firmly on her shoulders. After finding a suitable territory for the 7 tentacles, the first tentacle on her ankle that flew alone was trimmed into a beautiful fleshy anklet with the dagger rising and falling. The cut pieces of meat were put into the small bag on her waist. Zhuang Xiao tried to walk 2 steps. Not bad, not bad. It doesn't hinder walking. Just pick it up when it falls. Now, a whole mutant octopus is attached to Zhuang Xiao, and its restless tentacles occasionally want to tease their temporary host. From a distance, Zhuang Xiao, who is walking, looks like a siren in the deep sea. The surprises that Master Kant mentioned may all be on this mutant octopus, and another hour has passed. Zhuang Xiao has never encountered such a surprise again. The sky gradually dimmed, and the afterglow of the sunset gently sprinkled on the sea, forming golden ripples. Master Kant stood outside, admiring the sunset, muttering to himself, "It's about time to come back. After this trip, he can go home and rest for a day." Just as he was thinking, a shadow shrouded in golden light slowly moved along the beach towards the pier. The tentacles of the mutant octopus were really dying bit by bit. Zhuang Xiao had to carry her beloved octopus balls on her back like a sack. It's almost time. Wu Xiao shouted loudly, let's go back. Today was particularly smooth, and none of them were attacked by the mutant seabirds. And the harvest was good. He got 2 more edible baby birds. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang responded from a distance. Good. There was uncontrollable joy and satisfaction in their voices. As they climbed up, they picked up the strings of seabird eggs hanging on the dead branches. Without the scorching sun, the sea breeze was a little chilly. As soon as Hu Qianli came up, he put the seabird eggs away and hurried to help his wife. Meng Qingyang was the same. Neither of them noticed that the fruits of their hard work for a whole morning had been stolen by a mutant animal. Wu Xiao looked at the young bird shivering in the sea breeze, the broken eggshells on the ground, and the pile of small stones next to the young bird, and was silent. Along the way, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang cursed. Which turtle bastard stole the bird eggs they worked so hard to get back? Zhuang Xiao sat on the deck, leisurely waiting for people to come back to cook. Her octopus balls. The mutant seabird flapped its wings, and slid from the sea to the land of Siosi Island. The tired bird should return to its nest. Master Kant had been looking at the dead mutant octopus in the living room for a long time. This little girl is really lucky. She could even encounter a stranded mutant octopus. And the most important thing is that it is edible. The little girl said that thanks to Master Kant's blessed mouth, she actually found this unexpected harvest. Master Kant touched his chin and then touched his mouth. Could it be that his mouth is really blessed? Why didn't he notice it before? The middle-aged uncle, who was fed a lot of magic by Zhuang Xiao, was still thinking about it in the living room of the cabin, while Zhuang Xiao was thinking about her chef, who was about to return. The group returned with a full load and waved to the people on the deck from a distance. Cousin, we are back. Xiao Xiao. The excitement of this voice is comparable to that of the soldiers, who won a great victory and returned triumphantly. As soon as they boarded the deck, Zhuang Xiao took the remaining magic potion that Master Kant drank and distributed it evenly to everyone in Hu Xiao's group. It was like rain and dew were equally distributed. The group entered the cabin in a lively manner. Master Kant had returned to the control room and had to send these people ashore before 8 o'clock in the evening. This trip was over. If these people could find a few more good pearls in the clams they picked up, then the cost of this trip would be barely offset. Otherwise, it would be a loss. However, it seems that these people don't care about these points. I think the main purpose is to eat, drink and have fun. The boat arrived at Ishui Bay smoothly at the scheduled time and moored at a temporary dock near the parking lot. Generally, after the event, guests leave from here. After that, the boat will dive into the water and return to its designated berth. There are many such boats on the dock. There are people coming and going on the shore, and it looks quite lively. The gains from the seabed of Zhuang Xiao and his group have been loaded onto a 4-wheeled manual vehicle, which is responsible for helping them transport the goods to the designated location in the parking lot. The 7 of them were walking slowly along the side of the car with only their luggage. From time to time, some gossips fell into their ears. Is it true? Did they really encounter a mutant silver dragon? Of course it's true. I heard that there is still no news about the ship. Maybe it has been swallowed by the mutant silver dragon. The 2 people in front were mumbling, and the person in charge of their car sighed and said, "What bad luck." Hu Qianli approached the man and asked curiously, "Brother, what kind of species is this mutant silver dragon? Why is it so powerful?" After a while, the 2 of them started chatting back and forth. Zhuang Xiao was doing 2 things at once, listening to the conversations in front and behind with his ears erect. Shen Yi and Lan Hong felt very lucky. They didn't encounter any powerful mutant animals, and they got a lot. Mutated hook snake, Who are you looking down on? Chapter 564. It took only about 10 minutes from the dock to the parking lot. In this short journey, we learned a lot about the mutant silver dragon and the accidents related to it. Everyone sighed and secretly felt lucky. Here, the mutant silver dragon is more terrifying than the great white shark. It occasionally appears in their sea area, but it is detected every time. This time, I don't know what went wrong. I failed to detect the mutant silver dragon in time and entered the sphere of influence of the safe zone, which led to the accident. The reason why the dock is so lively tonight is that all the ships that were out on the road were actively recalled. Zhuang Xiao thought, so they were sailing on the sea at great risk all the way back tonight. That Master Kant was able to drive the ship back without making any noise, and he was also very patient. Sure enough, ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Although, she felt that the number 3 safety zone was not fair at all. However, nothing happened to them, and they had no right to make a fuss, right? I just don't know how the people on the ship swallowed by the mutant silver dragon will be dealt with in the end. Although she wanted to know, she didn't want to stay in the number 3 safe zone any longer. I guess it will be lively here for a while, because of the mutant silver dragon. After the harvest was placed in each car, Hu Qianli and the young man said goodbye warmly, and they set off on the way home. This time Jiangyan went back with Hu Qianli and Lan Hong. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao still took a shortcut home. Soon, the group parted ways, and Hui Xiao drove straight to the safe zone. In the night, a long black shadow turned around and left after seeing the brightly lit border. The flame cat watched the animal sliding on the ground in the starry sky, with a bright light in its eyes. As soon as Zhuang Xiao got in the car and but touched the soft stool, she felt sleepy. She didn't get to eat her octopus balls tonight, which made her resentful and depressed. After hanging out for a few days, she wanted to go home. She missed the dancing grass at home. When Hui Xiao turned to look at Zhuang Xiao, she had already fallen asleep with her head tilted. Perhaps because her face was exposed to the sun during the day, her face was rosy, just like the pink roses climbing the rocks on Biling Mountain in spring. The night wind gradually became warmer, and the car drove steadily on the moon-white road, gradually pulling them away from the sound of the waves and the smell of the sea behind them. The next morning, the sky was bright. Zhuang Xiao ran out of the bedroom in her slippers. Hui Xiao, it's already past 8 o'clock. Why don't you wake me up? When she opened the door, she saw a table full of clams. Hui Xiao raised his head, looked at her steadily, and then said softly, Hu Qianli and his friends will return to our safe zone early tomorrow morning. Oh! That's good, that's good. She thought Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang and his wife would leave today. But she didn't walk back to the bedroom by herself last night. She looked down at her clothes, and the clothes inside were still hers. It seems that someone brought her back by herself and helped her take off her coat and shoes. As soon as she woke up, she looked at the time and jumped out of bed. Now she looked really unbearable. Then I go wash up, Zhuang Xiao said, turning around quickly and going to the bathroom. Hui Xiao looked at her hurriedly running away, smiled, and shook his head, lowered his head, and continued to deal with the sea clams in his hand. Not all of these sea clams are edible, they need to be opened one by one to check if there are pearls inside. As for the oversized clam, Zhuang Xiao never let anyone else do it after he fished it out of the water, so Hui Xiao simply left it in the car. Also, there are things left by Jiangyan in the car. I asked Zhuang Xiao how to deal with it later. As for Hu Qianli and his friends, because the harvest was so exciting, their adrenaline surged, and the two couples didn't really fall asleep until the middle of the night. Everyone's dream is full of little stars. Look, early in the morning, the four of them sat at the table, staring at the beads and energy stones on the plate in a daze. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Lan Hong and Shen Yi twisted their husbands' waists in tacit agreement and asked in unison. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang shook their heads. It doesn't hurt. With thick skin and flesh, this little pain is nothing. Oh, it doesn't hurt. Is that a dream? Lan Hong couldn't help but reach out to touch the energy stones on the plate. She picked these. She picked them. It felt cold to the touch. It was real. It's real, Lan Hong said. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for the other three people to hear. At the same time, she wondered how she could be so calm. It was incredible. Did he use too much energy last night and run out of energy? The three people nodded and whispered at the same time. It's true. Lan Hong looked around. Everyone's expression was a little silly, as if they were still in a dream. She had to raise her voice and said, This is true. This is true. How can I not be excited? This is energy stones, several energy stones, and half a plate of beads. Everyone has these, not just one person. Shen Yi suddenly woke up from a dream, slapped the table with both hands, and as soon as the first scream came out, Meng Qingyang covered her mouth tightly. Little ancestor, please keep your voice down. This room is not soundproof. Woo woo. Shen Yi whooshed twice, turned around and nodded to Meng Qingyang. Yes, she had to stay calm. Big brother who was very calm. Hu Qianli, He was indeed sleepy. He was squeezed hard last night. Tired. The situation of Jiang An's family of four was no different from that of Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, and even more miserable. Old man Jiang and old woman Jiang did not sleep all night, just guarding their own beads and 2 energy stones. Especially the 2 energy stones. I was afraid that they would disappear in the blink of an eye. He was determined to make it a family heirloom, and would never let his stinky boy take it away. And he had borrowed someone else's boat, so that little bit of dried seafood was not enough. Tomorrow morning he would find someone he knew to buy some more, and some more. If anyone asked, he would say that he was bringing some for his relatives. Well, that's it. Early in the morning, Father Jiang pulled his wife out of bed, thinking about what Jiang and's cousin's safe zone had been in demand in the past few years, so he bought some. In addition, he had to ask someone to bring some to his cousin to thank him for introducing such a big customer to his family. It was also because of their convenience that Jiang was able to get on the boat and get those things. Now no one in the three families thought about the mutant seabird eggs, including the half that was stolen. It was just a mutant seabird egg, very common. Chapter 565. Xiao, this is good? After washing up, Xiao brought out the warm breakfast from the kitchen and put it down, then secretly glanced at the plate on the table and said. In fact, she felt it was too little. That's all. But it can't discourage brother with positive and enterprising heart. Men still need to be praised more, so that they can work more actively. For example, she thinks they can eat better. In addition, she should take her sea clams back to the safe zone as they are, so that brotherhood can be happy for 2 more days. Anyway, she didn't tell Xiao that the clam meat inside was still living on the seabed. When Xiao finished dealing with the seafood in his hand, he asked Xiao how to deal with her clams. She shook her head decisively, and said that she would deal with it after returning to their home. Near noon, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang finalized the return time for tomorrow. In the afternoon, Jiangyan and Jiangyan's father pulled a cart to Zhuangxiao's residence in the number 3 safety zone. Jiangyan's father was very nervous. Jiangyan was the one talking all the time. Zhuangxiao accepted the things on the cart without a few polite words. Before leaving, Zhuangxiao handed Jiangyan a small box and asked him to give it to Jiang Ping without letting him refuse. After the two left, Zhuangxiao and Xiao began to sort out the things they had sent. The total amount was considerable. There was even sea salt. What did you give Jiangyan? Xiao asked curiously. Although he asked this, he guessed that it must be a return gift or something like that. Otherwise, the girl would not have accepted it so readily. Zhuangxiao, She just didn't want to argue. If she had just come here, she would have been so poor that she had to eat green porridge every day, and she would still give a return gift. What return gift? If she doesn't need it anymore, she won't care about it. But what she doesn't care about may not be the same for others. It's not like she won't come to the number 3 safe zone in the future. It's good to have someone she knows, and a good person. The little girl will like it. Then Zhuangxiao went back to the house. Let Xiao take care of it. She went to pack her own things. Even though she didn't live here for 2 days, there were a lot of miscellaneous things. In the afternoon, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were not idle either. They made an appointment with Jiangyan to go to the Dream Sea. Zhuangxiao and Xiao went to find the flame cat. Speaking of which, it was indeed a very troublesome thing to contact the flame cat, all thanks to Zhuangxiao's shouting. Fortunately, this guy can barely understand her human language now. Otherwise, she really wanted to die. When Zhuangxiao started shouting, the flame cat was squatting on a huge rock somewhere, and under its sharp claws was a mutant hook snake that had no desire to live. I have to say that this mutant hook snake has great endurance. From last night to now, it has been turning over and over under the claws of the flame cat, but it has not gotten angry. Nor has it released venom. This is very confusing. Mutated hook snake, If it can't be killed immediately, its life will be in danger. It is still very good at judging the situation. And this 4-legged beast doesn't seem to want to eat it. The flame cat really doesn't want to kill the mutant hook snake. It simply doesn't like snakes, and they are cold-blooded animals that want to entangle their little friends. After Zhuangxiao's voice spread, the black body of the mutant hook snake was instantly thrown away. The fire cat soared into the sky. Mutated hook snake, This evil spirit finally left. I have to teach it a lesson next time I see it. The mutant hook snake collapsed on the ground with its tongue spitting on the rock, silently saying cruel words. I hope we never see each other again. The next day, Zhuangxiao and Xiao were waiting at the west gate of the safe zone. The sun was rising, and it seemed that today would be another good day. When they saw Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang's car, they just said hello, and the 3 cars of the group set off on the road home. Soon after leaving the sphere of influence of the number 3 safety zone, we met up with the flame cat. Zhuangxiao felt that the flame cat's belly seemed to be brighter. I don't know where I went to eat a lot of snacks last night. The temperature has risen very quickly in the past few days. The greenery of the dense forests on both sides of the road has become more obvious, and the ground is no longer yellow. There is a faint scent of grass and trees in the wind. It is the breath of new life. We stopped to rest at noon. Yesterday morning, Jiangyan also sent some things to Meng Qingyang and Hu Qinli, and asked Meng Qingyang to send some special products back to his cousin. Most of the seafood on that cart went into Zhuang Zhao's car. I wonder if Jiangyan's sister likes the little gift she gave. Everyone was eager to go home, so after staying for half an hour, they set off again. The temperature was over 20 degrees, which was not hot, but it was not very comfortable under the shade of the trees. What's more, the branches and leaves of the trees were not lush at the moment, and they were not enough to block the solar radiation from the sky. The road out of the blind spot. The road and the sides of the road were obviously different from when they left. The roads and trees along the road in the safety zone were obviously repaired by humans. After entering the main road of the safety zone, Zhuang Zhao couldn't help but look back at the fork road leading to the number 17 safety zone, which had also been repaired. And after entering the main road, there were more people and vehicles coming and going. They could only follow behind and move forward slowly. What is our safety zone going to do? Zhuang Zhao listened for a long time, but didn't hear any particularly valuable information from the people on the roadside, so he could only turn around and ask Hu Xiao. In fact, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, Hu Xiao and she had always been together. However, Hu Xiao did know a little bit about this matter, and got the news from Yan Hu. There were quite a few people who had just arrived on the 17th. It was not the best time to go out to scavenge, and Xiao Yan was worried that so many people would cause trouble and disrupt the work in the mining area, so he hired them at the price of 10 points a day to be responsible for clearing the roads that the mercenary team had explored. Even some people who lived in the shantytowns in the safe zone came with their luggage. There are points to be earned, and you can also explore the way in advance. Maybe they will be the first batch of people to come here to scavenge. Some things can be obtained earlier if you come earlier. In this regard, Xiao Yan also accepts everyone who comes. That's probably it. When Hu Xiao finished speaking, the car in front stopped again. Zhuang Zhao couldn't help but glance at Hu Xiao several times. Hu Xiao felt very uncomfortable being looked at by her, and said with a slightly unnatural look, "That's all I know. If you want to know more, you can only ask your cousin Xiao." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Zhao glanced at him again. Did she say anything? She didn't say anything. Should we also contribute to the construction of the safe zone? We are free anyway, maybe there will be some surprises. Zhuang Zhao said the last sentence silently in his heart. Hu Xiao's eyes showed surprise, which was really inconsistent with the girl's usual style.